Chapter 1. The Nightmare Part 1. In the year of Dawu, 15 years have passed. The night enveloped the land like a vast expanse of black silk, gently descending. The bright moon hung high in the sky, resembling a resplendent pearl, casting a cool and gentle glow. Not far from Beishan town, within a courtyard, a wedding banquet was in full swing. Laughter and cheers echoed, the sounds of toasts rising in a crescendo. The lively atmosphere permeated every corner, intoxicating all who were present. Inside the bridal chamber, red candles burned brightly in symmetrical pairs. The character for happiness appeared in twos, vibrant and striking, with the festive red color dominating the surroundings. The bride, adorned with a red veil, sat quietly and gracefully by the edge of the bed. Time passed, though it was hard to tell. Suddenly, a slightly unsteady sound of footsteps broke the silence, resonating distinctly in the stillness. The maid outside inquired with concern, "Young master, are you terribly drunk? Allow me to assist you." "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand, the gesture lacking strength, indicating he was fine. Then, with a creak, the door slowly opened, and the footsteps gradually faded into the room. The maid obediently closed the door gently behind her. By the bedside, the bride clutched her wedding robe tightly. The red veil fluttered softly in the breeze. Lin Feng, inebriated, gazed hazily at the bride beside him, stumbling slightly. As he sat down next to her, the potent scent of alcohol enveloped the air. For an ordinary person, the pungent aroma would have induced a fit of coughing. Yet the one destined to be Lin Feng's wife remained utterly still, akin to a wooden carving. Naturally, the intoxicated Lin Feng was oblivious to this subtle peculiarity. Due to his drunken state, compounded by his recent arrival from another realm, his memories were a tangled mess, lacking clarity. He did not even know who this bride was, let alone what her appearance might be. In short, regarding everything about this place, there was not a trace of clear recollection in his mind. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness in the air, Lin Feng rose, squinting as he struggled to assess his surroundings. At that moment, the red gauze curtains swayed without a breeze. On the table in the center of the room, the pair of red candles flickered erratically, their light dancing unpredictably, occasionally emitting a crackling sound. The bride, clad in a bright red wedding gown, sat elegantly, her figure graceful and alluring. With a sudden impulse, emboldened by the wine, Lin Feng boldly approached. Without hesitation, he yanked the red veil from the bride's head. "Ah!" The bride involuntarily gasped. Her voice was sweet and soft, like a gentle stream, captivating and enchanting. Lin Feng instantly regained some clarity. Under the glow of the candles, a youthful and beautiful face came into view. The bride lowered her head, her delicate hands clad in red, bashful and enchanting. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. In his heart, he marveled, so beautiful. At that moment, the bride shyly lifted her gaze and softly reminded, "Husband, we have yet to." Yet to what? For Lin Feng, who had always been single, a certain impulse stirred deep within him. In his past life, he had watched many films of this nature. "We haven't drunk the nuptial wine yet." "Husband." "Oh, the nuptial wine. Wait a moment, my dear. I shall fetch it." As he spoke, Lin Feng hurriedly turned and approached the table, eagerly reaching for the wine jug, then swiftly grabbing 2 cups, muttering to himself, "I wonder, my dear, how do we drink the nuptial wine together with my brother?" "Husband." Just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something exceedingly bizarre. Lin Feng paused, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Then his pupils dilated in shock. To his horror, the bride seated by the bed had no facial features. What was once a delicate and exquisite face was now a blank void, utterly chilling. Lin Feng's heart raced, as if struck by a heavy blow, and he hastily averted his gaze, bowing his head to feign pouring the wine, seizing the opportunity to rub his eyes in confusion, then discreetly casting another glance. The bride still bore no features. Lin Feng was frozen in place, and just then, the faceless bride's countenance contorted in a grotesque manner. Frightened, Lin Feng's face turned pale, and just as he was contemplating what to do, a voice came from behind. Husband, are you not ready yet? Hurry up. Lin Feng whipped around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. At the edge of the wedding bed, there was no trace of any presence. Upon closer inspection of the bed surface, edges, and ends, everything was cold and desolate. To his astonishment, the bride had mysteriously vanished, as if she had never existed. At that moment, dark clouds outside drifted past, completely shrouding the bright moonlight. The room plunged into deeper darkness. The pair of red candles extinguished, and the chamber was engulfed in profound blackness. Are you searching for me, husband? In an instant, the bride appeared before Lin Feng, her lips stained crimson. Ah! In the pitch-black room, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, jolting upright from the bed. The maid, Xiao Huan, who had been sleeping outside, was startled awake by the sudden commotion. Frantically grabbing her garments and hastily donning them, she rushed into Lin Feng's room, her face filled with concern, asking, "Young master, what has happened?" Sitting at the bed's edge, Lin Feng's agitated emotions caused his body to tremble violently, his breathing rapid, akin to a bellows in swift motion. Dewy beads of sweat adorned his forehead, cascading like rain. "Young master, did you have a nightmare?" Xiao Huan lit a candle and cautiously approached his bedside. A nightmare? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, gradually disentangling his thoughts from the terror, becoming more aware. A nightmare? It was merely a nightmare. As his emotions stabilized, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings by the flickering candlelight within mere seconds. His eyes began to ache, as if pricked by needles. The light was exceedingly dim, so faint that it was nearly impossible to discern the outlines of objects. Everything appeared hazy. His heart skipped a beat as he realized his vision was unusually blurred. It felt as though a coarse frosted glass obscured his eyes, allowing only a sliver of light to struggle through. Could this be a symptom of cataracts? After a moment, he barely managed to focus on the maid Xiao Huan before him. She was clad in a simple blue dress, and the room's decor was alarmingly austere, devoid of any hint of luxury. Xiao Huan curiously asked, "Young master, you are to be wed tomorrow, how could you have a nightmare? Tomorrow's wedding?" Lin Feng felt utterly bewildered, filled with questions. Just as he was about to inquire further, fragmented images flashed through his mind. Xiao Huan, the maid of the Lin family, to be precise, his uncle's maid, had been responsible for his daily needs, diligently caring for him. Clearly, this was another world. He had only traversed here for 2 or 3 days. Due to the original boater's frailty, he had been confined to bed rest for most of the time. As for why the body was weak, it was due to forcibly practicing a powerful ocular technique, resulting in a significant depletion of spiritual energy, leaving him severely drained and yet to recover. Then, some memories began to surface. Beishan Town, Qinshan Village. After the passing of his parents, Lin Feng was fostered by his uncle's family to continue his studies, and a marriage had been arranged for him. This marriage seemed to have been predetermined by the original's father during his lifetime. Lin Feng vaguely recalled that the bride's name was Sangyu. They had been playmates in their youth. Yet, regarding the story between them, Lin Feng could recall nothing, a complete blank. Casting his gaze out the window, he observed the night gradually dissipating, the sky beginning to blush with the hues of dawn, hazy and indistinct. However, despite the emergence of morning light, he still felt no inclination for sleep. His body ached slightly. Lin Feng suddenly inquired of Xiao Huan. "Xiao Huan, have you seen Sangyu?" Xiao Huan shook her head helplessly. "I have not seen her, but I have heard that Miss Sangyu is quite virtuous." Then she looked at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked, "Young master, you and Miss Sangyu grew up together, why do you suddenly ask?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation, remaining silent. Xiao Huan yawned widely, reminding him, "Young master, it is nearly dawn, you should rest a bit longer. Tomorrow morning, you still need to go and fetch the bride." As her words fell, the little maid extinguished the candle and quietly exited the room, her figure vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 2. The Nightmare Part 2. With a creak, as the door slowly closed, the room was instantly engulfed by darkness as thick as ink. Lin Feng's thoughts were involuntarily yanked back into the horrifying nightmare he had just experienced. The wedding attire, crimson as blood, exuded an enchanting yet eerily captivating silhouette, adorned with a blank visage devoid of features, and a mouth agape, reminiscent of an abyss, painted in a deep, sanguine hue. Each detail unfolded with such vivid realism that it felt as though the scene were unfolding in reality, sending shivers down one spine and igniting a profound sense of dread. It was as if he were experiencing it firsthand. His gaze was drawn to the newly polished vanity table against the wall. Subsequently, Lin Feng shifted his attention to the grand bed beneath him and the other furnishings within the room. In an instant, he was struck with an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding the scene before him. Without hesitation, he leaped from the bed and strode purposefully towards the vanity. Standing before the table, his heart raced, rising to his throat as he tremulously gazed into the mirror. The dim light revealed ghostly eyes that barely reflected the contours of the grand bed. Yet, the space beside the bed lay desolate, akin to a forsaken wilderness, emanating an unsettling aura. He approached the table and, trembling, extended his hand to ignite the candle resting there. Eh? As he beheld his reflection, Lin Feng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The eyes staring back at him were no longer the deep black of a normal person, but rather a pale, almost grayish hue, as if all vitality had been drained. This is certainly not cataracts. I ought to be grateful for my sight. This face is still somewhat handsome, I suppose. That is a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Lin Feng continually reassured himself, attempting to regain his composure. Yet, after merely gazing at his reflection for a brief moment, his eyes felt as if they had been soaked in vinegar, though he could still endure the discomfort. Huh! Lin Feng collapsed onto the bed, inhaling deeply as he cast a glance out the window. To his surprise, a chilling gust of wind suddenly swept in, causing the window to rattle violently, while the candle's flame flickered as if startled. After shutting the window and lying back down, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Lin Feng to stifle several yawns. His eyelids felt as though they were weighted down, growing increasingly heavy until he succumbed to slumber. When Lin Feng next opened his eyes, he found himself in a room of extravagant opulence, akin to a lattice boudoir. The space was adorned with fiery red silk ribbons, brimming with an intoxicating celebratory aura that was almost suffocating. With trepidation, Lin Feng approached the bed, each step feeling as though he were treading upon blades, cautiously lifting the bed curtains. However, the anticipated sight did not materialize. Upon the bed lay a woman dressed in a resplendent bridal gown, her visage obscured by a red veil, devoid of any signs of life. She was covered with an intricately embroidered wedding quilt, her beauty concealed, rendering her indistinguishable between allure and repulsion, inciting a blend of curiosity and fear within him. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lin Feng reached out, trembling, to lift the veil and unveil her countenance. Yet, just as he was about to do so, a violent crash echoed from the door. Instinctively, Lin Feng scanned the room, only to realize the vast emptiness surrounding him. Under the bed! Without hesitation, he pulled back the bed cover, attempting to hide beneath, only to collide with a solid stone slab beneath him, leaving him bewildered as he cradled his head in confusion. Isn't a bed's underbelly supposed to conceal a person? Why is this one solid wardrobe? His peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby wardrobe, and he dashed towards it like a man grasping at straws, only to discover it was utterly empty, a mere decorative faade, filling him with despair. He hastily closed the wardrobe door, and at that moment, the door creaked open with a sinister squeak. A dashing young man entered, clad in garments as white as snow, with brows like distant mountains and eyes sparkling like brilliant stars. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat, his entire being tensed in fear, terrified of making even the slightest sound that might draw the man's attention, his heart pounding like a drum. The young man strode purposefully towards the jade stone bed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the woman therein, oblivious to everything else, as if the world had shrunk to encompass only the two of them, ensnared in their own realm. He approached the bed, delicately pulling a small stool closer, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the woman, his voice soft enough to drip with tenderness. "Saner, it won't be long before you awaken. This truly is a gift from the heavens." I still feel as though I am caught in a dream, so beautiful it defies reality. I have instructed my people to plant ethereal flowers upon the mountain. When you awaken and behold the picturesque scenery, you will surely be as joyous as a child." At that moment, the young man seemed to perceive a subtle shift, his expression momentarily flickering. Yet, he maintained an air of composed tranquility, continuing to murmur softly, "In a few hours, Saner will open those beautiful eyes to see me. When you awaken, we shall be blissfully united, living a life that would evoke envy even among the immortals." Lin Feng's mind swirled with countless questions, utterly bewildered as to where he was and how he had arrived there. "Come out!" Suddenly, the young man bellowed, his finger pointing towards the wardrobe like a sword, a torrent of crimson light surging forth like a ravenous wolf, hurtling towards Lin Feng. In that critical moment, the woman, who had been motionless on the bed, appeared before Lin Feng with astonishing swiftness, unhesitatingly extending her hand to intercept the lethal strike with a mere touch of her fingertip, her form graceful yet resolute. As the energy from the impact gradually dissipated, her red veil was swept away by the force, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful visage. However, before Lin Feng could fully appreciate her beauty, he saw her grow weak from the exertion of blocking the attack, collapsing like a deflated balloon. In this perilous moment, Lin Feng instinctively reached out to catch her, only to be astonished to find his hand passing through her ethereal form. Just as confusion enveloped him, countless crimson, delicate tendrils, resembling living serpents, tightly coiled around the woman, binding her in a nightmarish tableau. Her eyelids fluttered softly, silken strands of hair dancing in the breeze, while her blood-red bridal gown lay serenely atop the tender pink branches, swaying in the wind like a dream. Moonlight filtered through the delicate branches, casting a gentle glow upon her face, her eyelashes quivering in the soft breeze, as if on the brink of awakening from slumber. Before long, her ruby lips parted slightly, releasing a dreamlike, ethereal hum. Mm. This soft utterance floated from her lips, ensnaring all who heard it, freezing them in place as if under a spell. Lin Feng, locked in gaze with her, felt as though struck by lightning, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, as if his very soul had been whisked away by her voice. It seemed she sensed the intensity of his gaze, her previously closed eyes gradually opened to reveal a pair of burning, blood-red orbs. Within her gaze flickered an enigmatic light, and she bestowed upon Lin Feng a captivating smile that sent chills down his spine. With a slight curl of her lips, she uttered softly, "Husband, you have finally arrived?" Her voice was sweet and melodious, yet to Lin Feng, it felt like a summons from the depths of hell, sending shivers coursing through him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Suddenly, the woman turned her head slightly, emitting a perplexed as if she had noticed something amiss. Ah! At that moment, the door was thrust open with force. Lin Feng jolted awake from his dream, breathless and drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. "Thank goodness, it was just a dream. It nearly terrified me to death." Xiaohuan hurried in from the adjoining room. "Young master, what has happened?" "Nothing, just another nightmare," Lin Feng quickly explained, his voice still trembling. Xiaohuan cast a puzzled glance at Lin Feng, contemplating why he was so often plagued by nightmares, but refraining from further inquiry, merely acknowledging him while rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Master, dawn has arrived. If you cannot sleep, I shall go boil some water for your morning wash." Lin Feng glanced out the window and nodded. Indeed, sleep was now a distant prospect. 2 consecutive nightmares would leave anyone unable to rest. Chapter 3. The bride's arrival. Having completed his morning ablutions, Lin Feng gradually donned the exquisitely crafted wedding robe, under the attentive care of the diligent maid Xiaohuan. The robe was adorned with intricate, auspicious patterns that seemed to come alive, with threads woven together in a brilliant display of gold that sparkled like stars against the dawn's gentle caress, radiating a captivating brilliance in the newly constructed courtyard. The two of them leisurely indulged in breakfast. The table was a veritable feast, laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes. Several plates of stir-fried delicacies filled the air with tantalizing aromas, invoking a deep yearning. A bowl of porridge, thick to perfection, sent wisps of steam curling into the air, its lid glistening with a fine mist. Alongside it sat a bun, its top slightly domed, the edges cut with precision. In this serene and peaceful little town, such a lavish breakfast was nothing short of extravagance. Each dish had been meticulously prepared, with fresh ingredients that offered an unparalleled taste, leaving a lingering fragrance upon the palate. Lin Feng's uncle ran a renowned tavern, flourishing with business and bustling with guests. The cuisine served at the tavern was a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, enticing numerous patrons to flock there. Ensuring that the family enjoyed a life of affluence and ease, "Brother, hurry up, it's time to fetch the bride." Just as breakfast concluded, a melodious voice echoed through the air. Lingering sweetly, Lin Feng turned to see a young girl in a flowing white silk gown standing at the doorway. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, her glossy black hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with an alluring luster akin to black pearls, each strand imbued with grace and beauty. Perhaps obstructed by her long hair, she elegantly raised her delicate fingers to tidy it, then gracefully tossed it behind her. She then lifted the hem of her gown, taking a delicate step forward to stand on a clean stone. Her lips curving into a sweet and enchanting smile as she said, "I was just about to call you to get up, but it seems you are already awake." Lin Feng immediately recalled her identity, Lin Bao, the eldest daughter of his uncle and his cousin. Xiao Huan stifled a chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Young master, you must be so excited about marrying your beloved that you couldn't sleep a wink last night." Lin Feng replied, "I had a dream, so I woke up a little earlier." Lin Bao pouted playfully, swinging her small fists as she said, "You must have dreamt of Sister Songyu." Lin Feng nodded slightly, pondering silently that he indeed dreamt of her, though it was hardly a delightful dream. Yet he chose not to elaborate, burying those thoughts deep within. After a brief exchange, a burly man suddenly strode in from outside. Appearing to be in his early 20s, his demeanor radiating evident impatience. "Xiao Feng, stop dawdling, hurry up." A young man beside him chimed in, "Indeed, it's over 40 miles to the back mountain village. We can't afford any delays." The burly man continued to complain, "You can go marry at your own pace. Don't dawdle and waste my time." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the man speaking, Lin Xuan, Lin Bao's elder brother. The eldest son of the Lin family, he had always harbored resentment towards Lin Feng's presence in their home, often greeting him with cold words, akin to the biting chill of winter winds. Lin Bao quickly interjected, "Brother, please stop. Let us set off quickly." Lin Xuan huffed dismissively, turning away with an air of vexation and disdain. "It's Lin Bao's urging." Lin Feng followed closely behind. Upon exiting the courtyard, they were met by a well-organized procession awaiting them outside. The wedding entourage was thoroughly equipped, featuring comfortable carriages and splendid bridal palanquins, along with traditional drummers and a dozen well-trained, robust guards. After all, the journey would traverse a vast and desolate wilderness, where encountering nefarious individuals could pose significant challenges. Thus, the presence of the guards was of utmost importance, serving as an indomitable shield. As a scholar, Lin Feng's physique was somewhat frail, and he lacked equestrian skills. Thus he reluctantly opted to share a carriage with Lin Bao. The moment he stepped into the carriage, Lin Xuan, atop a tall steed, cast him a scornful glance and muttered, "What use is studying? Your body is so weak that you cannot even ride a horse." The group set off, accompanied by the resounding beats of gongs and drums. Once they left the town, the atmosphere gradually settled into a calm. Everyone exerted themselves to travel swiftly, as the round trip would total nearly 100 miles, necessitating the conservation of energy. Before long, noon arrived, and the blazing sun mercilessly scorched the earth, causing the travelers to sweat profusely. Yet, upon catching sight of the undulating green hills and the mist-shrouded back mountain village in the distance, their fatigue dissipated like morning mist, replaced by a sense of relief. "Look, the back mountain village is right over there," someone exclaimed excitedly, their voice brimming with anticipation. "Just a little longer, and we can rest once we enter the village. Let us hurry, the bride is eagerly awaiting." The matchmaker chattered incessantly, frequently wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, her movements urgent and busy. Standing by the carriage window, Lin Feng gazed out, feeling a wave of confusion and uncertainty wash over him. He had no recollection of the back mountain village that was about to be reached, let alone the appearance of the bride. His mind was a blank slate. Just as he fell into contemplation, the carriage jolted violently, causing Lin Bao to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Lin Feng, quick to react, steadied her with a firm grip. Outside, the old coachman shouted, "Young master, the road ahead is narrow and rugged. It may be difficult for the carriage to pass. Perhaps it would be better for Lin Gongzi and Miss Bao to walk for a stretch?" Lin Xuan, wiping the sweat from his brow in irritation, replied, "Let them get off and walk. It's not far now. Once we cross the bridge, we'll be there." Lin Bao rose from Lin Feng's arms. Her cheeks flushed like the dawn, and softly suggested, "Brother Feng, let us get off the carriage." Lin Feng promptly stood and exited the carriage alongside her. Before them lay a river approximately 5 meters wide, spanned by a rustic wooden bridge crafted from 3 parallel trees. Fortunately, the bridge was wide enough to allow the bridal palanquin to pass through smoothly. According to tradition, the palanquin must reach the groom's residence before it can be set down. Thus, the strong men tasked with carrying it were carefully selected for their strength, essential for this arduous journey. The group cautiously stepped onto the ancient wooden bridge, and as they entered the village path, a tranquil and warm atmosphere enveloped them. Lush, verdant trees lined the sides of the village road, their leaves shimmering vibrantly under the sunlight. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the back mountain village. "Welcome the bride!" With a jubilant shout, a wave of festive cheer surged forth, filling the air with joyous exuberance. The sounds of gongs and drums followed suit, resonating powerfully, and the crackling of firecrackers erupted in the air, creating a jubilant symphony that echoed throughout the village, overwhelming it with a cacophony of sounds. The group finally halted at the village entrance, where eager villagers awaited their arrival, their faces alight with genuine joy. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, led several villagers forward with enthusiasm, his kind gaze settling on Lin Feng as he said, "Ah Feng, you've finally returned. Sanger has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Do hurry in." Lin Feng looked at the kindly old man before him, a wave of cherished memories flooding his heart. Village head Wang Defa was highly respected in the village, beloved by all. Behind the elder, several villagers warmly engaged him in conversation. Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for their names, feeling somewhat awkward, yet he mustered a smile and stepped forward to greet them. Chapter 4. Entering the village fortunately, the matchmaker timely intervened, skillfully alleviating the awkward atmosphere by saying, "Village head, let us few accompany the groom. The rest can wait here. The journey is long, and after picking up the bride, we must depart swiftly to avoid returning after dark." The village head nodded in understanding, aware that a round trip would consume nearly a day's time. He then turned to the villagers behind him and instructed, "Quickly fetch some well water to quench our thirst, and distribute the prepared food to everyone." The crowd initially intended to decline, yet the villagers swiftly sprang into action, fetching water and distributing food. Bustling with fervor, the elderly village chief, leaning on his cane, walked steadily, the cane serving as both his support and a testament to the passage of time. He led Lin Feng and others through the village, gradually making their way towards the bride's residence. Accompanying them were Lin Feng, the matchmaker, forbearers of the bridal sedan, and Lin Bao. As Lin Feng walked, he occasionally glanced around, his gaze falling upon the rudimentary abodes. Some of the houses were in a state of disrepair, while others, despite being mended, still appeared antiquated. Fragmented memories flickered in his mind, yet they remained disjointed. Clearly, his transmigration had resulted in significant gaps in the original owner's recollections, with certain memories seemingly buried deep beneath the surface, difficult to unearth. This was hardly an auspicious sign. Should his memories of the bride also vanish, he would undoubtedly reveal a flawed Feng. The village chief continued. "Although Xiao Sang and her mother are not from our back mountain village, they possess kind hearts and come from a fine family. Xiao Sang is not only beautiful but also understanding. You must treat her well in the future. As long as you both lead a happy life, the villagers will genuinely rejoice for you." The old chief spoke incessantly, his face brimming with contentment. Lin Feng cast a glance at the village chief, intending to inquire about certain matters subtly, when suddenly someone shouted, "They're here! The groom has arrived. Come on, Ah Feng, hurry inside. Xiao Sang has likely been anxiously waiting. She has asked several times this morning whether you have come." The village chief chuckled heartily, his laughter warm and inviting. The matchmaker, leading the bearers, entered first, stopping in a small courtyard. Guided by a middle-aged woman, Lin Feng stepped into the residence, the sound of their footsteps echoing clearly in the empty corridor. They traversed a long passage until they reached the innermost room. This chamber appeared to be the most private place in the house, and the sound of weeping emanated from within the door. The guiding woman wore a comforting smile and softly remarked, "The bond between mother and daughter is profound. They are always reluctant to part." With that, she gently pushed open the door. Inside, the bride's sobs grew more distinct, accompanied by the rustling sounds of her wedding attire being arranged. The woman stepped into the room, saying, all right, the groom has already arrived. If you don't leave now, it will be late, and we mustn't keep the wedding guests waiting." As her words resonated, the atmosphere in the room abruptly quieted, as if time had momentarily frozen. Lin Feng felt his heart race, his palms dampening slightly with sweat. Taking a deep breath, he followed the woman into the room. The interior was warm and inviting, adorned with red double happiness characters and couplets in every corner. The characters seemingly inscribed with the brightest vermilion, radiating vibrant joy and manifesting the celebratory ambience of the wedding. By the bed, a middle-aged woman sat on the edge, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she gently wiped them away. The bride sat quietly, her face obscured by a red veil. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the room, an unsettling feeling brewing in his heart. "Groom, move quickly. You must carry the bride and gently place her in the sedan. Remember, the sedan must not touch the ground along the way, and the bride's veil must not be lifted. This is a good omen." Amidst the enthusiastic calls of the crowd, Lin Feng approached the bridal bed. Nimbly turning and crouching down, a delicate figure, as light as a swallow, nestled onto his broad back. "Let us depart," someone called out, and a group of married women surrounded them, joyously stepping out of the house. Lin Feng delicately placed the bride inside the sedan, and the matchmaker called out loudly, "Lift the sedan." Gradually, the sedan rose from the ground, ascending slowly. The crowd followed without hesitation, forming an orderly procession as they exited the grand gate. Lin Feng turned, puzzled, and asked, "Isn't there a need to offer tea to the esteemed mother-in-law?" However, the surrounding women, their faces alight with smiles, gazed at the sedan, as if they had not heard his query. Offering no response, Lin Feng glanced back at the house, a sense of confusion washing over him. Observing his surroundings more closely, he noticed a subtle stiffness in their smiles, reminiscent of a lake's surface ruffled by the wind, appearing tranquil yet concealing ripples beneath. This caused Lin Feng's brow to furrow slightly, a strong sense of foreboding rising within him. "Quickly, let us reach home before nightfall," the matchmaker urged, leading the way, following her. The bridal sedan slowly exited the village, the group closely trailing behind. Observing the situation, Lin Feng had no choice but to acquiesce at the village entrance. The onlookers stood as the sedan emerged, rising from the ground to bid farewell to the villagers. Village chief Wang Defa also approached, leaning on his cane, waving alongside the villagers with a benevolent and warm smile. Soon, the wedding procession crossed the bridge, joining the waiting carriage and accelerating their pace. As the group trudged along the road for about half an hour, suddenly, from the woods, a few magnificent steeds burst forth like tigers unleashed. The sound of their hooves echoed like thunder, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The riders, clad in heavy uniforms and wielding sharp swords at their waists, exuded an air of valor and authority. Behind them followed a dozen attendants, all armed with various weapons, appearing exceptionally formidable. The attendants' eyes glinted with a cold determination, as if ready to spring into battle at any moment. This unexpected scene left the wedding party in disarray, their hearts racing with the fear of a potential bandit attack. The wedding guards immediately gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the worst. However, the leading rider, Lin Chuan, recognized them at once. "Oh, isn't that the captain of the town's guard, Captain Liu?" The crowd turned their gazes towards the riders, and upon closer inspection, they indeed recognized the figures behind them as the town's guard. Captain Liu also recognized them, promptly commanding the group to halt. Dismounting, he approached Lin Chuan with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing each other, both were momentarily taken aback. Captain Liu's face showed a hint of surprise, but he still inquired, "Wang Pu, Lin family lad, are you here for a wedding?" Wang Pu was startled by his sudden appearance, but upon realizing it was a familiar face, she sighed in relief, saying, "Captain Liu, you truly startled me. I thought we had encountered bandits." What brings you to this desolate place? Captain Liu intended to answer her question, but the words caught in his throat, and he instead asked, From where did you fetch the bride? Why come so far? Wang Po forced a wry smile, initially wanting to complain, but fearing the master's displeasure, she could only reply with a smile. It is Lin family's nephew, Xiao Feng, who is fetching the bride. The bride is from the back mountain village. They grew up together, and today they finally tie the knot. Truly a joyous occasion. Upon hearing this, Captain Liu and the others turned pale. The expressions of those on horseback shifted drastically, their faces hardening like stone. They gripped their sword hilts tightly, veins bulging on the backs of their hands, the atmosphere turning tense and oppressive. Chapter 5. Something is amiss. Wang Po sensed the unease among the group, her brow furrowing deeply, the lines on her face resembling a network of ravines, revealing her inner turmoil. She looked at Captain Liu with a questioning gaze. Unable to help but ask, Captain Liu, what exactly has happened? Captain Liu's complexion darkened considerably, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice became hoarse, rasping like rough sandpaper. He nervously inquired, Did you just come from the back mountain village? The matchmaker gently nodded, replying, Yes, we brought the bride from there. The villagers were quite hospitable. What is the matter? At her words, Captain Liu's expression grew even graver. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and trembled as he asked, Did you see the villagers? Did you really fetch the bride? The matchmaker, now increasingly perplexed, queried, Yes, what is going on? Don't frighten me, Captain Liu. Just tell me what is wrong. At this moment, the other riders on horseback anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Their eyes filled with vigilance and unease, gripping their sword hilts tighter, their knuckles turning pale from exertion, ready to confront any sudden crisis. Captain Liu's voice quivered as he declared, Impossible! The entire population of the back mountain village has been slaughtered by bandits. Just yesterday, we went there and witnessed the carnage firsthand. The village was littered with corpses. How could there still be living souls? Suddenly, the atmosphere froze, engulfed in a chilling silence. How could this be possible? Wang Po waved her handkerchief somewhat awkwardly, the cloth tracing a frantic arc through the air. Captain Liu, are you deliberately trying to frighten this old woman? Who in the village has died? The village chief just welcomed us personally. And the villagers were exceedingly warm, showering us with food and drink. The other wedding attendees nodded in unison, their faces contorted with disbelief. At that moment, a beautiful woman stepped forward from the crowd. Her complexion slightly pale, reminiscent of a piece of rice paper soaked in water. She spoke up, Captain Liu, such matters cannot be trifled with. Today marks the joyous occasion of young Master Lin's wedding, and we must not invoke any taboos. Captain Liu's countenance darkened considerably, his body trembling uncontrollably. He turned to a dark-skinned man and declared, Lord Do, I swear, upon receiving the news yesterday, we rushed to that village and witnessed the entire population lifeless. Not a single soul remained. That is why we hurried back to report to the city. The other guards behind Captain Liu chimed in urgently, asserting, Indeed, Lord Do, we all witnessed it firsthand. There can be no doubt about this. Upon hearing the town's guards speak so earnestly, the wedding party's expressions shifted to sheer terror. Wang Po's face flickered with doubt, yet she remained unwilling to accept the truth, swaying her hips as she approached the bridal sedan and implored, Gentlemen, perhaps you have gone to the wrong place. We have already brought the bride back. How could it possibly be false? As soon as these words left her mouth, several riders immediately fixed their gaze on the sedan. Their eyes sharp as blades, the middle-aged man at the forefront commanded, Lift the curtain. Let us see the bride. Wang Po appeared somewhat distressed, her face a mask of hesitation and conflict at that juncture. Lin Feng and Lin Bauer dismounted from their carriage. Lin Feng caught Wang Po's pleading glance, paused momentarily, and then nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Feng's consent, Wang Po cautiously lifted the curtain. Within the sedan sat a frail figure clad in a vibrant red wedding gown. A red veil draped over her head, motionless and silent. The matchmaker exhaled a long breath, as if releasing the last shred of hope she had been holding on to, then turned to the middle-aged man on horseback and said, My lord, take a closer look. The bride is sitting here in perfect health, isn't she? Captain Liu and the others must have made a mistake, probably confusing her with someone from another village. Before she could finish her sentence, the dark-skinned man suddenly swung his arm, die in an instant. A fierce gale surged from the front, unrelenting as it swept into the cramped sedan. The wind roared like a ferocious beast, crashing into the small space. The red veil atop the bride fluttered in the sudden gust, slipping from her shoulders. Following closely, a decayed visage emerged with horrifying suddenness. Wangpa shrieked, her scream echoing through the air like the anguished wail of a night owl. Piercing and shrill, the bearers, already tense, trembled even more violently at the sound, their eyes wide with terror, nearly losing their grip on the sedan poles. The red bridal sedans swayed gently with their quaking movements, and instead of the bride, a grotesquely disfigured corpse lay sprawled within the body, with its skin exhibiting an eerie dark blue hue, and its rotting flesh exposing white bones, was enough to send chills down the spine. "Ah!" came the heart-wrenching screams from the other members of the wedding party. Panic spread like wildfire. Those who had been standing now buckled to their knees, their legs giving way in fear, the sound of their knees hitting the ground resonating dully. Some even lost control of their bodily functions, stripped of all dignity, left only with an overwhelming sense of dread. In the midst of this chaos, the dark-skinned man and his companions sprang into action. They leaped forward with lightning speed, landing solidly in front of the sedan, their boots kicking up a cloud of dust. The town's guards, following suit, unsheathed their weapons, which gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Despite the urgency of their movements, there was no hint of panic. They were remarkably well trained. Judging by the state of the corpse, it had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. Lin Feng froze, a look of astonishment plastered across his face. His eyes wide and mouth agape, as if frozen in that very moment. Lin Bauer covered her mouth with her hand, her body trembling incessantly, her fingers turning pale from the tension, the knuckles distinctly visible. Wang Pu, after her initial scream, fainted from the shock, a dark liquid seeping from her trousers, utterly humiliated. The others in the procession shook with fear, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. The dark-skinned man swung his knife, flipping the corpse over, and his face paled instantly upon seeing it, devoid of color. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, dressed in the groom's wedding attire, and asked, "You married such a thing from the village?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror, his heart sinking. How could he have ended up with a corpse? If these people hadn't shown up, would he have spent the night consummating with a corpse? "Let us go. We must return to the village," he exclaimed. Seeing Lin Feng at a loss for words, the dark-skinned man made a decisive choice, his voice resolute and commanding. "You newcomers to the village must accompany us for another visit." Wang Pu, just regaining consciousness, trembled at the words, her legs giving way as her eyes fluttered shut once more. Lin Feng silently mourned, realizing that Wang Pu would likely never dare to be a matchmaker again. The dark-skinned man frowned in dissatisfaction, glancing at the time, and, seeing it was late, resignedly said, "Forget it, groom. You'll come with us for another visit. The rest of you will stay here and wait. No one is to leave." He added sternly, "And remember, no one is to touch that corpse." Lin Feng pondered silently, wondering if lying down now would still be an option. Chapter 6. Would a servant teach you how to consummate the marriage? Lin Feng followed closely behind the others. A few members of the town's guard remained behind, their expressions grave, stationed to keep watch over the remaining individuals, preventing any unexpected occurrences. The guards accompanying them into the village appeared as pale as sheets. They traversed the wooden bridge, the village of Haoshan shrouded in a faint mist. Upon this return, Lin Feng keenly sensed something amiss. Everything felt markedly different from prior. For instance, the sun hung high in the sky. Yet the village lay in an eerie silence, disturbingly quiet, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. He recalled the initial arrival, where the scene was bustling with laughter and chatter, creating a joyful atmosphere. At that time, no one had noticed the strange occurrence, which now starkly contrasted with the current stillness. They hurried along the overgrown, muddy path to the village entrance. The surrounding silence was unnerving, as if one could hear their own heartbeat, void of any human presence. Not far from the village entrance stood a well. Lin Feng remembered that it was here the eager villagers had drawn water for them, distributing food. But now, not a single soul was in sight. The dark-skinned man tightened his grip on his knife upon witnessing this. As they passed the well, Lin Feng couldn't resist peering inside, only to find a corpse floating ominously in the water. His heart leaped, threatening to burst from his throat. A wave of dread washed over him, yet he felt a sense of relief that he hadn't drunk any water from the village. Who knows how ill he might have become? Let us hurry into the village. The dark-skinned man tightly gripped the hilt of his knife, turning to stride towards the village. Lin Feng and his companions hurriedly followed. Their footsteps hurried. Upon entering the village, they were met with the sight of the first courtyard's collapsed wall. Scattered within were several corpses, shattered and broken. Some had lost their heads, leaving only empty necks, while others bore gaping wounds in their abdomens, their innards spilled across the ground. The dried bloodstains on the earth resembled black ink, mingling with the foul stench of decaying bodies, attesting to the fact that these individuals had been dead for some time. As they ventured further into the village, they were confronted with more dismembered corpses. Some had their chests torn open, grotesque wounds exposing their insides. Rows of houses came into view, with residents, regardless of age or gender, arranged in grotesque poses. Some even hanging from the dilapidated walls like discarded rag dolls. The village, once peaceful, was now a scene of devastation, littered with ruins, dismembered limbs, and splattered blood, resembling a hell on earth. The sight sent shivers down the spines of even the most battle-hardened guards, causing them to tremble as a chill crept up from their feet. Lin Feng's pace abruptly quickened as he halted before a collapsed building. The sight before him was harrowing. Beneath the rubble lay fresh, crimson flesh. His heart twisted in anguish, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Lin Bauer appeared behind him, her small hand clutching his sleeve, her eyes blurred with tears, unable to see ahead. The dark-skinned man turned to Lin Feng, his gaze shifting between them, his voice low as he inquired, "Did you receive the bride in this house?" Lin Bauer, pale as a ghost, nodded gently. Lin Chuan's voice trembled from behind, stuttering, "When we came to the village to fetch the bride. The village chief and the villagers were still alive, this." The dark-skinned man's eyes flickered. Yet, surveying the surrounding carnage, he still nodded solemnly, stating, "You are here to fetch a bride. There is no need for deceit." Lin Chuan, his teeth chattering with anxiety, questioned in a quavering voice, "Then what just happened? Did we encounter ghosts?" The dark-skinned man shook his head and sighed deeply. "If only it were merely ghosts. Let us leave. We cannot handle the affairs here." Hearing this, the group quickened their pace, not daring to hesitate. Lin Feng remained rooted before the collapsed house, unmoving. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Bauer felt a surge of sorrow and gently tugged at his clothing. Her voice trembling as she urged, "Brother Feng, we should go." Lin Feng snapped back to reality, nodding lightly, and silently followed the others, his heart tumultuous, like a stormy sea that refused to calm. The group exited the village, reuniting with the wedding procession. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, painting the sky with the hues of twilight. Along the way, silence reigned, with no one daring to speak, until night fell, and they finally returned to the small town. Before entering, Captain Liu, with a grave expression, warned everyone that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Not a word should be leaked to the outside world, lest the consequences be dire. There are no walls that do not allow whispers to pass. As Lin Chuan stepped into his home, he trembled as he recounted the events to his parents. The house was brightly lit and filled with guests, all awaiting the return of the newlyweds. Lin Feng observed his uncle and aunt, both pale with fright. When Lin Feng's gaze fell upon them, his uncle, Lin Danan, despite his fear, forced a calm demeanor to reassure him, "Little Feng, since this has occurred, there is no remedy. Focus on your studies, and in due time, I shall find you a suitable bride." Lin Danan's wife, Lu Yin, already displeased with Lin Feng staying in their home, felt even more unlucky after the recent events. And she could not help but make a few sarcastic remarks, her words sharp. Witnessing this, Lin Danan sighed helplessly, attempting to mediate, "Little Feng, you should rest. Leave the rest to me." Lu Yin, though still dissatisfied, refrained from further comments, offering only a cold huff before turning to leave. Lin Feng nodded slightly and returned to his residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he instructed Xiao Huan to prepare a bath. After shedding his clothes and stepping inside, Xiao Huan soon brought in the water. Unaware of the day's events surrounding the wedding, she enthusiastically chatted about life after marriage while helping Lin Feng wash. Her eyes sparkling with excitement in the night, Xiao Huan, with her dark eyes glimmering, suddenly shifted the topic. Her cheeks flushed as she softly asked, "Young master, do Do you know how to consummate the marriage? Faced with this unexpected question, Lin Feng fell silent, his thoughts drifting away. Normally, he would be intrigued by such a topic, but today, he felt unwell and casually replied, "Consummate the marriage? How difficult can it be? Is it not just sharing a cup of wine and then sleeping for a night?" Hearing this, Xiao Huan couldn't help but laugh, her blush deepening. "Young master, you truly do not understand. It is not so simple. The consummation is an important part of marriage for procreation. One cannot simply lie in bed to have children." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, countering, "And you? Do you know how?" Xiao Huan's face displayed a mix of pride and shyness. "Yes, I understand a bit. My mother has taught me." "Oh?" Lin Feng intended to make a joke. But suddenly, Xiao Huan tightly embraced his leg, her cheek pressed against him. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Young master, I can teach you how to consummate the marriage now, if you would like." Lin Feng's smile faded as he felt the warmth at his feet. A gentle sigh escaping him. In this era, the fates of maidservants were already determined. A few taels of silver could buy a lifetime, burdening them with heavy household chores while attending to their masters. Sharing the same bed. "Xiao Huan, there are still important matters to attend to. You should rest early." "Oh," Xiao Huan replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Not daring to say more, she quietly helped Lin Feng finish washing and then tiptoed out. Chapter 7. How is it another dream? As night fell, within his dreams, bizarre images gradually unfolded before Lin Feng. This new room, adorned in vibrant red, resembled a carefully decorated maiden, exuding youthful vigor and vitality. A red plush carpet covered the room, soft and warm, that a crimson canopy hung above, resembling a festive cover, both solemn and splendid. Below, candlelight reflecting joyous characters flickered in pairs, swaying gracefully. The air was suffused with a faint floral fragrance, intoxicating and dreamlike, as if one were immersed in a fantastical realm, unwilling to awaken. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, his gaze wandering across the decorations of the bridal chamber, hesitating as he was unsure of which step to take. Yet, ultimately, summoning his courage, he slowly stepped inside. Outside the window, the moonlight was dim and hazy, like a thin veil, failing to compare with the celebratory ambience within. An autumn breeze brushed past the window, bringing a hint of chill, silently infiltrating the room like an unseen hand caressing gently. The red curtains by the window danced in the night wind, resembling graceful dancers. The bedding on the marriage bed appeared as a vast red ocean. The festive atmosphere thick enough to nearly suffocate. On the marriage bed, the sheets were neatly spread, a pristine cloth laid in the center, resembling a blossoming snow lotus. The bright red joyous characters at the head of the bed were particularly striking. Yet to Lin Feng, they became somewhat glaring, akin to a blinding light. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly approached the dressing table, where the reflection in the mirror was dim and serene. Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat as the harrowing nightmare from the previous night surged back into his mind, the bride without features. Her lips curled into crimson fangs. All of this echoed repeatedly in Lin Feng's mind, like a horror film playing on loop. The terrifying events of today only heightened his tension, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in through the window, slicing through the night's stillness like a sharp blade. The red candlelight flickered erratically, instantly brightening and dimming. Ghostly figures seemed to flicker in the dimness, emanating an eerie, mysterious aura that sent shivers down his spine. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy and strange, causing Lin Feng to feel a chill rising from his spine, as if a cold wind had penetrated his bones and reached the depths of his soul. His heart raced, and he hurried towards the window, quickly shutting it with frantic movements. Upon turning around, he was startled to find someone sitting by the bed. The figure was clad in a bright red bridal gown, the intricate patterns on the gown resembling a masterpiece of embroidery. She wore a familiar red veil, her face hidden beneath it, sitting gracefully and silently like a statue frozen in time. "Darling, we have yet to share the cup of wine." The familiar, gentle voice rang out, laced with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Lin Feng's heart tightened suddenly, as if struck by lightning, jolting him awake. Young master, what is the matter with you?" Lin Feng awoke to find Xiao Huan sitting at the bedside, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Instinctively, he glanced around the room. The furnishings remained unchanged, a red candle flickered on the table, and a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. Everything appeared tranquil, yet an unsettling aura permeated the atmosphere. Suddenly, vivid images from a dream flashed through Lin Feng's mind, clear and sharp like a slideshow, refusing to fade away. His heart raced involuntarily, and he gently massaged his temples. Falling into a contemplative silence, observing Lin Feng's demeanor, Xiao Huan was startled and looked at him with deep concern, her eyes filled with compassion. She had been busy throughout the day, remaining oblivious to the recent upheaval until Lin Feng's return. After assisting him with his morning routine, she had encountered other maidens in the courtyard, only then learning of the events that had transpired. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Huan softly comforted Lin Feng. "My lord, no one wishes for such occurrences, yet they have transpired. Lamenting is futile. I am not lamenting," Lin Feng interrupted her. "I am merely afraid." As someone who had just traversed into this unfamiliar world, how could he not feel a sense of dread in the face of the bizarre events that continuously unfolded? Just moments ago, that dream had resurfaced vividly in his mind. Noticing Lin Feng's somber expression, Xiao Huan refrained from saying more, remaining silently by his side. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Xiao Huan as he coldly inquired, "Tell me, is the bride still alive?" Xiao Huan's body trembled involuntarily, her voice quivering as she replied, "My lord, please do not frighten me." Lin Feng fell silent, his mind shrouded in a thick fog of uncertainty that seemed impossible to dispel. He wandered the courtyard for an extended period, attempting to extract answers from his contemplation, yet ultimately found none and returned indoors. However, lying in bed, his mind remained restless, tossing and turning as the nightmare from the previous night and the morning's terror replayed in his thoughts. He had dreamt of a masked bride last night, and this morning he had witnessed her in the flesh. Just moments ago, he had dreamt of her suddenly sitting at the bedside, so vividly real that it chilled him to the bone. Lin Feng could not help but scream. He had never experienced such panic, as if his very soul were being torn apart. And no more of these chaotic thoughts. After calming himself, he endeavored to escape his tumultuous mind. Lin Feng abruptly halted his musings, closing his eyes tightly, forcing himself to plunge into a deeper dream. One sheep, two sheep, how could it be the faceless bride again? Lin Feng felt as though he could no longer bear the pressure. He was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the window was flung open by the night breeze. His heart tightened. He quickly opened his eyes to gaze outside. Yet, there was nothing, only an empty expanse. The moon seemed to have hidden behind the clouds, no longer revealing itself, and the world was engulfed in darkness. Outside, it was pitch black, and he could not see his own hand before his face. The night wind swept through the window ledge, like a ghost flitting through the stillness of the night, emitting a chilling wail. The red curtains danced in the darkness, exuding an eerie aura. The large red wedding characters on the dressing mirror fluttered in the wind, as if they were about to fall, evoking a sense of foreboding. Lin Feng's heart raced. The scene left him breathless. He immediately leaped from the bed, approached the window, and cautiously shut it, securely fastening the latch. The gaps in the window were completely sealed, and at last, the room fell silent, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 clear and strong, like a reminder that he was still alive. Lin Feng tightly closed his eyes, striving for tranquility. Sleep, sleep, let me fall asleep quickly if this continues. My mind cannot withstand it. I will truly go as he returned to bed, just as his eyelids began to droop. He sensed a faint sound emanating from beneath the bed. The noise resembled a small animal sneaking about, or perhaps fingers lightly plucking strings, subtle yet eerie. His heart leaped to his throat, and he opened his eyes in a panic, yet saw nothing. A chill ran through him, as if doused in icy water, instantly bringing clarity. He concluded that it must be a mouse without a doubt. Do not frighten yourself, just sleep. Though Lin Feng's eyes were closed, fear mingled with intrusive thoughts buzzed in his mind like mosquitoes, refusing to dissipate. That moment, the red candle at the bedside flickered unexpectedly. This small movement stirred a tempest within Lin Feng's heart, amplifying his fear as if a tidal wave were crashing over him. Then, a hand slowly emerged from the darkness, groping as if searching for something. Lin Feng's heart raced. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he tightly shut his eyes, unwilling to look yet. The fear surged like a tide. Inescapable. Chapter 8. Comfort. Who is it? in this moment of dire urgency. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. With a swift motion, a hand yanked away the covers that enveloped him, the action as quick as the wind. Following that, a figure abruptly lunged onto him, pinning him to the bed with a weight akin to a mountain pressing down. The room was enveloped in darkness, as black as ink, rendering him unable to see even an inch before him. Lin Feng's heart pounded violently, as if it would burst from his chest. A wave of fear surged through him like a torrent, nearly suffocating him. However, in this critical moment, he raised his head and, disregarding everything, forcefully collided with the unidentified entity atop him. In this confined space, he could find no other weapon. He could only use his head as a means of retaliation. His head felt like a sharp sword, striking fiercely against the mysterious object. He cared not what it was. He only wished to retaliate with all his might. Suddenly, the unknown entity let out a piercing scream. Then, a woman's voice rang out. My lord, it's me." Lin Feng froze, poised to strike again. It's me, and I am Xiao Huan, and my lord, you hurt me. Please let go." The moonlight, gentle as water, quietly spilled onto the windowsill. The two occupants of the room faced each other in silence, the atmosphere awkward yet delicate. Time slipped by unnoticed until Xiao Huan finally broke the silence with a shy voice. "My lord, I was worried that your heart was troubled, so I came to keep you company tonight." "May I?" Xiao Huan's words carried a softness and warmth typical of a young maiden. Upon finishing, she nervously shifted her body, that unintentional gesture subtly radiating an implicit invitation. Lin Feng's hand inadvertently brushed against her delicate little foot, and in an instant, several phrases flashed through his mind. Graceful posture, a touch as soft as air, jade-like toes. If he could savor them delicately, it would surely be an exquisite pleasure. In the bloom of youth. Filled with vigor, Lin Feng found himself stirred by the presence of the young girl sharing his bed. Moreover, this maiden was inherently his, thus he felt no need for restraint. Coupled with the numerous shocks he had endured today, a little release would not be amiss. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon that petite, delicate jade foot, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. He instinctively grasped it, a wave of warmth surging within him. As he gently held it, he noted it was nearly the size of his palm, strikingly lovely. The little foot, cradled in his hand, felt as tender as the finest satin, its texture warm and delicate. Lin Feng's heart quivered gently, an indescribable sensation washing over him, as if he had touched the softest part of life itself. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. This was not a place for indulgence. He must not act recklessly towards this young girl. He had yet to untangle the mess that had ensued since his arrival in this world. "My lord, why are you holding my foot?" Xiao Huan's cheeks flushed crimson. Although her foot was immobile, a delightful tingling coursed through her. Her face, tinted like the dawn, bore a faint rosy hue, and her bright eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and curiosity. Her ankle was held in Lin Feng's grip, though she could not move. That delightful sensation spread through her body like electricity, quickening her heartbeat and hastening her breath. Lin Feng gently cradled Xiao Huan's delicate foot, as if holding a fragile treasure, squeezing it softly as he spoke. "Xiao Huan, I've been pondering. Is she truly dead?" Xiao Huan replied softly, her voice as smooth as silk. "My lord, please accept your grief. Life and death are but cycles." Nevertheless, Lin Feng appeared still troubled, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Yet I have this persistent feeling that she is still alive. It lingers unshakably." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huan's face flushed slightly, reminiscent of the rising sun. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "My lord, please do not dwell on it any longer. Tonight, I can stay by your side. You need only be gentle with me, and that will suffice." Lin Feng, with a touch of exasperation, gently addressed Xiao Huan. "Xiao Huan, we are discussing something of great importance. Could you refrain from being so frivolous?" Xiao Huan, her face full of confusion, asked, "My lord, what does being frivolous mean?" Lin Feng sighed softly, revealing his helplessness. Never mind. You should rest for now." Xiao Huan, wishing to speak further, noticed Lin Feng had already closed his eyes, merely tenderly patting her jade foot to reassure her. "My lord, I am willing to keep you company." With a gentle sigh, Xiao Huan felt a sense of resignation and finally spoke up. My lord." Lin Feng remained with his eyes shut, emitting soft snores. The following morning, as dawn's light remained dim, Lin Bauer arrived early at Lin Feng's small courtyard. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, she carried a tray filled with delicious food. Stepping lightly, she entered, careful not to disturb the slumbering Lin Feng, her voice soft as she called, "Feng Gu, are you awake? Come, have something to eat." Lin Feng felt a gnawing hunger. After a night of wedding festivities that lasted until the midnight hour, coupled with an overwhelming fright, he had endured a tumultuous day. Upon returning, he found solace only in clutching the jade foot of Xiao Huan, allowing him to finally drift into a peaceful slumber. However, this morning, as hunger surged forth, the memories of yesterday flooded his mind, causing his appetite to wane. Noticing his state, Lin Bauer sighed gently, her voice laced with concern as she comforted him. No one wishes for such events to transpire. Yet, since they have, lamentation serves no purpose. Sister Sanger watches over us from the heavens. I'm not grieving. Lin Feng interrupted, candidly admitting, I am afraid. Lin Bauer paused, her voice dropping to a somber whisper, yes, it is indeed frightening. The mere thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Her voice trailed off, as if lacking the courage to elaborate further. Suddenly, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon her, asking, do you think she will come looking for me again? A tremor coursed through Lin Bauer's body as she replied, Feng Gu, please don't frighten me. Lin Feng fell into silence, his eyes distant with worry and fear, as a series of ominous nightmares replayed in his mind. He sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it seemed. After Lin Bauer departed, he lingered in the courtyard for an extended period, his heart heavy with trepidation. Eventually, he returned to his room, burdened by a complex array of emotions. Chapter 9. The Great Martial Academy. Hey, Feng Gu. As Lin Feng stepped into his room, barely settling into his seat, he was met with the urgent, melodious voice of Lin Bauer, accompanied by Captain Liu of the town's guard and a woman. They approached him in a whirlwind of energy. Captain Liu's steps were somewhat heavy, while Lin Bauer's expression was fraught with anxiety, her bright eyes betraying her alarm. Upon Liu's introduction, Lin Feng's body stiffened. The capital? The term struck him like an incantation, unlocking the floodgates of his memories. Vivid recollections surged forth like a relentless tide. The capital lay over 100 miles from Shaolin town, gleaming like a dazzling gem upon the vast landscape, serving as the administrative heart of numerous surrounding towns and villages. Images of the horsemen he encountered in the rear village yesterday flickered in his mind. They appeared to have originated from this resplendent city. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as though he had awakened from a dream, witnessing the vibrant scenes of the capital unfold before him. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, each vying for the attention of passers-by. Some displayed colorful signs, while others showcased an array of bizarre curiosities. The throngs of elegantly dressed individuals bustled about, the men adorned in luxurious garments and precious jade, exuding an air of nobility, while the women donned silks, adorned with jewels, their laughter ringing like music. And there were the majestic palaces, soaring high, glistening in gold and adorned with bright tiles that sparkled under the sun, their crimson walls exuding a dignified aura. All of this felt both distant and intimately familiar. Are you the guard team investigating the incident in the rear village? Lin Feng inquired after a brief pause. The woman raised an eyebrow with a hint of disdain, her smirk radiating an air of superiority as she replied in an imperious tone, What guard team? We are from the Great Martial Academy. The Great Martial Academy? Cultivators? Lin Feng mused, recognizing the academy as a revered sanctuary for practitioners of the Great Martial Dynasty, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, a tranquil paradise imbued with rich spiritual energy that permeated every corner. Within its hallowed halls, practitioners could immerse themselves in focused training, continually enhancing their skills and cultivation levels. The Academy's long and illustrious history boasted a wealth of resources and ancient martial arts secrets, coveted by many aspirants seeking to elevate their strength and reach greater heights. Lin Feng stood momentarily stunned, a jolt of disbelief coursing through him as he murmured, The events in the rear village. Could they not have been the work of a human? The woman scoffed, her laughter tinged with mockery. Of course not. Her tone dripped with unrestrained derision, her gaze seemingly questioning Lin Feng's intellect. After a moment, she added, You visited the rear village yesterday and interacted with its inhabitants. So I have the right to suspect that you may no longer be entirely human. Lin Feng stood frozen, a chill creeping up his spine as icy dread swept over him. His complexion paled, and panic filled his heart as he anxiously asked, what symptoms would one experience if possessed by a demon? The woman chuckled coldly, paranoia, sleepless nights, scaring oneself, and an overwhelming sense of being haunted. Her words fell upon him like a bucket of ice water, deepening his fear. As he quivered slightly, his teeth chattering involuntarily, a tremor coursed through Lin Feng's heart, a flicker of terror igniting in his eyes. Just kidding. I was merely teasing you to see how easily you frighten, she said with a playful smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her gaze. She continued, I've just observed that you don't appear to be afflicted by any demons. I came to invite you to accompany me to the rear village. Her tone carried an undeniable authority, as though issuing a decree that left no room for negotiation. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before hesitantly responding. Might I have some time to consider, my lady? However, she promptly dismissed his request. No, seeking you is not a matter for discussion. After a brief pause, Lin Feng asked, what can I do for you? According to our intelligence, the villagers of the rear village may be under the control of demons and have been dead for several days. You were supposed to witness scenes of bloodshed and devastation upon your arrival. Yet instead, you encountered a welcoming village chief and villagers, even rescuing what should have been a deceased bride from a house that should have collapsed. Therefore, we deduce that you have likely fallen victim to an illusion tailored specifically for you. Lin Feng seized upon the key point, the deceased bride. Are you implying that, indeed, your bride may not be dead? She affirmed. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy with silence. Not dead? At that moment, Lin Feng was once again flooded with the bizarre dreams he had previously experienced. The surreal images flashing through his mind. Perhaps other villagers still lived. Her voice turned hoarse as she continued, we searched the village thoroughly, yet the number of residents was severely diminished. A look of dread flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he could not help but ask, did the demons consume them? The woman shook her head slowly, her eyes reflecting determination. Ordinary demons may prey on humans, but they are not devoid of empathy. We suspect that there may still be survivors hiding in some secluded place, awaiting rescue. Your bride may very well be among them, so what are you hesitating for? Before Lin Feng could respond, the woman seized his arm, urging him insistently, let us go. We must act swiftly to save them. Though fear gripped Lin Feng's heart, he found no justification to refuse. Deep down, he understood that the woman before him was likely a highly skilled practitioner. Even though he felt detached from these events, including the bride he had yet to meet, the notion that the illusion was designed specifically for him compelled him to recall the narratives he had read in novels from his past life. Such scenarios typically heralded both peril and opportunity. As this was a world ripe for cultivation, how could Lin Feng content himself with mediocrity? A fierce desire to transcend the mundane surged within him. Stepping out of the courtyard alongside the woman, he beheld a magnificent steed tethered within the narrow alley. The horse stood tall and powerful, its coat gleaming like polished ebony. The woman deftly patted the horse's flank before effortlessly mounting the saddle. She then extended her hand, commanding, get on. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, she arched an eyebrow, cutting him off before he could speak. With a swift motion, she grasped him and effortlessly lifted him to sit before her. Her graceful figure encasing him securely that moment, their bodies were closely entwined, and Lin Feng felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. His gaze lingered on her form, marveling at the wonders of nature and the allure of this remarkable woman. He silently vowed to one day provide her with a vast expanse of sky to soar beneath. And thus, their journey commenced. The horse proudly raised its neck, trotting briskly through the narrow alley. The crisp sound of its hooves shattered the once serene tranquility of the lane. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the cobblestone path, each glimmer resembling golden fish scales. Sparkling brilliantly, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying a hint of coolness and playfully lifting the strands of the woman's hair, which danced gracefully, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Lin Feng leaned down, firmly grasping the horse's mane, his voice laced with a touch of concern. My lady, are the demons wreaking havoc? As he spoke, a glimmer of inquisitiveness sparkled in his eyes, evidently filled with curiosity. The woman, holding the reins tightly, fixed her determined gaze upon the road ahead, her expression turning grave. You are but a mortal. Knowing too much breeds worry in your heart. It would be wise not to inquire further. Lin Feng turned his head, meeting her gaze. I am not an ordinary individual. The woman paused, appraising him with a scrutinizing glance, before a fleeting smile graced her lips, yet a peculiar light flickered in her eyes, as if she were contemplating something. Nevertheless, she refrained from saying more, silently guiding the horse forward, her figure gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind only the echo of the horse's crisp hooves resonating in the air. Chapter 10. Arrival at the Village, Part 1. Shortly thereafter, the horse came to a gentle halt before a narrow wooden bridge, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. At this moment, although it was the scorching noon, an eerie haze enveloped the surroundings, casting a shadow of darkness upon all that it felt as if an invisible malevolent force silently cloaked this realm, with countless secrets concealed within the heavy, ink-like shadows. Suddenly, several figures emerged like phantoms from the nearby deep woods, among them, one stout individual, with a belly that seemed akin to a large round ball, swayed slightly with each of his steps. Nonchalantly wiping the sweat from his neck, he called out in a mocking tone, "Qingxue, why are you so late? Were you off flirting with a man?" His words dripped with a sense of frivolity that made one furrow their brow. A petite girl beside him stifled a giggle behind her hand, while the others stood silently by the bridge, their eyes piercing as they quietly scrutinized Lin Feng, their gazes brimming with curiosity. Bai Qingxue gracefully dismounted from the horse, her movements fluid and elegant. She helped Lin Feng down as well, ensuring he stood firmly beside her. Her eyes were resolute and proud, akin to winter's frost in the face of their scrutiny. Her expression remained devoid of emotion, cold and haughty. The stout man swaggered closer, squinting his nearly invisible eyes, examining her from head to toe, as if about to speak. However, before he could utter a word, Bai Qingxue's sharp command interrupted him. "Get lost." With a swift motion, she raised her long, straight leg, the tip of her boot aimed directly at his rotund belly, delivering a kick as fierce as a gale. Though the man was portly, he moved with surprising agility, deftly evading her fierce attack like a slippery fish. Angered and embarrassed, his expression contorted into an exaggerated grimace, filled with amusement and derision. Bai Qingxue shot him a disdainful glare, then turned away, striding purposefully towards a long-haired man by the bridge, lowering her voice to say, "Boss, I have observed him closely. He has not been possessed by the demons that slaughtered the village. If he were truly possessed, he would undeniably betray a fierce bloodlust, and he could not maintain such clarity of mind." The short-haired man nodded slightly, his demeanor calm as a still lake, and stated softly, "Let us depart." Subsequently, the group advanced in unison across the trembling wooden bridge. Bai Qingxue approached Lin Feng, her voice gentle. "Lin Feng, do not be anxious. We are right behind you." Hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a modicum of his tension dissipate. Shortly thereafter, the stout man approached with a seemingly amiable smile, his demeanor friendly as he cheerfully inquired, "Hey, groom, how delightful was the bride?" This sudden question left Lin Feng momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. The stout man did not seem perturbed by Lin Feng's silence. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter and continued, "Remember, once we enter the village, you must remain composed and not be swayed by external distractions. Should you encounter villagers, even if your heart is tumultuous, you must feign normalcy and engage with them as if nothing were amiss. Our objective is to uncover the traces of the demons. As long as the illusion reappears, we shall have the opportunity to capture that vile creature." With that, the group continued onward. Lin Feng pressed forward, his gaze firmly fixed upon the ancient village shrouded in thick, ominous fog. The village lay in a heavy silence, as if the gentle breeze had never stirred the air, its atmosphere thick with an oppressive gloom that seemed to spread like a shadow of death, eroding every inch of the land. As they approached the village's entrance, their steps slowed, and all eyes converged upon Lin Feng. He understood that he could not defy their will, and so he inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and steeled himself to venture alone into this mysterious and perilous place. Upon reaching the village's threshold, Lin Feng could not resist glancing back, only to find the figures that had closely followed him had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in that instant. He comprehended that these individuals likely did not genuinely care for his well-being. They were here solely to fulfill their mission. In this moment of peril, he realized he could rely only on his own strength. Suppressing the surging tide of fear within, Lin Feng resolutely advanced step by step. What should have been a sunlit noon was now rapidly engulfed by layers of dark clouds, obscuring the once sapphire sky. The blazing sunlight was entirely blocked, plunging the village into an oppressive darkness. The clouds hung low, resembling heavy lead weights, making it difficult to breathe. All of this seemed to herald the impending arrival of a violent storm. As Lin Feng stepped into the village, he held his breath, treading cautiously, each step taken with care, his eyes sharp and vigilant, scanning the surroundings for even the slightest disturbance. Fear surged within him like a relentless tide. Yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He advanced slowly into the depths of the village, his expression grave and alert. The village lay in eerie silence, devoid of welcoming villagers, and no strange or terrifying sights presented themselves. Everything appeared as it had when he departed the previous day, as if time had come to a standstill, forever frozen in that moment. The houses remained in a state of disarray, their crumbled walls and scattered roofs littering the ground, debris strewn everywhere. The air was still tainted with the nauseating stench of decay. Had the demons truly departed? Were the villagers completely eradicated, leaving no reason to linger and explore? Lin Feng was filled with uncertainty and doubt as he pressed onward, meticulously examining every corner and ruin of the village. He discovered that, although most of the structures had collapsed in the disaster, some resilient life forms still fought to survive amidst the rubble. In forgotten corners, green plants stubbornly thrived, while unknown insects busily scurried through the debris in search of sustenance. Furthermore, he noticed some belongings left behind by the villagers, scattered throughout the ruins. Taking a few more steps forward, Lin Feng began to sense something amiss. This village lay at the base of majestic mountains, with the undulating peaks rising behind it. Logically, there should be many wild beasts roaming the area. Given the numerous deaths that had occurred here, the atmosphere of the village should be thick with the scent of death, palpable and suffocating. Chapter 11. Arrival at the village, Part 2. The wild beasts, with their keen sense of smell, would typically discover this place swiftly and come to scavenge. However, that was not the case. The village was engulfed in an eerie stillness, so quiet it sent chills down one's spine. Not only was there no commotion within the village, but even the surrounding forests remained hauntingly silent, devoid of the roars or footsteps of any wild creatures. This uncanny silence defied all logic. Why was there no stir among the villagers? Why were the wild beasts in the nearby forests so peculiarly quiet? An indescribable sense of oppression began to rise within him, subtly spreading throughout his heart. This feeling caused Lin Feng to unconsciously slow his pace. The only plausible explanation was the ever-present fear of the demon lurking deep within the village, perhaps still watching them from the shadows. Due to the demon's presence, it seemed that the surrounding wild beasts had sensed a certain danger and dared not approach. This thought tightened Lin Feng's nerves once more, quickening his heartbeat. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within. Soon, he arrived at the house where the bride was greeted by day. This once lively abode now lay in utter ruin. The collapse of the houses, the crumbling courtyard walls, and the chaotic scene presented a harrowing sight. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, pausing for a moment before continuing on his way. He traversed every corner of the village, moving from one end to the other. Yet, apart from the shattered remnants and the heavy silence, there were no apparitions or anomalies to be seen. Just as confusion enveloped him, a voice suddenly pierced the air. It was the voice of the woman named by Qingxue. "Go check the bride's house." Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and then turned to approach the dilapidated bride's dwelling. As he walked, his thoughts became a tangled mass. Like disordered threads. At times, he pondered the elusive demon, while at others, he imagined how he would confront the challenges that lay ahead. Soon, Lin Feng found himself once again standing before the entrance of the bride's house. The decrepit door hung ajar, as if silently beckoning him to enter. "Go in," came the commanding voice of the hefty man. The tone was firm and direct, stirring a sense of displeasure within Lin Feng. He felt as though he were being thrust into the role of a vanguard, sent forth to face danger, perhaps even death. This sentiment was profoundly unsettling, as it seemed the others cared little for his fate. Lin Feng lingered at the threshold, hesitating as he contemplated his next move. That moment, the hefty man's voice rang out again. "Kid, don't you want to save your bride? Hurry up and go in. While we cannot enter directly to confront the demon, we will protect you from behind." "What are you afraid of?" Listening to the hefty man's words, Lin Feng paused once more, surveying the collapsed walls and the desolate courtyard. Striving to maintain his composure and vigilance, he tread carefully over the sunken earth and scattered bricks, stepping gingerly into this realm fraught with peril and uncertainty. The once orderly courtyard walls had devolved into heaps of stones and dirt. The air was thick with dust and a faint musty odor, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked within. Those once familiar sights had been reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. Lin Feng's heart surged with emotion as the image of the bride flickered in his mind. Was she still lying beneath the cold debris, silent and unmoving? Or had she found a way to escape amidst the chaos? His bride, the wife he had yet to behold, was she alive or dead? No one could say. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but shattered stones, yet he did not succumb to panic. Alas, she seems to have taken advantage of the turmoil to flee. The hefty man's voice shattered the silence as he emerged from a dilapidated corner, followed by a few others. Their presence seemed to inject a modicum of life into the ruins, albeit one tinged with heaviness. The entire village's populace had perished. What significance remained for it? Was it merely lying in wait for their arrival, to be annihilated by them? Surely, it had long since absconded. The young man shrugged, as if this outcome had been anticipated. Bai Qingxue furrowed her brow, raising a question. However, there may still be a few villagers who survived. If it truly escaped, where could it possibly have gone? The hefty man casually kicked at a broken tile. Speculating, perhaps it lies buried beneath the rubble of some house, unnoticed when those villagers came to inspect during the day, or maybe it was dragged off or consumed by the wild beasts of the mountains. As for the illusion the young man encountered yesterday, it was likely just a coincidence. A disheveled man spoke with a grave demeanor. That possibility does indeed exist. But, suddenly, a sound caught everyone's attention. "What is that noise?" The group fell silent, straining to listen. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the village, faint and indistinct. They exchanged anxious glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Who or what could be producing that sound? Lin Feng's heart raced, and goosebumps rose along his spine. In the eerie stillness, a weak yet persistent cry for help pierced through. "Help me!" The group exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly. Though sympathy welled within them, they hesitated to act. After a long moment, the one referred to as the captain brushed aside his tousled hair and cautiously stepped over the debris, sword in hand, moving slowly towards the source of the plea. The others followed closely, faces etched with wariness. Yet Lin Feng remained rooted in place, not advancing with the group. The captain halted before a pile of broken bricks, listening intently. He then turned to his companions, succinctly advising, "Be cautious. Let us move together." In the oppressive silence, several individuals nodded in agreement. Though each bore different responsibilities, they tacitly maintained a safe distance, ready to support one another at a moment's notice. As they began their advance, they carefully cleared the obstacles before them, gently shifting each brick and tile, fearful of disturbing something hidden beneath. Once the debris was moved, the ground revealed a broken beam, beneath which lay a bloodied woman, helplessly calling out, "Please, help me." Her leg was clearly fractured, twisted into a grotesque position, her agony palpable. Scattered nearby were several corn buns, starkly visible amid the carnage. Despite the dire circumstances, she clung to life, her cries echoing in desperation. After a thorough examination, the group exchanged knowing glances. Outwardly, nothing appeared amiss, yet their vigilance remained unwavering. Chapter 12. The demon. The hefty man suddenly lunged forward, brandishing his gleaming blade towards the fallen woman. She turned her head with great effort, tears pooling in her eyes, her voice trembling with endless pleading. "Please, save me." The long-haired man stepped forward with a steady gait, inquiring, "What has happened in the village? What did you witness?" Fear flooded the woman's eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Her lips quivered as she stammered, "It was a monster, a terrifying monster. Describe it in detail." "What kind of monster was it?" The hefty man's eyes sparkled with urgency as he pressed for answers. The woman struggled to form a coherent response, her lips quaking even more violently, unable to utter a complete word. She seemed to attempt to move her unresponsive body, but any slight motion sent her into convulsions, her face contorting in pain, her features nearly collapsing into one another. She stared wide-eyed, filled with dread and despair. Her gaze helplessly fixated on her crushed leg, the excruciating pain causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The long-haired man, witnessing this harrowing scene, slowly produced a delicate vial from his pocket, carefully uncapping it, and gently sprinkling the powdered medicine over her bleeding wounds. His movements were practiced and gentle, as though handling a precious artifact, yet the heavy beam pinning the woman remained immovable. "Help me," the woman gasped, her face pale as parchment, her voice barely a whisper, desperately pleading for salvation from the depths of her torment. Yet her cries fell upon deaf ears, as if they had plummeted into an abyss, without eliciting any response. The man stood there, his expression inscrutable, his gaze deep as the ocean, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Bai Qingxue suddenly turned her attention towards Lin Feng, asking, "You are from this village too. Do you recognize her?" At her words, the others turned their gazes towards Lin Feng as if under a spell. Lin Feng's memories of the village were still a blur, devoid of clarity, yet he inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to approach the woman slowly. As he drew closer, Lin Feng scrutinized her features, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. He furrowed his brow tightly, focusing intently, attempting to excavate even a fragment of useful insight from the chaotic depths of his memory. During the daylight hours spent in the village to fetch the bride, he had seemingly encountered this haggard, middle-aged woman within a dreamlike scenario. "Dio, you know her?" The hefty man's voice betrayed an evident impatience. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he redirected his gaze to the woman who was desperately struggling on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Yesterday, while I was in the village to fetch the bride, I saw her in that illusory setting." Upon hearing this, the already tense atmosphere plummeted to a chilling low. The expressions of several individuals darkening as if shrouded by a heavy gloom. At that moment, the long-haired man, who had remained silent up to this point, abruptly raised his sword, his face draining of color. Panic evident in his voice as he shouted, "This is bad." "She has vanished." The group gasped in shock, swiftly turning to look, only to find that the woman, once pinned beneath the beam, had inexplicably disappeared without a trace, as though she had never existed. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not scatter." The urgent call shattered the brief silence, sending shivers through the group. The air thickened with tension, suffocating in its weight. Before the words had fully escaped, a menacing claw suddenly emerged from behind the long-haired man, lunging toward him with lightning speed. "Heads up!" Amidst a collective gasp, at this critical juncture, the long-haired man, with remarkable swiftness, brandished his sword with fervor. Narrowly deflecting a lethal strike, in a voice strained to the brink, he bellowed, "Run! This is a demon from the realm of divine wandering." The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of shock reverberated through the crowd, akin to startled birds taking flight, as they turned in unison and fled in a frenzied scatter. In that instant when the long-haired man faced the assault, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He bolted towards the outskirts of the village. Deep down, Lin Feng understood that no one here would care for his life or death. He could not afford to waver for even a moment. However, he was not a cultivator. His frail physique impeded his speed, and soon enough, the few individuals from the great martial academy left him far behind, akin to wild horses breaking free. These martial artists, each deft and swift, easily outpaced Lin Feng, leaving him engulfed in despair. Yet he was unwilling to accept his demise so readily. He inhaled deeply, his muscles tensing as he pressed on. At that moment, Lin Feng beheld the long-haired man's wrist flicker, and the gleaming sword shot forth from its sheath with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, a cold gleam streaked across the night sky, as the sword's tip mercilessly pierced the body of a petite girl ahead of him. Her steps suddenly halted as if shackled by iron weights. Time seemingly frozen in that heartbeat. Her figure lingered motionless on the path, her eyes wide with disbelief, her expression a portrait of shock and incredulity. The individuals ahead, captivated by this sudden turn of events, snapped out of their panic, halting abruptly, their faces etched with astonishment as they turned to gaze in this direction. A heavy weight settled in Lin Feng's heart, as the instinct to survive propelled him to dart past them without a second thought. His pace quickening as he fled desperately towards the village outskirts. "Boss, one of your companions appears to wish to say something," yet before the words could escape, they were rendered speechless by the horrifying sight before them. The girl slowly turned, her gaze piercing through the figure of the long-haired man, her eyes filled with profound disbelief and endless despair. Then, a chilling spectacle unfolded. A thick fog erupted from the man's chest. From a ghastly wound, a pitch-black claw emerged, its tips sharp as hooks, glinting with an eerie and sinister light. Within its grasp lay a still-beating crimson heart, its rhythm echoing the final gasps of life. The long-haired man's countenance twisted grotesquely, his once mighty aura dissipating like a receding tide. The girl's mouth fell agape, her eyes bulging like brass bells, petrified in place. Witnessing this scene, the remaining onlookers stood frozen. Their minds blank in utter shock. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, two more sinister claws shot forth from the blood mist, instantly piercing through the girl's chest, completely impaling her. Her body froze, suspended in time. Unable to move even a fraction, the remaining witnesses, acutely aware of the grim reality, comprehended that their chances of survival were dwindling to almost nothing. United in rage, they shouted in unison, their voices brimming with fury and resolve. Launching a final assault against the demon, the stout man raised his heavy blade high, his eyes wide with fervor, unleashing a series of fierce roars as he swung his weapon with all his might. Bai Qingxue, wielding dual swords with elegance, danced through the air like a swift swallow, her strikes precise and imbued with a chilling intent, aimed directly at the demon before her. The ferocity of her swordplay seemed capable of severing all that existed in this world. Yet, the demon merely scoffed with disdain, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear with unimaginable speed, hurtling towards the trio. Its obsidian claws slashed forth with the swiftness of a tempest, rendering escape impossible. Upon witnessing the demon's ferocious assault, the stout man's anger ignited to a blaze. Gripping his blade tightly, he charged forward recklessly, intent on cleaving through the embodiment of evil itself. Just as he believed his blade would find its mark, the demon's form dissipated like a wraith, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, unable to trust their own eyes. However, Bai Qingxue reacted with astonishing speed. She leapt gracefully as if dancing, deftly evading the demon's lethal strike. In a swift motion, she delivered a powerful kick to the stout man, propelling him away. This sequence of events transpired with such rapidity that it left little room for reaction. A thunderous crash reverberated, as if the very air around them trembled under the weight of this formidable force. All gazes turned toward the source, witnessing the stout man's body launched as if struck by an invisible giant, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, in a most chilling turn, the sinister figure of the demon materialized silently in the space where the stout man had once stood. A scene unfolding too rapidly for the onlookers to process. In an instant, three figures surrounded it like tigers descending from the mountain, their weapons whirling with the ferocious wind, unleashing a torrent of relentless attacks upon the demon. Blades flashed, swords danced, and staffs howled, each strike infused with the might of thunder, as if they could rend the evil creature to shreds at any moment. However, just as this seemingly inevitable assault was about to connect, the demon's form shimmered like an elusive mirage, effortlessly slipping through the gaps in their formation. Its movements were ghostly swift, nearly impossible to capture. With a flicker, it glided past one of the combatants, its lethal claws piercing through his chest with merciless precision. Blood splattered in the wake of the demon's motion, as the man's eyes widened, lips trembling as if to utter something, but ultimately, only a faint sigh escaped him before he collapsed into a pool of crimson. The stout man and Bai Qingxue stood aghast, rendered speechless by the gruesome spectacle, witnessing their companions fall one by one. A tide of deep-seated terror and despair swelling within them. They understood with stark clarity that today, they might truly be destined to remain in this forsaken place forever. Lin Feng, bearing witness to this harrowing scene, could not restrain his exclamations of despair. What a cursed fate! This is beyond infuriating. Chapter 13. The Bride of Dreams Run. The stout man decisively turned to flee, his arms stained with blood. A sight most harrowing. Unbeknownst to him when he had sustained his injuries, it did not hinder his speed. Although his form was cumbersome, he surged ahead, quickly surpassing Lin Feng. Bai Qingxue, wielding her twin swords with grace, followed closely, leaping effortlessly as if she were a delicate swallow, swiftly leaving Lin Feng behind. Just as they crossed a precarious wooden bridge, the chilling sound of the demon's sinister laughter and the rapid pounding of pursuing footsteps echoed behind them. A macabre symphony that sent shivers down their spines. "Hurry, mount the horse!" The stout man reacted with alacrity, nimbly leaping onto his steed, delivering a sharp blow to its flank. The horse, startled, galloped forth like an arrow released from its bow. In this dire moment, Bai Qingxue remained remarkably composed, skillfully vaulting onto the horse's back. She could not help but glance back at the young man trailing behind, her eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. As if caught in an internal struggle, the stout man suddenly turned, shouting loudly, "Qingxue, do not choose the path of self-destruction. Hold on to that boy, we can buy ourselves some time. Tomorrow, we shall gather more allies and return to confront it." A fleeting shadow of sympathy crossed Bai Qingxue's face, but soon her gaze hardened with resolve. She understood that there were no alternatives left. It was a matter of either fleeing swiftly or perishing alongside the youth behind her. Without further hesitation, she lashed the whip against the horse's rear, not casting a backward glance. The horse, feeling the sting, galloped even faster. The demon, relentless in its pursuit, leaped forth, positioning itself before Lin Feng. Its eyes gleamed with malevolence, saliva dripping from its maw, as if it had marked Lin Feng as its next meal. Surrounded by encroaching darkness, which seemed boundless, the air thickened with the palpable scent of death and fear, suffocating him, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, Lin Feng chose not to shut his eyes, awaiting the arrival of his demise. As the demon descended, Lin Feng abruptly twisted his body, channeling all his strength into this singular motion, propelling himself forward with a frantic urgency. Behind him, the demon's ghastly laughter echoed, reminiscent of an owl's eerie call, sending chills down his spine. The nauseating stench of decay enveloped him like a shroud, almost suffocating. However, Lin Feng was just an ordinary person. How could he outrun the demon? In that fleeting moment, the demon closed in, its claws brushing against his chest. No, Lin Feng roared defiantly, he could not perish here. He had just arrived in this world, yet to embark on his adventures, how could he so easily relinquish life? Lin Feng understood that life and death hinged upon this very moment. The icy fingertips sliced through Lin Feng's skin, sharp as a blade of ice. The pitch-black claws sought to pierce his chest, as if the shadow of death loomed above him. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the demon's mouth. Preparing to extract his heart in that instant, Lin Feng felt the chilling breath of death, as if the grim reaper whispered in his ear. The sound of his heartbeat reverberated in Lin Feng's ears. Akin to a drumbeat, pounding heavily against his eardrums, he felt no pain. The only sensation was a pervasive cold. This cold spread from the depths of his heart, like a frozen wind, sweeping through his entire being. His heart, once a source of warmth and strength, now felt as if it were encased in ice, utterly frigid. His thoughts froze, and time seemed to stand still. He could only muster all his strength to slightly move his pupils, helplessly gazing at the demon's claws inching closer to his chest. His black hair danced in the blood rain, and Lin Feng sensed something slipping away from him. It was a feeling all too familiar. Initially fear, worry, and dread, but soon, even Lin Feng could not articulate what it was. His heartbeat slowed further, the demon's fingertips seemingly grazing his heart, as if to dissect it entirely. Lin Feng stood there, oblivious, while the shadow behind him began to ripple. Suddenly, the surroundings were enveloped in a crimson glow, accompanied by a gentle female voice wafting through the air. "Get away." The demon's movement halted instantly, as if obeying an order, its once sharp claws suspended in midair. The abyss-like shadow appeared as if the earth had split open. Looking down, one could see boundless black hair surging upward like a tide of ink. Facing the demon, Lin Feng was unaware of what transpired behind him. This was the first time he heard the woman's voice. Just those two simple words reignited hope within him. Lin Feng's state of mind shifted from rigidity to vitality. His heart, which had been nearly overtaken by fear, suddenly thumped strongly. Lin Feng had been attacked by the demon, and on his chest, a wound deep down to the bone appeared, blood gushing forth ceaselessly. as his strength waned. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if on the brink of collapse. However, just as he was about to lose consciousness, he unexpectedly felt a familiar chill on his back. This chill did not instill fear. Rather, it felt like a long-lost embrace. Warm and comforting. Lin Feng reached back to explore, his fingertips grazing something cold, while his palm was stained red with blood. That moment, several vibrant red tendrils appeared quietly at his wound, skillfully wrapping around his arm, gently covering the injury and gradually stitching together the deep gash. Lin Feng felt as if he traversed the river of time, slowly turning around, and to his astonishment, he beheld a woman clad in red, standing quietly not far behind him. Her attire, to be precise, was a wedding gown. This was none other than the faceless bride who had appeared repeatedly in his dreams. Yet at this moment, the faceless bride resembled a fresh bud under moonlight. Akin to a delicate flower covered in snow, her countenance ethereal and otherworldly. Though her complexion was pale, devoid of any color, it only accentuated her beauty, untouched by the dust of the world. With a pointed face, elongated brows, and exquisitely delicate features, she was supremely beautiful. The blood-red rivers on her wedding gown flowed like the marks of time, and her flawless, exquisite visage tilted slightly upward, as if anticipating something. "I at you," Lin Feng whispered softly, as if confirming an impossible dream. He raised his arm slowly, striving to muster his last bit of strength, to gently caress her shoulder. It was an intense longing. He seemed to wish to embrace her. Yet his body had grown too feeble to accomplish even this simple action. His pale lips parted slightly, and Lin Feng found himself uttering the words, "It wants to kill me." That moment, several blood-red tendrils, as if summoned by an unseen force, supported Lin Feng's body. The woman in the wedding gown gently extended her arms, bearing a rare tenderness, passing through him as she stepped out from behind Lin Feng. The warmth vanished from her face, replaced by an endless killing intent. Her blood-red eyes churned with a sea of blood, akin to an unfathomable abyss, brimming with terror and ferocity. Countless blood-red tendrils viciously pierced the demon's body, as if obliterating the grim reaper, mercilessly tearing apart the demon's form. Flesh and blood were severed from the demon, and in an instant, it transformed into a puddle of putrid flesh, oozing with foulness. Revolting to behold, yet the horror and stench of it all could not overshadow the gentle aura emanating from the woman. Standing there in her wedding gown, her gaze was as tender as flowing water, fixed upon Lin Feng, though within that gaze lingered a hint of stubbornness. Lin Feng could no longer hold on and slipped into complete unconsciousness. Chapter 14. The unfathomable scroll's moonlight filtered through the clouds, cascading down like watered eye in the mountains. All was silent, the surroundings so quiet one could almost hear the faintest breath of their own heart. Within the depths of a secluded cave, Lin Feng fell into a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the world around him. Surrounding him was a growing, profound light, a light that seemed capable of delving into the depths of the soul, pulsing in tandem with his emotional fluctuations. Becoming ever more brilliant and dazzling, in the depths of his dream, Lin Feng encountered once again the demon that had caused him immense suffering and fear. This time, faced with the demon's relentless pursuit, he no longer fled. Instead, he resolutely confronted it, repeatedly pushing the demon back with unwavering tenacity, ultimately standing firm before it. Gradually, the demon's visage began to blur, slowly transforming into Lin Feng's own likeness. In this pivotal moment, Lin Feng's mood calmed, akin to the still surface of a lake. This was not solely due to his victory over the terrifying demon in the dream, but also because he had successfully conquered the fears deep within his heart. Overcoming the long-standing hesitation and weakness, an indescribable subtle feeling quietly arose within Lin Feng's heart, as if at this moment, he deeply sensed that nothing in the world could compel him to submit. In reality, a radiant red light erupted from Lin Feng, akin to a brilliant flame in full bloom. This red light emanated from the bride, flowing from her in an unending stream, dancing gracefully in the air like a vibrant ribbon swaying in the wind. Subsequently, the red light poured into Lin Feng's Baihui point like water, vanishing without a trace, as if perfectly merging with his blood, becoming one with him. Once the red light dissipated, the bride transformed into countless brilliant points of light, dazzling like a magnificent galaxy, gradually fading into the air, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance. Simultaneously, an ancient and desolate aura of wildness descended abruptly, akin to relentless waves crashing fiercely and a raging snowstorm rampaging indiscriminately, rendering anyone standing before it utterly insignificant. This aura seemed to transcend the eons, carrying an undeniable majesty and weight, evoking a sense of reverence and the instinct to bow in worship, as the red light gradually faded. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, his heart still racing. He had been awakened by that overwhelming presence, akin to a mountain flood, surging forth with unstoppable force. Once he regained his composure, Lin Feng revealed a wry smile, reluctantly admitting to himself that he had been so thoroughly rattled by a dream. A rather comical situation indeed. Rubbing his face, he quickly became fully awake, the fragments of his memories before losing consciousness replaying in his mind like a captivating film. Swiftly surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a cave. The cave was suffused with a faint aroma of stone milk, the air thick with moisture, as if one could wring water from it. Surrounding rocks were covered in lush green moss, thick and plush, exuding an ancient, timeless charm. Lin Feng instinctively stood up, and in his haste, he inadvertently kicked the ground. However, in that unintended motion, he suddenly felt something amiss. His brow furrowing involuntarily, filled with confusion as he turned to gaze at the stone he had kicked away. His lips parted slightly as he murmured, "This stone seems a bit off," filled with puzzlement. Lin Feng bent down cautiously to pick up the object he had mistaken for a stone, lightly touching it with his fingers, and was taken aback by the discovery. For he found that this so-called stone was as soft as cotton, lacking the hardness expected of a stone. Puzzled, he wondered how a stone could be so pliable. This question prompted him to toss the peculiar object casually, yet he never anticipated that such a simple action would provoke an unexpected dilemma. The object floated through the air like a hefty book, its pages fluttering wildly in the wind. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, even forgetting to catch it. The object unexpectedly fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the object opened strangely, transforming into a book, lying quietly on the ground. How did this stone turn into a book? Lin Feng mused, perplexed, as he bent down to retrieve this mysterious item. Upon touching it, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. As he picked it up and flipped through a few pages, he was astonished to find that the pages bore no text, remaining entirely blank. Even more bewildering was that when he attempted to tear the pages, they remained unscathed. Lin Feng speculated, could it be that he had encountered the legendary golden finger of traversing dimensions? This revelation was both amusing and infuriating, yet it greatly piqued his curiosity and anticipation. However, what purpose could this wordless book possibly serve? Lin Feng casually flipped through the pages, only to find them utterly devoid of content. Instinctively, he turned to the first page, his gaze fixated on the blank, unwritten surface, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps he might uncover something within its emptiness. After a brief interval, Lin Feng was astonished to perceive subtle changes manifesting on the pages before him. Just as he concentrated intently on observing, the desolate aura that had emerged from his dreams surged forth once more like a tempest. Gradually, several golden characters and a few lines of smaller text became clear within his sight. The heavenly tome. Initial trials awakening the long sky at dawn. Laughter echoes as pearls fall. Fair skin futilely giving birth to white bones. Better than the sword's howl in the cold waters of the E. This force struck Lin Feng's heart like an unrelenting storm, compelling him to instinctively snap the book shut, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an invisible power. After several deep breaths, he gradually managed to calm his racing heart. Lin Feng was uncertain what astonishing secrets lay concealed within this tome, yet he understood that it might signify a new beginning on his path of cultivation. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng slowly reopened the pages. This time, he was immediately captivated by the golden characters on the first page. It dawned on him that this was no mere dream, as time quietly passed. The text on the second page grew increasingly legible. With blood as the guide, the indomitable soul, blood returns to its place, immortal and indestructible. The bold, blood-red characters dominated the entire page, imparting an overwhelming sense of supremacy. As if proclaiming, in heaven and earth, I alone stand unrivaled. These 16 characters were straightforward, and Lin Feng understood them instantly. Was it not simply a matter of using his own blood to affirm his allegiance? This was a procedure he was all too familiar with, having read countless fantasy novels in his previous life. What concerned Lin Feng was the unknown origin of this artifact. If it were a meticulously crafted trap, would he not be walking into his own demise? However, this thought flitted past him like a fleeting shadow, and Lin Feng soon chuckled, recalling the adage, "Risk and opportunity coexist." Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. With his decision made, Lin Feng immediately acted without hesitation, following the instructions laid out in the book, which required him to draw blood as a catalyst. With a mindset of experimentation, he gritted his teeth, pierced his finger, and let his blood drip, drop by drop, onto the first page of the tome. Initially, there was no remarkable reaction as the blood fell upon the pages, but as time progressed, layers of faint red light began to emanate from the book. Due to Lin Feng's pre-existing health issues, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His blood continued to flow, and the radiance from the pages intensified. Chapter 15. The opening of meridians and the protracted wait. Lin Feng felt as though he were ensnared in a deep, dark abyss, his consciousness nearly fading, on the brink of collapsing onto the ground. However, a remarkable transformation finally unfolded on the pages before him. The red light began to contract slowly, then, a blinding flash of red light pierced through the swirling darkness. Lin Feng strained to remain awake, his eyes unblinking, fully focused on the scene. Within that black vortex, a smooth, gleaming red object began to rise gradually. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that there was indeed something hidden within the pages. Though he had felt a spark of anticipation when deciding to draw blood, he had never dared to hope for success in truth. Yet, the unfolding reality before him clearly demonstrated that those words were not mere fabrications. Blood is the guide. Blood returns to its place. Lin Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. What manner of blood entity would this be? His face was as pale as parchment, yet he remained captivated, his gaze unwavering. Moments later, the smooth, radiant object fully manifested before him, and he could not help but swallow hard. Even with his vivid imagination, he could never have envisioned that the blood entity would take such an extraordinary form. Before him sat a skeletal figure, nearly matching his own height, seated in a meditative posture as if immersed in profound contemplation. Each bone emanated an alluring crimson glow, its brilliance illuminating the entire dim cavern. As the red light from the pages gradually faded, tranquility returned once more. The mysterious skeleton filled Lin Feng with curiosity and astonishment. The blood-red glow reflected upon Lin Feng's pallid face, rendering him even more fragile and weak. Cautiously, he extended his hand and gently touched the skeleton. Suddenly, an overwhelming and suffocating force surged from the skeleton, binding Lin Feng's body as if ensnared by invisible shackles. Then, a torrent of searing heat erupted from the skeleton. Rushing into Lin Feng's being like a mighty river, he instantly felt an immense power surging within him, as if it sought to break free and obliterate everything in its path. This sensation filled him with both fear and uncontainable excitement. He could not discern the source of this power, but he was acutely aware that his life was on the brink of monumental transformation. Was this not the tale spun in countless novels? As the scorching tide flowed in, Lin Feng sensed an unusual oscillation. A skull collided forcefully with his body, and crimson light burst forth, dazzling like a myriad of stars. The blood-hued skull transformed into countless fine particles of light. Swiftly permeating through his pores, in that moment, he experienced an unbearable pain, one that surpassed any prior ordeal, as if a sharp blade had mercilessly pierced deep into his very marrow, rendering him unable to endure. Lin Feng's scream shattered the stillness of the valley, his anguish echoing like the heart-wrenching cries of a wounded beast. As he collapsed to the ground, his body contorted like a boiled shrimp. Convulsing violently, his face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. The anguished cries reverberating within the cave sent nearby beasts fleeing in terror. Yet, as time slowly progressed, Lin Feng was elated to find that the excruciating pain was gradually subsiding. His spirit rejuvenated, restoring a semblance of vitality. The returning calm within him offered a glimmer of solace. After lying on the ground for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally managed to stand. albeit with great difficulty. The previous ordeal had drained all his strength, and he felt immensely weakened. Reflecting on the experiences of the past hour, Lin Feng felt as though he had traversed a surreal dream. Struggling to believe that all of this was indeed real, he discreetly pinched himself, feeling the sharp sting of reality. With a casual motion, he swung his fists, the sound of his bones cracking resonating like a melodious symphony. Delightful and harmonious, as if they could compose an exquisite melody. Upon realizing the extraordinary changes within his body, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. He extended his fist without hesitation, striking a nearby stone, which shattered instantaneously into countless fragments under the might of his newfound strength. Lin Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment, never having anticipated that the skeletal entity within him could bestow such formidable power. In his mind, he gained a clearer understanding of the levels of cultivation. The stages unfolded as opening meridians, chi movement, and divine travel, among others. Through his recent practice, he had successfully activated his body's 8 meridians, indicating his entry into the opening meridian stage. As for which tier of the opening meridian stage he currently occupied, that remained uncertain. Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction in his progress, thinking to himself that he had indeed encountered a remarkable opportunity. In comparison to the protagonists of novels, he seemed to hold his own. With this thought, he was filled with unparalleled joy, realizing that a fine steed deserves a fine saddle, and a hero deserves a beautiful companion. At last, he too could achieve something significant. However, the thought of the treasure he had inadvertently acquired resurfaced, and he searched around for quite some time without success. Just as anxiety began to creep in, he felt an unusual stir within his body, and the treasure suddenly appeared before him, dropping to the ground. Lin Feng stood frozen, staring blankly as he picked up the treasure, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Suddenly, the treasure mysteriously vanished from his grasp, leaving him agape in astonishment. When he summoned it again, he could clearly sense its presence. This scene resembled a magician performing an enigmatic trick, yet to Lin Feng, it carried an air of solemnity and gravity, for he genuinely felt that this book could integrate into his very being according to his will. This sensation filled him with exhilaration, albeit accompanied by an undercurrent of unease. With his current feeble strength, how could he safeguard such a precious artifact? While the wordless tome could be concealed within him, minimizing exposure, Lin Feng could not shake the persistent feeling of unease that lingered in his heart. He understood that only through relentless cultivation and the enhancement of his strength could he truly protect what belonged to him. This unwavering conviction solidified his resolve. He vowed to exert every effort in his training to become stronger. As for the bride, she had long been cast aside in the depths of his mind. Having gained previous experience, Lin Feng approached the task with newfound familiarity. His eyes widened in eager anticipation as he stared at the blood-red pages. After a brief pause, just as the gilded characters had appeared on the first page, they slowly materialized once more, the heavenly tome. Opening meridians, Lin Feng's emotions inevitably surged, mirroring his earlier suspicions. Events were unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his entire focus towards the cultivation method for opening the meridians. In an instant, the written words seemed to come alive, leaping off the page and rushing into Lin Feng's mind. After a moment of exhilaration and shock, Lin Feng gradually closed his eyes, concentrating intently on absorbing and comprehending the knowledge flooding into his consciousness. In truth, there was no need for deliberate digestion. The knowledge accompanying the words was already presented with utmost clarity in his mind. With a mere thought, that knowledge would instantly materialize, not only comprehensible in its entirety but also readily applicable. Blending seamlessly within him, this was indeed the opening meridians chapter. Lin Feng softly murmured, discovering that he was indeed holding a fragment of a cultivation method, as well as a compendium of martial arts. Initially, he had merely flipped through the wordless book, curious to see if it contained any substance. Yet he found that he could not comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. Resigned, Lin Feng set aside his other tasks and devoted himself entirely to the study and cultivation of this enigmatic technique. He became immersed in it, as if time had frozen, lost in the tranquility that had lingered for so long. The surroundings were enveloped in silence so profound that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The sounds of the forest had ceased entirely, leaving an eerie stillness. he swiftly navigated through the woods, moving with urgency. After half an hour, he finally returned to the familiar path. He continued along the trail. Venturing into the dark forest, the woods, shrouded in night, appeared particularly sinister and foreboding, with the occasional terrifying cries of wild beasts sending chills down one's spine. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Lin Feng dared not pause even for a moment. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, he suddenly heard a loud shout as he passed through a thicket. "Who goes there?" Chapter 16. The return journey. Lin Feng's heart jolted violently, as if struck by a thunderous bolt that reverberated through his very soul, causing him to become as rigid as a statue. He quickly turned around, entering a heightened state of alert. However, upon recognizing the figure approaching, he was momentarily stunned into silence. The other person's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to Lin Feng's face, their eyes wide with astonishment. The sheer terror etched on their features was unmistakable, and after a brief pause, they stammered, "How is it possible that you are still alive?" In that suffocating moment, several figures hurriedly emerged from the winding paths of the forest. Their outlines became increasingly distinct in the faint moonlight. One individual, upon casting a fleeting glance at Lin Feng, became as still as if entranced, their eyes filled with wonder and disbelief. Among this group were Bai Qingxue and the stout fellow. Bai Qingxue's beauty remained refreshingly ethereal in the night, while the portly figure was particularly conspicuous in the crowd, resembling a massive hill that drew attention. The gazes of the group converged upon Lin Feng, leaving them all momentarily frozen in place. It was the stout man who had posed the earlier question. "A passing hero saved me." Upon seeing them, Lin Feng's taut nerves relaxed slightly as he slowly began to explain. The stout man's eyes widened like copper bells, his face a canvas of incredulity. "When we left, we clearly saw that demon pouncing upon you. How could you possibly have escaped in such a short time?" As he questioned, the stout man tightened his grip on his weapon, his knuckles turning white with tension, his face a mask of vigilance. Lin Feng himself felt that surviving such a perilous encounter was nothing short of a miracle. Fortunately, he had meticulously prepared various explanations for such situations on his way back. Naturally, he chose to omit the events that transpired in the cave. After listening to Lin Feng's account, Bai Qingxue's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she studied him for a long while before asking, "Do you remember what that person looked like?" Lin Feng shook his head. The night was as dark as ink, and that individual moved with the swiftness of lightning, vanishing without a trace after dispatching the demon. "How did he manage to kill it? Tell me in detail," the stout man commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Lin Feng glanced at him and slowly replied, "That demon was merely touched by that person, and in an instant, it shattered into countless fragments." Upon hearing this, the stout man's expression turned skeptical, yet when he saw Lin Feng indicate the spot where the demon had perished, a hint of relief washed over his face. They had just meticulously examined the demon's corpse moments ago. Bai Qingxue's gaze was filled with regret as she silently regarded Lin Feng, her lips quivering as if she wished to say something. But ultimately, she held her tongue. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. However, as his eyes swept over the village at the back of the mountain, Bai Qingxue's expression dimmed, and she sighed softly, her breath laden with helplessness and sorrow. Lin Feng observed the figures before him, offering a slight bow, before resolutely turning to leave. He had once harbored hopes of forging bonds with these individuals, wishing to rely on their strength, yet it became evident that they were not as dependable as he had imagined. In this world fraught with unknown dangers and formidable challenges, the only true reliance lay within oneself. Only by becoming immensely powerful could one hope to stand firm in this brutal reality. Fortunately, he had embarked on the path of cultivation. Noticing Lin Feng's exhausted state, Bai Qingxue approached, leading her horse, and spoke softly, "The journey ahead is long on foot alone. You will surely not reach the town before dawn." The stout man frowned at this, muttering a few words under his breath before also taking up his horse. Lin Feng was indeed utterly fatigued. Should he attempt to return alone, he might not arrive until the following afternoon. Acknowledging this, he nodded gratefully, "Thank you. Let us go." The stout man swiftly mounted his horse, calmly uttering these words, and then led the group onward. The return journey was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to speak. Clearly, the abrupt turn of events had cast a heavy pall over everyone's spirits, as the night gradually receded and dawn began to break. the group finally arrived at the town. The lights of the town appeared particularly warm and soft in the morning light, reflecting the fatigue and hopes for the future etched on each face. I, in the moment of parting, by Qingxue, atop her steed, looked at Lin Feng with sincerity and deep regret, saying, "I sincerely apologize for everything that transpired earlier." Lin Feng replied with a calm demeanor, "I understand." He was acutely aware that their relationship was tenuous at best. Why would the other party risk their own safety for his sake? The stout man turned his head, his expression grave as he cautioned, "What we encountered today must not be spoken of lightly when we return." Lin Feng remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the courtyard, the delicate flowers swayed gently in the soft breeze. Lin Feng took a refreshing bath, washing away the dust and fatigue of his journey. The clear droplets trickled down his face, seemingly carrying away all his weariness. He then stepped into his room and collapsed onto the bed. Although he had intended to practice, the moment he lay down, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness surged over him like a relentless tide, rendering him powerless to resist. He wearily closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, it was already afternoon. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, gently caressing his face, creating a sense of comfort and tranquility. He stretched languidly, relishing the lightness and ease of his body. The air in the room was infused with a fresh and pleasant fragrance. Since only Lin Bayer had been aware of Lin Feng's abduction, and Bai Qingxue had clearly instructed her not to divulge anything to others. The other members of the Lin family mistakenly believed that Lin Feng was melancholic due to the bride's matter and had not slept all night, thus refraining from disturbing him. After freshening up, Lin Feng was treated to a sumptuous meal prepared by Xiao Huan. After dining, Lin Feng instructed Xiao Huan, "I will be reading in my room this afternoon. Please lock the courtyard door when you go out, and do not let anyone disturb me." Xiao Huan obediently nodded. Once back in his room, Lin Feng casually picked up a book to feign studying, but once Xiao Huan departed, he eagerly retrieved the manual on the meridian opening technique and the martial arts classic. Delving into them with focused intensity, he began by perusing the principles of the meridian opening technique. The path of cultivation should commence with foundational theories. Lin Feng meticulously read from the first page, savoring each word and sentence. The content was rich and detailed, encompassing not only the fundamental principles of cultivation but also numerous arcane mysteries concerning alien races. After turning the last page, Lin Feng fell into a prolonged contemplation, gaining a deeper and more profound understanding of the world around him. The demonic heart concealed itself within the world, lurking deep within the human psyche, taking on various forms. Some dissipated on their own. Others lingered within the human body for long periods. Some coexisted peacefully with humanity, while others could manipulate humans, even entirely seizing their bodies and minds. Once the demonic heart spiraled out of control, it could dictate the fate of its host. Subsequently, it would consume the host's consciousness, transforming them entirely into a being of pure demonic essence. However, there were also those who, under the influence of the demonic energy, willingly succumbed to become members of the demon race. Cultivators relied on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, nourishing and tempering their bodies and souls. They opened the 8 extraordinary meridians, thereby elevating their cultivation to new heights. The path of creation is divided into 8 stages, each corresponding to the 8 meridians of the human body. After undergoing a profound transformation, cultivators began to sense the chi of heaven and earth, gradually enhancing their realms. Chapter 17. The bride has returned? Throughout the entire afternoon, Lin Feng found himself utterly entranced, lost in the vast realms of cultivation, unable to extricate himself from its depths. Just as his enthusiasm surged, compelling him to delve deeper into his studies, a casual glance out the window startled him into awareness. Night had silently descended like a gentle veil. The surrounding light dimmed, thick as ink, causing the text on the pages to blur. At that moment, Lin Feng heard the soft creak of the courtyard door being gently pushed open, the sound as faint as a whisper in the night breeze. "Brother Feng, are you still reading?" Lin Bauer's melodious voice floated through the tranquil air, reminiscent of a soft, lilting melody. Xiao Huan hurriedly stepped outside to respond, "Yes, young master has been diligently studying all day long, not once leaving his room." Lin Feng swiftly tucked away his cultivation manual, hurriedly taking his seat at the desk by the window, casually opening a poetry collection to feign engagement. Moonlight streamed through the window, cascading onto the desk. As Lin Bauer gracefully entered the room, expertly lighting an oil lamp. Observing Lin Feng's intense focus, a flicker of concern welled up within her. She approached him with light-footed steps, gently saying, "Brother Feng, you have read for an entire day. You should rest a while and continue tomorrow." Lin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes softening as he met Lin Bauer's caring expression, a warm smile blooming on his face. "All right, I shall take a rest now." With that, he slowly closed the poetry book and set it aside with care. Noticing the deep concern etched on Lin Bauer's face, he understood that she was evidently troubled by the events of the previous day. As Lin Bauer entered the room, she quickly stole a glance at Lin Feng's expression, seemingly on the verge of offering words of comfort, yet her lips moved without sound, and she ultimately refrained from speaking. Behind her, a maid stood dutifully holding their evening meal. Lin Feng silently regarded the young girl before him. In the dimness of night, Lin Bauer appeared even more delicate, her gentle demeanor accentuated, her eyes brimming with tender warmth. The maid stepped into the room, swiftly arranging the dishes on the table. Lin Bauer spoke up, "Brother Feng, let us dine. I have specially simmered a rich chicken soup for you. Drink it while it's hot." Lin Feng nodded lightly, then rose slowly to accompany Lin Bauer to the dining hall. Neither mentioned the events of the previous day, and the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat heavy and oppressive. The typically chatty maid stood quietly to the side, hesitant to disrupt the somber mood. After a moment of silence, Lin Bauer softly suggested, "Brother Feng, shall we have Xiao Huan tidy up the decorations in the room?" The decorations she referred to were the red papers and drapes symbolizing joyful occasions, remnants of wedding adornments. If left in the room, they might inadvertently evoke painful memories. "Perhaps tomorrow. It is rather late today." Lin Feng replied, Lin Bauer responded gently, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the celebratory character on the wall, a soft sigh escaping her lips, imbued with an air of profound melancholy. Once Lin Feng finished his meal, she took her leave with the maid. After their departure, Lin Feng instructed Xiao Huan briefly before retreating into his own chamber, closing the door softly behind him. He then eagerly retrieved the mysterious tome, opening to its first page, where he beheld a clear diagram of the 8 meridians of the human body, the lines intricate as fine silk, weaving a mysterious pattern. The second page depicted the precise layout of acupoints and internal organs, with each annotation meticulously detailed. Lin Feng's expression grew serious as he absorbed every line and phrase, etching the knowledge deep into his mind. Upon reaching the latter sections of the book, he discovered the key to cultivation, the instructions vividly described, as though one could witness the process firsthand. Lin Feng felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new and wondrous domain. Ravenously immersing himself in the text, pondering each word with careful deliberation, imprinting the invaluable knowledge firmly in his memory before cautiously turning the page. The sound of the pages turning accompanied him through the entirety of the reading, and he was astonished to find that the dawn had crept in unnoticed. Yet, fatigue eluded him. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if bestowed with newfound vitality. Closing his eyes for a brief respite, he prepared to resume his cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Huan rushed back from outside, breathless, calling out, young master, wake up! The bride has returned home." Lin Feng's heart leaped, abruptly jolted from his deep contemplation. The bride has returned? His first instinct was to recall the dream he had. Was this dream now a reality? "Young master, are you awake?" Xiao Huan's anxious knocking echoed from outside. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, hastily stowing away the 2 tomes, then hurriedly dressed before striding to open the door. Xiao Huan's face radiated excitement as she informed him, "Young master, the bride has returned, and she is currently chatting with the lord and lady in the hall." Lin Feng nodded, inquiring, "Did you see her?" "Yes, but I did not catch a clear glimpse of her features." "Young master, you should go quickly." Lin Feng felt a wave of contemplation wash over him as he entered the spacious front hall, where a lively atmosphere enveloped him. Uncle Lin Danon was engaged in a serious conversation with the captain of the town's guard, their expressions grave, nodding occasionally while whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing matters of great importance. Aunt Lu Yin stood nearby, her brow furrowed, her gaze scrutinizing a young girl, clearly displeased. The girl appeared disheveled. Mud splattered across her forehead and face, rendering her once clear features nearly unrecognizable. Her red dress was crumpled and in utter disarray. Lin Feng surveyed the scene before him, a tumult of complex emotions surging within. Just then, the crowd in the hall turned their attention toward him, their gazes unified in focus, as the dust-covered girl's eyes met Lin Feng's. Tears erupted like a torrent, and she staggered to her feet, rushing toward him. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, utterly still, with no memory of this girl surfacing in his mind. She bore no resemblance to the bride from his dreams. In a daze, a voice from the guard team broke the silence. "Young Master Lin, I did not expect to meet you again so soon." The speaker was none other than Captain Liu Yong, whom they had encountered during the wedding procession. His voice was subdued, a tone of humility evident, likely aware of the unfortunate fate that had befallen the bride. After a brief pause, he continued to explain. "Not all villagers from the back mountain perished. 7 managed to escape into the deep forest that night and have only just arrived in town today. This girl claimed to be your bride upon encountering us. So we brought her here at once, at tea that moment." Another guard interjected. "The individuals from Dao Academy have all been thoroughly vetted, and no issues were discovered." Lin Feng cast a cursory glance at the speaker, immediately grasping the implication behind his words. Initially believing that the entire village had perished in the demon attack, he was now confronted with the unexpected return of several villagers. Considering that demons had indeed appeared that night, and several martial artists had tragically lost their lives, it was clear that those from Dao Academy would conduct thorough scrutiny. Lost in thought, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that this girl was indeed his bride. Yet she bore no resemblance to the one in his dreams. Chapter 18. "Sang-you brother Lin Feng, I finally get to see you," the girl cried, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Lin Feng cradled her in his arms as she wept bitterly, her sorrow palpable. He gently stroked her silky hair, a shadow of inexplicable sorrow crossing his eyes as he softly murmured words of comfort. As her sobs began to subside, she lifted her head, her swollen eyes searching Lin Feng's face. He tenderly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his sleeve. "Do not cry any longer." The girl nodded gently, gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly, as if it were her sole anchor in this world. "Young Master Lin, we have already clarified the specifics with Lin Zhaogui. We must attend to urgent matters. So we shall take our leave." Lin Danan hastily expressed his gratitude, personally escorting them to the door, his figure appearing particularly respectful under the moonlight. Lin Feng stood alone, his heart entwined in a web of confusion and uncertainty. Why was there no memory of this bride? Even now, standing before her, his mind remained void of any recollection. As Lin Danan returned indoors, he let out a soft sigh, the sound echoing heavily in the still night air. "Xiao Feng, let Xiao Huan take Sanger to wash up and change into clean clothes. She has not eaten for several days. Prepare some food in the kitchen to send to her." After a brief pause, the silence seemed to carry a multitude of unspoken thoughts, and he added, "Sanger has no relatives here. This is her home now. Xiao Feng, we promised your parents that you and Sanger would marry soon. Allow her to rest today, and tomorrow, you shall wed." Lu Yin could not help but scoff, her voice low and laden with discontent, muttering under her breath, "Another one come to eat for free. Has our Lin family become an orphanage?" Silence. Lin Danan's eyes widened, filled with flames of anger as he fixed a fierce gaze upon her, his face betraying an extreme displeasure. Lu Yin turned her head away, falling silent, her quietness seemingly encapsulating both resignation and submission. "Xiaofeng, you all should return first," Lin Danan spoke in a tone that was gentle yet brooked no argument. Lin Feng bowed slightly, responding in a hushed voice, "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Having said that, he offered no further words, quickly departing with the girl in his arms. Clearly, Lin Feng needed to devise a means to leave this place. Since everyone had already expressed their disdain for him, there was no need to linger any longer. Lin Chuan and Lin Bauer soon received the news and hurried back. They were utterly astonished by the bride's return, their expressions mirroring that of witnessing an unbelievable miracle. Lin Chuan even began to doubt whether a ghost had appeared. However, upon encountering Lin Danan's sullen countenance, he promptly sealed his lips, as if bound by an invisible shackle. "I shall go check on the bride," Lin Bauer declared before darting away like a gust of wind. Lin Feng and his bride returned to the new chamber, while Xiao Huan busied herself in the kitchen, surrounded by billowing smoke as she prepared hot water. Sang Yu gazed at the cozy bridal chamber, tears once again spilling from her eyes, cascading like a string of pearls. Brother Offing, I am sorry. Had it not been for the turmoil in the village, Sanger would not have arrived so late. You must think that Sanger has met with misfortune, and thus prepared to take my life in sorrow, right? Lin Feng looked perplexed. Sang Yu approached the bedside, picking up a piece of pristine cloth from the foot of the bed. Tears flowing like a fountain. Is this the white silk you prepared for me to hang myself with, Brother Offing? Woo-woo. I am truly moved. Lin Feng could not help but twitch his lips. The cloth was actually meant for use during a woman's menstrual period. Sang Yu had intended to gently touch the pristine bed, but just as her fingertips were about to make contact, she suddenly withdrew her hand, hastily exiting the room. Standing at the doorway, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she said, Brother Offing, let me wash up first before coming in, so as not to dirty our new home. After finishing, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet her eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly inquired, Brother Offing, shall we consummate our marriage tonight? Lin Feng hurriedly replied, let us wait until tomorrow, with tears in her eyes. Sang Yu implored once more, may I sleep with Brother Offing tonight? Lin Feng resolutely declined, his gaze unwavering, as firm as a rock. Sang Yu pouted softly, then, feeling dejected, said, all right, Sanger is not anxious. After all, tomorrow, Brother Offing will marry Sanger. And then Sanger can sleep with Brother Offing every night. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback, thinking to himself, young lady, how can you still be smiling? Your mother has just… Sang Yu seemed to hear Lin Feng's thoughts. Lowering her head with a sigh. Unfortunately, mother cannot see this. She then raised her head, her smile radiant as sunlight, and said, if mother knew that Sanger has Brother Offing to look after her, she would surely feel happy and reassured. Lin Feng remained silent. After a moment, Xiao Huan called from outside, Miss Sang Yu, it is time for your bath. Sang Yu's face was streaked with tears, and her body was smeared with dirt, rendering her previously blurred features even more indistinct. Lin Feng mused, I truly do not know what she looks like. However, judging by the outline of her face and figure, along with her melodious voice, she must be a beautiful girl. Sanger, wash in this room to avoid wetting our new home, Xiao Huan reminded with a hint of concern in her tone. Sang Yu cheerfully walked towards the room, closing the door behind her. The sound of water soon followed. Lin Feng stood there alone, unable to suppress a gentle sigh, filled with helplessness and conflict. Regarding this sudden marriage, he felt it was rather hasty. After all, he had only just traversed into this realm, his mind still clouded with numerous doubts and uncertainties. Yet, he also understood that there was no other alternative. Sang Yu was now homeless if he chose to leave. She would be utterly destitute. Let marriage be marriage then. After all, he had little to lose. Consider it a free gift of a gentle wife. The sun quietly sank into the embrace of the green mountains, and the night descended like a curtain. In this tranquil moment, Lin Feng returned from his reverie, stepping back into the courtyard, where he coincidentally encountered Xiao Huan rushing towards him. Xiao Huan spoke urgently, young master, Miss Sanger is waiting for you inside. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, his gaze flickering with curiosity, inquired, waiting for me? Xiao Huan nodded affirmatively, her movements swift and decisive. Hearing this, he furrowed his brow and quickened his pace, hurrying back to the courtyard. This moment, a crescent moon had quietly hung upon the treetops, its silver light gently draping the earth like a soft veil. Sang Yu stood by the window of the bridal chamber, clad in a flowing white dress. Resembling a fairy, her radiant smile and tender gaze were fixed upon the returning Lin Feng. Brother Offing, you are back? Lin Feng gazed deeply at her. Having bathed, Sang Yu appeared refreshed, the day's dirt washed away, revealing her originally delicate features. Her skin, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared even fairer, as smooth as mutton fat jade. The dimples on her cheeks were even more endearing in her smile. Brother Offing, what is wrong? Do you not recognize Sanger? Sang Yu asked, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, noticing his momentary daze. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and replied, I was merely a bit lost in thought. Chapter 19. Yin and Yang decision. When Lin Feng regained his composure, he cast a casual glance at Sang Yu before leisurely stepping into the room. Sang Yu, seeing Lin Feng enter, gracefully approached him. Leaning into his embrace, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she softly murmured, Brother Offing, Sanger is very fortunate to see you again." Feeling the youthful aura emanating from her, Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly. Yet he endeavored to suppress his emotions, gently saying, "Quickly go tidy up. We shall prepare for dinner." "All right," Sang Yu replied with a voice as clear as a bell, before rising and gliding into the inner room. Before long, Xiaohuan brought forth a delectable spread. The aroma of the dishes instantly filled the air, and Sang Yu, evidently famished, rushed out from the inner room, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, so many delicious dishes. All of them are my favorites. If you like them, eat plenty." Lin Feng replied, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I already had some earlier." He smiled slightly, moving gracefully to the stone table in the courtyard. Just as he was about to take a seat, Lin Bauer appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, her face aglow with a smile as she asked, "Is Sister Sanger here?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Sang Yu leaped out of the house like a joyful little bird, her face radiating happiness as she watched Lin Bauer enter the courtyard. Lin Bauer quickly approached, enthusiastically introducing herself, "Sister Sanger." "I am Lin Bauer. You may call me Bauer." Sang Yu responded warmly, "Sister Bauer, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted." Lin Bauer returned her comment with a sweet smile. "Sister Sanger is stunningly beautiful. No wonder Brother Feng often thinks of you." At this remark, Sang Yu's smile blossomed even brighter, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. Lin Bauer stepped forward lightly, taking Sang Yu's hand and speaking softly, "Sister Sanger, let us go to the market today together, to pick out some jewelry and new clothes. Tomorrow, you will marry Brother Feng, and although there may not be many guests, the ceremony should still be solemn." After all, such special moments in a girl's life are rare. Sang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she softly asked, "Will Brother Offing be going too?" Lin Feng chuckled, his smile as warm as spring. "I need to stay home and study. You too may go." Sang Yu immediately displayed a shy demeanor akin to a young girl, repeatedly agreeing, "I understand. I shall not disturb Brother Offing's studies." The two young women, hand in hand, walked out of the house, chatting and laughing. Their lively steps radiated youthful energy, their faces beaming with joy. Lin Feng stood quietly in the courtyard for a moment longer before gently locking the gate. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately thereafter, a series of rapid and forceful strikes resonated through the tranquil corner of the courtyard. Lin Feng was utterly engrossed, fiercely swinging his fists against the imposing tree before him. With each punch delivered, the surge of energy coursed from his knuckles to his shoulders, then to his elbows, and subsequently transmitted to his back, thighs, and calves. Every part of him was ablaze with fervor and muscle tremors. The initial sting soon dissipated, replaced by a torrent of warmth surging within his body. In this relentless barrage and the cleansing flow of heat, his physique was undergoing a profound transformation. This metamorphosis saw his initial pliability gradually solidify into resilience, only to return to its original suppleness, culminating in a series of rigorous tempering. According to the ancient scriptures, once the 8 meridians were fully opened and cultivated to their zenith, one could harness the energies of heaven and earth for personal use. At that juncture, his body would attain a hardness akin to bronze or iron, capable of withstanding blows and kicks, with even ordinary blades failing to pierce his skin, significantly enhancing his resilience to impact. Moreover, his strength would double, allowing a single punch to wield the force of 1,000. Lin Feng distinctly sensed that with each strike, an invisible barrier was forming around his body, transitioning from a state of initial softness to one of taut resilience. Simultaneously, his power was steadily augmenting. Coupled with the internal cultivation techniques, the results were remarkable, filling him with immense satisfaction. Despite the excruciating pain accompanying each punch, he resolutely gritted his teeth and persevered. Hours of relentless practice left him utterly fatigued. Yet he found it profoundly fulfilling. After refining his internal techniques, Lin Feng's strikes against the tree grew more forceful without an increase in pain. Gradually, the sensation of energy within his meridians intensified, akin to countless lively insects darting and leaping through his veins. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn as he concentrated intently on savoring this invigorating sensation. The exuberance of this energy prompted his flesh to quiver, leaving him in a state of delightful numbness, indescribably exquisite. This state persisted for a considerable duration, until suddenly, Lin Feng felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping him, accompanied by a warm sensation in his abdomen. only for that invigorating energy to vanish abruptly. With a flicker of thought, he sensed the warmth in his abdomen pulsating as if it possessed a life of its own, joyfully dancing within him. At long last, he had grasped the essence of vital energy. As chronicled in the Meridian Opening Treatise, once all 8 meridians are fully opened and cultivated to perfection, they converge into one, allowing one to perceive the vital energies of heaven and earth. At that point, he could draw this energy into his dantian for accumulation, ready to be unleashed through treasured artifacts in battle. However, lacking any such artifacts at present, he could only rely on an alternative cultivation method recorded in the blood scroll to enhance his strength. This technique, known as Yin-Yang Ju, included a distinctive set of boxing techniques called Yin-Yang Fist, which possessed the unique ability to absorb the vital energies of the world and convert them into a liquid form, stored within the dantian. This implied that in addition to the inherent vital energies within him, he could also accumulate the power of Yin-Yang Liquid. In combat, he could prioritize utilizing this accumulated Yin-Yang Liquid, enabling continuous assaults. While others still relied on their internal energies for battle, Lin Feng, having cultivated the Yin-Yang Fist, would possess an additional reservoir of strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to diligently practice this Yin-Yang Ju to bolster his combat capabilities. The initial difficulties were indeed profound truths. Although Lin Feng had established a connection with that thread of vital energy, directing its flow proved to be quite challenging. After several hours of cultivation, the growth of his internal energy was merely akin to the minutest needlepoint. Its flow as sluggish as a snail's pace. As for the accumulation of Yin-Yang Liquid, that was an even more distant prospect. Nonetheless, as an initial experience in cultivation, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of contentment with such progress. He understood that this was a gradual process, one that could not be accomplished in a day. Lin Feng had always possessed an abundance of patience. After expending half an hour, he finally succeeded in guiding the vital energy within his dantian to his chest. He focused intently on controlling this relatively weak thread of energy, carefully navigating it through several critical acupoints near his chest. At this moment, he needed to follow the methods outlined in the Meridian Opening Treatise to form the yin-yang seal within his body, which was the crucial first step toward successful cultivation. This yin-yang seal held no other special function, merely serving to perceive the existence of yin-yang energies. Given Lin Feng's limited cultivation time and relatively weak strength, he had yet to form his own divine consciousness, rendering him unable to broadly detect areas rich in yin-yang energy. The concept of yin-yang energy was straightforward, representing the unique yang and yin energies of the universe. However, possessing the yin-yang seal made a significant difference. It was exceptionally sensitive to yin-yang energies, reacting whenever such energies were present within a certain range. Lin Feng was wholly absorbed in observing the thread of energy traversing his chest, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. The process of forming the yin-yang seal was intricate and meticulous. Any misstep could nullify all prior efforts. Every movement he made was executed with utmost caution to ensure the smooth progression of his cultivation. As time slipped away imperceptibly, each second flowed silently through his fingertips like fine sand in an hourglass, unassuming yet resolute. Sitting in the courtyard, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, resembling earth thoroughly soaked by a torrential downpour. Prolonged perspiration had left him visibly dehydrated, his once rosy and lustrous lips now pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Yet, Lin Feng's expression was unwaveringly resolute, his determined demeanor conveying an indomitable spirit. With his eyes reflecting unyielding conviction, he continued to guide that thread of vital energy to rotate slowly at the acupoint in his chest, akin to meticulously nurturing a fragile flame struggling to illuminate an uncertain path in the darkness. His heart held no trace of agitation or discouragement, only an unwavering dedication to the future and an abundance of hope. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his chest, surging like a tide, as if a gentle warmth was flowing through his flesh and blood. Moments later, a sharp pain struck, akin to a delicate needle pricking him lightly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he did not entertain the notion of giving up. Rather, he became even more engrossed in guiding the flow of energy. After a while, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze wide and round as if they were copper bells. His jaw clenched tight, beads of sweat dotting his face. The intense pain struck him like a flash of lightning, swift yet ephemeral. only for the discomfort in his chest to be replaced by a refreshing breeze, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, the piercing sensation still lingered in his mind, haunting him like an inescapable nightmare. Lin Feng vaguely sensed something unusual in his chest and glanced down in confusion, yet found nothing visible. Doubts crept into his mind. Had the yin-yang source seal been formed? He frowned deeply, lost in contemplation. The yin-yang source seal should have embedded itself at the center of his chest. Yet it remained undetectable to the naked eye. If the yin-yang source seal had indeed formed, it should have responded to his yang energy. Why, then, was he entirely unaware of it? Could it be that there was no yin-yang energy in the vicinity? At that moment, a joyful voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Ah, Feng Gij, I'm back. I bought a new belly wrap. Do you want to take a look?" "No need," Lin Feng instinctively replied, hastily adjusting his slightly disheveled attire before striding to open the courtyard door. In his heart, he mused that a belly wrap was merely an everyday garment, lacking any particular allure, not worth a second glance. As a scholar, he preferred the fragrance of books over worldly adornments. As for the belly wrap, it could wait until the wedding night to be viewed. Sang Yu appeared in a simple yet elegant white dress, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. "A Feng Gij, do you truly not wish to see? I bought one in a style you might like," she teased, her playful eyes twinkling as she slyly concealed her hands behind her back. Resembling a mischievous little fox, brimming with cunning charm, Lin Feng was taken aback, countering, "What style do I like?" Sang Yu feigned confusion, her eyes widening innocently as she gazed at Lin Feng, resembling an innocent little bunny. "Ah, Feng Gij really doesn't he know what style he likes?" Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of jest. Lin Feng immediately recognized her playful banter and hurriedly responded, "I truly only enjoy reading, this." Sang Yu let out a light laugh. In that case, Ah Feng Gij should focus on reading during the wedding night." With that, she turned and flitted back to her room like a delicate butterfly. Outside, Xiao Huan chuckled softly, and before long, she brought in dinner. Curiously, she inquired in a hushed tone, "Young master, won't you be sharing a room with Miss Sang Yu tonight?" Lin Feng glanced at the room across from him and replied, "Not necessary, the wedding is tomorrow." Xiao Huan offered a faint smile. "There is no need for such meticulousness. Had it been necessary, we would have addressed it long ago." Lin Feng did not pursue the topic further. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, regarding everything else as mere fleeting shadows. Sang Yu, evidently exhausted, soon succumbed to a deep slumber upon returning indoors. After attending to her affairs, Xiao Huan also retreated to her quarters for rest. Under Xiao Huan's attentive care, Lin Feng cleansed his body of dust and then reclined upon his bedi. In this era, aside from the quietude of night devoid of entertainment, the other hours were quite delightful. For instance, having a maid assist with bathing provided a certain feeling of luxury. Indeed, such prestigious treatment would have required a monetary expense in his previous life. As the inky darkness enveloped the surroundings, it was so silent that one could almost hear the sound of falling leaves landing. Lin Feng, nimble as a cat, gently opened the window. His body was about to gracefully leap over the windowsill when, in that instant, a warm current surged within his chest, akin to the ominous foreboding of a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. Lin Feng's body involuntarily trembled, and his expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. Indeed, the yin-yang source imprint had silently coalesced within him. Previously, he had felt nothing due to the surrounding environment's lack of sufficient yin-yang energy. However, the peculiar sensation now undoubtedly indicated the presence of such energy nearby. A flicker of excitement ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. The cultivation of the yin-yang art demanded an exceedingly rigorous environment, as the concentration of yin-yang energy directly dictated the pace of cultivation. Given Lin Feng's current condition, relying solely on the absorption of natural energy would undoubtedly result in a painfully slow progress. Guided by the mysterious indication of the yin-yang source imprint, Lin Feng dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, a majestic gorge, spanning the heavens and earth, appeared before him, so vast that it was almost beyond belief. A fierce gale howled, violently assailing him, nearly toppling Lin Feng over. Still shaken, he looked up and was rendered speechless. Where was this place? The gorge before him, over 1,000 feet wide, unfathomably deep, and immeasurably long, was none other than the infamous Birdsong Gorge. Renowned for its peril, The gorge was notorious for its raging winds that could easily cause one to plummet into its depths, a certain death. Lin Feng silently recalled the name of Birdsong Gorge and cautiously approached, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the unfathomable chasm. Filled with questions, he meticulously observed the surrounding environment, seeking clues to the yin-yang energy. On either side of the gorge were jagged rocks and towering ancient trees. At the bottom, the waters surged violently, the crashing waves creating layers of mist. Lin Feng surveyed the area, his brow slightly furrowed. Pondering, how could there be yin-yang energy at the bottom of this gorge? He distinctly felt that this energy was markedly different from what he had sensed in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the air below was not only rich with dense yin-yang energy, but that the alternating cold and hot currents were continuously rising. Even standing at the edge of the gorge, Lin Feng could sense the peculiar sensation of the intertwined cold and heat in the air. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng resolved not to dwell on the reasons any longer. Instead, he sat down and began to absorb this rare yin-yang energy. Cultivating the yin-yang art in an area with high concentrations of yin-yang energy would significantly expedite his progress. Currently, the energy within him was quite sparse, and the operation of the yin-yang art felt sluggish. However, with the assistance of the yin-yang energy from below the gorge, his cultivation speed should undoubtedly increase dramatically. Nourished by the abundant yin-yang energy, Lin Feng felt as though his body was infused with powerful vitality. As the stagnation in his cultivation began to gradually improve in the frigid depths of the gorge, waves of cold and heat intertwined and rose, enveloping Lin Feng's body. He focused intently on operating the yin-yang art. The energy within him gradually becoming more vibrant. As his cultivation deepened, he sensed the power within him growing stronger, and his mastery over it becoming increasingly adept. Chapter 21. The day of marriage at the edge of the Kunlong Gorge. Beads of sweat cascaded down Lin Feng's face like a torrential waterfall, each droplet crystalline and reminiscent of pearls strung on a thread, continuously plummeting. For an entire night, he was completely immersed in cultivation, merging with the very essence of the world around him, indistinguishable from it. Even after a sleepless night, his eyes shone with a brilliance that belied any trace of fatigue, radiating vitality and energy. Glowing with an ethereal light as the first rays of dawn, delicate as gossamer, began to descend, Lin Feng slowly opened his expectant eyes, their depths ablaze with fervor, his heart yearning to uncover the bountiful results of his relentless cultivation. Indeed, possessing the dual energies of yin and yang was extraordinary. Once, Lin Feng had labored diligently, spending countless hours in cultivation, yet could only muster a meager amount of energy. However, this night, within a mere span of hours, he achieved results astonishingly greater than ever before. This efficiency was nothing short of astounding. At this moment, the energy within him surged with vitality, no longer frail and weak, akin to a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishment amidst the storm. It had transformed into a robust flame, fierce and powerful. Lin Feng joyfully realized that as his energy continued to amplify, his control over it became increasingly effortless and proficient. Taking advantage of the stillness before others awoke, he cautiously and quietly returned to his quarters. With a gentle creak, the window closed softly behind him, followed by a subtle sound as it opened again, the noise resonating clearly in the tranquility. Though this act seemed somewhat self-deceptive, Lin Feng found solace in it, as if the opening and closing of the window released the burdens that weighed upon his heart. Standing quietly by the window, he was deeply immersed in contemplation, his posture resembling a statue, perfectly still. The recent days felt surreal, marked by bizarre and incredible occurrences that were hard to fathom. This series of events had left him overwhelmed, struggling to cope. After the marriage, they would undoubtedly have to leave home in search of a new dwelling, embarking on a fresh chapter of life. Living under someone else's roof was indeed a trying experience, often fraught with discomfort and disdain. Yet once they moved out, the paramount challenge would be how to sustain a livelihood. Moreover, his current cultivation necessitated vast amounts of energy. Even the matter of sustenance had him in a state of distress. In this era, even at his uncle's household, meat was not a staple at every meal. Furthermore, cultivators required substantial nourishment to sustain their bodies. The normal quantity of meat was clearly insufficient to meet their needs. Thus, this posed a significant dilemma for Lin Feng, akin to an insurmountable mountain looming before him. He had to rack his brain to earn money and seek a means of survival in this challenging world. "Hey, Brother Feng." In the midst of his reverie, Lin Bauer, adorned in a flowing red dress, fluttered towards him like a graceful butterfly. She was enchanting, her face aglow with a candid smile, her joyful demeanor suggesting that the woes of the world held no sway over her. Lin Feng glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze to her feet, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sensing his gaze, Lin Bauer playfully inquired, "Brother Feng, what are you staring at my feet for?" Outside the door, Xiao Huan chuckled awkwardly, aware of her master's peculiar habits, yet surprised at his boldness towards his cousin. However, Lin Feng remained composed. "With the way you're hopping around, I thought you had something peculiar underfoot." Lin Bauer burst into laughter, her voice ringing clear like a silver bell. "It's because I'm happy." Then, with a mischievous grin, she continued, "Brother Feng must be quite popular with Sister Sang, given how you can make people so cheerful." Lin Feng did not respond but instead regarded her lively eyes, asking, "What brings you such joy?" With delight, Lin Bauer replied, "I brought some clothes for Sister Sang, chosen by Wanted. I hope she will like them. In a few days, I'll take Zhao to the shop to make some new clothes." After speaking, Lin Bauer entered the courtyard, her dress billowing in the wind like blooming flowers, vibrant and colorful. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering on the garments in the maid's hands, a warm current flooding his heart as he reflected on his cousin's constant care for him. In that moment, an idea flickered in his mind. Perhaps spending his life here wasn't entirely unthinkable. Yet, that thought was swiftly dismissed. Lin Feng understood deeply that he must not burden others at this time. He quickly approached Lin Bauer, bowing sincerely, "Thank you, cousin." In this era, the etiquette of scholars remained paramount, deserving of utmost respect. Lin Bauer smiled in response, "Brother Feng, we are family. There's no need for such formality." Xiao Huan collected the clothes and disappeared behind the door. Before long, the sound of flowing water resonated from within the house. Lin Feng and Lin Bauer stood together in the courtyard, and after a moment, Lin Bauer revealed a sweet smile, fresh and captivating like morning dew, softly stating, "Brother Feng, you can just call me Bauer from now on." Lin Feng was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, "Thank you, Bauer." Lin Bauer beamed again, her smile seemingly capable of melting away all the world's coldness, bringing boundless warmth. "Brother Feng, you are about to marry such a beautiful Sister Sang. You must be very happy, right?" Faced with this question, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, simply smiling at her. "Bauer, you are also very beautiful." Lin Bauer's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected compliment, her cheeks flushing with a delicate shade of crimson, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight that shone as brightly as a myriad of stars. "This is the first time Feng Gu has called me beautiful," Lin Feng pondered to himself. Perhaps his previous expressions of concern for her had been too direct and simplistic, akin to that of an elder brother towards a younger sister, lacking any other emotional undertones. Witnessing her unrestrained joy, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. As Lin Bauer approached the window, gazing affectionately at the newly decorated home, she softly inquired, "What do you think of the decoration? Sister Sanger will surely love it, won't she?" Lin Feng stepped up to the window, surveying the arrangement of their new abode, and replied, "She has already seen it and is quite pleased." When his gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the room, he was captivated by the reflection in the dressing mirror, and a dream from several days prior quietly resurfaced, a dream as elusive and hazy as fog. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he began to contemplate whether the scenes from that dream might materialize in reality. A hint of unease bubbling within him at that moment, Sang Yu emerged, hand in hand with Lin Bauer and their maid, leaving the courtyard, while Lin Feng pretended to be engrossed in his reading. Stealthily trailing behind them once they departed, before long, he found himself seated once more beside the melodious birdsong stream, where the howling winds seemed intent on sweeping him into an endless abyss. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, a subtle turbulence stirring within him, as a gentle flow of energy began circulating through his meridians, akin to a meandering brook, uninterrupted and continuous. Each surge of energy felt as though it were brushing against a deep-seated, enigmatic force, a power that stirred his heart and ensnared his senses. His skin relaxed, as if responding to a call, while the surrounding yin and yang energies surged chaotically into his being. A warm current enveloped him, akin to soaking in a hot spring, bringing him both physical and mental ease. allowing his taut muscles to unwind. Chapter 22. The demon Lin Feng racked his brain, utterly unable to fathom how much energy others might possess upon reaching the pinnacle of meridian opening. However, he was resolute in his belief that no one could match his energy reserves, convinced that his own capacity far surpassed that of the rest. Initially, the process of accumulating energy felt as sluggish as a snail's crawl, igniting a restless impatience within him. Fortunately, the profound and wondrous yin-yang technique enabled him to draw upon the rare and precious energies of the world. Yet, in this vast and boundless realm, the true extent of mysterious and extraordinary methods akin to the yin-yang technique remained an elusive enigma. Shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, as Lin Feng concluded his training, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them. After a full day of devoted practice, the yin and yang energies he had absorbed grew increasingly dense and profound, their richness intensifying, and the warmth surging through his meridians akin to an all-consuming fire. He sensed an intense premonition that the yin and yang energies within him were on the brink of reaching a critical saturation point. Once they achieved this state, a monumental transformation would ensue, solidifying into liquid form, manifesting as a drop of yin-yang essence residing within his dantian. This drop held extraordinary efficacy, capable of unleashing remarkable effects beyond ordinary comprehension during fierce battles. Evoking awe and wonder, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, intending to take a brief respite to restore his weary spirit. That very moment, two indistinct figures unexpectedly materialized before him, bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight. His shadow elongated and twisted, casting a clear silhouette upon the rugged stone wall ahead. However, lurking silently behind him was a foreboding figure, seemingly merging with the darkness. As the night breeze stirred, the shadow swayed gently, as if on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the breath swirling in his chest, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, before he abruptly turned around. Yet, behind him lay an eerie silence, the air still, as if all sound had been swallowed by an overwhelming void. Nevertheless, the mysterious shadow upon the stone wall continued to quiver, and as Lin Feng focused intently, he noticed an oddly shaped mannequin standing not far from the cave entrance. Clad in tattered robes that flapped wildly in the wind, its hollow eyes seemed to pierce through him, as if perceiving the deepest corners of his fear. This sent a jolt of terror through Lin Feng, as though struck by a heavy blow. He had not noticed this chilling mannequin during his earlier visit in daylight. Amidst the chaotic whirl of his thoughts, his complexion turned ashen, for the mannequin that had just stood there had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lin Feng straightened his posture, intent on hastily vacating this ominous place. However, just as he was about to step out of the cave, a demonic figure, grotesque and fearsome, materialized behind him. Its eyes glowed a crimson red, gleaming with a chilling greed that sent shivers down his spine. Without any warning, the demon lunged at Lin Feng, its mouth wide open like a gaping maw, as if intending to tear him to shreds, bearing a sinister visage reminiscent of a harbinger from the underworld. Lin Feng reacted with lightning speed, swiftly turning to confront this sudden lethal assault. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, a force akin to a thunderous storm crashing against the demon's face, rendering it momentarily dazed and bewildered. Gripping the demon tightly, Lin Feng felt a surge of energy swell within him, like a roaring torrent yearning to break free from its confines. With several successive punches, each infused with overwhelming force, the sound of rushing wind echoed around him. However, in that instant of exertion, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The demon in his grasp dissipated like an ephemeral illusion, leaving no trace behind, as if everything had merely been a terrifying mirage. Just as confusion overwhelmed him, a chilling wind swept in from behind. The demon, having silently returned, lunged once more, its mouth agape, exhaling a noxious breath that was nauseating, as it viciously aimed for Lin Feng. Prepared for this, Lin Feng immediately summoned his inner energy, consolidating his strength into a single punch, the wind howling as he struck with ferocity. Yet, astonishingly, his punch failed to inflict any damage upon the demon, as if striking an indomitable wall of bronze and iron. Instead, he was violently propelled backward by the demon's unfathomable strength, crashing to the cold, hard ground like a puppet with its strings severed. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the shadow emitted a peculiar, piercing laugh, its voice echoing eerily through the cavern like a ghostly wail resonating in the dark night, sending chills down his spine. Following this, the figure began to expand rapidly, each breath accompanied by a howling wind, as if the entire cave trembled in its wake, on the verge of collapsing. Struggling to rise from the ground, Lin Feng found himself bloodied and battered, with wounds oozing profusely. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with mysterious black and white light points, radiating brilliance akin to falling stars. They danced like two lively trajectories interweaving in a dreamlike haze, signifying the convergence of yin and yang. At this moment, the energies of yin and yang shimmered upon his fists, seemingly alive, pulsating and coalescing into an overwhelmingly powerful force, capable of annihilating everything in its path. This was the yin-yang fist from the yin-yang technique. The distant demon seemed to sense the formidable threat emanating from him, despite not yet completing its transformation. It disregarded everything, charging fiercely at Lin Feng with lightning speed and ferocity akin to a hurricane. Unfazed, Lin Feng's gaze was as resolute as steel. As he channeled all his strength into his fists, the momentum building as if to challenge the heavens themselves, he swung his fist in response. Moving faster than a shooting star streaking across the night sky, the fist imbued with the fierce glow of yin and yang energies erupted from his hand, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, followed by a deafening crash that reverberated through the air, shattering the thick black mist enveloping the demon. In an instant, the darkness dissipated, revealing a gaping, horrifying hole in the demon's torso, its innards laid bare for all to see. As this earth-shattering blow struck true, the demon emitted a shrill, bone-chilling howl, its form accelerating as it zipped past Lin Feng's head, racing towards the cave exit with a speed that left the eye bewildered. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of cold light flickered outside the cave, so swift that one could hardly react. A razor-sharp sword pierced through the right side of the demon's neck, slicing cleanly through its body, the blade glistening with an icy sheen. The demon did not have time to react, and thus met its untimely end, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Blood spurted from the wound like a gushing spring, instantly staining the ground crimson. The demon's body lost all support and crumpled to the earth, unable to utter a single cry, its life extinguished in an instant. The scene before me was overwhelming, dazzling. The speed of the strike was astonishing, and the blade bore not a single drop of blood, pristine as if it had just been unsheathed, a swift and clean kill, executed with no hesitation or muddle. The girl who had delivered the blow stood there, expressionless, as if the harrowing events had never occurred. After slaying the demon, she approached its lifeless form, prodding it with her sword before bending down to retrieve an object. Yet, seemingly dissatisfied with her find, she tossed it aside and departed hastily. Just as Lin Feng was regaining his composure from the shock, a flash of blood-gold light surged through his mind, blindingly brilliant and painfully bright. Progress, 30. The prompt vividly appeared in his consciousness. Mental power, 10. Individually, these values were comprehensible, yet together they felt utterly foreign, as if they were a cipher from an unknown realm. Just as he contemplated these figures, the words in his mind quickly faded, ultimately vanishing as if they had never existed. Lin Feng felt a jolt of alarm, filled with bewilderment as he moved toward the demon's direction. The night air was laden with a strong, acrid scent of blood, causing his stomach to churn violently, almost leading him to retch. Upon closer inspection, he found the demon lying motionless on the ground, a gaping, blood-soaked hole in its chest. The ground was drenched in thick, viscous blood, and blood continued to pour from the wound, the sound echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. That moment, the demon's massive form began to shift peculiarly, rapidly shrinking and transforming. In the blink of an eye, it had morphed into the visage of a girl no older than a teenager. This girl, with delicate features that should have radiated youthful vigor, now appeared tattered and worn. Her wide eyes filled with terror and despair. Lin Feng recognized her. She was Xiao Chui, the maidservant beside Lin Bauer. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng dared not linger any longer and turned away, his steps faltering. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The demon had been one of their own. What had become of the others? He hurriedly made his way home, his heart pounding like a drum, breath quickening. Upon arrival, he found everything as serene and peaceful as usual, and a wave of relief washed over him, as if the weight pressing on his heart had suddenly lifted. However, that relief was short-lived, as a chilling premonition crept over him. How could everything align so coincidentally? On the very day of his wedding, such calamity had struck, reminiscent of the last time he wed when an entire village had been annihilated. A shiver ran down his spine, the coldness surging from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to tremble involuntarily. His gaze was drawn to the window of the bridal chamber, which appeared particularly mysterious in the night. The gentle night breeze caressed the air, causing the two windows to sway softly, emitting faint creaks, as if whispering secrets. Lin Feng held his breath cautiously, inching closer to the window with utmost care. Fearful of disturbing something unseen, as he reached the window and peered through the gap, the curtains obscured his view of the bed, hiding any figures within it. The head of the bed, a resplendent red bridal robe hung, swaying slightly in the breeze, resembling a figure with its head bowed, motionless in its suspension. Lin Feng's heart raced with trepidation. He dared not look any further and stealthily retreated, akin to a thief. Back to his own room. Lying on the bed, his heart raced like a wild stallion, pounding furiously as if attempting to break free from his chest. The frantic rhythm echoed within him, reverberating like an exhilarating drumbeat, causing his entire being to tremble. The door creaked open slowly, and a hazy figure stealthily entered. Lin Feng's heart leapt, racing uncontrollably, as if it would burst from his chest at any moment. Brother Feng, Sanger cannot marry you today. The guards in town. Before she could finish, her light footsteps halted abruptly at the bedside. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, a cold, delicate hand, smooth as jade, gently rested upon his forehead. Ah, Brother A Feng's head is so hot. It was Sang Yu's voice, filled with panic. Xiao Huan hurried in, her small hand reaching out to touch his forehead, her face paling to the color of paper. Young master has a fever. I shall fetch a doctor. Xiao Huan, no need, Lin Feng responded, struggling to open his eyes, his voice hoarse as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. There's no need to find a doctor. Just brew some medicine for me. A few days of rest will suffice. The fever might be a result of the surging energy from his cultivation. However, this was an opportune moment to unravel the complex web of events that had transpired. The identity of the bride remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Feng would not proceed with the marriage blindly. Xiao Huan quickly replied, Young master, I will brew the medicine right away. After the little maid hurriedly left like the wind, Sang Yu cautiously seated herself by the bed, her delicate hand gently caressing his forehead. Worry etched deeply upon her features. Brother of Feng, are you feeling very unwell? No, I am fearful. Lin Feng maintained an outward calm, forcing himself to appear unperturbed. I am fine. A few days of rest will restore me. He sighed heavily. Sanger, I am sorry. It seems I cannot marry you for the next few days. Seeing the girl's lips pressed tightly together in silence, Lin Feng continued, Once I recover, we shall joyfully wed. Sang Yu nodded slightly, her voice soft. It's all right, Brother A Feng. We can discuss it when you are better. I came to tell you that the guards in town said Bauer's maid, Xiao Chui, has passed away. Woo-woo, Brother A Feng. Sanger is so frightened. Woo-woo. Chapter 23. The maid teaches you how to enter the bridal chamber. After a long while, Lin Feng finally managed to soothe the little maid's emotions. The two sat in stillness, gazing at each other, the surrounding air seemingly thickening, enveloped in a profound tranquility, neither daring to break the silence. Brother of Feng. Sang Yu slightly parted her cherry-like lips, her voice as soft as silk. Before she could finish, Lin Feng swiftly embraced her tightly, striding into her fragrant boudoir, filled with the sweet and alluring essence of youth. He carefully laid her upon the small bed, where two delicate maidens' undergarments were neatly arranged. As Sang Yu was gently placed on the bed, her body momentarily stiffened, her gaze flustered as she spoke. Brother A Feng, do you wish for Sanger tonight? Her voice trembled, laced with shyness and anticipation. Lin Feng hastily placed a finger to his lips, whispering, Do not speak too much. I only wish to hold you quietly, to assure you. With that, he slowly bent down, delicately untying the silk ribbons of her intricately embroidered shoes, helping her remove them. Next, he gently loosened her soft stockings, placing her small, fair feet upon the bed. He then quickly removed his own shoes and socks, joining her on the bed. His embrace was warm and firm, holding her closely. Had it not been for Lin Feng's formidable willpower to steady his emotions, he would have been ignited by the stirrings of desire within him, finding it hard to contain himself. The sensation of yearning, that maddening itch, gnawed at him, truly unbearable and tormenting. Brother A Feng. Sang Yu's voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Shu, do not make a sound. Lin Feng's voice was deep and resonant. Brother A Feng, it tickles. Sang Yu's voice grew softer, tinged with a hint of teasing. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Oh, not place your hand there. Sang Yu's voice was faint, her cheeks flushed as if they would bleed. Oh, Lin Feng swiftly withdrew his hand from the waist of the young girl, as if awakening from a dream. A flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. Outside the window, the moonlight spilled like water, blanketing the ground in a silvery frost. Holding his breath, he awaited in silence, his heart pounding like a frantic drum. Time seemed to elongate interminably, as if it had come to a standstill. The little girl in his arms had unknowingly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her breathing was even and gentle, long lashes fluttering slightly, casting delicate shadows on her fair cheeks. Lin Feng gently released his embrace, his movements slow and deliberate, then carefully tucked her in with the quilt. Following this, he quietly slipped out of bed and donned his shoes and socks. As he rose, he cast a meaningful glance back at the sleeping Sang Yu, then stealthily opened the door and returned to his room. Inside, Xiao Huan had already removed the hairpin adorning her head. Her long, lustrous black hair cascading down like a waterfall, it flowed freely behind her, reminiscent of a heavy curtain enveloping her upper body, revealing only her two snowy, slender shoulders, akin to finely carved green onions, glistening alluringly in the dim light. Xiao Huan's outer garment had been shed, leaving her clad in a pink belly band that hugged her form closely, accentuating the alluring curves of her chest, reminiscent of ripe fruit exuding an irresistible charm. Young master, she exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng enter, her face flushing a deep crimson, yet summoning the courage to boldly meet his gaze with her bright, dark eyes. Her voice was soft as silk, tinged with shyness as she whispered, "The servant is here to assist you in undressing." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a complex emotion flickering within them as he regarded her intently before walking steadily to the side of the bed. With her gaze cast downward, Xiao Huan deftly untied his sash, slowly peeling away his outer garment. She then knelt on the floor, cautiously helping Lin Feng remove his shoes and socks. Her demeanor so demure it elicited a sense of tenderness. As Xiao Huan knelt before him, Lin Feng's eyes were inevitably drawn to her enchanting form, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. "Young master, would you prefer the lamp to be lit or extinguished?" she asked softly, rising with her rosy cheeks lowered, her large, glistening eyes filled with bashfulness, resembling a docile little kitten. Without hesitation, Lin Feng replied, "Extinguish it." "Oh," Xiao Huan responded, her shyness palpable as she moved to extinguish the oil lamp with a gentle breath, plunging the room into darkness. The tightly shut windows allowed only a faint, hazy light to penetrate, rendering her vision obscured. She groped her way toward the bed, only to be unexpectedly tripped by an unseen object on the floor. With a startled cry, she stumbled forward, on the verge of falling, yet Lin Feng, quick as a flash, caught her securely in his arms. Xiao Huan felt a rush of shyness and delight, her heart racing as she murmured, "Thank you, young master." Lin Feng tenderly laid her on the bed, taking care to remove her shoes and socks, his fingers gently caressing her delicate feet, which were as petite and fair as she was. "Young master, I. Xiao Huan nestled shyly against him, trembling slightly from nervousness, evoking a sense of protectiveness. "Will you teach me about the bridal chamber?" Lin Feng's voice was low and resonant. Xiao Huan eagerly nodded, her face nearly buried in his chest, whispering, "Yes, I will teach you, young master, about the bridal chamber." Outside, a gentle night breeze whispered through the air, the soft rustling sounding like the night's secrets, distinctly clear and mysterious in the profound silence. The room felt engulfed in darkness, as if ink had swallowed it whole. Lin Feng lay quietly on the bed, his eyes slightly squinted, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the window. The moonlight streamed in like liquid silver, attempting to illuminate the darkness, casting faint glimmers upon the windowsill, offering a hint of light amidst the shadows. In this eerie stillness, Lin Feng suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Huan, do you know how to serve me? Xiao Huan's body jolted as if struck by lightning, her entire being shrinking back. Yes, she stammered, resembling a timid little cat, cautiously inching from under the covers, her voice muffled. Young master, should we lay out the white cloth? Lin Feng turned to the window, his brow furrowing deeply as he fell into brief contemplation before finally responding. Very well, let us sleep. Confusion washed over Xiao Huan's face in an instant, fearing she might speak again. Lin Feng urged, sleep now, I am tired. Xiao Huan could only respond weakly, oh. The night had deepened to the third watch, the surroundings silent as if time had ceased altogether. Lin Feng tossed and turned in the darkness, unable to find sleep, while Xiao Huan had already succumbed to a deep slumber, her breathing steady and calm. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to rise and slowly approach the door. At that moment, a barely perceptible rustle of leaves stirred in the courtyard. Lin Feng's heart clenched in alarm, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he hastened to the window, peering through the narrow gap, his heart racing with tension. The moonlight poured down like quicksilver, illuminating the courtyard as brightly as day. Yet aside from the gently swaying trees and the vibrant blossoms blooming unnoticed in the night breeze, there was nothing amiss. Only the playful night wind whispered through the branches, creating a soft, rustling sound. Lin Feng stood at the window for a long while, his eyes unblinking as he scrutinized the scene. Confirming that no anomalies were present, just as he prepared to close the window, a sudden thud echoed from the courtyard. Could something have happened in Uncle's courtyard? Alarmed, Lin Feng dashed toward the source of the sound without a moment's hesitation. As he passed the wedding chamber, an inexplicable instinct compelled him to glance inside. What he saw sent a chill through his entire being, rendering him immobile. The room was shrouded in darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing one's very soul. And a figure sat before the dressing table, her cascading hair like a waterfall, clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, resembling a ghost from the netherworld. Her vacant gaze fixated on her reflection in the mirror, an eerily disturbing sight. Suddenly, she let out a soft sigh, the sound echoing mournfully in the desolate room, sending shivers down his spine. Then, she slowly raised her hand, her fingers clutching her chin, mechanically beginning to peel away something. Her movements stiff and unyielding. It was a face. Lin Feng's eyes widened in terror, his heart nearly stopping, as if ice coursed through his veins. At that moment, the figure turned her face toward the window, her gaze locking onto him. Lin Feng spun around in a flash, racing away with all his might, desperate to escape the courtyard as if pursued by a vengeful spirit. Yet, just a few steps into his flight, he abruptly halted, the soles of his shoes screeching against the ground. No, he could not run away. What if she sensed his presence and unleashed a massacre upon the Lin family? The consequences would be unimaginable. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Feng took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the fear that surged within him. With a sudden gust beneath his feet, he returned to his room with extraordinary speed. As he stepped inside, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of a fresh flower adorning the windowsill. The stem glistened with moisture, as if still drenched in the morning dew, while the delicate petals resembled those of a newborn infant, adorned with crystalline droplets that clearly indicated it had just been freshly plucked from its branch. Momentarily stunned, his eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly spun around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Swiftly and meticulously inspecting the bed, behind the wardrobe, in the corners, beneath the desk, and even under the bed. However, the room remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of a human presence. It felt overwhelmingly empty. With nothing but the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, he stood quietly in the darkness for a moment, then quickly approached the window, slowly pushing it open as he nervously gazed outside. The small courtyard appeared as tranquil as ever, without a hint of anything amiss. The night breeze gently brushed by, carrying with it the faint fragrance of the flower that rested on the windowsill. The air was imbued with a subtle sweetness, devoid of any other distinctive sense. He picked up the flower, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, revealing a complex emotion. He had seen this flower before in his dreams. In a swift motion, he tossed it out the window. With a resounding bang, he forcefully shut the window, his heart pounding furiously, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Then, Like a puddle of mud that had lost its support, he collapsed onto the bed, eyes tightly shut, fervently praying in his heart that she had not discovered his presence. Surely not. He had escaped before she could fully turn her face. Even if she sensed someone outside, she could not definitively ascertain that it was him. Yet the horrifying images haunted him like an unshakable nightmare. Replaying endlessly in his mind, Lin Feng's body trembled involuntarily. Was the demon truly hiding within the Lin family? Just then, a melodious and innocent voice rang out from outside. "A Feng Gidge, are you asleep? Was that you outside the window just now?" At the sound of this voice, Lin Feng's heart leapt violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. He instantly held his breath, his entire being freezing in place, not daring to utter a sound. Inside the room, there was no response, prompting Sang Yu to mutter in confusion, "That's strange." There was clearly some noise. Upon hearing this, the taut string of Lin Feng's heart relaxed ever so slightly. However, suddenly, footsteps approached, clear and heavy, drawing closer to his room. Lin Feng's heart raced once more, tension coiling tightly within him, as though it might snap at any moment. Well then, let a Feng Gidge sleep a little longer. Resting well is essential for having the energy to marry me, the voice continued. The footsteps gradually receded, soon vanishing from the courtyard, and the surroundings returned to a deathly silence. Only then did Lin Feng dare to open his eyes. Exhaling a long breath, yet his heart continued to pound like a frantic drum, his back soaked in cold sweat, his clothes sticking uncomfortably to him. What to do? Was Sang Yu truly the demon? What was her grand entrance meant to convey? Was it a warning to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him? Should he still marry her? No, he absolutely could not marry her. If that happened, they would have to consummate the marriage. The very thought of sharing a marital bed with a demon sent chills down his spine, raising the hairs all over his body. Even if the lights were turned off, other aspects might appear unchanged, but that was utterly unacceptable. Lin Feng simply could not bring himself to do it, no matter the circumstances. So, should he flee? Or seek assistance from the people at the Great Martial Academy? That was even less feasible. If he fled, it would undoubtedly implicate his uncle's family, plunging them into an abyss from which they could never escape. As for those at the Great Martial Academy, they were hardly trustworthy. After all, when Sang Yu first arrived in the town, they had personally inspected her and found nothing amiss. This was enough to indicate that this demon was extraordinarily cunning, far beyond their capability to handle. Although he had embarked on the path of cultivation, the gap between him and them remained vast and insurmountable. He could not bear the thought of them abandoning him like they had that night in the village behind the mountain. Leaving him behind as food for the demon, in the end, he could only rely on his own strength. Thus, he must contemplate ways to prolong this situation. However, how could he effectively extend this delay? The crucial point was to never provoke her. After much contemplation, dawn had already begun to break, casting a brilliant light outside. When Lin Feng stirred from his slumber, he heard the soft murmurings from the courtyard. One voice belonged to Xiao Huan. The other, upon closer inspection, was Sang Yu. He awoke sluggishly yet methodically, dressing himself before gently pushing open the window. The warm, life-filled sunlight poured in, mingling with the refreshing morning air. In the courtyard, Xiao Huan clutched a broom tightly, her head bowed, her rosy face betraying her nervousness as she intently stared at the ground, as if something mysterious lay beneath it. Before her stood Sang Yu, adorned in a pink dress, holding a vividly colorful flower, its petals glistening with dew, smiling sweetly as she conversed with Xiao Huan. The moment the window opened, Sang Yu's lively gaze swept over to him, her exquisite face lighting up with two shallow yet enchanting dimples, as if they could draw in one's very soul. "A Feng Gidge, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Feng stood at the window, his eyes fixed on the beautiful flower in her hand. "Quite well." His expression appeared tranquil, yet within, turmoil raged. Under the brilliant sunlight, his handsome and gentle face revealed no trace of annoyance or dissatisfaction from being toyed with. Instead exuding an inscrutable depth, Sang Yu's gaze flickered with brief surprise, yet her expression remained sweetly smiling. "A Feng Gidge, I'm so sorry. Did I disturb you last night? Please don't be angry with Sanger." Lin Feng fixed his gaze on her eyes, replying, "I want tea. That is good to hear." She beamed, lightly raising the flower in her hand. "A Feng Gidge, I picked this flower from the garden this morning just for you. Do you like it? Lin Feng gazed deeply at the beautiful flower once more, then met her gaze with determination. I like it. Sang Yu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter at Feng Gij. I also really like this flower. Will you pick one for me every day from now on? Her expression then shifted slightly as her brow furrowed, her tone becoming wistful. But a Feng Gij must study hard. You probably won't have time, right? Lin Feng simply watched her in silence, his gaze complex, offering no further response. With a smile, Sang Yu waved dismissively. Never mind, if a Feng Gij doesn't have time. I'll just pick them myself. With that, she turned to Xiao Huan, grinning. Xiao Huan, will you accompany me to pick flowers later? Then, she frolicked away, full of laughter, after saying a quick goodbye to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood at the window, watching Sang Yu's retreating figure until it disappeared from view. A deep contemplation etched across his brow. Young master, I've come to fetch water for you to wash your face. After Lin Feng had finished his morning routine, he turned to Xiao Huan, curiosity evident in his gaze. Xiao Huan, what did Sanger say to you just now? At the mention of Sang Yu, Xiao Huan's cheeks flushed crimson. Her head drooping as she spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Sanger asked me about what happened last night, whether I slept with you. And what did you say? Lin Feng pressed. A hint of anxiety lacing his tone, Xiao Huan hurriedly replied, Of course I said no. I know the rules. If Miss Sanger doesn't come, how could I dare? Lin Feng inquired further. What else did she say? Xiao Huan, her head bowed and her fingers fidgeting with her clothing, bashfully responded. Miss Sanger also asked if I had been defiled by the young master. Lin Feng glanced out the window, remaining silent for a long while. Is that all? Xiao Huan shook her head, timidly replying, That's all. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, letting out a deep sigh before turning and exiting the room. Young master, I'll go prepare your meal. Xiao Huan hurriedly left, her footsteps flustered and rapid. Lin Feng stood alone in the courtyard, first glancing at the window, then at the wedding room. Could the demon truly be her? Lin Feng found it truly hard to fathom that the seemingly innocent and charming Sang Yu could actually be a demon. Suddenly, his stomach growled with an intensity greater than ever before, an insatiable hunger demanding the replenishment of meat. Regardless, he resolved to prioritize his training above all else. Before long, Xiao Huan delivered breakfast. After devouring the meal with great eagerness, the hunger within him not only persisted but intensified, growling incessantly. A single steamed bun and a bowl of porridge felt woefully inadequate for his urgent need for sustenance, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Once Xiao Huan tidied up and departed, he stealthily slipped out the back door. This time, he purchased 5 pounds of cooked meat in one go. After ensuring he was not being followed, he hurried into the cave of Birdsong Gorge. Upon entering the cave, he ravenously devoured the cooked meat like a famished tiger, neglecting to wipe the grease from his lips before resuming his practice of martial arts. After a lengthy and arduous training session, Lin Feng felt as though his entire meridians were being stretched to their limits by an invisible yet potent force, a sensation akin to a surging tide continuously flooding within him. Even his dantian felt tightly compressed, reminiscent of a bloated stomach after overindulgence, uncomfortable yet strangely fulfilling. However, rather than displaying any signs of panic, Lin Feng's face radiated a sense of satisfaction and anticipation. Half an hour passed, and his meridians and dantian seemed to be gently caressed by a miraculous hand, suddenly relaxing. The torturous sensation of expansion dissipated like morning mist in the sunlight, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a torrential river, rushing towards his dantian, where a drop of scorching and fervent liquid quietly coalesced, its dripping sound resonating clearly and loudly in the tranquil atmosphere of his training. Lin Feng's heart brimmed with boundless joy as he realized, through countless trials and tribulations, he had finally succeeded in condensing his first drop of yin-yang liquid. Although he had yet to step into the profound realm capable of generating divine consciousness, his keen perception and deep intuition allowed him to distinctly sense the unique existence of that drop of yin-yang liquid in his dantian. With a mere thought, the yin-yang liquid could swiftly and accurately respond to his intentions. While this liquid held immense potential for combat, Lin Feng had not yet had the opportunity to personally explore its practical applications and transformative techniques. After all, The intricate experiences of real combat could not be easily mastered through books or oral teachings. Despite encountering numerous challenges on his cultivation journey, the successful condensation of this drop of yin-yang liquid filled Lin Feng with genuine satisfaction and exhilaration. As he began his journey home, passing through the bustling streets, an unexpectedly strong hand suddenly reached out from behind, covering his mouth and swiftly dragging him into a narrow and dim alley. Instinctively, Lin Feng prepared to bite down fiercely, but a gentle and familiar voice whispered in his ear. "Don't bite, it's dirty. Just touched a corpse." He immediately ceased his struggles. Bai Qingxue pressed him firmly into the deepest corner of the alley, her chest rising and falling with hurried breaths, nearly brushing against Lin Feng. Her gaze was fixed intently upon him. Lin Feng appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "What is your intention?" Bai Qingxue furrowed her brow, her expression undeniably serious as she replied, "I need to interrogate you." Lin Feng's face contorted into a frown of helplessness as he responded, "My lady, could you refrain from such sudden actions? It truly frightens one to the core." Bai Qingxue maintained her stern demeanor, retorting, "Yet you are not dead from fright." Flustered by her proximity, Lin Feng felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead and quickly said, "Could you step back a little? There should be a proper distance between men and women, as it is only polite." However, as soon as he spoke, Bai Qingxue not only failed to retreat but pressed even closer, their foreheads nearly touching, her eyes locking onto his with an authoritative tone. "Tell me, what were you doing just now?" Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Lin Feng replied evenly, "I was merely strolling through the market." Bai Qingxue's slender fingers unhesitatingly rested on his thigh, her voice soft yet carrying an irresistible pressure as she questioned, "But you just came down from the mountain." Lin Feng reacted almost instantly, raising his hands defensively. "I was looking for the guard squad." "Oh? Why?" "I have matters to discuss with them." His response was crisp and decisive. Upon hearing this unequivocal answer, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Qingxue's face. Gradually, she released her grip and scrutinized Lin Feng thoughtfully for a moment before asking again, "What exactly do you wish to learn from them?" Lin Feng's gaze remained calm as he replied, "I seek the 2 villagers who safely delivered my bride to the Lin family, as I have heard there are other survivors from the back mountain village after that calamity, and I wish to understand." Bai Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, filled with skepticism as she probed, "Why not directly inquire with your bride about these matters?" Lin Feng fell silent for a while before slowly saying, "Her mother tragically perished in that dreadful disaster. I cannot bear to bring up the painful memories of the back mountain in her presence." Bai Qingxue did not relent because of his answer and continued to press, "Then why are you so fixated on these past events, insisting on clarifying everything?" Lin Feng raised his head, meeting Bai Qingxue's gaze without flinching, responding candidly, "That night, I witnessed the terrifying demon with my own eyes." Humans naturally harbor curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown and mysterious. Moreover, I grew up in that tranquil village, and those unfortunate villagers who perished were my closest kin. I longed to uncover the truth, not merely to satisfy my curiosity, but to provide closure for the souls that have departed. After listening to his heartfelt words, Bai Qingxue gazed at him for a moment before nodding slightly, saying, "Your explanation is somewhat reasonable." She continued, however, "Regarding the specific details, the guard squad does not possess comprehensive knowledge. The mysterious figure who interrogated the surviving villagers and your bride that night came from the capital. This matter involves numerous secrets and has been tightly sealed. What we can learn is merely the tip of the iceberg." A hint of urgency flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he pressed further. "Do you know the whereabouts of the other villagers? I sincerely wish to visit them. They are, after all, my fellow countrymen, and I cannot rest easy." Bai Qingxue replied, "Apart from your bride, only 2 villagers are known to remain in this town. As for the others, they have likely left this place of turmoil." With that, a playful smile graced her lips as she raised her chin. Using her slender, jade-like fingers, she gently touched her rosy cheek, playfully saying, "Want to know the exact whereabouts of that villager? Kiss me, and call me good sister a few times." Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, yet he maintained a faint smile as he replied, "Could we skip the kiss on the cheek?" Bai Qingxue crossed her arms, her ample bosom accentuated even further. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she raised an eyebrow, asking, "Then where do you intend to kiss?" Lin Feng remained unfazed. responding calmly on the tongue. Bai Qingxue was instantly rendered crimson by his bold and direct response, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she huffed softly, turned away, and ceased to mention kissing or calling her sister. Clearly, she had encountered someone with even thicker skin and more unconventional behavior than herself, leaving her with no choice but to concede. In truth, he had initially planned to seek out that villager for information. Last night, two unfortunate souls lost their lives near the mysterious Birdsong Gorge. One was a villager from the back mountain, whose death was utterly horrific, and the other was a maidservant from the Lin family. Lin Feng pondered for a considerable time in his heart, ultimately lacking the courage to divulge the harrowing experiences and audacious conjectures he had encountered the previous day. After all of this remained mere speculation and doubt on his part, devoid of any concrete, credible evidence to substantiate his claims. Moreover, following the terrifying night spent in the back mountain village and the dreadful encounter with the demon, he found himself unable to place absolute trust in those from Dao Academy. To recklessly lay everything bare would likely provoke unnecessary troubles. Thus, this matter pertained not only to his own safety but also to his uncle's family. He had to exercise utmost caution and remain ever vigilant. The narrow alley they traversed contained an unoccupied house, a property belonging to his relatives, where he temporarily sought refuge. Bai Qingxue spoke as she led Lin Feng into the dimly lit passageway. However, upon reaching the threshold of her residence, a nauseatingly pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses like a heavy blow. This is bad. Bai Qingxue's complexion turned ashen, and without hesitation, she unsheathed her gleaming twin swords with a loud clang, her form darting into the courtyard like a wraith. Lin Feng's steps halted abruptly at the doorway, his heart racing as he peered into the interior. Within the constricted confines of the courtyard lay a cold corpse sprawled on the ground. The earth around it drenched in crimson. A ghastly gaping wound marred the victim's chest, blood still gushing forth, while the heart was conspicuously absent. This scene mirrored the horrors he had witnessed at Birdsong Gorge the night before. Sending chills down his spine, the wave of bone-chilling dread surged through Lin Feng, coiling around him like a frigid serpent, permeating every corner of his being. Bai Qingxue, sword in hand, cautiously advanced into the house to investigate. After confirming the absence of further anomalies, she slowly approached the body, her expression grave as she scrutinized it. This is that villager. I recognize him. Judging by the wound, his death mirrors that of the two individuals from last night, both having their hearts violently extracted. And he must have died no more than a quarter of an hour ago. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze toward Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with inquiry. What an uncanny coincidence. We were just about to seek him out when he fell prey to this heinous act. A flicker of doubt crossed her features. No, it should be you who was intent on finding him. Lin Feng fixated on the corpse, his countenance pale as parchment, lips sealed in silence, yet his mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts. The gruesome and tragic sight before him struck him like a hammer upon his heart, rendering him momentarily numb. Bai Qingxue observed him for a moment longer before rising and stating, "Do not be afraid. I harbor no suspicion toward you. You possess neither the capacity for murder nor the motivation to commit such an act. I merely contemplate whether this series of bizarre events bears any relation to you. You encountered the demon's illusions when you visited the back mountain village for your wedding." She suddenly furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, "But that doesn't quite add up. If the attacks were aimed specifically at you, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes." Lin Feng's mind raced, yet he interrupted her reverie without hesitation. "I came to locate this villager solely to inform you. I have disclosed nothing to anyone else." Bai Qingxue fell into contemplation. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Clearly, this was far from coincidence. Lin Feng's thoughts became ensnared in a tangled web, overwhelmed by the myriad connections linking him to the recent spate of murders. Such an abundance of coincidences could not possibly manifest simultaneously. Yet, he knew he could not divulge everything to this woman just yet. After all, uttering those words could inadvertently alert the unseen dangers lurking nearby, potentially jeopardizing his life. The events of that night in the back mountain village loomed like an endless nightmare, each experience etched deeply into Lin Feng's soul, leaving behind a scar that would be difficult to heal. In that life-and-death moment, he understood all too well that these individuals might not regard his survival as paramount. Was the killer a demon? Or perhaps that woman from yesterday? for just the day prior. He had witnessed a demon's demise, only for it to transform into a maid named Xiaozue, its heart cruelly excised from its chest. Yet he vividly recalled that after slaying the demon, the woman had hastily picked something off the ground and departed. Could it be that the heart, upon transformation into a demon, also morphed into something else? He had encountered similar plot devices in the novels he had read in his past life. Bai Qingshue's expression grew increasingly solemn as she meticulously examined the horrifying wound on the corpse's chest, stating, "It cannot yet be determined, but based on my deductions, this should indeed be the work of a demon. However, we must await further examination results." She sheathed her twin swords decisively and added, "Let us depart. I will summon assistance, be cautious. That demon may not have strayed far." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng remained silent, striding quickly out of the courtyard. Bai Qingxue, ever vigilant, surveyed their surroundings before cautiously exiting as well. Chapter 28. Footsteps. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingshue's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as she earnestly cautioned Lin Feng, "You and your family must exercise extreme caution. The recent spate of bodies appearing in town is intricately linked to your Lin family. I surmise that the perpetrator harbors a grudge against the Back Mountain village, possibly targeting your family specifically, and may even have you as their primary objective. Their intentions likely extend far beyond merely a few individuals." "Of course, this was merely my conjecture," Lin Feng interjected. "Do you think it possible that the perpetrator is merely an ordinary mortal?" Bai Qingxue nodded slightly, acknowledging the plausibility of this hypothesis, and continued, "This is indeed a possibility. However, there may also be other demons at play. I will promptly notify the town guards to intensify their patrols and closely investigate any suspicious individuals who may have infiltrated recently." Shifting the topic, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Is it possible for an ordinary person to cultivate? How long would it take to achieve some degree of success?" Bai Qingxue was taken aback by the question. Regarding Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze before responding, "You wish to cultivate?" Lin Feng nodded resolutely. "Of course. Who wouldn't desire greater strength?" Bai Qingxue smiled gently. "Indeed, everyone yearns for power, especially after witnessing the might of demons. However, cultivation is far from simple. Firstly, one must possess exceptional talent, which is exceedingly rare. Additionally, precious resources are required, such as specialized training methods and extraordinary artifacts, all of which are nearly unattainable for an ordinary person. As for the time required for successful cultivation, it varies from individual to individual. Those with exceptional talent might achieve minor progress in just a few months. Those of average talent may need several years of arduous effort, while those devoid of talent may never succeed in their lifetime. Do you believe you possess such talent and means to procure the necessary resources?" Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before asking, "What about you and the others who came to the Back Mountain village last time? What level have you reached?" A hint of resignation flickered across Bai Qingshue's face as she replied, "Currently, I remain at the initial stage of the Kaiyuan realm, hovering around the 3rd layer, while our captain is merely at the mid-level of the 5th layer. It is precisely for this reason that we were so thoroughly routed by that demon that night, resulting in the captain's death. Bear in mind that the initial stage of human cultivation is the Kaiyuan realm, whereas the demon's initial stage is the Mayuan realm. That demon had already reached the latter stages of the Mayuan realm, rendering the disparity in strength between us monumental." Lin Feng then inquired, "How long does it typically take for an ordinary person to ascend to the Kaiyuan realm?" Bai Qingxue responded earnestly, "Only by opening all 8 meridians and successfully sensing the elemental force can one be considered to have stepped into the realm of cultivators. For exceptional talents, this may take merely 1 or 2 months, while those of average talent might require 1 or 2 years. As for those without talent, hope is virtually non-existent." Bai Qingxue regarded him intently before continuing, "Only by unblocking the 8 meridians and clearly sensing the elemental force nourishing the Dantian can one be viewed as a true cultivator. To achieve this connection with the elemental force, one must establish a mysterious bond with the universe. For those with exceptional talent, this may take only a month. For average talents, perhaps a year, while those lacking talent may find it impossible throughout their lifetime." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had only cultivated for a few nights, yet had unexpectedly acquired elemental force. Was it due to his talent or some connection to the book he had obtained? When a demon perished, did it leave behind anything beneficial for humanity? In truth, the essence of a demon's magical energy is fundamentally akin to that of our human vitality. The distinction lies in the fact that we humans store our vital energy within the dantian, which dissipates entirely upon death. Conversely, a demon's energy is entirely consolidated within the magic core, remaining sealed within upon their demise. After vanquishing a demon, one can utilize the magic core to expedite their cultivation. However, not all demons possess a magic core. Only those at the later stages of magical energy, specifically those at the 7th tier or above, have the potential to condense a magic core. Noticing Lin Feng lost in profound contemplation, Bai Qingxue spoke up, "I cannot linger in conversation with you any longer, for this may not yield substantial benefits for you. You should focus on your studies and diligently care for your family. I must take my leave. Take good care of yourself." With that, she gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder and turned to depart. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness, her steps quickening. Lin Feng gazed at her retreating figure for an extended period before slowly turning to tread the path homeward. Throughout his journey, his mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. That fateful night, he had witnessed the woman wielding a sword extracting something from the deceased demon, which, in hindsight, must have been the magic core. Yet, why did the demon revert to its original form after the core was removed? Despite his overwhelming curiosity and fervent desire to uncover the truth, Lin Feng ultimately quelled this impulse with reason. Fully aware that this was not the opportune moment for impulsive actions, his foremost priority was to make ample preparations and patiently await the right opportunity, navigating the narrow and constricted alleys with utmost caution. Lin Feng stealthily returned to the Lin residence. Just as he approached his courtyard, a faint, crisp sound suddenly pierced the stillness behind him. Following that, a nearly imperceptible sound of footsteps abruptly halted not far behind him. Could it be a demon, or perhaps the woman from that night? In the darkness, Lin Feng's muscles tensed as if drawn taut like a bowstring. His hands slowly yet powerfully clenched into fists, the vital energy within his dantian surging like a tumultuous tide. With a rush, the vital energy coursed through him, causing his body to involuntarily tremble several times before he resumed his steady pace towards his courtyard. Step by deliberate step, until he reached the entrance. Vital energy continually amassed upon his fists, swiftly coalescing into a formidable force. A sensation akin to a fervent pulse began to thrum upon his arms. Thudding repeatedly, just as he reached out to push open the courtyard gate, a sharp crack echoed as the footsteps resumed, gradually fading away. Was it a demon, or that woman from the previous night? Upon entering the courtyard, he glanced back, the moonlight casting a cold, frosty glow. The night enveloped in eerie tranquility. A sudden chill swept over him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Upon closer inspection, his heart abruptly tightened as he noticed an impression of a half-footprint along the corridor wall. Remarkably small, evidently resembling that of a child. Chapter 29. The Wedding Ceremony. Suddenly, the subtle sound of a door creaking open shattered the silence, prompting Lin Feng to turn. There stood Xiao Huan, her cheeks flushed, bashfully murmuring, "Young master, you have returned. I will go fetch water." Lin Feng retracted his vital energy, donning a warm smile. "Would you like me to lend a hand?" Xiao Huan nodded shyly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Exuding a charming timidity, Lin Feng then gracefully entered the room, while Xiao Huan averted her gaze, hastily exiting the courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, ensuring there was no anomaly before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiao Huan nimbly darted to the flower bed, quietly crouching down. Moments later, she re-emerged, returning indoors. As she entered, Lin Feng leisurely stepped out, feigning a need for convenience. His gaze inadvertently caught the small footprint on the wall, plunging him into deep contemplation. This footprint was even smaller than Xiao Huan's, and he had observed a similar mark in the courtyard earlier that day. Lost in thought, Sang Yu burst forth, clad in a vibrant red dress, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah Feng Gij, how is your recovery? Can we become husband and wife tonight? I can hardly wait to share the night with you." Lin Feng was taken aback, striking his chest twice in shock, the vital energy dissipating as blood surged from his lips. He feigned weakness, saying, "Sang Yu, if we cannot wed tonight, then I—" Seeing his predicament, Sang Yu chuckled with increasing mirth. Threatening, "Ah Feng Gij, if you ignore me, I shall truly become angry. When I'm angry, I might just bite." With her playful demeanor resembling that of a feisty little beast, She rushed towards Lin Feng. His heart tightened in response. Oh no! The girl, alarmed, hurried to Lin Feng's side, noticing the blood staining his lips, gasping in concern. Ah Feng Gij, what happened to you? Lin Feng clutched his chest tightly, hurriedly explaining. I accidentally took a tumble. Sang Yu furrowed her brow, her small fists clenching tightly in frustration. What a coincidence. Ah Feng Gij, are you hiding something from me? Lin Feng inhaled sharply, hastily assuring her. It truly was an accident. There's no other reason. However, his shifty gaze suggested he was concealing something significant. He added, I went to the market today to buy something, and on my way back, I was in a hurry and tripped. Sang Yu's lively eyes bore into him, scrutinizing for a prolonged moment before she questioned skeptically. Is it really just that? Why does it seem like there's more to it? Are you perhaps afraid of marrying Sang Er, and thus intentionally injured yourself? Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial. Sang Er, do not entertain such thoughts. I absolutely harbor no such intentions. Sang Yu regarded him silently, her eyes brimming with distrust. Lin Feng felt a surge of panic and implored, Sang Er, you must believe me. I did not intentionally fall to injure myself. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he struggled to convince her. After a prolonged silence, Sang Yu finally spoke softly, Ah Feng Gij, I understand it may not have been deliberate, but every time we approach marriage, such incidents arise. It's simply too coincidental for me not to harbor doubts. Lin Feng's heart jolted as he pondered. Could these consecutive mishaps truly be mere coincidences? Sang Er, rest assured, once I recover, there will be no further mishaps. He gazed at her with deep affection and unwavering resolve, hoping to allay her concerns. Sang Yu looked at Lin Feng, her eyes flickering with hesitation, ultimately pursing her lips into silence. After a moment, she lowered her gaze, delicately retrieving a beautifully crafted sachet from her pocket. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, Ah Feng Gij, do you remember this sachet? Lin Feng stared at the sachet in her hand, utterly perplexed, with no recollection of it. Having forgotten their shared past, how could he possibly remember this sachet? Sang Yu cradled the sachet, her gaze suffused with nostalgia. Her once vibrant eyes now clouded with sorrow, she spoke softly. That mid-autumn festival, we admired the moon by the lake together. You said that seeing this sachet would remind you of me, and you personally tied it around my waist. Yet, you suddenly disappeared, and the sachet inexplicably vanished. As she recounted this, tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her voice quivered, Ah Feng Gij, you once vowed to always be by my side. Why has it come to this? How could this sachet end up in a box? Did you hide it on purpose, wishing to no longer see anything related to me? Lin Feng stood there, stunned, his mind racing with questions. What could have transpired? Had he truly treated her this way? Sang Yu, tears glistening, asked, Ah Feng Gij, do you regret it? Do you no longer like Sang Er? Do you not wish to marry Sang Er? Lin Feng bit his lip, rendered speechless, uncertain how to respond. Was it because of that girl, Bao Er? Sang Yu's tearful eyes searched his, her voice quivering as she lamented, Bao Er is more beautiful than Sang Er. Gentler too, and her family is wealthy enough to support your pursuit of success. Isn't that so? As Lin Feng prepared to deny her claim, she cried out, even so, you cannot abandon Sang Er. I am willing to accept it, even if it means you must marry both Sang Er and her. As long as Ah Feng Gij still holds me in his heart, do not cast me aside. Lin Feng furtively observed her, his heart still guarded. He recalled the time he had witnessed a mysterious giant beast flash past in the valley, its terrifying form haunting him still. Suddenly, as his focus waned, Sang Yu's palm struck his face with a resounding clap, her voice choked with tears. You heartless wretch! Upon finishing her words, Sang Yu wept and dashed back to her room. Lin Feng covered his face, the buzzing in his ears overwhelming him. After a moment, Sang Yu's choked voice emerged from within her chamber. Ah Feng, I shall ask you one last time. Do you wish to marry me tonight? Lin Feng, unwilling to cause her further sorrow, sat up, still covering his face, and replied, Sang Yu, could you wait a little longer? I truly cannot tonight. Then when will you be available? Tomorrow, perhaps? Before Lin Feng could respond, she coldly added, Fine, let's make it tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sang Yu shall present you with a grand gift, a truly magnificent. With that, she shut the door, and silence enveloped the room. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's heart sank with unease. What could this grand gift possibly be? It mustn't be as terrifying as that strange wind they encountered in the wilderness last time. He could never allow his family to come to harm. He hurriedly rose and quickly approached her door, saying, "Songyu, please don't be upset. My health is nearly restored. I will have a good night's sleep, and tomorrow will surely be fine." He silently resolved that if he truly could not evade this, he would marry her tomorrow, stabilize her feelings, and then find a way to take her away, ensuring his family remained unscathed, even if it cost him his life. He would bear it alone, of course. He would also exhaust every means to seek an escape. After a moment of silence, a voice tinged with tears echoed from the girl's room. "Is that true? Ah Feng, you truly want to deceive Songyu again?" Lin Feng clenched his fists and assured her, "No, I absolutely will not. Songyu, I require no grand gift. Your willingness to marry me is the greatest blessing. Ah Feng truly doesn't want a grand gift?" Lin Feng hastily replied, "I truly do not." After another brief silence, Songyu said, "Very well then. I shall save this grand gift for later." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. At that moment, Xiao Huan entered with dinner. Before Lin Feng could speak, the door swung open, revealing Songyu with reddened eyes, sniffing as she looked eagerly at the meal in Xiao Huan's hands. Xiao Huan, surprised, asked Lin Feng, "Young master, how did your face become swollen?" "I accidentally bumped it," Lin Feng replied dismissively, though his mind remained preoccupied with Songyu's promised grand gift. After dinner, Xiao Huan efficiently tidied up and then quietly departed. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to claim he needed to study and hurried back to his room. As night deepened, the sky darkened like an inky curtain, slowly enveloping the world. Songyu, feeling bored, made her way to Lin Feng's room, observing him as he diligently studied under the dim oil lamp. Eventually, unable to fight off her weariness, she yawned and exchanged a few words with Lin Feng before dragging her fatigued body back to her room. Her footsteps faded in the silent corridor until they vanished completely. Lin Feng waited patiently in his room for what felt like an eternity, hearing faint sounds from the adjacent room. The noise came and went, elusive as a whisper, increasing his anxiety. With no other option, he lay on his bed, pretending to be fast asleep. Soon, the night deepened, and all was silent. Once the outside world felt utterly quiet, as if the entire universe had succumbed to slumber. Even the chirping of insects ceased. Only then did Lin Feng quietly rise from his bed and gently push open the window. Moonlight poured through the window like a silken veil, casting a hazy glow over the room. The moonlight carried a slight chill, causing him to shiver involuntarily in the night sky. Stars twinkled like diamonds, and the vast expanse of the Milky Way resembled a brilliant ribbon stretching across the heavens. Occasionally, shooting stars would streak by, vanishing into the endless darkness. Lin Feng settled by the window, gently closing his eyes to calm his mind, focus his spirit, and regulate his breathing. He had intended to go to Birdsong Gorge to cultivate. Yet the events of the day had filled him with worry, necessitating caution. Though progress in cultivation at home was slow, he had no choice but to continue this way. Before long, Lin Feng could sense the yin and yang energies around him gradually converging towards his dantian. Within the dantian, a faint energy began to flicker, like fireflies struggling to shine in the dark. Just as he entered a state of meditation, a soft sigh drifted in from the neighboring room. The sound was particularly clear and eerie in the stillness of the night. In the past, he would have never noticed it. She has awakened? The thought of that eerie bride made Lin Feng's heart tense once more. After a moment of hesitation, he laid back down. The corner of his eye discreetly glanced towards the window, where he cautiously peered outside, in the small courtyard. Darkness enveloped everything like ink. A cold night breeze rustled softly, producing a whispering sound. A figure clad in a flowing red bridal gown, her long hair cascading down, stood motionless outside the window, gazing intently into the room. Suddenly, she sighed again, the sound floating on the wind. Imbued with an air of profound sorrow, she then slowly raised her hand, pinching her chin, and began to peel away her own face. In that moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror, his heart seemingly halting in its rhythm. For this faceless visage, he recognized. It was the very face from his dreams, the woman who had saved him in the village beyond the mountain. No, it was a ghostly figure, entirely different from this countenance. In an instant, Lin Feng was engulfed in confusion. grappling with the identities of Sangyu, the ghost from his dreams, and this faceless figure outside his window. Who was who? Or perhaps, none of them were who they appeared to be. After what felt like an eternity, as silence returned to the window's edge, Lin Feng finally exhaled, releasing the fear and tension he had been holding. Marriage was undoubtedly not an option. What was she? A human? A ghost? A demon? Or a cultivator? Lin Feng remained utterly bewildered. But how could he avoid marriage without provoking her? He pondered for a solution, seeking the most suitable reasoning that would persuade her to accept his stance. Outside, the dawn began to break, with the faint morning light struggling to penetrate the thick clouds, casting a dim, hazy glow upon the world. Cannot wed, Lin Feng suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Auspicious day. Should he seek out a fortune-teller for guidance? Perhaps offer some money to stage a performance? This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed by Lin Feng. After all, she was no fool, just as he deliberated. Hurried footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, echoing like a drumbeat in Lin Feng's heart. Moments later, Sangyu, draped in a vibrant red gown, burst through the courtyard gate like a blazing flame. Her melodious voice rang out, "Ah Feng." Quickly put on the bridal robe. We are to be wed. Sunlight poured into the courtyard, softly illuminating her fiery red dress and innocent face. The gown, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more striking, while her pure visage radiated a warm golden hue. Sangyu, one cannot marry during the day, Lin Feng replied. Moreover, we must select an auspicious date for the wedding. You may not know that many newlyweds face discord due to poorly chosen wedding dates. Some even separate. You wouldn't want our marital relationship to be fraught with strife, would you, Sangyu? Thus, I must venture out today to find a fortune-teller to determine the auspicious day. Only then can we wed harmoniously and grow old together. Lin Feng's elaborate reasoning and moral persuasion proved effective, though Sangyu pouted, clearly reluctant, resembling a child denied her favorite candy. Lin Feng continued to persuade her. Sangyu, you know I am a scholar, and if I were mocked for such a trivial matter, I would never be able to hold my head high again. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling Sangyu's skirt, as if supporting Lin Feng's earnest words, and you, Sangyu, are beautiful, clever, and well-behaved. You should understand, shouldn't you? As Lin Feng's honeyed words flowed, he praised Sangyu to the point where her eyes sparkled with delight, shimmering like the stars in the night sky. Upon hearing Lin Feng's compliments, Sangyu cupped her face in her hands, joyfully exclaiming, Ah Feng, do you really think I am beautiful and adorable? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, so all it took was this to win her over. If I had known, I would have said it sooner. I have a treasure trove of sweet nothings that would surely leave her dizzy. In his previous life, he had been well versed in the art of flattery and manipulation. Yet, he nodded affirmatively, saying, of course, our Sangyu is the most beautiful. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Sangyu's face lit up with joy, and she bounced with excitement, declaring, Ah Feng is right. Sangyu is well-behaved and sensible. I must adhere to the rules and not allow others to laugh at us. So, I won't bother you any longer. Sangyu is truly obedient. Lin Feng smiled warmly, gently ruffling her hair. Hee, Ah Feng must take care of himself too. Rest well and regain your strength, so that we may wed properly. Upon finishing her words, Sangyu turned and joyfully dashed away, bouncing her way back to her room. Only when the sound of the door closing echoed did Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, at this moment, the room was eerily quiet, with only the sound of his slightly labored breathing piercing the stillness. Outside the window, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft and delicate whisper. The crisis had finally passed, at least for now. His next course of action was to seek out a fortune-teller to discern an auspicious date, followed by a meticulous planning of his time. Chapter 31. The blood-red pendant exiting the small courtyard, Lin Feng moved like the wind, hastily making his way towards the deep and mysterious cave by the Birdsong Gorge. As soon as he stepped into the cave, he seated himself upon the ground, immersing himself in his cultivation with unwavering focus. However, time flowed slowly, and his progress in cultivation felt as sluggish as a snail struggling on a slippery surface, which inevitably stirred a thread of anxiety and doubt within him. With his brow slightly furrowed, he summoned the blood tome, imbued with mysterious colors and unknown powers. This tome resembled an ancient scripture awakened from a deep slumber, each page exuding an elusive aura of mystery. Drawing from his previous experiences, Lin Feng had roughly discerned some of its patterns. It seemed that each page sealed an unknown entity, only to be unlocked when one's strength reached a specific and profound realm, granting them the right to summon the treasures contained within. The bone he obtained from the first page was the cornerstone of his cultivation journey, the very source from which all power sprouted, assisting him in successfully opening the 8 extraordinary meridians and paving the way for his subsequent cultivation. The second page yielded exquisite techniques and profound martial arts, injecting robust vigor into his strength enhancement. Presently, the first and second pages lay barren. Lin Feng widened his eyes, meticulously studying them for a considerable duration, yet he remained utterly fruitless. However, as he inadvertently turned to the third page, he felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. Lin Feng's brow knitted tightly, resembling a twisted rope, his gaze akin to 2 blazing flames, fixated intently on the third page. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blood light on the third page ignited like a furious blaze, with countless shadowy figures erupting forth like wild horses unleashed, charging unabated into Lin Feng's mind. Immediately after, a deep vortex, reminiscent of an endless black hole, gradually emerged on the surface of the third page, from which rose a pendant radiating a mysterious blood-red glow. This unexpected turn of events momentarily left Lin Feng in a daze. After a considerable time spent regaining his composure and sorting through his thoughts, he was suddenly filled with elation, overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that he had reached the pinnacle of meridian opening? Although he was still in the meridian opening phase, he could now distinctly sense the elemental energy, his dantian brimming with abundance. Yet he had struggled to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the yuan opening realm. He forcefully suppressed the surging excitement within him, his hands trembling slightly as he brought the pendant closer. This pendant was not large, appearing to be an ordinary object that one might casually wear in daily life, albeit presented in a half-open state, which rendered it somewhat unique. The upper part of the pendant was meticulously carved into the shape of a lifelike tree, adorned with several faintly visible dots resembling stars, exuding an antique charm and simplicity that made it unlikely to draw any particular attention from others, regardless of its placement. Lin Feng gently brought the pendant closer to his nose to sniff it, only to discover that it bore no scent, and its touch was as light as a feather, akin to a delicate plume, leaving him puzzled. What purpose does this serve? Lin Feng felt a surge of confusion, his brow furrowing tightly, and he had no choice but to close his eyes in contemplation, channeling all his mental energy to carefully examine the intricate information that had surged into his mind moments ago. Before long, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar expression gracing his features. According to the information he had just received, this pendant was actually an excellent treasure to assist in his cultivation. However, the pendant itself possessed no direct or significant effect. Instead, it required a specific incantation to truly unleash its miraculous capabilities. Following the recorded method, Lin Feng gradually activated the pendant. In an instant, a faint, elusive fragrance wafted from the pendant, swiftly enveloping the entire cave like a gentle veil. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to attune himself to the sensation, only to find that although the fragrance possessed a unique quality, at first glance, it seemed unremarkable, and after inhaling it, he felt no unusual sensations within his body. Yet, the aroma emanating from the tiny dots carved into the tree on the pendant surged forth like a torrent, relentlessly rushing towards Lin Feng's nostrils. It was as if slender, serpentine tendrils were swiftly infiltrating his body through his mouth and nose. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though something indescribable had suddenly entered his being. The sensation coursed through his flesh and blood like tiny insects scuttling, flowing within his meridians like a gentle breeze. Even within his marrow, waves of tingling sensations radiated, spreading rapidly throughout his entire being. Lin Feng's heart raced, and not daring to exhibit any signs of negligence, he clutched the pendant tightly and hurriedly made his way outside to prepare for his cultivation. However, as he took his first step, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He felt as though an immense weight had been pressed down upon his foot, requiring every ounce of his strength to lift it even a fraction. Moreover, in that moment, as he took that step, he felt his energy draining away at an alarming rate, Like a river breaking through a dam, he struggled to take a second step, and this one left him with a powerful sense of having been utterly hollowed out. Cold sweat cascaded down him like a waterfall, soaking his clothes in an instant. Every muscle in his body tensed to the utmost, as if pulled taut by countless steel cables. The energy he had just recently cultivated surged within his meridians like a wild stallion, racing wildly, thumping as if it would break free from its confines at any moment. At the same time, his bones began to crack ominously, as if they could no longer bear the burden and might shatter at any moment. As he took a trembling third step, Lin Feng felt his legs weaken, as if all strength had been extracted from them, causing him to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. The pendant in his hand rolled far away, producing a dull thud. Lin Feng braced himself against the ground with both hands, his body remaining as still as a statue, yet his heavy breaths echoed like a worn-out bellows, each inhalation laden with a profound weight. His chest rose and fell violently, as if an invisible hand were squeezing him forcefully. The flesh of his body twitched incessantly, with his tendons, internal organs, and bones all experiencing waves of expansion and contraction. The tingling sensations intensifying like countless needles pricking at him. Lin Feng felt a surge in his throat, an overwhelming urge to scream out in agony, yet he exerted his formidable willpower to suppress it fiercely. Lin Feng was acutely aware that his current state was a clear manifestation of extreme exhaustion. He had experienced similar instances in the past, so he was somewhat familiar with it. However, he had merely taken 3 short steps outside. How could he have exhausted all his strength in an instant? Not only was his physical energy completely depleted, but his mental faculties were also worn to the bone, as if he hadn't slept for days. That heavy fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, blurring his vision and rendering everything hazy. It could be said that his vitality had plummeted to its lowest point. Forget about moving a finger. Even blinking felt like an insurmountable task. Chapter 32. The exotic fragrance in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by a dazzling ray of spiritual light. His mind instantly clearing and comprehension dawned upon him. Without a doubt, this was the remarkable fruit born from gravity training. It was solely because he had inadvertently inhaled the wondrous fragrance emanating from the pendant that he found himself in this predicament. It must be noted that the recovery ability of the blood bone was extraordinary, so potent that even prolonged periods of cultivation would not induce any sense of fatigue. Consequently, it was perpetually challenging to reach that ultimate state, making it difficult to unleash the boundless potential lying dormant within. However, with the pendant's assistance, merely taking 3 steps had left him feeling utterly drained and exhausted. Achieving such an extreme state so effortlessly would undoubtedly become a pivotal turning point in his future cultivation journey. Lin Feng firmly believed that a person's potential resembled an expansive and boundless cosmos, infinite in its vastness, with the key lying in how deeply one could explore and unearth it. While innate talent might influence a warrior's growth trajectory to a certain extent, one's relentless perseverance and effort also held significant weight. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng felt his spirit reignite instantaneously, as if a blazing fire had been ignited within him. He exerted every ounce of strength to uphold his already utterly exhausted frame. His thighs trembling violently, the veins standing out prominently, his eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting. Inch by inch, he struggled to lift himself, every bit of his energy nearly drained, his consciousness teetering on the brink of chaos. Yet, within him surged an unwavering desire, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. An unprecedented yearning, and that yearning was for victory. Rise. From where one falls, one must stand again. As long as he could rise, it would signify breaking through his limits, it would be triumph. Time seemed to flow with an unprecedented slowness at that moment. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng finally managed to half-raise himself. His feet brushing against the ground, his legs slightly bent and trembling incessantly. Nevertheless, the determination to straighten up was resolute. Though slow, it wavered not for an instant till last, accompanied by a strained roar from Lin Feng. His body stood tall and erect, staggering slightly, yet his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. In that moment, Lin Feng smiled. Even though his physical and mental faculties had been drained to the utmost, his vision blurred, his ears ringing incessantly, and his mind pierced by pain as if 1,000 needles were stabbing him, he still laughed with unrestrained joy. He had achieved victory. The exhilaration of conquering oneself far surpassed the satisfaction derived from overcoming others. It was akin to that extraordinary dream, where he, a mere mortal, valiantly slew a demon. That spirit of fearlessness and relentless pursuit surged within him. Just as Lin Feng believed he was on the verge of fainting, a warm current suddenly coursed through him, as if seeping slowly from the depths of his bones, like a gentle spring breeze bringing a fine drizzle to the earth, or like the sweet rain welcomed by parched, cracked soil, nourishing every inch of his skin and flesh, infusing him with vibrant life. Lin Feng's strength began to gradually return, and his mental state improved correspondingly, though he had not yet fully recuperated. He had not succumbed to unconsciousness. He decided to cease pushing himself and slowly sat down, focusing intently on the subtle changes occurring within him. To his astonishment, the unbearable tingling sensation had vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribably pleasant and comfortable feeling, so delightful it nearly compelled him to shout out in ecstasy. He could distinctly sense the rhythmic pulsation of his flesh, and with this pulsation, his body grew increasingly solid and bursting with vitality, the flow of energy within his meridians becoming ever more vigorous, and his bones fortifying in strength. In that singular moment, Lin Feng deeply felt his body becoming more robust and powerful. He fell into profound contemplation. At this critical juncture, the warmth he sensed emanating from his bones was a manifestation of the remarkable efficacy of his skeletal structure. After several such unique experiences, Lin Feng had come to understand the crux of the matter. Only by remaining steadfast in the face of adversity and bravely pressing forward could he awaken the powerful forces that had long lain dormant within him. Should he choose to easily retreat and give up when confronted with challenges, the essence of his blood and bones would surely offer him no assistance. Lin Feng smiled softly, inwardly contemplating the uniqueness of his skeletal structure. At this moment, he finally comprehended the reason the jade pendant could aid him in his cultivation. The exotic fragrance released by the pendant, upon being inhaled by Lin Feng, had significantly intensified his physical and mental burdens, to the point where he had nearly fainted after merely taking 3 steps. However, this intense experience should leave him with no aftereffects. Otherwise, it would not be able to assist him in his cultivation. Only by successfully overcoming such arduous trials and stimulating the extraordinary recuperative abilities of his skeletal structure could Lin Feng genuinely reap tangible benefits, growing stronger with each breakthrough. The fragrance wafting from the jade pendant and the essence of his bones complemented each other. All of this was merely Lin Feng's conjecture based on his own experiences. Yet, combined with his past encounters, these speculations had essentially solidified into undeniable truths. Next, Lin Feng needed to conduct more meticulous and detailed verifications. The fragrance emanating from the jade pendant was incessant. Even within this windless cave, Lin Feng's presence could be easily detected due to its unique aroma. However, Lin Feng noted that as long as he remained still, the fragrance would exert no influence over him. After a brief 30-minute respite, Lin Feng felt a slight recovery in his strength. He unsteadily rose to his feet, resolutely determining to press onward in light of his previous unpleasant experience. Lin Feng approached this endeavor with heightened caution, moving slowly while meticulously sensing the myriad changes occurring within his body. With every step he took, he felt the power within him surge forth like an uncontrollable torrent, leaving him mentally fatigued. This exhaustion arrived inexplicably, without any forewarning, descending upon him abruptly. When he lifted his foot once more, the little strength he had just regained was instantly depleted, and Lin Feng nearly lost his balance and fell. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng's unwavering determination surged anew within him, compelling him to persist stubbornly as he slowly advanced. This time, after merely 4 steps, he found himself reluctantly halted. Chapter 33. Tomorrow. Seek the fortune teller. His heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by a swarm of ants, vehemently resisting the acknowledgement of failure. Yet, his body felt as though it were crushed beneath a heavy mountain, having reached its limit. Ultimately, his strength was indeed still quite feeble. The warm current once again flowed gently from within him, like a babbling brook, restoring a modicum of his energy and preventing him from descending into unconsciousness. After countless relentless attempts, every hypothesis Lin Feng had formed had been unequivocally validated. Although the exotic fragrance emitted by the jade pendant rendered one utterly fatigued, Fortunately, it did not leave any lasting aftereffects. Tio successfully awakened the essence of his blood and bones. One must possess an unwavering, rock-solid will. The stronger and more resolute one's heart, the more fervently that warmth would surge, resulting in even more significant benefits for the body. This method of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Frankly, it felt akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff, placing one's life in a perilous situation. Any slightest misstep could lead to an irrevocable downfall. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quite self-aware, always stopping just short of a significant breakthrough, thus accumulating results that proved remarkably effective over time. Indeed, human potential knows no bounds. However, to become strong inevitably requires traversing a protracted and progressive journey. After a full day of tireless effort, Lin Feng achieved notable progress, now capable of taking 6 steps. This advancement, compared to his initial attempts, was monumental. Yet, Lin Feng was still unsatisfied. He understood that he was merely struggling to walk under the influence of the exotic fragrance. If one day he could move freely within this mysterious aroma, that would signify true mastery of his cultivation. As night deepened, Lin Feng returned to the small courtyard, finding the surroundings eerily silent. Passing by the bridal chamber, an involuntary curiosity compelled him to peer inside. His gaze silently slipped through the crack of the window, seeking the scene within. The room was dimly lit. However, in that hazy vision, he vaguely saw the mosquito net on the bed being gently lifted, and the bed that should have been occupied was now empty. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to the dressing table, which too was devoid of anyone, only the cold, desolate mirror reflecting faint light. A sudden tightness gripped his heart. Where could the person have gone? Lin Feng promptly raised his hand, gently pushing open the window, then cautiously leaned his head inside, meticulously inspecting every corner of the room. A chill night breeze suddenly swept in as the window opened, causing the red curtains on either side to flutter wildly, sending shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, the auspicious character affixed to the dressing mirror trembled slightly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, just as he intended to close the window and leave in haste. A cold hand silently landed on his shoulder from behind. This sudden, chilling scene sent Lin Feng into a panic, his mind blank. Driven by sheer instinct from the fright, Lin Feng turned around and unleashed a punch with all his might. However, immediately afterward, he heard the melodious voice of Sang Yu, clear as a silver bell. "A Feng Gidge, what are you doing?" Lin Feng's fist was momentarily frozen in midair. Before him, Sang Yu's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall of ebony, her form clad in nothing but a delicate belly wrap. Her slender, fragrant shoulders possessed a warmth akin to mutton fat jade, and her luminous skin radiated an alluring glow beneath the dim light. Beneath the gently rounded belly wrap, a pair of glossy, dark eyes brimmed with curiosity and confusion as they gazed at him. A wave of embarrassment washed over Lin Feng, prompting him to slowly retract his fist. As he strained to find the appropriate words to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation, Sang Yu suddenly let out a playful laugh. "I understand. Brother A Feng regrets it and quietly came to find Sanger to sleep. Right?" Lin Feng's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hurriedly denied. "No, it's not like that. I just finished reading and was about to sleep. I suddenly remembered you might not have tucked in your blanket properly." "So I really—" Sang Yu tilted her head slightly, her gaze clearly revealing her skepticism. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, emphasizing, "It is absolutely true." Sang Yu let out a light hum, evidently still half convinced by his words. Lin Feng's heart raced like a frantic drumbeat as he asked in surprise, What are you doing here?" Sang Yu playfully blinked her eyes and replied with a smile, "Just taking care of a little matter. I was afraid of waking Xiao Huan, so I came out through the window. However, Brother Lin Feng, I did see you enter the courtyard." Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, unsure how to respond. The silvery moonlight poured through the eaves, casting a gentle glow upon the two of them. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Sang Yu's tender yet exquisite face. And suddenly, the heart-racing scene from the previous night flashed in his mind, startling him into wanting to turn and flee. He hurriedly said, "Sanger, quickly go back to your room and sleep, or you might catch a chill." "I need to sleep too." Unexpectedly, Sang Yu leaned closer, rising onto her toes to gently plant a kiss on his cheek, her voice soft and obedient. "Well then, I'll head inside, Brother Lin Feng." "Make sure to rest early." As soon as her words fell, She gracefully flipped back into her room through the window. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she stood at the window's edge and asked Lin Feng, "Brother Lin Feng, did you check the date today?" Lin Feng's body stiffened, as rigid as a statue, and he stammered an unnatural response. Tomorrow I will go to the street to find a fortune teller." "Oh, that's fine then. Brother Lin Feng, please don't forget, or Sanger will be upset," she said with a smile before closing the window. Lin Feng stood there in a daze for quite a while before regaining his senses and hurriedly returning to his room. After lying on his bed for some time, he finally rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the moonlit scene, his expression filled with complexity. "Forget it, no more thinking. I should focus on my training." Activating the jade pendant, he calmed his mind, gathering his thoughts and beginning to breathe deeply. The vital energy within him began to flow slowly, and under the pure moonlight, a refreshing sensation started to rise through the acupoints atop his head, gradually entering his body. This energy then coursed through the extraordinary meridians of his body, traversing all the acupoints before finally settling in his dantian. Lin Feng tightly closed his eyes, slipping into a state of profound tranquility. Indescribably exquisite. After a considerable duration, the blood-like characters once again emerged in his mind. Progress. 80 mental power. 30 soon. These characters vanished without a trace. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The results of this training made him feel that all his previous efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 34. Bath. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Huan caught sight of Lin Feng at the window. He appeared quite disheveled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls strung on a thread, soaking his clothes as if he had just emerged from a pool. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Young master, look at you, drenched in sweat. Your clothes could be wrung out. I shall go prepare water for your bath right away, ensuring your utmost comfort and pleasure." Before she finished speaking, she darted into the kitchen like a gust of wind. Before long, Xiao Huan struggled to carry the boiling water, moving slowly as if the heavy bucket were bending her fragile frame. Yet, upon entering, she found Lin Feng languidly sprawled on the bed, appearing utterly exhausted as if his very spine had been removed. She pouted slightly, a hint of reproach in her tone as she said, "Young master, you are in quite a dirty state. Hurry up and wash." Lin Feng was genuinely disinterested in bathing today for two reasons. Firstly, this seemingly tranquil and peaceful courtyard might be hiding unknown dangers. He must remain on high alert, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Secondly, he was racking his brain, pondering how to delay matters for a few days to prepare for the potential crisis ahead. Moreover, if a malevolent entity were to appear unexpectedly while he was bathing, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable, perhaps even threatening his very life. "I'm a bit tired today. I want to be bathing." Lin Feng replied weakly, his voice laced with deep fatigue as if every word drained him of strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huan smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with mischief and liveliness, resembling flowers blossoming in the spring. "Young master, you need not exert any effort. Just relax in the water. I will take care of everything." She spoke. A delightful blush blossomed on her delicate face, radiant and charming like the evening glow, exuding an endless shyness that made her irresistibly adorable, akin to a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at her again, teasingly asking, "Will you be bathing too?" Xiao Huan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripened apple, as she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I already bathed outside. However, if young master does not mind, I would be willing to accompany you," she added shyly, twisting her garment's hem, her bashful demeanor evoking a protective instinct, much like a frightened little rabbit. This bold and direct suggestion made Lin Feng's heart race, a surge of warm blood rushing to his head, as if a firecracker had ignited, exploding in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Huan had already hastened to his side, pulling him towards the bathing tub without giving him a chance to object. Seeing he could not resist her, Lin Feng resignedly allowed Xiao Huan to remove his garments one by one. Then, he gradually sank into the warm bath, the gentle water enveloping his body, the soothing sensation allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Yet, he remained vigilant, attuned to any sounds from the adjacent room, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Until Xiao Huan's soft, delicate hands began to glide over his body, the sensation igniting a fire within him. Growing ever stronger, before long, His body responded instinctively with an intense reaction, the matter of the malevolent entity forgotten in the back of his mind. Xiao Huan, witnessing this, felt her face heat up to the point of almost burning, her cheeks appearing as if they could bleed, yet she still shyly reached out her little hand to grasp him gently. After a while, young master, my hands are tired, Xiao Huan pouted. Why not try something else? Lin Feng suggested, his voice tinged with an uncontainable eagerness. In truth, the two had already engaged in such intimate games of master and servant several times. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's suggestion to try something else, Xiao Huan couldn't help but feel shy, her heart racing as if it contained a lively little bunny. After Lin Feng spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Xiao Huan's rosy, delicate lips, his eyes shimmering with a fiery intensity that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Xiao Huan sensed his burning gaze, letting out a shy hum. After hesitating for a moment, she finally, after a considerable time, the master and servant gently climbed into bed, carefully snuggling beneath the warm covers. Finding solace in each other's presence, Lin Feng tenderly pulled the gentle and obedient girl into his embrace, planting a soft kiss on her smooth forehead, the gesture as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Whispering softly, Xiao Huan, from now on, you must always stay by my side, understand? Xiao Huan nestled against his sturdy chest, her face flushed, her eyes squinted in bliss as she softly replied, yes, I will always be yours. Wherever you are, I will be. We shall never part, even in death. Where are your feet? Lin Feng suddenly inquired. Huh? Xiao Huan initially did not comprehend, her expression adorably puzzled. Bring your feet here, I want to hold them while we sleep. Lin Feng, with a hint of stubbornness and a touch of childishness in his tone, caused Xiao Huan to pause momentarily before she obediently extended her foot towards him, her cheeks flushed even deeper. The young master possesses many admirable qualities, yet this particular penchant of his leaves one somewhat perplexed. In the early morning, the sun shone brilliantly, casting golden threads of light upon the earth, draping everything in a dazzling radiance. As Lin Feng awoke, he found Xiao Huan in the courtyard, hanging laundry while softly humming a melodious tune, her voice sweet and enchanting. Recalling the tender words exchanged between them the previous night, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, a warmth akin to a spring breeze gracing his face. He hurriedly dressed, and upon hearing sounds from within, Xiao Huan rushed in to attend to him. After freshening up, Lin Feng set out alone, intending to seek a fortune-teller on the streets. As he traversed through the alleys, a hoarse voice unexpectedly called out, Xiao Feng. Startled, Lin Feng turned to see a beggar. Gaunt and shriveled, curled up in a corner, his wide eyes fixed intently upon him. As Lin Feng gazed back, the beggar trembled and inquired, Xiao Feng. Confusion filled Lin Feng's heart as he hesitantly approached and asked, Do you know me? The beggar's eyes sparkled with urgency and excitement as he stared for a long moment before tears streamed down his face. Xiao Feng, it truly is you. He then began to sob, his cries sorrowful and poignant. Lin Feng, now even more bewildered, was about to ask another question when the beggar raised his head, weeping and saying, Xiao Feng, you must be in great pain. You are about to marry Xiao Sang. But Xiao Sang, suddenly realizing, Lin Feng queried, You are from the village at the back of the mountain? The beggar looked taken aback and replied, Xiao Feng, you no longer recognize me? I am your uncle's son. He then lamented, They all say I am mad, but I am not. That night, I truly saw the monster. It was colossal, with sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with an eerie light, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. A jolt of recognition surged through Lin Feng as memories flooded back. Uncle's son. You? Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire further, the disheveled man suddenly trembled, his face etched with terror as he shouted, The monster! The monster! Ah Feng, quickly, flee with Xiao Sang. Then he broke down, crying out, No! It is too late. Xiao Sang is dead. She is gone. I don't know. I was so frightened that I only thought of escaping. I saw the monster head deeper into the village. And no sooner had he finished speaking than he widened his eyes in terror and yelled, The monster is coming. With that, he vanished around the corner of the street. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in profound contemplation. He recalled Bai Qingxue mentioning that only Sang Yu and 2 others had come to this town, and the other 2 villagers had already perished. The remaining survivors had all migrated to the capital. Who, then, was this person? Why did he possess no recollection whatsoever? Chapter 35. Identity revealed who? Lin Feng stood at the narrow, dimly lit alleyway, his brow knitted tightly, his mind consumed with the villagers' bizarre tales. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, he suddenly turned, alert, and raised his gaze towards a distant spot. However, the street remained ordinary, devoid of any unusual happenings. Yet just moments ago, Lin Feng had distinctly caught a glimpse of someone lurking behind the wall, watching him stealthily. How could they have vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye? Am I seeing things? With a heart full of doubt, Lin Feng hurried over to investigate, meticulously examining the area, but found no suspicious signs whatsoever. Perhaps I was mistaken. I've been overly paranoid these past few days, he murmured to himself. Shaking his head in resignation, as he stepped onto the main street, he spotted Sang Yu and Lin Bauer leisurely strolling about. Lin Feng suddenly snapped to attention, his heart racing wildly. Could it truly be her? The image of the terrified villager and his words echoed relentlessly in his mind. No, it is too late. Xiao Sang is dead, dead, dead. These words reverberated in his mind like an incantation, conjuring nightmarish scenes from the past few days, including the harrowing encounter during the wedding procession. A shiver coursed through Lin Feng, his body trembling slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to pursue the man he had just encountered to uncover the truth. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, he needed to ascertain the reality. Lin Feng turned back to the alley where they had met, but there was no sign of the man. He searched nearby alleys, yet found nothing. Could he have left the town? Just as Lin Feng was about to continue his search, an acrid, metallic scent invaded his nostrils unannounced. The stench was that of blood, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered outside the cave. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine, his senses sharpening as he followed the trail of the blood scent. Before long, he arrived at the peach grove in the northwest corner of the town. In a corner of the grove stood a dilapidated thatched hut, mostly collapsed, seldom visited by anyone. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a deep breath, holding it in, and cautiously stepped inside. As soon as he pushed the door open, a horrifying sight greeted him. The villager he had spoken with earlier lay motionless behind the door, his eyes wide open, a visage of sheer terror painted across his face. As if he had witnessed the most frightful thing in his final moments, a massive, gaping wound marred his chest, and the ground was soaked with dark, congealed blood. Blood continued to surge forth from the wound, indicating he had been slain not long ago. The manner of his death echoed the grotesque transformation of the girl into the monster. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a wave of dread wash over him. Why had another person connected to him met such a fate? Was this a case of silencing witnesses? What dark secrets lay hidden in this? Secrets that must never come to light. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to waste another moment. He didn't know who might be next to die. With that thought, Lin Feng dared not linger, hastily turning to leave this perilous place. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged behind him, roaring like a ferocious beast. Instinctively, Lin Feng tilted his body, reacting with lightning speed. The flash of a sword slashed through the air, severing the trunk of a nearby peach tree as if it were mere paper. Leaving no room for Lin Feng to catch his breath, before he could react, the blade advanced towards him at an astonishing speed, faster than he could possibly evade. In desperation, Lin Feng swiftly gathered his internal energy into his fist. Gritting his teeth, his jaw clenched, meeting the incoming strike head-on. The fierce collision felt like countless steel needles piercing his entire arm, a sensation that coursed through him like an electric shock, nearly rendering him unconscious. Despite the dire situation, Lin Feng's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of fear. His left hand sliced through the air, tracing an arc that was both strange and filled with tremendous power, while his right hand clenched tightly, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Then, he unleashed his full strength against the figure before him, executing the yin-yang fist he had practiced, whose might was not to be underestimated. How could it be you? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng quickly halted. However, the shift in his internal energy caused him to stagger back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Before him stood Bai Qingxue, her mouth agape, shock written all over her face as she stared at him in the peach grove, their gazes locked. Lin Feng leaned against a nearby peach tree, breathing heavily, showing signs of fatigue. After catching his breath, he decided to break the silence, explaining, "When we first met, I was truly just an ordinary person. Later, when you all fled, I was left hanging by a thread, saved by someone who not only preserved my life, but also imparted cultivation techniques to me. I believe it unnecessary to divulge every intricate detail of this matter to you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxue scoffed lightly, questioning, "So what you're saying is that you only began cultivating that day and, in just a few days, transitioned from a completely untrained individual to a practitioner who has opened the 8 meridians and successfully condensed internal energy? Lin Gongzi, do you truly believe I am so naive as to be easily deceived?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng met her gaze, responding resolutely, "I have no need to deceive you. The truth is precisely as I say. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do." Bai Qingxue scrutinized him in silence for a long while before suddenly asking with curiosity, "What profound techniques did he impart to you?" Realizing her question might be inappropriate, she quickly added, "Aside from the techniques, there must be other supplementary items, right? Perhaps miraculous elixirs? Otherwise, how could you possibly cultivate such ethereal energy in such a brief period?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "I lack elixirs. However, that esteemed individual infused me with vital energy while healing my wounds." Bai Qingxue's gaze sharpened as she speculated, "It seems this extraordinary person possesses unfathomable strength, having assisted you in unblocking your 8 meridians. But why would he extend such aid to you? Perhaps he has recognized my potential." Lin Feng suggested. Bai Qingxue narrowed her eyes, coldly scoffing, "I knew it. You are concealing many things from us." Lin Feng could only shrug helplessly, choosing silence. Bai Qingxue scrutinized him for a while longer, then remarked, "Very well, opportunities such as these are rare and should not be hastily disclosed to others. No wonder during our last encounter, you appeared so enthusiastic about cultivation and the matter of the demons. It seems you had already begun your clandestine training." Lin Feng apologized softly. Bai Qingxue replied calmly, "There is no need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. I merely find it hard to believe that someone who seems so delicate and refined could suddenly transform into a cultivator and possess such energy." At this, she couldn't help but chuckle at her own naivety, self-mockingly adding, "When you previously inquired about cultivation, I was so sarcastic. Now it seems rather ironic." She shot Lin Feng a teasing glance, saying, "Humph, men are indeed adept at charming words. Especially scholars, they are the least trustworthy." A hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Feng's face as he stood there, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Woman. It was not until deep into the night that Lin Feng concluded his conversation with Bai Qingxue. He trudged toward his serene courtyard, weighed down by exhaustion. Struggling against an overwhelming curiosity, he resolutely refrained from glancing at the bridal chamber. Upon entering the room, he was met with a sight that struck him like a thunderbolt. Rendering him motionless as if under a spell, on the bed lay a woman of graceful form, bathed in the silvery moonlight that cascaded through the window, softly illuminating the wooden bed. Under the ethereal glow, Lin Feng observed her hands, delicately clasped like finely carved jade, resting on her flat abdomen. The skin of her long neck appeared flawless, akin to unblemished ice, glistening in the moonlight. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her seemingly fragile shoulders. Due to her reclining position, Lin Feng was unable to discern her features, only noticing a veil as thin as a cicada's wing shrouding her face, lending her an air of dreamlike beauty enhanced by the hazy moonlight. She lay there quietly, as if entranced in an everlasting dream. An inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within Lin Feng. Typically not one to be overly sentimental, he found himself inexplicably drawn to approach the bedside. Suppressing his breath and heartbeat, fearful that any sound might disturb her. Standing about a yard away, he scrutinized her closely, only to realize that her face was unfamiliar. Just as he prepared to examine her further, he was astonished to find her wide, beautiful eyes fixed upon him. In those luminous eyes, a fleeting flicker of confusion and anger was quickly replaced by a rush of embarrassment, her delicate earlobes turning crimson in an instant. Fortunately, in the stillness of the night, though illuminated by moonlight, Lin Feng's view was not entirely clear, sparing the woman some of her embarrassment. They exchanged a silent gaze, one lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty awaiting her prince's awakening, the other standing by the bedside, akin to a devout follower before a sacred goddess. The woman instinctively touched her face, her body stiffening. Lin Feng was engulfed in confusion, his thoughts a tangled mess. Meanwhile, the woman wished she could slap herself for being so careless as to fall asleep here. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat and, striving to appear amiable, softly inquired, "May I ask, what is your name?" "Dear lady?" His voice, drifting through the stillness of the night, took on an ambiguous tone in the peculiar context of a solitary man and woman sharing a room, almost sounding flirtatious. The woman's face flushed a deep crimson, vibrant and alluring, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure as she slowly sat up from the bed, gently smoothing her silky hair. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she murmured, "I," just as Lin Feng was about to continue speaking. A wave of intense dizziness suddenly overwhelmed him. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and he felt his body weaken, as if his very bones had been drained of strength, collapsing without warning onto the floor with a dull thud. Gazing at the fallen Lin Feng, the woman initially panicked, but after a flurry of actions, she seized the opportunity to leap out of the window, disappearing into the vastness of the night. As she swiftly moved away, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. Cautiously, she patted her chest and glanced around, ensuring no one was following her before exhaling a sigh of relief. Next, she lightly dabbed at her face. When Lin Feng finally stirred awake, dawn was approaching, and the eastern sky was beginning to brighten. Every part of his body ached, and he struggled to rise, glancing around with a furrowed brow, hazily recalling the events that had transpired. He quickly checked himself, relieved to find nothing missing. However, as he assessed his back, a searing pain shot through him, igniting a furious rage within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront that woman, convinced she had dragged him from the ground to the bed. Otherwise, how could his back be so raw? By midday, sunlight flooded the Lin residence, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. The entire Lin family had gathered, including Lin Feng and Sang Yu. Lin Danan wore an expression of uncontainable delight, proclaiming, "Lin Chuan has been accepted into the great martial academy. Chuaner, you truly bring honor to our family. From now on, we need not worry about resources for cultivation." Lin Danan's wife, Lu Yin, echoed his enthusiasm. "Indeed. I still remember when we nearly mortgaged our shop just to find a good teacher for Chuaner over that inconspicuous little pill." Filled with gratitude, Lin Chuan raised his cup steadily, saying, "Father, Mother, I toast to you both. Thank you for your unwavering support as I embarked on this arduous path of cultivation." Lin Danan raised his cup in satisfaction, while Lu Yin wiped away tears of joy at this moment. Lin Bauer eagerly lifted her cup, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I also toast to you. Once you go to the city, continue to work hard and never let up. Be sure to come home often to see us." Lin Chuan smiled in response, "Of course." Lin Feng raised his cup, sincerely wishing, "May my cousin achieve great success in his cultivation and have a brilliant future." Lin Chuan, with a solemn expression, encouraged him, "Xiao Feng, you must also strive diligently and cannot afford to relax even slightly. If you can pass the imperial examination next year, it will be well worth your efforts." Lin Feng replied earnestly, "I will, and I will remember your teachings." At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Sang Yu, who sat beside Lin Feng, her head bowed as she ate heartily, seemingly uninterested in their discussion. Lin Danan, smiling, remarked, "By the way, Xiao Feng, I heard Bauer say that the day after tomorrow is an auspicious day for your marriage. Is that right?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Sang Yu eagerly lifted her head, her mouth still full of food, and mumbled, "Uncle, Bauer and I consulted a fortune teller today, and the day after tomorrow is indeed a good day for the wedding." Lin Feng glanced at her, then turned to Lin Danan and Lu Yin, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, thank you for your care during this time. After Sang Yu and I are married, we plan to find a place of our own, so you need not worry about us." Chapter 37. Another nightmare. Upon hearing this, Lin Danan's brow furrowed instantly, twisting into a knot as sharp as iron, his gaze piercing Lin Feng like an arrow. He then bellowed, his voice thunderous, "Xiao Feng, are you implying that you are not comfortable here? I promised your parents I would take good care of you. What does your current behavior mean?" Lu Yin hurriedly interjected with gentle words. "Dear, please do not be angry. Xiao Feng is likely just newlywed and has some new thoughts. It is only natural." Sang Yu set down her bowl and chopsticks, her face filled with anxiety as she urgently said, "Uncle, please do not blame Brother Feng. We truly have no other intentions." Lin Danan scoffed, his expression dark as water, rebuking, no other intentions? Then why are you both contemplating moving out? How will the neighbors perceive me? Songyu's face displayed a hint of distress, her lips quivering slightly as she spoke. Uncle, we are well aware of your kindness towards us, but Brother Feng has long yearned to venture out on his own. Unwilling to remain dependent on you, Lin Danon, filled with fury, slammed the table with such force that the dishes atop it leapt in alarm, he bellowed. Venture out? With what capabilities does he possess to brave the world? He enjoys the finest comforts here and yet remains unsatisfied. Lin Feng could no longer contain his frustration. He swiftly stood up, defiantly arching his neck, and proclaimed loudly, Uncle, I understand your goodwill towards me, yet I truly do not wish to live my life under your protection. I desire to prove my worth through my own efforts. Lin Danon's face flushed crimson with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging as he cursed. You ungrateful wretch! You shall surely suffer hardships once you step outside. At that moment, Lu Yin hastily reached out to grasp Lin Danon's arm, soothingly saying, Sir, please calm yourself. Allow the child to finish speaking. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng made a concerted effort to steady his emotions and spoke slowly. Uncle, Songyu and I have made our decision. Even if we endure hardships after we leave, we do so willingly. Lin Danon remained silent for a long time before finally responding with a grim expression. Very well, if you wish to leave, then go. Just do not regret your choice. After the meal, Lin Feng and Songyu walked side by side back to the small courtyard. Lin Bayer hurriedly approached, a look of concern etched upon her face, exclaiming, Brother Feng, Sister Songyu, do you truly intend to leave? My father was merely speaking out of anger. You must not take his words to heart. The two paused, Lin Feng's expression resolute as he replied, Bayer, our minds are firmly made up. Lin Bayer furrowed her brow, worry evident as she continued. But the outside world is fraught with danger. How will you survive? Songyu smiled gently, her gaze unwavering as she said, Sister Bayer, we are not afraid. As long as we stand united as husband and wife, we shall surely create the life we desire. Lin Bayer sighed in resignation, saying, Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer dissuade you. Just promise to take care of yourselves out there. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you. In the days that followed, he silently vowed to achieve a breakthrough in his own abilities. After all, once he departed from this place, every bit of strength would increase his chances of survival. Upon returning to his familiar room, he moved with utmost caution, first ensuring the door and windows were securely closed before slowly retrieving the manual for his cultivation. With complete focus and determination, he began to memorize its contents. Time passed unnoticed until suddenly, a faint and almost imperceptible sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard outside. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he quickly tucked away the manual and sat upright at his desk, straightening his posture and casually opening a book he had prepared earlier. Young master, are you reading? It was Xiao Huan. Lin Feng released a quiet sigh of relief and swiftly approached the door to open it. Xiao Huan carried a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, and upon seeing his darkened eyes, she softly said, Young master, this is the soup the doctor specially prepared for you last time. You must drink it while it's hot and rest early. Do not overexert yourself. Just as Lin Feng was about to politely refuse, the sound of light footsteps echoed again from outside. Songyu's voice floated into the courtyard. Brother Feng, are you reading? May I come to your room to keep you company for a while? Lin Feng quickly took the bowl from Xiao Huan's hands and drank it all in one go. Songyu entered the room like a cheerful little rabbit, and upon seeing him finished the soup. She paused momentarily before rushing over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, Brother Feng, what were you secretly drinking? May I have a sip? Xiao Huan could not help but giggle, her voice ringing like a bell. Miss Songyu. This is the medicine prescribed by the doctor for the young master. Upon hearing this, Songyu's face instantly contorted into a pout, her small lips forming a cute frown. Oh, it's medicine. It must taste terrible. Lin Feng, having finished the potion, gazed at her with warmth in his eyes and said, Songyu, I just took the medicine and I feel a bit dizzy. I think I will rest for a while. Songyu pouted her rosy lips, looking most reluctant, yet she could only respond with a hint of disappointment. Oh, then Brother Feng, you should go to sleep. Yes, and you should rest early too. Lin Feng gently closed the door, swiftly shedding his outer garments and shoes before lying down on his bed. Song-yu sighed softly outside the door before turning back to her own room. Lin Feng lay on the bed, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber, his breathing gradually becoming steady and profound. Soon, a silver moon ascended quietly outside the window, only to be swiftly concealed by thick, cotton-like clouds, blocking any trace of light. The entire town seemed to be enveloped by an enormous, invisible hand, plunging it into an eerie silence. Time passed, and Lin Feng, lost in a hazy dream, suddenly heard the creaking sound of the window. His heart jolted, waking him from his slumber as he turned to look. Outside the window was an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all visibility, with only the night wind whispering eerily against the window pane. Yet, he distinctly remembered closing the window securely before sleeping. But now, it stood wide open. Could something have entered silently? His heart raced, and he dared not fully open his eyes, cautiously turning his head to peer through the narrow slit of his eyelids at the various corners of the room. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, silent as death. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a red figure floating by the headboard. The apparition hovered beside his pillow, its voluminous sleeves swaying gently in the breeze. Its head bowed as if it were gazing intently at him with an eerie fixation. This shock nearly caused his soul to leave his body. He clenched his fists and shot up in bed, ready to strike out in terror, only to discover it was merely a robe. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed his bright red wedding robe. Stunned for a moment, he hurriedly leapt from the bed and examined it closely. It was unmistakably his wedding robe hanging at the headboard. The night wind rushed through the open window, causing the robe to flutter violently, its appearance decidedly sinister and chilling. Yet, how could his wedding robe, which was supposed to be neatly stored in the wardrobe across the room, suddenly appear here? A chilling dread crept over him. Could this be a warning or a threat from the other party, urging him to marry her soon? Just then, a frigid gust of wind howled through the window. The wedding robe at the headboard began to sway violently again. Lin Feng's back broke out in a cold sweat as he rushed to close the window, securing the latch tightly, but in that instant, he realized that even with the window shut, the bright red robe continued to wave its sleeves incessantly. A wave of terror washed over him, and just then, a chilling voice emerged from the dark corner. "Brother Feng, I want to share a room with you." Lin Feng whipped his head around. Chapter 38. Breakthrough to the opening origin realm. He beheld a figure clad in a bright red wedding robe, slowly emerging from the shadowy corner, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, head bowed, as she gradually lifted her featureless, pale face devoid of any features. "Otherwise, I will kill everyone," a nightmare. Once again, this terrifying nightmare. Lin Feng abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his head pounding as if it would explode. His clothes drenched in sweat, he gazed out at the bright sky, his heart filled with terror and confusion. What was happening? Why did these nightmares persistently haunt him? He muttered to himself, clutching his head tightly. A horrifying suspicion suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the demon was secretly at work? It was said that demons excelled at manipulating hearts, feeding off human fear to amplify their own power. Recalling what Bai Qingxue had once told him, that demons are born from the heart, and most demons arise from their own emotions, Lin Feng wondered. Had he inadvertently fallen under the influence of a demon? Or was it that mysterious presence next door? Had this demon already taken control of those around him, such as Song-yu or Xiao Huan? With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze turned wary as he looked towards the door. Perhaps the demon's aim was to shatter his will, driving him to the brink of despair before consuming him. Records indicate that only by reaching the opening origin realm, with Yuan power within, could one slightly resist the influence of demons. Yet, he had only just begun to cultivate Yuan power, without yet attaining the opening origin realm. With only 2 days remaining until the wedding, would he be forced to seek help from those at the Great Martial Academy? He contemplated the notion of enduring humiliation and hardship, waiting until he had sufficiently cultivated his skills before personally vanquishing the demon. He knew he must make a decision swiftly. Opting for the former might lead to failure, while choosing the latter was fraught with uncertainties he could not foresee. However, there remained another possibility, that all of this was not orchestrated by the demon, but rather stemmed from deeper, hidden circumstances. In any case, each choice was laden with unpredictability. He could no longer afford even the slightest delay. Rising immediately, he hastily donned his garments and attended to his grooming. The adjacent room was silent, with Song Yu nowhere to be seen. With a tense expression, he stepped out of the small courtyard, proceeding cautiously and remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. Upon exiting the small town, he initially intended to head straight to Birdsong Gorge for training. Yet, considering the present dangers, he hesitated and altered his course. The path was rugged and uneven, surrounded by dense foliage and steep mountains, evidently seldom traversed by others. Lin Feng ventured into the thicket, observing meticulously for a while before confirming he was not being followed, then quickened his pace towards Birdsong Gorge. Within the tranquil and profound cavern of Birdsong Gorge, Lin Feng was wholly absorbed in the absorption of the dual energies of yin and yang. At that very moment, his body suddenly trembled violently, as if an invisible force were recklessly colliding within him. The external energies of yin and yang surged into his body like untamed wild horses, unimpeded and frenzied. The energy he absorbed in mere moments surpassing what he would typically accumulate through arduous training over 1 or 2 days. Simultaneously, his meridians seemed to be reshaped by a pair of miraculous hands, instantly becoming extraordinarily resilient and significantly wider than before. At this moment, the enigmatic crimson characters reappeared in his mind. Progress. 100. Can advance. Mental strength. 40. Advance, advance, advance. Lin Feng shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. However, this urgent and fervent cry fell into silence, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Just as despair began to engulf him, a sudden flash of inspiration struck, reminding him of a method detailed in a book. Without hesitation, he put it into practice. A resonant hum sounded in his mind, akin to a great bell tolling. When he focused again, the characters had undergone a monumental transformation. Opening realm. Level 1. Progress. 0 mental strength. 40. Had he truly broken through to the opening realm so effortlessly? Such a smooth transition was far beyond Lin Feng's expectations. He had envisioned the path to advancement as strewn with thorns and obstacles, requiring him to endure numerous trials to succeed. Yet, this unexpected delight instantaneously filled his heart with joy. Driven by this uncontrollable elation, Lin Feng devoted himself even more fervently to the practice of the yin-yang technique. Ever since breaking through to the first level of the opening realm, his speed in absorbing the dual energies of yin and yang had accelerated remarkably, and his strength had seen significant enhancements across various aspects. As Lin Feng immersed himself in the cultivation of the yin-yang technique, a figure stealthily approached the cavern from a distance, peering inside. This individual was Bai Qingxue. Ever since learning of Lin Feng's remarkable progress within just a few days, she had been trailing him discreetly. Today, upon seeing Lin Feng sneakily enter the cavern and remain absent for a considerable time, she deduced he must be cultivating inside. However, fearing the presence of a formidable figure within, she maintained a cautious distance. It was only after hearing Lin Feng's desperate cries that she became certain he was alone in the cave. At that moment, Bai Qingxue's heart settled, and without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly approached the cavern's entrance. The thought of uncovering Lin Feng's secrets brought a smug smile to her lips. As she drew near, her foot had already crossed the threshold of the cave, when suddenly, a peculiar fragrance surged into her nostrils. Bai Qingxue inhaled lightly, finding the scent somewhat strange. It was not unpleasant, yet not entirely agreeable either. Certainly a fragrance she had never encountered before. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, she paid little heed, assuming it was merely a repellent for mosquitoes and insects, and plunged forward. However, just as she took a step, her body suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill of sweat down her spine. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though half of her strength had been drained, and a buzzing sound resonated in her mind, leaving her in a daze and utterly fatigued. As she took another step, Bai Qingxue stumbled and fell, her face meeting the ground, covering her in dirt. What on earth was happening? Struggling to maintain her composure, Bai Qingxue scanned her surroundings with caution. She attempted to rise but found herself utterly powerless. Collapsing back to the ground, gasping for breath, her complexion paling. Was she poisoned? This thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, filling her with dread. A wave of inexplicable panic and sorrow surged within her. Yet in that instant, her mind miraculously calmed. How could there be someone here to poison her? This toxin was so potent that even someone who had embarked on the path of cultivation like herself could be affected. In mere moments, she felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, her mental exhaustion reaching a critical point. Who could have inflicted such a cruel act? What could be their motive for poisoning her? Just as she was racking her brain in confusion, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Eh? It was Lin Feng's voice. How could Bai Qingxue fail to recognize it? It was he who had unleashed this poison upon her. How utterly despicable! How could he be so heartless? She had only been driven by curiosity to uncover his secrets, and he had resorted to such lethal measures. Though she had intended to curse Lin Feng vehemently, her consciousness was rapidly fading. Heavens, was she truly destined to lose her life in such a bewildered state? How lamentable that all her grand aspirations and ambitions remained unfulfilled, destined to perish in this wretched place. Truly, the heavens were unkind to the talented. Lin Feng approached Bai Qingxue with a light-hearted gait, slowly crouching down to gently remove her veil. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a familiar face. After a moment of thought, he discerned her intentions. Likely, she had come to secretly observe him due to his rapid cultivation progress. Yet, her misfortune had reached its peak. Lin Feng weighed the jade pendant in his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. This unexpected turn of events was truly unforeseen. Typically, after completing his training, Lin Feng would carefully stow the jade pendant within the blood tome, but today, in his excitement over his breakthrough, he had forgotten to put it away, allowing Bai Qingxue to catch a whiff of its fragrance. The potency of the pendant's alluring scent was astounding. When Lin Feng first encountered it, he had barely taken 3 steps before collapsing. If he, burdened with the blood bone, could be so affected, how much more so Bai Qingxue, who lacked such support? It was likely that she would need considerable time to recover fully, while Lin Feng bore some responsibility for his oversight. It was Bai Qingxue's carelessness that had ultimately led to this tragic outcome. Had they both been quick to hold their breaths upon sensing the fragrance, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Alas, why must one invite such suffering upon themselves? Lin Feng let out a long sigh, tucking the jade pendant into the blood scroll, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Bai Qingxue on the ground. His face a portrait of perplexity and distress, he was acutely aware that he bore significant responsibility for this unforeseen incident. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng found himself engulfed by a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. After much contemplation, he resolutely gritted his teeth and decided to carry Bai Qingxue into the depths of the cave, seeking a tranquil and secure place to tend to her. The abrupt turn of events today had sounded an alarm in Lin Feng's heart. It was clear that the jade pendant could no longer be used casually. Previously, he had only resorted to its use in an emergency due to his inability to reach the opening origin realm. However, having successfully entered this realm, he could now harness its power directly within the blood scroll, with effects limited solely to himself. Once he had carefully placed Bai Qingxue in a secure position, Lin Feng dared not leave hastily. His heart brimmed with concern. Should he abandon her and she fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, the weight of his guilt would be unfathomable. With that thought in mind, he ventured outside the cave, fully immersing himself in the wondrous sensations that accompanied the opening origin realm. Lin Feng endeavored to communicate with the primordial energy, feeling it surge within him, miraculously inducing a gentle undulation throughout his flesh and blood. In an instant, an indescribable sensation enveloped him, a delightful blend of tingling and soothing that was beyond articulation. This extraordinary state continued for an indeterminate period. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an exhilarating lightness sweep over him, accompanied by a surge of warmth in his abdomen. In that moment, the vibrant energy that had been pulsating within him vanished without a trace. A thought flickered in his mind, and the warmth in his abdomen seemed to spring to life, joyfully dancing within him. Primordial energy, there it was, coursing through the meridians of his body. To possess primordial energy signified the ability to commence the cultivation of martial arts. Martial arts were techniques that wielded the power of primordial energy, forming the foundation upon which every warrior relied for survival in battle. Take, for instance, the yin-yang fist he practiced. Although he had previously been able to execute it, the consumption was exceedingly taxing. Were it not for his possession of a unique cultivation method, a normal individual would only sense a faint trace of energy within their dantian upon first experiencing primordial energy. At that moment, The energy was negligible, utterly inadequate to sustain a warrior in fierce combat. For once utilized, that sliver of primordial energy would dissipate, and with the meridians yet to be opened, considerable time and effort would be required to refine it anew. The same punch now was entirely different from before. Having reached the opening origin realm, he could wield primordial energy at will, and even if it were to be depleted, he could swiftly restore it to its original state. The fundamental distinction lay in the ability to recover primordial energy promptly. Furthermore, within him still resided the yin-yang liquid, which could be consumed preferentially during combat. Each martial technique required the cooperation of multiple strands, sometimes dozens or even more, of primordial energy from the meridians, operating in a specific sequence and pathway to manifest various martial arts. Strengthening primordial energy through the practice of martial techniques to open one's meridians was a path every warrior must traverse, and Lin Feng was no exception. Lost in the exhilarating experience brought forth by the opening origin realm, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation and eagerness for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. He attempted to execute the yin-yang fist several times, each instance allowing him to tangibly feel the surging primordial energy, his mastery over power becoming increasingly adept. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lin Feng abruptly recalled Bai Qingxue in the cave and hurriedly turned back to check on her. He found her still in a state of unconsciousness, though her breathing had stabilized considerably. He seated himself beside her, his mind racing with thoughts on how to explain everything to Bai Qingxue. After all, this incident was indeed challenging to elucidate. After a considerable interval, Bai Qingxue slowly regained consciousness, her gaze still somewhat dazed, as if she had not completely returned to reality. "What is happening to me?" she queried weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Feng quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment in detail. Upon hearing his explanation, Bai Qingxue's expression shifted dramatically, her mood oscillating between confusion and frustration. "What bad luck?" she murmured, her tone laden with resignation and vexation. Lin Feng appeared somewhat awkward, scratching his head as he replied, "This was indeed an unforeseen circumstance, and I will take full responsibility." Bai Qingxue scoffed lightly. "And how do you intend to take responsibility?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng solemnly declared, "Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will exert every effort to make amends for this misstep." Bai Qingxue rolled her eyes. "Now that sounds more reasonable." Chapter 40. Resolution on the eve of dawn, Lin Feng, having parted ways with Bai Qingxue, tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. It was not until the first light of day broke that he drifted into a fitful sleep. When he awoke, sunlight streamed through the window, forcing his eyes to squint. Early in the morning, his uncle Lin Danan sent Xiao Huan to summon him for breakfast, along with discussions regarding the wedding preparations for the day after tomorrow. Before long, Sang Yu and Lin Baobao returned together. However, Lin Chuan had yet to return from the Great Martial Academy, leaving the family and their maids gathered around the dining table. As they discussed the myriad details of the upcoming nuptials, Sang Yu appeared somewhat distracted. Once the conversation had progressed, Lin Feng took a sip of tea and slowly rose, addressing the table, "Uncle, Aunt, after much contemplation, I have decided that following the ceremony with Sanger, I will move out with her. I truly feel indebted for the care you have extended to me over the years." Lin Danan's brow furrowed deeply as he responded sternly, "Xiao Feng, do not bring this up again. Your uncle will not agree." Lu Yin quickly interjected, "Xiao Feng, we are family. There is no need for such formality. After you and Sanger are wed, you should remain here comfortably. With your elder brother away, there are plenty of vacant rooms, and the maids will be at your service. It would not reflect well for you to move out so soon after your marriage." Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute, his tone unwavering. "Uncle, Aunt, my decision is firm, and I hope for your understanding." He was acutely aware that if Sang Yu were indeed a person of ill repute, he must shoulder the burden alone. Without implicating his family, he continued, "Tomorrow, I will go out to find a house, and after the wedding, we will leave immediately." Lu Yan's expression darkened, poised to speak, but Lin Danan interjected, "Xiao Feng, why go to such lengths? Since you are so determined, I shall not impede you further. However, I insist that you stay home tomorrow to study. The matter of housing will be managed by your uncle, and I will ensure you find a satisfactory place. As a scholar, you are not accustomed to these matters. Moreover, you are newlyweds. You cannot live in subpar accommodations," Lin Feng replied. "I appreciate your kindness, uncle, but I can handle the housing myself. Lin Danan was about to argue further when Lu Yin discreetly pinched him under the table. With a resigned sigh, Lin Danan acquiesced. Very well, do as you wish. Xiao Huan stood quietly by, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Feng said, Xiao Huan, please remain in the residence to care for uncle and aunt. Xiao Huan bit her lip and nodded gently. Lin Danan hesitated, but Lin Feng raised his cup and declared, Uncle, aunt, it is settled. This toast is to you, in gratitude for your love and care. Lin Danan sighed heavily, lifting his cup. Lu Yin forced a smile. Xiao Feng, Sanger, do visit often. I will prepare delicious meals for you. Sang Yu nodded in agreement. Of course, aunt. Lu Yan's smile appeared somewhat strained. Lin Feng then turned to Lin Baobao, who wore a somber expression, remaining silent throughout. He poured a cup of tea and said, Baobao, I toast you. Lin Baobao lifted her head, managing a weak smile. Thank you, Feng Ge. I wish you and Sister Sang happiness. Thank you, Lin Feng replied, draining his cup. Once dinner concluded, Lin Feng and Sang Yu walked side by side, but suddenly, Sang Yu halted, her gaze locked onto Lin Feng's with a complex expression, her lips parting as if to speak but hesitating. Xiao Huan trailed behind, her head bowed, suppressing her emotions. Once they entered the courtyard, she could no longer hold back, whispering, Young master, why don't you want Xiao Huan to accompany you? Did I do something wrong? The moment the words left her mouth, tears welled in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks, filled with grievance. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before responding gently, It's not that. I simply cannot allow you to accompany me into danger. Xiao Huan looked bewildered, her face streaked with tears. Young master, I'm not afraid. What danger could there possibly be? With that, Lin Feng strode directly into the house. Xiao Huan stood there, feeling utterly abandoned, tears continuing to fall. Sang Yu hurried inside, saying, Ah Feng, bring Xiao Huan along. She might truly be of assistance. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng's voice was icy and unyielding. It's not necessary. This matter is not up for discussion. He then fixed his gaze intently on her, adding, Sanger, after our wedding the day after tomorrow, we shall move out immediately, and we will consummate our marriage in our own home. Sang Yu appeared perplexed. Ah Feng, why not consummate it here? The new room is beautifully prepared. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he replied, Sanger, I simply do not like this place. Sang Yu looked at him, as if grasping part of his sentiment, and reluctantly acquiesced, Oh, very well, I shall heed your wishes. Ah Feng, it is time to rest early. Lin Feng cast a lingering glance at her, preparing to close the door. Suddenly, Sang Yu spoke again, Ah Feng Gij. You won't come up with another excuse the day after tomorrow to avoid marrying Sanger, will you? Lin Feng looked at her, his gaze unwavering as he declared, Of course not. Even if the heavens were to collapse, this marriage must proceed. Sang Yu clenched her fists and retorted, If Ah Feng Gij deceives Sanger again, I will truly be angry. Lin Feng took another look at her youthful, delicate face and reassured her. Rest assured, it will not happen. Only then did Sang Yu turn away, her heart content as she gracefully returned to her room. She sat slowly before the dressing mirror, gazing dreamily at her reflection, contemplating Lin Feng's somewhat indifferent tone from earlier. Does Ah Feng Gij find me lacking in beauty? She pondered. Indeed, he must find me unappealing. Her tender fingers lightly caressed her cheek, and uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Filled with anxiety and trepidation, after what felt like an eternity, she seemed to come to a difficult decision. Very well, after marrying Ah Feng Gij, I shall surprise him. The girl in the mirror trembled slightly, her hands shaking as she cautiously began to peel away the fade she had worn. Lin Feng closed the door behind him and returned to his room, his steps heavy as he approached the window. Gazing outside, the young maid still stood in the courtyard, her hands silently wiping away tears. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, helplessly shutting the window, his mind racing with thoughts on how to confront the impending crisis. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. Xiao Huan remained in place, sobbing, her frail shoulders trembling. Though Lin Feng had closed the window, he could not escape the sound of her weeping. He sat on the edge of his bed, hands clenched, brow furrowed, as the grotesque visage of the demon replayed in his mind. After a long time, Xiao Huan's tears finally began to subside. She looked up at Lin Feng's tightly shut window, her eyes filled with despondence and helplessness before she slowly left the courtyard. The night passed like a silent stream, slipping quietly away. The following day, when Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, the sky outside was already bright with daylight. He felt enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation. The outside world was eerily quiet as he hastily dressed and prepared to step out. He was suddenly struck by an overwhelming and pungent scent of blood wafting in from the window. Furrowing his brow, he hurried to the window, carefully opening it, however. The courtyard appeared devoid of any abnormalities. Chapter 41. Death, yet the nauseating stench of blood was unmistakable. Lin Feng, now alarmed, rushed into the courtyard, where he was met with a cacophony of noise echoing from the corridor outside. His heart sank, an ominous premonition crashing over him like a mountain. Something had happened? He dashed forward with the speed of the wind. The sight before him felt like a thunderbolt, draining all color from his face. There, in the corridor outside the courtyard, lay the lifeless body of a young girl, isolated in a pool of thick, inky blood. A gaping, horrifying wound marred her chest, her insides hollowed out and vacant. Her eyes were wide open, filled with sheer terror, and a deep claw mark marred her youthful face, rendering it grotesque. It was Xiao Huan. The merciless sunlight poured onto this horrific scene, casting it in a strange, vivid light that was both beautiful and eerie, churning his stomach. Lin Feng stood frozen, as if carved from stone, his mind buzzing like a swarm of frenzied bees. Threatening to consume his last shreds of sanity, he recalled the pitiful and helpless figure of Xiao Huan crying quietly in the courtyard the previous night. Regret, guilt, and rage surged within him like a tumultuous tide, nearly drowning him, leaving him gasping for breath. A fiery wrath erupted within him, burning his eyes red and filling them with a terrifying fury. Lin Feng staggered in place, his body trembling uncontrollably, every muscle twitching. Not from fear, but from a deep, bone-chilling anger. Moments later, two figures rushed towards him from a distance. One of them, upon seeing Lin Feng, ran towards him with unrestrained joy. A Feng Gij. What happened? Sang Yu approached, a look of delight on her face, heedless of the torn corner of her garment, which stood out starkly. Upon seeing the fabric of Xiao Huan's nails matched the torn piece of Sang Yu's clothing, a flood of fear and repression that had built up over time erupted into a raging inferno within him, surging towards his consciousness. His eyes blazed crimson, as if they might spew flames. Sang Yu reached Lin Feng, only to be met with the sight of Xiao Huan's corpse, prompting a piercing scream as she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. A Feng Gij. Xiao Huan. Lin Feng's eyes burned with a fierce rage, his expression twisted like a feral beast as he glared at her. Sang Yu, filled with terror, stuttered, "A Feng Gij, please, don't scare Sanger." How did Xiao Huan die? Through clenched teeth, Lin Feng hissed, "Continue your act. Your performance is utterly revolting." Rage coursed through every fiber of his being, each cell ablaze, every nerve screaming in fury. He could no longer contain himself. He erupted completely. So many innocent lives had been mercilessly taken at her hands. Who would be next? The family of his uncle. With that thought, Lin Feng roared, "Let me tell you, I will not marry you. I will not wed a heartless demon like you. If you have the power, then kill me. Even if it means my death, I will never marry you." Lin Feng was utterly unrestrained, disregarding everything, ready to face death. If it was a fight, then let it be. Sang Yu stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep despair. "What are you saying? A Feng Gij? What demon? What are you talking about? Do not call me a Feng Gij," Lin Feng ground out, his voice hoarse and low, trembling with rage as he glared at her. "Hearing you utter those words makes me feel utterly disgusted. You, a murderer with blood on your hands, have no right." Sang Yu's face turned as pale as a sheet, her eyes reddening as she crouched down, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down like rain. Seeing Lin Feng turn to leave, she forced a sorrowful smile, her tone regaining a semblance of calm, as she caught up to him and grasped his arm. "A Feng Gij, I ask you one last time, do you still wish to marry Sanger?" Seeing the look of revulsion on Lin Feng's face, Sang Yu wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I'm sorry. It was Sanger's fault. I shouldn't he have appeared. I shouldn't he have disturbed you. A Feng Gij, we shall never meet again. I return this life to you." With tears streaming down her face, she cast one last heart-wrenching glance at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with endless sorrow and despair. before turning and fleeing, her frail figure appearing lonely and desolate in the wind. After a long while, Lin Bauer rushed in, crying, "Feng Gu, Sanger's sister has poisoned herself. Hurry, go save her, please." Lin Feng stood frozen, stunned. Poisoned herself? A demon? In that moment, self-doubt consumed him. Had he been wrong? Standing there, dazed, his pupils clouded, his mind spiraling into chaos. An inexplicable sharp pain surged within his heart, as if awakened by this torment. At that moment, his inner energy surged throughout his body, and a powerful force rose from his dantian, flooding into his mind. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, a hidden chaos and darkness suddenly dissipated with a sharp sound, expelled by that force. With a rush, Lin Feng felt as if a fog had cleared from his mind, revealing clarity in an instant. Then, waves of familiar memories flooded into his consciousness. A Feng Gij. Mama said you have a red string, left for you by your mother. She said you should tie it to the hand of the girl you fancy. Is that true? A Feng Gij. Show it to Sanger. Please. I promise I'll just take a look. I want to ask for it. A Feng Gij. Haven't you always wanted to see Sanger's little feet? Let Sanger show you, and you can let me play with that red string for a bit, okay? Just for a little while, can we? Hee hee. It seems prettier tied to my foot, doesn't it? Oh dear. A Feng Gij. Where did your red string go? That's not true. Your red string is tied to your hand, while this one is tied to my foot. It's not yours. It belongs to Sanger. A Feng Gij, don't be sad. Here, this is for you. Humph. If you don't take it, be careful. Sanger will hit herself and cry, then go back to tell Mama that you bullied Sanger. Take it. You must keep it with you every day. Don't lose it. A Feng Gij, will you always like Sanger? If you were to say yes, Sanger would allow you to kiss wherever you desire. Memories of the past surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Lin Feng stood vacantly in place, his complexion ashen, as if his heart had been ruthlessly pierced by a sharp blade, the pain seeping deep within, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Chapter 42. The heart's demise. Half a day later, within an old, dilapidated cart that swayed precariously, Lin Feng despondently embraced the cold, lifeless body of Sangyu. His eyes filled with a resolute despair that seemed to yearn for an end to his own existence. His thoughts were solely occupied with the desire to return her to the distant village in the mountains. He silently vowed, with a heart bleeding in sorrow, that he would ensure they were laid to rest together in that small, memory-laden yet desolate village, so they could reunite with their mother in the afterlife. No longer isolated in their solitude, the cart trudged along the rugged, uneven path, slowly departing from the town. His gaze was vacant and dull, fixated on the deeply cracked jade pendant in his hand. Lost in a reverie as he murmured, "Sanger, whether you are a demon or not?" Yet before he could finish, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, silencing him instantly, plunging him into an abyss of silence. If you are indeed a demon, a being of immense power, how could you so easily and clearly allow me to perceive your true nature? All those nightmarish scenes, all the seemingly irrefutable evidence, appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, maliciously guiding my suspicions, compelling me to believe you are a demon. The closer the day of our union approached, the more frequently nightmares ensnared me, robbing me of peace. The shadow of death loomed ever closer, suffocating me. The villagers' bizarre deaths, the horrific fate of Xiao Huan. Everything only deepened my misunderstandings and fears towards you, causing anger and hatred to spread like wild grass in my heart. Of course, it is not you. Your innocence and charm could never belong to a demon. Even if you were a demon, you have never harbored any intent to harm me. I realize now that I have wronged you, that I have caused you pain, that I owe you an apology. I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong. Above, the once clear blue sky was violently dominated by tumultuous dark clouds, the sun's warm and gentle rays being mercilessly swallowed. The entire sky seemed to be pressed down by an immense, heavy black curtain, rendering it gloomy and oppressive, nearly suffocating. The coachman, acutely aware of the sudden change in weather, hastily quickened the pace, his expression fraught with anxiety as he exclaimed, "Young master, the rain is about to pour down. Are you certain you wish to travel so far?" Lin Feng, undeterred, gently caressed the red jade in his hand, replying with unwavering determination, "We go." "Very well, young master, please hold on tight." The coachman swiftly raised his whip, striking the horse's rear mercilessly. That distant place, where it was said the entire village had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Lin Feng would not have dared to tread under normal circumstances, yet today, he had generously rewarded the coachman with a heavy, priceless gold coin, a sum he had never encountered in all his years of driving a cart. By evening, as darkness began to envelop the sky, Lin Feng finally arrived at Linshan village after enduring countless hardships. The driver dropped him off before a rickety, precarious wooden bridge that seemed poised to collapse at any moment, then hurriedly departed, as if lingering here for even a moment would consign him to perdition. Lin Feng, cradling Sang Yu's body, slowly traversed the creaking bridge, each step heavy with despair, heading towards the desolate, lifeless village ahead. The sky was overcast, resembling a massive, oppressive leaden slab pressing down, and suddenly, a fine, unrelenting rain began to fall. The village ahead grew increasingly eerie, shrouded in a deathly silence that seemed to consume all hope. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng felt no trace of fear. Only boundless sorrow and regret filled his heart. The sky was dim, the rain drizzling like a fine thread. The path before him became obscured, as if veiled by a gossamer shroud. Nevertheless, guided by the indelible memories etched in his mind, he persevered to find his parents' graves, in a secluded corner behind the village, amid a wilderness of overgrown weeds that nearly engulfed everything. His parents' graves stood alone and desolate. Lin Feng carefully selected a few resilient autumn chrysanthemums still blooming in the autumn breeze, placing them with deep guilt and longing upon his parents' grave. Then, he knelt slowly, bowing deeply in reverence, sincerely offering several resounding bows to his parents. The debt of gratitude for their nurturing was as heavy as a mountain. How could it be easily forgotten, though they were the original owner's parents? He could not disregard their sacrifice. Subsequently, he picked up the shovel he had laboriously carried from the village and, drenched in sweat, began to dig a deep pit beside the grave, carefully and tenderly placing Sang Yu's body within. He gently covered her with soil, inserting a few wildflowers that still bloomed brilliantly in the wind and rain. This would be her final resting place. Brother Ah Feng, if one day we both die, let us be buried here, shall we? That way, they won't be alone and lonely. Mother once said that Sanger and Brother Ah Feng were the most suitable pair, that even celestial beings could not compare to them. Sanger didn't want Brother Ah Feng to go to town. Mother warned that there were many temptations outside, and if Sanger didn't watch over Brother Ah Feng, he might be taken away by someone else. Brother Ah Feng, Sanger doesn't want you to be taken away. Otherwise, Sanger wouldn't be able to live. Memories surged back like a roaring tide, each innocent and heartfelt word echoing in his ears as if the girl stood beside him, tiptoeing, her face radiant with innocence as she whispered into his ear. The autumn rain fell incessantly, showing no signs of stopping, mercilessly soaking his hair, drenching his clothes, and blurring his vision. He stood silently by the grave for what felt like an eternity, until the night deepened, pitch black as ink, where one could not see one's hand before one's face. When dawn broke, and the first light of morning cast a faint glimmer of hope, shortly after he departed, two mysterious figures appeared quietly before the newly raised grave. Before the grave, silence reigned. A figure clad in white, like a ghost, slowly turned and walked deeper into the mountains. Behind her was a young woman in a purple dress, her face etched with worry, helplessness, and profound sorrow. The morning breeze gently caressed, lifting the veil on the white figure's face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful, flawless visage that took one's breath away. In that moment, it seemed as though the wind and the rain were forever captivated by this astonishing beauty. Frozen in time. Before the grave, tranquility returned, shrouded in an eerie stillness. With a soft patter, Lin Feng trudged through the muddy, uneven path, drenched by the incessant rain, struggling to navigate the overgrown thickets and thorns. In that moment, an unexpected calm enveloped his heart, as if the world's clamor and chaos had become irrelevant to him. His existence was now consumed by regret for the past and confusion about the future. Moving through this sorrowful world like a mere shell of a person, in the wilderness, ethereal mists rose, shrouding everything in a dreamlike haze. Lin Feng yearned to slow his pace, to savor this fleeting tranquility and beauty. Yet he could not. This road was neither long nor short, much like his life, which could unknowingly approach its end at any moment. He had to seize every second to fulfill his responsibilities. With unwavering resolve, he pressed on, feeling no fatigue. When he reached the main road leading to the town, several figures on horseback swiftly approached, kicking up mud and water, resembling a dark and chaotic ink-wash painting. Lin Feng quickly stepped aside. The leading horses galloped past like the wind, but the last horse suddenly halted beside him. A familiar voice called out, "Oh, what brings you here?" Lin Feng looked up to see a woman in black. Clad in a raincoat and a conical hat, her tall and graceful figure coupled with an enchanting face, Bai Qingxue from the Great Wu Academy. Before he could respond, Bai Qingxue frowned and asked, "Did you go to the back mountain village?" Lin Feng calmly replied, "Yes." Bai Qingxue, observing his disheveled appearance, hesitated for a moment before abruptly turning her horse around, saying, "Get on. I'll take you back." Lin Feng responded, "No need." Without a second thought, Bai Qingxue bent down on her horse, grasped his collar, and hoisted him up, placing him behind her as she commanded, "Get under the raincoat and sit tight." As she finished speaking, a sharp command sounded, and the horse galloped away. Lin Feng, seated behind, clutched her raincoat tightly, allowing the icy rain to mercilessly pelt his face. Bai Qingxue, jostled by the speed of the horse, turned to him and remarked, "I have heard that your bride has taken her own life. They say it was due to your fickleness that you abandoned her, leaving her heartbroken and desperate." Lin Feng remained silent, drenched in the cold rain. "Will you not refute this, or perhaps offer an explanation?" Bai Qingxue inquired. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly and replied with calmness, "There is nothing to say. I truly am the cause of her demise." Bai Qingxue scoffed, "At least you are honest." She then pressed on, "But what is your purpose in visiting the village on the back mountain?" Lin Feng chose not to respond. After a moment of silence, Bai Qingxue sighed and said, "Although I have never experienced romantic love, I have heard numerous tales of impoverished scholars who, upon encountering wealthy heiresses or achieving success, abandon their first wives. I sincerely hope you are not one of them." Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Have many demons appeared in the town recently?" Bai Qingxue, taken aback by the abrupt change in topic, hesitated before nodding. "Indeed, many have lost their lives." Lin Feng continued, "Do demons possess the ability to influence others beyond their hosts through other means?" Bai Qingxue explained, "Demons feed on human emotions and desires. Those that are somewhat stronger can draw energy by manipulating these feelings." Chapter 43. The young girl upon Lin Feng's return, Lin Danan, seeing him in such a disheveled state, immediately rose and exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, how could you have gotten drenched to such a miserable degree? Quickly, change into some dry clothes. You must not fall ill." He then urgently commanded, "Xiao Tao, Xiaoyi, hurry to the kitchen and brew some ginger soup." The two young maids promptly took their leave. Lin Bauer, filled with concern, urged, "Brother Feng, hurry and change your clothes. I have bought you new ones in the small courtyard." She had meticulously prepared everything: clothing, shoes, and even newly purchased books, all neatly arranged for him. Lin Feng merely hung his head, remaining silent for a long time before slowly uttering, "Uncle, Auntie, I apologize." Lin Danan waved his hand dismissively and said in a booming voice, "There is no need to speak of such things now. You have done nothing to wrong us. Your safety and health are all that matter. Go change your clothes." Lu Yin continued to twist her body, refusing to look at him, her expression dark as if it could drip with water. "Brother Feng, let's go." "Don't fall ill," Lin Bauer urged, picking up an oil paper umbrella in the corridor with an anxious expression. Lin Feng said nothing more and silently followed her. As they passed through the round gate, Lin Feng gazed at the empty space not far away, his eyes filled with confusion and melancholy. Lin Bauer held the umbrella and also looked in that direction, softly saying, "Brother Feng, people outside are currently gossiping." She lowered her head, hesitating to speak, finally whispering, "But I know that you are not as they say." She continued, "This marriage has faced many twists and turns. You must find it difficult to adjust, which led to the quarrel with Sister Sang. If only Sister Sang had not been so impulsive." Lin Feng interjected, "In truth, I never wished to marry her." Lin Bauer was taken aback by his words, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Why? Did you not and Sister Sang like each other for a long time?" Lin Feng looked at her and slowly replied, "At that time, we were merely innocent, harboring some fondness for each other, enjoying playing together, but it was not love in the romantic sense. Furthermore, there were indeed very few girls in the village back then. Lin Bauer paused, as if understanding yet not fully grasping, and nodded. Oh. The two soon arrived at the small courtyard. Lin Bauer gently said, "The room has been thoroughly cleaned, and the bedding is all brand new. I have also fetched new clothes, shoes, and books for you from the store. If you need anything else, just let me know." Lin Feng nodded, filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Lin Bauer smiled warmly, saying, "We are family. There is no need for such formality." Lin Feng entered the room, quickly shedding his muddy shoes and outer garments before stepping into the bedroom. Lin Bauer followed suit, removing her shoes and softly urging, "Brother Feng, quickly change your clothes, do not catch a chill." Saying this, she hurried to the wardrobe to fetch him new attire, presenting it to him. Lin Feng took the clothes, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. Lin Bauer immediately lowered her lashes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, "Brother Feng," Lin Feng stated, "I am going to change now." Lin Bauer was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, "Oh, then I will step out first." With that, she lowered her head, her face flushed, and hurried out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Once Lin Feng changed, a gentle voice from outside called, "Brother Feng, have you finished changing? Are the clothes fitting?" Lin Feng relaxed his clenched fists and replied, "They fit well." "Thank you, Bauer." Lin Bauer smiled, "That's great. Brother Feng, take a look around the room and see if anything is lacking. Tomorrow I can go out and buy more for you." Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, "I am still missing a bride." Outside, a profound silence ensued. After a while, Lin Bauer let out a soft sigh. "Brother Feng, what has happened is in the past. Do not dwell on it. You will surely find a more outstanding bride in the future." Lin Feng replied softly, "Let us hope so." At that moment, Pinger called from outside, "Miss, the ginger soup is ready." Lin Bauer promptly said, "Brother Feng, quickly drink a bowl of ginger soup. You have been drenched in the rain. Take care not to fall ill." Lin Feng paused and went to open the door. Lin Bauer stood at the entrance, holding a steaming bowl of ginger soup. Seeing him in his new clothes and noting his handsome, refined features, her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Brother Feng, you look extraordinarily handsome in your new clothes." She extended the bowl of ginger soup toward him, her eyes filled with gentle warmth. Lin Feng accepted the soup and placed it on the table, saying, "I will drink it later." He then walked to the bookshelf and began to browse through the books. Lin Bauer glanced at the titles, feeling a bit shy. "Those books were chosen by me at random. I do not know if they are to your liking. Please take a look first. If they are not sufficient, we can buy more tomorrow." Lin Feng picked up a book and flipped through a few pages, saying, I will take a look first." He then turned to her and added, "Bauer, you may go about your business. I am a bit weary and will rest after reading for a while." Lin Bauer nodded. "Then I will not disturb you, but remember to drink the ginger soup while it's hot." Lin Feng acknowledged her. Lin Bauer gazed at him affectionately for a moment before gently closing the door behind her. Lin Bauer returned to her own courtyard, entered her room, and removed her shoes at the door before stepping into her chamber. She approached the window, gently pushing it open to gaze at the suddenly vacant space not far away. Standing in a daze for a long time, she turned and walked to the dressing table, slowly sitting down to look at her reflection in the mirror. The girl in the mirror appeared as lovely as a flower, exuding a gentle and charming demeanor, akin to a blooming flower. "Still missing a bride," she murmured to herself, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion and yearning. Meanwhile, on the vast and boundless plains, a stunning girl clad in a flowing white gown deftly sheathed her sword into the ground. Her graceful figure gliding forward like a swallowed eye. In the wake of her passage lay a multitude of lifeless monsters, sprawled haphazardly without a trace of vitality, the surrounding grass soaked in a chilling hue of blood. The cold wind howled past, ruffling her long, cascading hair, and her unmasked, icy visage, illuminated by the bright moonlight, was mesmerizingly beautiful, nearly breathtaking. With no lingering attachment, she continued her journey forward. That cold figure, garbed in white like snow, soon vanished into the distant, desolate expanse of the plains, leaving behind an echoing silence and boundless stillness. Chapter 44. The robbers. The next morning, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Lin Feng's new maid, Pinger, called out in a clear voice, "Young Master Lin Feng, are you awake? I have brought your breakfast." Lin Feng hastily donned his clothes and stepped out of his room. Pinger carefully placed the breakfast on the stone table in the courtyard, then walked up the corridor and asked, "Young Master Lin Feng, did you drink the ginger soup last night? Where is the bowl? I need to take it for cleaning." Lin Feng handed her the empty bowl through the window and replied. The ginger soup was too bitter. Next time, add a little sugar. Pinger accepted the empty bowl, responding, understood. I will remember that. She continued. Miss has gone to the shop and instructed me to take good care of you. If you need anything, just let me know. I will be busy in front. Lin Feng said. I do not require anything. I wish to read. Do not disturb me. Pinger nodded, glancing at the breakfast. Young master, please eat. Once you finish, I will come to collect the bowl. As Lin Feng filled a cup with water, he replied. You go ahead and busy yourself. I can take it to the kitchen myself. Pinger hesitated for a moment. But Lin Feng added, I still need to take care of my personal matters. Pinger remarked, then I shall take my leave. After speaking, she carried the empty bowl and departed. Lin Feng gazed at her retreating figure as she exited the courtyard, glanced at the remnants of breakfast, and resumed fetching water. Once he finished washing up, he approached the entrance of the small courtyard to survey the surroundings. Returning inside, he seized a shovel and dug a hole, burying the remnants of his meal. His stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting him to wash his hands and, after a moment of contemplation, he took the empty bowl and headed towards the kitchen. The kitchen was deserted, and after placing the bowl down, he inspected the water jar before exiting through the back door. He resolved to venture into the mountains beyond the town in search of wild game. Soon he left the town behind and directed his course towards the wilderness, contemplating the possibility of catching a hare or deer, eyeing the dense woods on the outskirts. Not long after Lin Feng had departed the city, several figures congregated amidst the thickets. A slender man was surrounded by others, who showed him great respect. Boss, this fellow has left the city all on his own. After waiting a month, once we finish this job, we can leave. The slender man commanded. Second and fourth, you go first. Third and fifth, circle around from the side to observe the situation. Do not act recklessly. I will hold the rear. Boss, he's just a scholar. Is such caution necessary? Another queried. The boss is always thorough. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. A wealthy family might have hidden guards. Indeed, it is better to err on the side of caution. I and second brother will test the waters first. Yes, prudence is the wisest course. They agreed to approach and, should the opportunity arise, eliminate the scholar, seize his valuables, and depart. After their discussion, the group dispersed into the forest. The sun reached its zenith. Deep within the woods, Lin Feng was roasting a hare when he suddenly noticed a shadow flicker past him. Turning his head, it vanished from sight, while Lin Feng savored the hare. Two men, one older and one younger, emerged to inquire about directions. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, Lin Feng pointed towards the woods behind them and asked, Is that person one of your companions? The duo turned around, and with a resounding thud, the young man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The middle-aged man, having just drawn his weapon, was sent flying by a kick from Lin Feng, landing amidst the underbrush. Grievously wounded, and soon succumbed to his injuries. The sudden turn of events unfolded too swiftly. Lin Feng stood and prepared to return to the city. At that moment, the slender man appeared, sprinting towards him. Lin Feng turned and fled, as two others with daggers charged after him. He dashed into the woods, picking up a dagger along the way. The two pursuers, upon seeing the fallen bodies, hesitated to continue their chase. The slender man, astonished, exclaimed that this scholar was indeed a martial artist and ordered a pursuit. He led the charge, while the remaining two exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malice, and resolutely gripped their daggers. Following closely behind, if they had known that Lin Feng's pockets were emptier than his face, they might have felt differently. Whoosh! The slender man darted into the forest like a bolt of lightning. As he raced, his body hunched low, muscles taut, fists clenched, resembling a cheetah in relentless pursuit of its prey. The trees and underbrush flew past him, rustling like a tempest. Surely, that scholar could not escape. The other two men, daggers in hand, called out as they chased, Boss, slow down, wait for us. The slender man kept his gaze fixed ahead, agilely leaping over underbrush, determined to lock onto the figure ahead. Where did he go? Where has the scholar vanished? A glint of malice flashed in the slender man's eyes as he sprinted, when suddenly, a dull thud and a wretched scream erupted behind him. His expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly halted and pivoted to charge back. From behind a large tree, a figure emerged, delivering a fierce punch to one man's temple, instantly ending his life. The other man, reacting a moment too late, hurled his dagger, only for it to be caught by the chest of the assailant, who then swiftly retaliated, striking the man's skull with a violent blow, killing him as well. The dagger merely grazed the man's clothing, thwarted by the resilient fabric. The slender man hurriedly returned, launching himself at the figure. The latter, with no avenue for escape, could only brace to counter the assault. Their fists collided with a resounding crack. The slender man regained his footing, his arm tingling, and darkly remarked, "What a scholar! So ruthless! To have slain 4 of my brothers!" Lin Feng remained silent, charging forward. Rather than flee and meet his end, he chose to fight with all his might. They exchanged blows, fists flying like the wind, their figures darting about, leaves and brush rustling in their wake. After a few exchanges, the slender man landed a punch to Lin Feng's chest, causing him to stagger and fall, only to spring back up and unleash his yin-yang fist in retaliation. "Ha! You shall perish, boy!" The slender man's strikes were fierce and relentless, landing multiple blows on Lin Feng. The latter retreated behind a tree, which was struck so hard that it splintered. He pressed on with the fight, yet was hit again in the chest. The slender man's fists moved like shadows, while Lin Feng desperately defended with his own. The sounds of their clash filled the air, the leaves swirling about. Lin Feng endured a single punch, blood spurting from his mouth as he unleashed it at the slender man, who charged forward without flinching. Lin Feng's latent fury ignited, muscles tensing, internal energy surging forth as he threw a powerful punch. This punch reverberated like thunder, forcing the slender man's arm back, his knuckles charred. Lin Feng pressed the assault, his punches growing ever faster, heavier, and more forceful. The slender man's countenance paled as he retaliated. After several minutes of intense combat, the slender man's energy waned, revealing signs of defeat, while Lin Feng remained invigorated, his internal power still robust. Their fists collided again, the slender man's strikes resonating painfully, the acrid scent of singed flesh filling the air. With another blow to his chest, the slender man was sent sprawling to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, he was struck down again, bones shattering. Releasing a wail of agony, he sought to flee. But his speed had diminished. Thunderous roars echoed behind him. A fierce wind howled. The slender man begged for mercy, but before he could finish his plea, a punch struck him in the back, bones fractured, and he collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Lin Feng approached, crushing his heart beneath his foot, ending the slender man's life. Chapter 45. The wraith. The forest fell into an eerie silence. The wind's whispers intertwining with Lin Feng's labored breaths, he stood motionless, his chest heaving. His clothes were tattered, his body bruised and battered, skin torn and bloodied, waves of agony crashing over him. His mouth and throat were filled with the metallic tang of blood, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. His legs felt numb. After a considerable time, he wiped the blood from his lips, swayed slightly as he took a few steps, and then leaned against a tree, gradually sinking to the ground, his heavy breaths resonating in the stillness. Moments later, the pain in his body reached a peak. His fists shook uncontrollably, skin torn and bloodied. He approached the slender man's corpse, searching through his belongings. Only a single fragrance pouch? The man carried nothing but a shallow brown pouch. Nothing else? Lin Feng's mind swirled with doubt as he searched again, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his brow furrowing. This man was a martial artist. It was improbable he possessed only a fragrance pouch. Logically, he should have had a considerable amount of valuables. He examined the small bag in his hand, opening it only to find it utterly empty. Lin Feng paused momentarily, checking repeatedly with no further discoveries, his face a mask of astonishment and confusion. A storage pouch. As the thought crossed his mind, excitement coursed through him. If it were true, it would be an incredible boon. Surely, it contained precious treasures. He tucked the small pouch into his pocket, deciding to examine it further upon his return. Lin Feng searched the remains of all the corpses, each one devoid of any possessions, making the small pouch appear all the more extraordinary. Perhaps the belongings of the others were housed within. His anticipation grew as he took a brief rest and began to circulate his internal energy, easing the pain and gradually restoring his strength and vigor. Having taken only a few steps, Lin Feng suddenly halted, swiftly concealing himself within the woods. a figure emerged, bearing a grim expression, who, after a moment of observation, advanced forward, intent on confirming Lin Feng's corpse to report back. The mountain wind stirred, carrying the scent of blood toward him. His gaze sharpened as he quickened his pace, inwardly scoffing. Humph! Dying here would merely be his fate. After walking a short distance, he stumbled upon a body, its head caved in, lying in a pool of blood, its features unrecognizable. He mused that the young man had met a dreadful end, bracing himself to approach. Yet, as he drew nearer, he realized it was not the Lin Feng he sought, causing his heart to race and his face to drain of color. He stood aghast for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the adjacent woods, where the stench of blood thickened, indicating the presence of more corpses. His heart raced, pallor washing over him as he hurriedly ran onward. Outside the woods lay another body, its chest sunken, face frozen in terror. Yet still not Lin Feng. His legs trembled, nearly buckling beneath him as he raised his gaze into the depths of the forest, where he spotted several more corpses. In an instant, his face turned ashen. Fear gripping him, his body quaking uncontrollably. "Are you looking for me?" A voice resonated from behind, like thunder crashing down, causing him to whirl around in terror, only to behold the familiar visage of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face bore no trace of past insecurities or timidity. Instead, it was replaced by a chilling calmness that instilled dread. Wang Tai's teeth chattered, his complexion ghostly pale, forcing out an ugly smile as he stammered. "Master Lin, what are you doing here?" Wang Tai served as the chief guard during Lin Feng's wedding procession. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing, fixated on Wang Tai. "You wield a short sword, do you intend to slay me?" Wang Tai's hand trembled within his sleeve, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he roared and thrust the short sword forward, only to be effortlessly restrained by Lin Feng's 2 fingers. Wang Tai looked up, his face a mask of astonishment. Who are you?" Bang! Lin Feng delivered a punch to his chest. Crack! The sound of a clean fracture echoed. Wang Tai collapsed, his chest caving in, ribs shattered, blood gushing from his throat, filling his mouth and nose. His eyes widened in shock as he opened his mouth to speak, but only blood poured forth. "I am a scholar. Did you not know this already?" Lin Feng declared, before crushing his heart underfoot. He retrieved several gold pieces from Wang Tai's body, then turned and strode deeper into the woods, his cloak billowing in the wind. Wang Tai gazed at Lin Feng's retreating figure, despairing as he uttered, "A scholar," before drawing his last breath. After a considerable time, Lin Feng settled in the woods, practicing his internal cultivation techniques. The night wind howled around him, branches and wild grass rustling, while distant owls called incessantly. The silver moon flickered in and out of sight, as Lin Feng meditated. After several cycles, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. The pain dissipated, and his skin healed. By the witching hour. Strange sounds and whispers filled the depths of the forest. Lin Feng opened his eyes to behold a shadow standing silently among the trees, like a specter, its presence unknown for how long. Under the moonlight, the shadow gradually became clearer. White hair, wrinkled skin, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of its mouth. Lin Feng met its gaze, the surroundings steeped in silence, only the night wind lamenting softly. A cat's meow broke the stillness as a raccoon darted past the shadow, which vanished in an instant. Lin Feng remained still, and the raccoon glanced at him before scurrying away. The wind intensified, resembling a mournful cry, sharp and intermittent. Lin Feng rose, pacing in circles at the edge of the woods, and upon turning, he spotted the shadow once more, the wind causing it to turn its head. The creature's visage was particularly eerie in the moonlight. Lin Feng approached slowly, but the shadow melted away into the depths of the trees. Standing still, Lin Feng reflected before stepping toward the direction in which the shadow had vanished. The underbrush was thick, and the cold wind whirled around him. Clenching his fists, he resolutely advanced towards the twisted, terrifying shadows. With each step he took, the shadows recoiled, seemingly filled with dread. A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he suddenly assumed a stance and began to execute the yin-yang fist. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted in the stillness of the night. The malevolent wind surged, and the frantically writhing shadows whimpered and scattered in terror, disappearing without a trace. The woods returned to tranquility, and the wind fell silent. Ordinary folk traversing the night may sense the presence of phantoms without seeing them, feeling the chill of the wind against their backs, their hearts gripped by fear. The greater the fear, the weaker the spirit and vitality become. Emboldening the phantoms. Upon returning, one may fall ill, and if left untreated, it could lead to death. The frail elderly can perceive phantoms at night, but not by day. Some spirits, wronged in death, harbor resentment and seek to harm the living. Lin Feng pondered these accounts from his readings, turning back to the campfire. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed a shadow crouching nearby, surrounded by dark mist, denser than ordinary phantoms. With faintly glowing red eyes, yet its features remained obscured. To his astonishment, Lin Feng could hear its thoughts. This human is formidable, brimming with vitality. I must not provoke him. Why is he staring so intently at me? It cannot see me. I should return to my cultivation. The shadow turned to leave. Lin Feng stood in disbelief. Cultivation? His heart raced with excitement as he followed. As he ventured deeper into the woods. The night wind grew colder. The crimson-eyed spirit floated for a moment before sensing something and turned to look back. Lin Feng did not halt his pursuit. Why is this person also traversing this path? Could he know of the cave? I shall follow and see. The spirit glided to the right, granting passage. Lin Feng feigned ignorance, continuing ahead, pausing to survey his surroundings once he entered the thicket. The spirit exhaled a sigh of relief. And Lin Feng turned to see it drift to the left, prompting him to pursue once more. According to his readings, spirits generally lack awareness and intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Yet this spirit possessed both awareness and the ability to cultivate, albeit with limited intelligence. Lin Feng was filled with curiosity regarding its experiences. The forest was enveloped in darkness, with trees and underbrush interwoven densely, the mountain wind icy and piercing. The spirit floated ahead. Unaware of its pursuer, Lin Feng closely followed, taking care to hide behind trees whenever it paused or turned. The spirit continued deeper into the woods. Glancing back at the dimming campfire, Lin Feng felt a flicker of concern but reassured himself that all would be well. Moments later, he suddenly observed the spirit plunge into a dense thicket. Lin Feng halted, waiting a moment before cautiously approaching to part the foliage, discovering a concealed cave. Hesitating for a brief instant, he ultimately resolved to enter. The cave was spacious, allowing Lin Feng to move freely. After a short distance, he encountered a broken wooden door, the ground strewn with splintered wood. Standing at the threshold, he peered inside to find a sizable stone chamber. Its ceiling lofty, illuminated by several luminous pearls casting a soft glow throughout the room. Next to the pearls were several empty slots, suggesting that there had once been more of these treasures. Now taken away. The chamber was in disarray, littered with shattered stone, aged tables and chairs, tattered cushions, fragmented skeletons, and empty boxes in one corner. A sprightly little beast with round, alert eyes watched him warily. How did it come to be here? Was it trapped within this cave, or was there something more to the story? Lin Feng averted his gaze, noticing a tattered book on the ground. He crouched to pick it up, discovering it was titled Soul Refinement Techniques. Elation filled him as he searched the surroundings meticulously but found no further discoveries. The little beast grew restless, darting away whenever Lin Feng approached. He surmised that the skeleton might belong to a senior, and that the little creature had found an opportunity to cultivate here. Other treasures had been taken, leaving this manual behind. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, the little beast vanished in an instant. Startled, he thoroughly explored the cave before departing, satisfaction coursing through him. Finding a quiet spot, Lin Feng sat down to examine the book closely. Meanwhile, at the side courtyard of the Lin estate, Lu Yin received a report from the guards that everyone had perished, Wang Tai included. The adversary was a martial artist, and with no sign of their return, her countenance darkened instantly. Not far from the town on a mountaintop, a figure clad in white sat with a sword in hand. The summit silent as the girl gazed thoughtfully down the slope. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Outside, birds chirped merrily, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Lin Feng awoke only near noon. Last night, he had returned just before dawn and collapsed into bed. He had slept soundly until dusk. Upon waking, his stomach growled with hunger. He hastily rose, made a brief tidy-up, and proceeded to the kitchen, where a meal had been prepared for him. After eating, he lingered a while in the kitchen before returning to his room to delve into the secrets of the jade pendant. As night fell, He took his place by the window to admire the moon. Deep into the night, Lin Bauer entered the courtyard, carrying snacks. Seeing him gazing at the moon, she stepped inside and softly called, "Brother Feng. Would you like to have something to eat?" Lin Feng turned to the doorway, paused for a moment, then closed the window and entered the room. "I just finished eating and am not hungry," he replied, glancing at the snacks before looking at the girl. Lin Bauer, dressed in a green skirt, her long hair tied with a ribbon, exuded a fresh and charming aura without any makeup. "The cook mentioned that you had a light lunch. And these snacks are quite delicious," she said, holding up a piece. Lin Feng hesitated, then accepted the snack and sat down at her urging. Lin Bauer settled beside him, her hands resting shyly on her lap as she gazed at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Feng, you've been so secretive lately. Are you researching some new and wondrous thing?" Lin Feng continued nibbling on the snack, replying, "Indeed, I have made some new discoveries." Lin Bauer studied his handsome profile, biting her lip before continuing, "Brother Feng, today at the market, I overheard my parents discussing arranging a marriage for you. They have already chosen someone." Lin Feng halted abruptly, turning to inquire, "Do you know who it is?" Lin Bauer nodded, her voice low as she replied, "It is the daughter of the gold shop in town. Her family has business dealings with ours, and they have a good relationship with my father." Lin Feng frowned as he picked up his food, saying, "I do not wish to marry at this time." Lin Bauer persisted, "I have seen that girl. She is beautiful and has a lovely personality. Brother Feng, you would surely like her." Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered, but he continued to focus on his meal. "I do not like her," he stated firmly. Lin Feng had yet to meet Gu Feng. Lin Bauer gazed intently at him, her eyes fixed on him for a moment longer, before suddenly breaking into a smile. She lifted the teacup from the table and said, "Gu Feng, you've spoken so much. You should drink some water to soothe your throat." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, setting down the pastries, and naturally took the cup in his hand, replying, "Thank you." He then lowered his head and began to drink slowly. Suddenly, Lin Bauer said, "Gu Feng, may I stay with you a little longer?" Lin Feng paused, placing the teacup down and looking at her. "It's late. Let us not let aunt and uncle find out." Lin Bauer smiled gently, "Gu Feng, we are family. There is no need for such reservations. My parents wouldn't mind." After a moment of silence, Lin Feng replied, "Very well then." Lin Bauer joyfully stood up, saying, "Thank you, Gu Feng," and walked towards the window. She paused by the window, the moonlight pouring over her like water, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Turning back with a shy smile, she said, "Gu Feng, come over here." With that, she stood by the window. Lin Feng sat at the table for a moment longer before rising to join her. The autumn breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, swept into the room, gently tousling the girl's hair. As Lin Feng approached, Lin Bauer leaned against him, their bodies pressed together. He felt the urge to step back. But she nestled closer, tilting her face up. "Gu Feng, I don't mind. What's south wrong with being close to you? I just want to feel close to you." After speaking, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly gazed at him. Lin Feng was overwhelmed by the girl's gentleness and fragrance, his heart racing as if a startled deer. "Ji Feng, I'm not afraid," she said, biting her lip and fluttering her eyelashes. Just then, a furious voice echoed from outside. "Bauer, are you in there?" Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. "Bauer, quickly go out." Lin Bauer hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and stepped out of the room. Lin Feng stood by the window, watching her silhouette as she exited the courtyard, her panicked demeanor gradually fading into the night. Outside, reprimands could be heard, the voices dwindling until they vanished into the quiet of the evening. Lin Feng lingered for a moment longer, closed the window, extinguished the oil lamp, and lay down on his bed, yet his thoughts remained tumultuous and unsettled. Chapter 47. Does sleeping lead to advancement? Lin Bauer returned to her room, slowly seated herself before the dressing table. Surrounded by darkness, quietly contemplating the blurred reflection of herself in the mirror, a faint creaking sound came from outside the door, and she swiftly glanced over, then softly called out, "Pinger, come in." The door opened slowly, and a timid maid entered, her head bowed, seemingly fearful and trembling. Lin Bauer turned to her, her tone appearing gentle, yet subtly laced with coldness as she inquired, "Are you afraid?" The maid's voice trembled as she replied, I am not afraid." Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, the sound crisp and jarring as it struck the maid's face. Her body jerked back, stumbling to the ground with a startled gasp. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a long pause, Lin Bauer's voice, seemingly tender but icy, broke the stillness. "Get out. Don't speak out of turn again. Make sure he drinks the soup before you leave, or you know the consequences." Tears welling in her eyes, the maid struggled to rise, head bowed as she exited the room, trembling. The door closed, enveloping the space once more in darkness and silence. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Feng unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself on a vast, boundless plain, wielding a long sword engulfed in dark flames. The sword flickered, radiating an aura of invincibility as he vanquished countless fearsome demons. Then, a dazzling white light flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed in his mind, as the mysterious blood gold characters reappeared. Kaiyuan Realm, Level 1. Progress. 60. Spiritual Power. 80. Upon waking the next day, Lin Feng remained immersed in the dream, reluctant to part from its vividness. Before he could rise, a gentle voice, as soothing as water, called from outside, "Gu Feng, are you awake?" Lin Feng lay still on his bed. After a moment, the voice continued, "Gu Feng, Bauer has left breakfast for you in the kitchen. If you're hungry, have Pinger heat it up for you." The footsteps faded into the distance. Lin Feng lingered in bed for a while longer before lazily getting up. After washing up and meticulously cleaning his clothes, he did not go to eat but instead returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, intently focusing on the 2 lines of data in his mind. He vaguely remembered holding that long sword, engulfed in dark flames, valiantly fighting amidst the demons. Yet, why did he feel a surge of power upon waking? He slowly closed his eyes, calming his breath, and began to feel. In an instant, a vast force, seemingly from the primordial chaos, surged into his body like a tidal wave. From his dantian, light erupted like brilliant stars, flickering incessantly, dazzling to behold. A torrent of tremendous power surged from his dantian, flooding through his meridians like a wild tide, rapidly and violently refining his entire being. An unbearable agony suddenly assailed him. At that moment, the jade pendant on him activated, enveloping Lin Feng in a gentle glow. Simultaneously, a blinding red light flashed in his mind, and Lin Feng gritted his teeth, desperately striving to maintain his consciousness. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though countless searing blades had plunged deep into his body. This pain was not mere fleshly torment, but a heart-wrenching agony that emanated from the very marrow of his bones. Unable to suppress a cry of anguish, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, his body curling in on itself in torment, convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he found himself utterly immobilized. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, his hands and feet trembling like brittle leaves in the wind, as if the weight of heaven and earth bore down mercilessly upon him, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, within his heart, an unyielding conviction surged defiantly amidst the ceaseless pain. Suddenly, a warm flow, akin to a gentle spring breeze, coursed through him, gradually alleviating the overwhelming agony that threatened to consume him. Though it felt as if all his strength had been sapped away in an instant, Lin Feng lay quietly on the ground for over an hour, gathering enough strength to slowly rise. The torment he had just endured had drained him of every ounce of energy. Reflecting on the harrowing events of the past hour, Lin Feng felt utterly bewildered, uncertain of what mysterious force he had awakened, or if it was all merely an illusory dream. He quietly pinched himself, the sharp pain piercing through him. No, this is not a dream. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation within him. Before he could react, he inadvertently exhaled. A dark, inky mist, resembling thick smoke, erupted from Lin Feng's mouth, filthy and repugnant, billowing towards the ground and stirring up a dense cloud of dust. As he expelled that breath, Lin Feng felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping him. His senses sharpened with unprecedented clarity. Was this the legendary postnatal impurity? Lin Feng stood in stunned disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. He recalled reading in a book that during the opening of meridians, with each acupoint unblocked, impurities would be expelled from the body. However, he had leaped directly to his current realm, believing he had already cleansed himself of impurities. Once he calmed his mind and began to sense carefully, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover noticeable changes within himself. Previously, due to his cultivation, he required vast amounts of meat energy for sustenance, yet now he felt no such hunger at all. Moreover, he distinctly sensed a vibrant vitality coursing through him, a warm energy continuously emanating from within, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. Moments later, the blood gold characters appeared once more. Kaiyuan Realm. Level 2. Progress. 0. Spiritual power. 80. Countless thoughts and joys swirled in Lin Feng's mind, refusing to dissipate. Had he advanced simply by slaying demons in his dream? Did this mean he could ascend merely by dreaming? Had he awakened a miraculous ability? After indulging in such fanciful notions for a moment, Lin Feng dismissed the idea, recalling the saying, "Haste makes waste." One cannot grasp the hot iron without patience. Chapter 48. Demonic Weapon, Ghostly Slaughter Sword. Since he could not comprehend, he chose to abandon the thought altogether. This had always been Lin Feng's consistent approach. He hurriedly made his way to the Birdsong Gorge cave, his swift footsteps stirring up a semblance of dust. Upon arriving at the cave, Lin Feng eagerly retrieved the spoils stored within his bag, fidgeting with it for quite some time. He first caressed the surface of the bag, savoring its unique texture, and then gradually infused it with his elemental energy, simultaneously employing his spiritual sense. With a swift motion, his gaze was irresistibly drawn into the depths of the storage bag. As if compelled by an unseen force, the space within, which initially felt constricted, suddenly expanded as if enchanted, revealing an area as vast as the cave itself, leaving him utterly astonished. The first things to catch his eye were a haphazard assortment of food items, various medicinal herbs, and neatly stacked garments. There were only 3 or 4 pieces of silver. Lin Feng took them, weighing them in his hand, estimating them to amount to about 10 taels. Beyond that, there were merely a collection of miscellaneous objects, peculiar little trinkets, and some unknown tools. To his disappointment, there were no martial arts manuals as he had anticipated. How could this fellow be so impoverished? Lin Feng mused in astonishment. While 10 taels of silver might be a considerable fortune for an ordinary person, it seemed rather trivial for a practitioner. Reluctantly, he scrutinized the pile of odds and ends once more. In an inconspicuous corner, he noticed a hint of something black peeking out from beneath a corner of cloth. His heart raced as he immediately summoned his spiritual sense, gently lifting the cloth, revealing a lustrous, jet-black object that shimmered with a metallic sheen. "Xianjin!" Lin Feng exclaimed in delight, his excitement palpable as he grasped the piece of Xianjin. This was indeed a treasure. Even the lowest grade of Xianjin was worth more than 100 taels of gold. This individual was indeed wealthy. Lin Feng attempted to gauge its value, but found himself unable to ascertain a precise worth. He knew that Xianjin was not circulated in ordinary markets, as it held no value for common folk. It was a currency exclusive to practitioners. He fell into contemplation, pondering that there seemed to be no establishment in town that traded Xianjin, except for perhaps a specialized shop in the slightly distant capital. However, it appeared that exchanging this for gold would not be advantageous. Calming his excitement, he turned his attention to a nearby brocade box. His hands trembled slightly as he opened the lid, revealing a pure black orb lying quietly within. Lin Feng quickly rifled through his memories and swiftly identified the object. The black orb was evidently a low-grade magic core. He couldn't help but recall that the warrior from yesterday was merely at the low tier of the open origin realm, making it unlikely he could have single-handedly hunted a demon possessing a magic core. It was more plausible that it had been either stolen or seized from elsewhere. The value of this magic core was not insignificant. His heart surged with excitement once more as he set aside the trinkets and resumed his examination of the storage bag. Inside, he discovered a dozen vials of elixirs, clearly meant for cultivation. However, there were no martial arts manuals to be found. Nonetheless, this was already more than sufficient, a delightful windfall, indeed. Just as Lin Feng was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, a flicker caught his eye in the corner. A long, rusted sword, pitch black in hue. He cautiously observed his surroundings, confirming that no one was near before carefully retrieving the sword. As he examined the rusted black blade, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. At first glance, the sword appeared exceedingly ordinary, resembling discarded scrap metal. However, when he held it in his hand, he was astounded to discover that it bore no weight at all. Akin to a feather, he attempted to swing it, but it remained inert. He then tried to channel his elemental energy into it, yet it continued to respond not. This left Lin Feng bewildered, as confusion filled his mind. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, the rusted black sword suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum, and a stream of mysterious information began to materialize in his mind. Magic weapon. Ghost Slayer sword. Lin Feng recalled snippets of legends regarding magic weapons. Such artifacts were devoid of quality distinctions and possessed unparalleled power. However, they came with a caveat. Backlashed, a moment's carelessness could result in the wielder being consumed by the magic weapon itself, truly a double-edged sword. Possessing a magic weapon could elevate one to the ranks of top-tier experts, yet many would fall victim to the backlash, with specifics remaining obscure. Magic weapons were exceedingly rare. Anyone who had witnessed their might would be left in awe. While those who could wield them were even scarcer, it was said that in the distant battleground of the 100 Clans, a lone individual gained renown on the battlefield wielding a magic weapon, forging an unparalleled empire. With the magic weapon, Blood Jade Demon Flute in hand, he charged into a battlefield of hundreds of thousands, slaying effortlessly, leaving none capable of standing in his way, causing all to scatter in fear. Furthermore, there was the swordsman, brandishing the magic weapon, Dream's remnant soul sword, single-handedly defending a city, where not a single foe could approach the walls. All who could master a magic weapon would become renowned. Instilling awe in others, magic weapon, Ghost Slayer sword acknowledges you as its master. Do you confirm? Lin Feng inhaled sharply, a surge of adventurous spirit igniting within him. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the bond. Disregarding any thoughts of the potential backlash, if others could master such weapons, how could he, as a reborn individual, falter against them? The instant he acknowledged the bond, Lin Feng distinctly felt his entire strength being siphoned away. His open origin realm plummeting to the first layer, the progress reading. 0, spiritual power. 80. Yet shortly thereafter, a mysterious power surged throughout his being, even stronger than his previous elemental energy, though distinctly different. In his mind, 3 combat techniques emerged: Ghost Shadow Slash, Binding of 100 Demons, and Ghost Slayer Slash. Mastery of Ghost Shadow Clone would allow the instantaneous creation of a shadow clone, synchronizing with his own strength, facilitating a seamless interchange between body and shadow. Binding of 100 Demons, when perfected, could conjure a space that would render the world dim, immobilizing those within. Ghost Slayer Slash, at its pinnacle, could instantaneously manifest 9 phantasmal Ghost Slayer swords, indistinguishable from reality, freely shifting positions and stacking power to inflict damage. Legend spoke of the Ghost Slayer sword being forged from the essence of an otherworldly nether dragon, its soul infused within to create a sword spirit. It ranked as the 32nd among the 36 magic weapons, yet it bore a curse from the nether dragon. While granting immense power to its wielder, it would periodically unleash backlash. Should one fail to suppress this backlash, the wielder would fall under the curse's control. Upon witnessing these 3 combat techniques, Lin Feng was utterly astonished. They were nothing short of divine skills. However, there are still 35 such magical artifacts, and the Gui Sha sword is merely ranked at the bottom. It is difficult to fathom what the top-ranked magical artifact could possibly be. Furthermore, mastering these martial techniques requires the use of magical essence, which is the power contained within the internal elixir of a demon. Lin Feng tightly gripped the Gui Sha sword, feeling the mysterious force surging within him. Chapter 49. Something is amiss. Part 1. Lin Feng removed his outer garment and slowly settled down within the cave, allowing the tumultuous magical essence within the elixir to violently assail his body like a raging tempest. Each impact felt as though sharp daggers were piercing deeply, bringing forth excruciating pain that gnawed at his very bones. Amidst the frenzied turbulence of the magical essence, he distinctly sensed his cultivation progressing like bamboo shoots in spring, steadily ascending. Once the magical essence within the elixir was completely absorbed, he hesitated not for a moment. Swiftly donned his clothing and departed the cave like a gust of wind. The commotion he had caused was indeed considerable. Had there been any practitioners nearby, they would have easily detected the unusual fluctuations. He dashed through the terrain until he reached the small town, finally halting his hurried pace. At this moment, the sun rose high, casting its resplendent light upon the earth, draping the entire town in a dazzling golden hue. The audible growl of hunger from his stomach rang out clearly in the stillness. Given his current appearance, returning to the town for food was evidently inappropriate. As his gaze wandered, he caught sight of fish swimming leisurely in the clear waters by the stream. And his heart surged with joy. Without hesitation, he leapt into the water. Before long, he successfully caught several plump fish and returned to the shore. Roaring campfire was kindled, and he skillfully skewered the cleaned fish onto branches, placing them over the flames to roast while setting his garments aside to dry. After consuming a few fish, the gnawing hunger within him was somewhat alleviated. After surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no anomalies, he sought out a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and commenced his practice of breathing exercises, diligently comprehending the martial techniques. By evening, he had made significant progress in his understanding of the techniques. Such a rate of comprehension was not something an ordinary person could attain. Upon returning to the town, he casually purchased a piece of cooked meat from the butcher's stall, and before reaching home, he had already devoured it. Lin Feng keenly observed that the town seemed to have an abundance of unfamiliar faces overnight. These individuals were clad in distinctive attire and spoke with an air of sophistication, evidently not locals, and all were practitioners. A sense of vigilance arose within him, prompting him to avoid lingering on the streets. Swiftly weaving through the crowd, upon returning to his residence, he proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Lin Feng, now possessing remarkable hearing, could clearly perceive even the softest footsteps of the maid from a considerable distance. Once inside his room, he changed into clean clothing and scrutinized himself in the mirror to confirm all was well before settling down to peruse his books. At this moment, Xiaozi called softly from outside. "Young Master Lin, the master and madam request your presence for dinner." Lin Feng paused momentarily, surprised. Family meals were a rarity, and when they did occur, it was often for a particular reason, especially since it was Xiaozi who had come to summon him. He slowly closed the book, rose, and walked outside, following Xiaozi to the front hall, where he found his uncle Lin Danan and Aunt Lu Yin engaged in quiet conversation, while his cousin Lin Bao sat demurely beside them in a dress. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, Lin Bao's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze. A subtle stir within Lin Feng prompted him to approach and pay his respects. "Uncle, Aunt." Lin Danan greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Feng. Come, do not stand on ceremony. Tonight, our family gathers for dinner, and your uncle has matters to discuss with you." Lin Feng took his seat at the table, slightly bowing his head. "Uncle, please speak." The maids began to serve dishes and refill wine cups. Lin Danan picked up his chopsticks and cheerfully remarked, "Let us eat first. These are all exquisite dishes personally prepared by the madam. Go try them while we chat." Lin Feng's gaze shifted to his aunt. Filled with respect, Lu Yin smiled warmly, her tone gentle. "Xiao Feng, your aunt knows that the last incident caused you distress. Consider this an apology, and do not take it to heart." Lin Feng slightly inclined his body, humbly responding, "Aunt, you flatter me. It was likely Qing Feng's oversight." Lin Danan chuckled heartily, mediating. "All right, let us not bicker. We are all close family. From now on, regardless of any issues, let us understand one another." He then raised his wine cup, addressing Lin Feng. "Come, nephew, let us toast." Lin Feng also raised his cup in response. Lin Danan downed his drink in one gulp and then sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "In your parents' lifetime, I promised them to facilitate your marriage with Sang Heir. I never anticipated matters would unfold this way. Let bygones be bygones. We shall not speak of the past again." After a brief pause, he continued, "The reason I summoned you today is to discuss a matter with you. Your aunt and I intend to find a suitable match for you, hoping you will marry soon, thus fulfilling your parents' wishes." Lin Feng set down his wine cup and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your kind intentions, but I currently have no desire to consider marriage." Lu Yin immediately interjected, "How can that be? We made a promise to your parents, and we must uphold it. Rest assured, the girl we have chosen for you has been thoughtfully considered. I believe you will like her." Lin Feng remained steadfast. "I truly do not wish to marry so soon." Lin Danan insisted, "Marriage is a significant event in life. It cannot be taken lightly. However, you may delay it slightly. Just establish the engagement first. Xiao Feng, you must understand your uncle's position. I promised your parents directly, and this time you must heed your uncle's advice and secure an engagement." Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, then rose. "Uncle, aunt, It has not been long since Sang Er's passing, and I truly lack the heart to contemplate such matters. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the girl across from him. Lin Bao was silently watching him. Lu Yin hastily encouraged, Xiao Feng, we could first arrange an engagement. After you complete the imperial examination next year, you could formally marry. That would not be too late. What do you think? A hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Feng's face. Lin Danan gently asserted, let us settle on this. Xiao Feng, sit down and listen to your uncle and aunt's suggestions regarding two young ladies we have chosen for you. If you do not like them, we can take our time to deliberate further. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat back down. Lin Danan cheerfully stated, the first is the daughter of the goldsmith in the small town, named Lu Chui. She is 13 years old, well-educated, adept at needlework, and possesses a gentle disposition. I have visited her family and found her to be an excellent girl. Xiao Feng, if you have time, I can take you to meet her tomorrow. And you two can converse and get to know each other. Lu Yin added with a smile, that girl has heard you are a scholar and quite handsome, and she is very pleased. Lin Feng replied directly, I do not like her. Lin Danan frowned, you have not even met her. How can you know you do not like her? Let us discuss it after you meet. Lin Feng bowed his head. Even after meeting, I would not like her. Chapter 50. Something is amiss. Part 2. Lu Yin suddenly smiled and asked, Xiao Feng, could it be that you already have someone in mind? Lin Feng did not respond. Lu Yin and Lin Danan exchanged glances, clearly harboring some suspicions. Lin Danan suddenly chuckled, Xiao Feng, if you truly have someone you like, do not hesitate to tell me. No matter who it is, your uncle will assist you in proposing. Lin Feng remained silent, still looking down. Lin Danan and Lu Yin exchanged glances once more, their eyes glimmering with curiosity and contemplation. Lu Yin's face lit up with a smile as she slowly said, Xiao Feng, regarding the second suggestion, I believe you have some inkling of it. Since we are family, let us not beat around the bush. Regardless of your response, it will not affect our relationship. She glanced at her husband seated at the head of the table, her expression slightly awkward. We are considering your cousin, Bao. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the girl across from him, who was blushing with embarrassment. Lin Bao lifted her head, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Lu Yin gently added, Bao has received a good education since childhood, has a gentle temperament. And you two should have a certain understanding of each other by now. We do not wish to easily betroth her to someone else, especially not to a stranger. You share common interests? And your interactions have been quite harmonious, which led us to this idea. Of course, if you have differing opinions, we will not force you. Lin Danan silently sipped his wine, not speaking a word. A moment of silence enveloped the dining table. Lin Feng shook his head once more, remaining silent. Seeing this, Lin Danan and Lu Yin could not help but sigh. The meal concluded on a rather somber note. Outside, darkness had already descended. Lin Feng returned to the small courtyard, gazing at the empty space not far away, lost in thought for a while before slowly entering his room. At that moment, Lin Bao's voice suddenly called out from outside, Feng Go. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the window. After a brief moment, he opened the courtyard door. Lin Bao stood outside, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed as if she had done something wrong. Softly saying, Feng Go, father and mother made this decision, and Bauer only just learned of it. She bit her pink lips and quietly added, if Feng Gu does not wish to marry yet. Lin Bauer slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with trepidation as she softly asked, then if there were no sister Sang Er, would Feng Gu like me? Would you be willing to marry Bauer? Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, shaking his head before nodding slightly. The image of that girl and the scene of her desperate suicide involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The moonlight poured down like water, gently enveloping the two of them. After a prolonged silence, Lin Bayer quietly lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and softly said, Bayer understands. As she spoke, she turned to leave. After a brief pause, as if having made a resolute decision, Lin Feng called out, Bayer, wait a moment. There's no need to comfort Bayer. I'm fine, she replied. Lin Feng gazed at her tear-streaked face, yet he continued, Bayer, it's not that I am unwilling to marry you. It's just a bit sudden. Her sobbing form shivered gently as Lin Bayer murmured, Bayer knows, Sister Sang has just passed away, and Feng Gui still doesn't want to get married. Does Feng Gu wish to be engaged to Bayer? Lin Feng was silent for a moment before responding, if it's just an engagement, then of course, I can. Lin Bayer's face lit up with joy as she softly exclaimed, "Bayer is willing too." Observing her, Lin Feng chose not to speak further. The two stood quietly together for a while longer, until Lin Bayer softly said, "Fenggu, I should head back now. You should rest early and not tire yourself." You should also rest early," Lin Feng replied. Lin Bayer offered a gentle smile and turned to leave. As she gracefully took a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back, her eyes filled with sweet shyness. That fleeting bashfulness resembled a flower blooming in spring, vibrant and enchanting. It was only when her silhouette gradually faded into the depths of the night that Lin Feng slowly closed the courtyard gate and returned indoors. Standing in the room, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the dressing mirror in the corner, his expression becoming complex. The mirror seemed to reflect his inner turmoil and contemplation. Surely nothing will happen tonight, he thought. Sitting on the bed, he observed the numbers in his mind. Ka Yuan Realm, first layer, progress, 0. Mental strength, 80. Mo Yuan Realm, third layer, progress, 0. It appeared that absorbing Mo Yuan would elevate his realm. Yet despite attempting to absorb Yin Yang energy for a long while, he found that only Mo Yuan increased. With his Yuan force data remaining unchanged, is this the only way to advance in the future? But why are there 3 lines of data? After pondering for a while, he decided not to dwell on it further and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Bayer's gentle voice called out. Fenggu. Lin Feng's gaze instantly shifted to the door, yet he did not immediately open it. Instead, he paused momentarily, as if organizing his thoughts. After a while, he slowly approached and opened the courtyard door. Lin Bayer stood outside, her eyes tinged with a hint of shyness, resembling a beautiful flower in the morning light. Fenggu, this is a new outfit I made for you. You can wear it when we get engaged, she said softly. Lin Feng cast a complex glance at the new garment, which seemed to carry Lin Bayer's sentiments and expectations. He reached out to take it, saying, "Thank you." Lin Bayer blushed and smiled, her eyes shimmering like clear lake water rippling gently. Fenggu, let's not be so polite with each other anymore. We will truly be a family from now on. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before slightly stepping aside and asking, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Lin Bayer shook her head, her cheeks rosy like a ripe apple. Father said that on the night before the engagement, the man and woman cannot meet. I will sneak over when the time comes, but I can't stay long, she explained softly. Lin Feng chose not to speak further, simply observing her beautiful, bashful face. Her stunning features stirred something within his heart. Lin Bayer's cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her head, nibbling on her pink lips, looking adorably cute. Fenggu, don't you have anything to say to me? She asked softly. Lin Feng paused, gazing at her flower-like face, and gently replied, Bayer, you are truly beautiful. The girl's face glowed with happiness, her eyes sparkling with joy, reminiscent of the warm and bright sunshine in spring. You should head back to rest, Lin Feng advised. Lin Bayer lifted her gaze and responded tenderly, you should also rest early. The two exchanged glances for a moment, as if time stood still. Chapter 51. A loud noise the following afternoon, while Lin Feng was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. He suddenly heard faint sounds coming from the courtyard, akin to branches being quietly stepped on. A jolt of alarm shot through him. He immediately ceased his practice, rose from the bed, and walked to the window, gently pushing it open. Outside, Bai Qingxue stood there, a gentle smile gracing her face. After her gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a moment, she spoke, It's truly unexpected. Within just a few days, your cultivation has advanced again. Lin Feng merely offered a faint smile in response. After a brief pause, Bai Qingxue lowered her voice and said, Have you noticed that there are many unfamiliar faces in the town lately? Lin Feng replied succinctly. Bai Qingxue continued, In the past few days, it would be best for you not to go outside, as there is a relic several dozen miles away that has attracted a large number of cultivators. A relic? Lin Feng inquired. Yes, Bai Qingxue affirmed, but before she could finish, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant mountains, akin to a clap of thunder. The noise struck the entire town like a heavy hammer, causing people to scream in panic as they hurriedly fled their homes. Bai Qingxue's expression shifted abruptly. Without bothering to greet Lin Feng, she dashed out of the courtyard. Lin Feng also emerged from his room, standing in the courtyard with a grave expression, gazing toward the direction of the thunderous sound. Outside the town, darkness loomed, as if shrouded by an inexplicable force. No matter how hard he strained his eyes, he could not penetrate the obscurity. Meanwhile, the thunderous noise continued in waves, growing closer and instilling fear. It was not until nightfall that calm was finally restored. Has the relic already manifested? Lin Feng mused inwardly, envisioning how he might be engulfed by the crowd if he ventured out. His view could not reach beyond the town's borders. Evidently, the entire town had been strictly sealed off, and even if he wished to leave, he would face considerable obstacles. Just as he contemplated returning indoors, a gentle knocking sound suddenly reached his ears. As he prepared to step back inside, a soft voice called out, "Feng Gu." Lin Feng approached the door, pausing briefly before slowly opening it. Lin Bayer stood outside, adorned in a pink gauze dress, holding a meticulously crafted long robe. She gazed at him with a shy smile and said softly, "Feng Gu, this is a long robe I made for you. You must wear it tomorrow for the engagement." Lin Feng accepted the robe, saying, "Thank you, Bayer." Lin Bayer's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Feng Gu, we no longer need to be so polite with each other. We will always be together from now on." Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, then turned slightly and asked, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Lin Bayer gently shook her head, her blush becoming more pronounced. Lin Feng chose not to speak further, simply admiring her beautiful, bashful visage. Lin Bayer's heart raced uncontrollably as she lowered her head, gently biting her lip, and quietly asked, "Feng Gu, don't you have anything to say to me?" Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, gazing at her flower-like face, and softly said, "Bayer, you are truly stunning." The girl's face radiated happiness, her eyes glimmering with light. "You should head back and rest," Lin Feng suggested. Lin Bayer gently lifted her head and replied with a tender voice, "You should also rest early." She shyly turned and walked away, while Lin Feng stood by the door, his gaze fixated on her retreating figure until she vanished from sight. The following day, Lin Feng lifted his head to gaze at the inky night sky, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Perhaps it would be a day of significance. The fine rain outside fell gently like the finest silk, bestowing a breath of freshness upon the small town. The autumn rain tenderly caressed the houses, streets, and forests, even shrouding the mysterious land several miles away in its delicate embrace. Last night's tempest had damaged some of the town's buildings, leaving the woods in disarray. The streets were strewn with debris blown down by the wind, including shattered planks, discarded clothing, and broken tools. Lin Feng donned a plain garment he had never worn before, and at his bedside hung the long robe gifted to him by Lin Bayer. The autumn breeze drifted into the room, causing the robe to sway gently as if anticipating that special moment. Soon after, Lin Feng resolved to leave the town. The rain continued to fall incessantly, some houses in the town having collapsed under the tremors of the previous night. While the woods lay in chaos, Lin Feng walked through the streets of the town. His heart swelled with emotion at the scene before him. He reached the town's edge, only to find it barricaded by a group of enigmatic individuals, each exuding an aura of formidable power, evidently practitioners of some kind. Left with no choice, Lin Feng sought an alternate route. He traversed a wasteland and entered the mountains behind the town. Subsequently, he departed the town by carriage, heading towards the village in the mountains. The fine rain remained hazy, with some houses in town having succumbed to last night's tremors, and the woods lay in disarray. Lin Feng lifted the curtain and gazed at the distant mountains. The once towering peaks had been reduced to flatlands, and many of the dense trees had been uprooted. Along the way, the roadside was littered with refuse, food, clothing, and shattered weapons. The coachman drove the carriage ahead, urging the horses on while recounting the town's recent adventures. Last night, something momentous occurred in the town. The residents were oblivious to the news of monsters appearing beyond the mountains, prompting many from the city to hunt them down. The scene was rife with flashing blades and thunderous roars. "I live in a village outside the town, and I witnessed it all firsthand. In the dead of night, numerous strange figures emerged, and many treasures were said to have flown from that place. It was utterly terrifying." Lin Feng remained silent, merely gazing out at the collapsed forests, his heart awash with endless reflections. It seemed not only the authorities were mobilizing. Various rogue cultivators and organizations must have dispatched their experts as well. The coachman continued, "Young master, the outside world has descended into chaos. People are being murdered everywhere. Why would you venture so far? Lin Feng paused for a moment, glancing at Hung Yu beside him, and softly replied, To visit my late wife's grave. Upon hearing this, the coachman dared not inquire further and hastened the carriage's pace. By midday, the road became muddy, and the carriage could proceed no further. Lin Feng handed the coachman some silver before disembarking and stepping onto the path leading to the village. The village was eerily silent, devoid of its former vibrancy. Lin Feng entered the village and slowly made his way to its end. Memories of his time spent there flooding his mind. That moment, recollections of the girl became strikingly vivid. He stood at the village's edge for a long while, finally facing the cold rain as he walked toward the back mountain hollow. Sanger, I have come to see you. He lifted his gaze, peering through the curtain of rain at the grave ahead. Chapter 52. Disappearance before the grave. Lin Feng stood in quiet contemplation for a considerable time. He slowly crouched down, carefully picking the wildflowers that continued to bloom amidst the wind and rain. His movements were gentle, each flower imbued with his profound longing for Sangyu, as he meticulously selected. Fearing the loss of even the most exquisite blossom, at last, he placed the carefully chosen wildflowers gently upon Sangyu's grave. He retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and ignited the paper offerings. However, as the flames flickered to life, the delicate smoke barely had time to rise before the cold rain mercilessly extinguished it. The freshly ignited paper quickly succumbed to the downpour, leaving only a damp pile of ashes. Lin Feng stood dazed before the grave, staring at the extinguished paper, his expression vacant. The icy rain relentlessly drenched him, the chilling sensation seeming to penetrate his skin, reaching deep into his soul in this frigid downpour. His thoughts drifted far away, the memories of the girl once shared here crashing over him like a tidal wave. A Feng, do you think we become ghosts when we die? Sangyu's melodious voice seemed to echo in his ears, her lively eyes glimmering with curiosity and fear. Perhaps. Lin Feng responded tenderly, gently stroking her hair. He, when Sanger becomes a ghost, she will definitely chase after Ah Feng. Sangyu teased with a playful smile, her face radiant with innocence. Lin Feng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Ah Feng, do you think Sanger will die first? Ah Feng, you must not die before Sanger, okay? Because that would make Sanger very sad. If Ah Feng dies first, Sanger will cry very, very fiercely. These memories fell upon Lin Feng's heart like the chilling rain, ceaseless and unrelenting. He stood motionless before the grave, as though transformed into a wooden post, devoid of any life force. Soon, midday arrived, yet the sun remained hidden behind thick clouds, with no sign of the rain abating. Lin Feng continued to stand there in silence, seemingly cut off from the world. His gaze was hollow and distant, immersed in the depths of his longing for Sangyu. After a long while, the evening light struggled to penetrate the thick rain, and darkness gradually enveloped the mountain hollow. Night fell, and the hollow was as dark as ink. The autumn rain still falling incessantly, Lin Feng remained before the grave, appearing as though he had not shifted an inch from his spot, lost in the memories of their past, as if waiting for Sangyu's response, even if it were just a gentle breeze or a soft whisper. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's small courtyard, Lin Bayer entered with hopeful anticipation. Her steps were light and cheerful, but upon finding the courtyard empty, a flicker of disappointment crossed her bright eyes. She slowly paced within the courtyard, glancing around, yet ultimately returned to her dwelling in resignation. The next day, Lin Bayer returned to the courtyard, still failing to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng. Her heart began to sink, and the once hopeful glimmer in her eyes dimmed. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to give up, silently reassuring herself that Lin Feng would surely return. That evening, Lin Bayer donned a new red dress, the vivid hue standing out brightly in the dim light. She adorned her hair with festive red decorations, nervously sitting before the vanity, quietly observing her reflection. Her delicate fingers lightly brushed blush onto her fair cheeks, adding a rosy hue to her complexion. She also carefully applied vibrant color to her lips. Feng Gu will definitely return before the betrothal. He should like me like this, right? Lin Bayer whispered softly to herself. At that moment, Pinger hurriedly approached the door, her head bowed and voice trembling as she said, Miss, the young master. He still hasn't returned. Lin Bayer gazed at her blooming face in the mirror, biting her lip gently. Striving to maintain her composure, she softly replied, There's no rush. Feng Gu will return. In the main hall and side room of the Lin family, tables were already set up, each one meticulously cleaned and adorned with exquisite tableware and decorations. Guests arriving to congratulate the newly betrothed couple came in succession, dressed in splendid attire, their faces beaming with joy, carrying various gifts. Lin Danan and Lu Yin stood at the entrance, welcoming the remaining guests with broad smiles. Lin Danan was clad in a solemn robe, his hair neatly arranged, warmly greeting each guest. Lu Yin wore a vibrant qipao, beautifully adorned with elegant accessories, standing gracefully beside him, smiling and nodding at the guests. In the kitchen, chefs bustled about, sweat glistening on their brows as they worked over hot stoves, the clattering of pots and pans creating a symphony of sounds. The aroma of various delectable dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Time passed slowly, and as the guests filled the front hall, the newly betrothed couple had yet to make their appearance. Lin Danan grew anxious, pacing at the entrance, frequently glancing toward the depths of the courtyard. After sending several maidservants to urge them along, he received only the same reply. They have not yet returned. Lu Yin stood silently at the side, an unusual stillness enveloping her. A flicker of concern shone in her eyes. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, clutching the handkerchief in her grasp tightly. As dusk approached, Lin Danan, in a state of exasperation, reluctantly dispatched someone to search for the missing, simultaneously announcing the commencement of the banquet. Xiaofeng had pressing matters and might return later. Thus, the guests were encouraged to dine and drink in the meantime. Though adorned with smiles, those expressions concealed a profound unease. In the rear courtyard, Lin Bayer's figure remained motionless before the vanity mirror. The dimly lit room, with its feeble candlelight flickering under the influence of the storm, rendered her facial expression indiscernible. Yet, one could surmise that her heart was laden with turmoil. Pinger returned to report, her voice trembling. "Miss, the young master has yet to return." This time, Lin Bayer remained silent, seated quietly, her demeanor unyielding and voiceless. The room fell into a momentary silence as Lin Bayer slowly gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her exquisite beauty appearing somewhat eerie in the subdued light. With a gentle tone, she beckoned, "Pinger, come here." Pinger stood at the door, head bowed, her body quaking as if caught in a tempest. "Are you frightened?" Lin Bayer's soft voice resembled a whisper from the abyss. "Since he has not returned, perhaps you should perish." Her tones suddenly turned cold and sinister. Before Pinger could react, Lin Bayer appeared behind her like a wraith. Her delicate hand swiftly pierced Pinger's heart, the movement so rapid that it was imperceptible. Before Pinger could utter a word, darkness engulfed her, and she fell silent. A wisp of dark energy emanated from Lin Bayer, gradually merging with the lifeless body of Pinger. In mere moments, Pinger transformed into a soulless puppet. The rain continued to pour in the small courtyard, drenching everything in its path, each droplet splashing against the ground and creating ripples. Lin Bayer moved with ethereal grace, akin to a specter, reaching the main hall in a few breaths. With a subtle wave of her hand, her crimson sleeves traced an elegant arc through the air as she softly commanded, "Gather and search for him." Under the influence of that eerie force, every guest present was transformed into a puppet in a matter of moments. "Feng Gu, Bayer does not blame you. I will seek you now." Lin Bayer's voice was tender, laced with sorrow. Night swiftly passed, and a pale light appeared on the eastern horizon, gradually dispelling the darkness. Unbeknownst to them, numerous figures had gathered near the entrance of the village at the base of the rear mountain. At the forefront stood a woman clad in silken garments, her demeanor dignified yet her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, accompanied by a robust middle-aged man whose brow was furrowed in concern as he scanned the surroundings. Following closely was a young girl in a pink dress, none other than Lin Bayer herself. "The graveyard lies ahead. He should be there, right?" Lu Yin spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lin Danan and Lin Bayer halted, gazing quietly at the rain-soaked burial grounds, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Chapter 53. "You truly esteem me. Indeed, it is you who have come." Lin Feng's voice echoed softly, his expression seemingly serene. Yet the slight tremor of his brow and the swirling emotions within his gaze betrayed him. Lin Bayer's delicate figure appeared particularly fragile in the chilling atmosphere as she parted her lips. "Feng Gu, what brings you here? Sister Sang has long since departed. The past is merely that, past. Cannot you attempt to forget?" As she spoke, a plea shimmered in her eyes, the depths of her watery gaze hinting at the imminent threat of tears. Lin Feng's face twisted into a mocking grin, his head tilted back slightly as he struggled to suppress his feelings. Murmuring, "Forget? How could one possibly forget?" At his words, Lin Bayer shuddered slightly, her voice adopting a cautious, pleading tone. "Feng Gu, shall we become betrothed now? I can pretend none of this ever occurred, and we can start anew." As though nothing has changed, Lin Feng's gaze was laden with complexity as he regarded her, his eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words, yet he could not find the means to articulate them. After a moment, he shook his head gently, sighing, "It is already this time. Why must you utter such words?" Lin Bayer's eyes glistened with desperation, her voice trembling. "Feng Gu, Bayer truly loves you. I yearn to be by your side, to become the most significant person in your life." Lin Feng interrupted, anguish lacing his tone. "Ha, love me? Is that to obliterate everything around me?" As he spoke, a single tear trailed down his cheek, freezing instantly in the frigid air. As cold as his heart in that moment, Lin Bayer continued to gaze at Lin Feng with imploring eyes, her body leaning forward involuntarily. "Stay with Bayer, please. I will cherish you sincerely and vow never to inflict harm upon you again. I will dedicate everything to atone for my past mistakes." A pang of hurt pierced Lin Feng's heart as his expression shifted from complexity to calmness, only to be stirred once more by some unseen force, plunging him back into a tumultuous inner conflict. Finally, he spoke with great difficulty. "You may no longer be Bayer, nor do you have uncle and aunt." His gaze drifted from Lin Bayer to Lin Danan and Lu Yin. Standing nearby, a chilling mountain breeze swept through, as if carrying the weight of sorrow. The wind stirred the funeral papers before the graves, swirling them in chaotic dance, reminiscent of lost souls struggling against their fate. Before they slowly descended back to the cold earth, the graveyard fell into an oppressive silence, a deathly hush enveloping the scene, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, save for the occasional whisper of the mountain breeze. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Bayer finally broke the silence, her voice cutting through the stillness with a stark clarity. "Feng Gu, Bayer only wishes to marry you. Will you return with me to wed?" Lin Feng cast a frigid glance her way, devoid of warmth, before he sighed deeply. Lin Bayer's lips began to tremble, her voice growing hoarse. "Feng Gu, but you once said you loved Bayer." Her tears brimmed at the edges of her eyes, threatening to spill over. Lu Yin, witnessing the scene, spoke ominously. "Why waste words on him? It would be better to simply..." As she spoke, a ferocious expression surfaced on her face, her tongue flicking across her lips. "Silence!" Lin Bayer reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Lu Yin. A sharp sound echoed as Lu Yin bent over in pain, clutching her abdomen, her eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a word. Lin Bayer turned her obsidian gaze upon Lin Feng. "Feng Gu, will you marry Bayer or not?" Lin Feng remained silent, standing still as a statue. Suddenly, Lin Bayer's tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Feng Gu, Bayer's actions are all for you. I am so enamored with you. With everything about you that I adore your scent. It is an intoxicating essence. I cherish every emotion you express, whether joy, fear, or otherwise. I yearn to immerse myself in it all. Yet, I have never felt joy in your presence. And it leaves me profoundly sorrowful. I long to merge with you. To be with you every day. I want you. Want you to the point of madness. Promise me, will you return with me?" Hearing her words, Lin Feng's gaze turned even colder. Lin Bayer suddenly burst into tears, her wails resonating hauntingly in the still mountain hollow. Her eyes reddened, and her once rosy cheeks transformed into a ghastly visage, her lips curling into a terrifying smile that revealed crimson fangs. "Why? Why must you force me? What have I done wrong? How do I not measure up to her? Why will you not surrender yourself to me?" Her voice sharpened into a frenzied scream, her blood-red eyes glistening with a frenzied thirst, her fangs elongating rapidly. "That I hate. I harbor a profound disdain for you." Her emotions seemed to have spiraled completely out of control. Behind her, Lin Danan and Lu Yin appear to be infected by this fervor, their faces undergoing a transformation as they gradually manifest fangs. 1, 2, 3. There's the coachman who had been driving him. His once simple visage has now morphed into a grotesque visage, with fangs glistening ominously in the dim light. The rotund vendor selling cooked meats on the street now resembles a fearsome monster, with fangs protruding grotesquely from his mouth. Then there's the pawnshop attendant, whose formerly keen eyes now brim with malevolence. Even the jovial waiter from the tavern has had his warm smile replaced by a terrifying countenance. Then, figures emerged one after another from the woods, their silhouettes flickering in the murky surroundings, dense and overwhelming. This scene sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine, compelling him to involuntarily take a step back. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it! What the hell? Have I stirred up a hornet's nest? Is the entire town putting on a show for me? Do you truly think so highly of me? Chapter 54. Eighth layer of demon essence. She charged towards Lin Feng with the ferocity of a raging tempest. In an instant, he clenched his fists, summoning all his strength, as if a torrent was converging into this singular blow. This strike was formidable and unyielding, akin to steel forged in fire, propelled by an indomitable resolve, and it crashed into her abdomen. Her delicate form, under the weight of this terrifying force, resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and crashing into the muddy ground. The tremendous impact sent mud and water flying, leaving her clothes and hair in disarray, a pitiful sight. The surrounding demon figures stood still as if carved from wood. Frozen in this chaotic tableau, she opened her mouth, and a roar of fury erupted, reverberating like thunder, as if to pierce the heavens. Struggling to rise from the ground, her body swelled grotesquely, her face contorted with madness and greed. She hoarsely declared, "You are mine. Everything about you belongs to me. Your life is mine, and your death shall be mine. I shall make you a part of my being." Her eyes blazed crimson, like two infernos, and she lunged at Lin Feng once more. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed another punch, the energy flickering with the essence of yin and yang, akin to a shooting star streaking across the inky sky. Accompanied by the howling winds that tore through the air, boom. However, this time, Lin Feng was sent flying back by the tremendous backlash. He exhaled deeply, realizing the dire situation before him. Initially, the scene appeared utterly horrifying. But as he gauged the strength of his adversaries, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. The most troublesome among them was Lin Bayer, who was at the 8th layer of demon essence. Lin Danan and Lu Yin were at the 4th layer, while the others were merely at the opening meridian level. Yet, it was Lin Bayer who had succumbed to darkness, her face a mask of rage as she glared at him. Seething, "You dare cultivate in secret? But what of it? You are no match for me. You should be at home studying diligently, enjoying my company instead." As she spoke, her form darted like a wraith, her claw lunging towards his heart with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Feng nimbly sidestepped, retaliating with his punch once more. Yet, her other claw, striking without warning, sank into his back. The sharp nails pierced his skin and muscle. A searing pain coursing through him like electric shock, her claw pressed forward, seemingly intent on puncturing his chest directly, aiming for his heart. A jolt of terror electrified Lin Feng's heart. He gritted his teeth against the agony and executed a swift spin. Exerting all his might to extricate her claw, he then struck her viciously across the face, sending her rolling aside. A spurt of blood erupted from his back, tracing a vivid arc through the air. The intense pain dimmed his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. Lin Bayer stood stationary, greedily bringing her bloodied claw to her lips, delicately licking the blood-soaked remnants from her tear-streaked face, grinning, "Delicious." Lin Feng struggled to rise, blood gushing from his back, trembling from the pain, his legs weak and unsteady, nearly collapsing. Just moments away, his heart would have been torn from his chest. Lin Bayer's scarlet eyes fixed upon him, her countenance increasingly suffused with bloodlust and avarice. Her claws elongated once more, resembling two razor-sharp scythes, as she advanced towards him step by step, her expression a grotesque blend of laughter and tears. "These claws of mine can extract your heart suddenly." A flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes, and in a hoarse voice, she implored, "Feng Gu, kneel before me and beg for mercy. Plead with me to take you back to wed, to share a bed with me, to merge our beings. Thus, you may continue to live. Would that not be splendid?" No sooner had she spoken than Lin Bayer soared into the air like a delicate swallow, her form agile and graceful. Her claws extended, the full force of her 8th layer of demon essence unleashed. a chilling howl echoing as if spirits cried out in unison. Those outstretched claws transformed into grotesque heads, each gnashing and snapping at Lin Feng. Feeling the overwhelming power contained within these ghastly heads, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He swung his hands, rapidly unleashing a flurry of strikes, each like arrows piercing through the air, accompanied by sharp sounds of tearing. He then formed a peculiar seal and pressed it against himself, his true energy surging forth like a tumultuous wave. Although the strikes he unleashed were potent, they could do little to thwart Lin Bayer's formidable assault, merely slightly slowing the advance of the ghastly heads before being wholly consumed. In the next instant, the attack descended upon Lin Feng like a tempest. The sudden turn of events occurred with alarming speed. By the time Lin Feng reacted, it was already too late. The ghastly heads lunged at him, poised to inflict severe injury. Suddenly, a peculiar, mysterious ripple appeared before him. As the ripple spread, a semicircular realm of black and white emerged, resembling an overturned bowl, enveloping him within. Lin Bayer's attack finally arrived, but the formidable ghastly heads dissipated the moment they touched the black and white barrier, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the semicircular realm shattered in turn. Lin Feng stood resolute, his bloodied fists clenched tightly, his eyes radiating a cold, piercing glare as they remained fixed on Lin Bayer. As Lin Bayer suddenly accelerated towards him, he wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch. Whoosh! The punch, imbued with the dual essences of yin and yang, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, possessing immense penetrating power and explosive rotational force, hurtling towards Lin Bayer. The punch traced a brilliant arc through the air, as if to rip the very fabric of the atmosphere apart. Thud! The punch struck Lin Bayer squarely in the chest. Yet, she remained unmoved, a semblance of pity crossing her face as she remarked, "I forgot to inform you. With your strength, you shall never break my form, nor shall you ever hope to kill me. You can only submit to me." With that, Lin Bayer vanished in a flash. Like a specter rushing forth, her claws, sharp as blades, lunged directly at Lin Feng's heart. He hastily sidestepped, and as blood surged from his fists, he unleashed another dual-colored punch. However, Lin Bayer's speed was too great, and her claws could change direction in an instant. Although she missed his heart, she inflicted a gruesome wound upon his abdomen. Meanwhile, his strike failed to connect. Lin Feng brushed past her, turning to clutch his abdomen. Blood gushing forth, his body swaying dangerously, on the brink of collapse. The pain and loss of blood rendered him weak, dizzy, and the world around him began to blur. Chapter 55. Second mutation of the demon. The most despairing realization was that his opponent appeared utterly unscathed, as if no attack could leave even the slightest mark upon her, incapable of breaching her seemingly impenetrable defenses. This harsh reality weighed heavily upon Lin Feng's heart, instilling within him a profound sense of helplessness. His once proud yin-yang punch now seemed to have lost its former might, unable to inflict harm upon his adversary, and instead, hastening the depletion of his own stamina and energy, plunging him into an unprecedented predicament. Lin Bayer, seemingly aware of his plight, regarded him with a gaze akin to a cat toying with a mouse, filled with mockery. Her blood-soaked claws advanced toward him slowly, each step echoing as if it were a heavy stomp upon Lin Feng's heart, causing it to tremble in response. "Why must it be this way? Is it not better to marry me and share joyous moments together? As demons, can we not revel in happiness? Are our bodies not equal to those of your human women?" Amidst Lin Baoer's words lingered an eerie allure. "Marry me, and I shall unveil a different facet of myself to you each day." Is that not enticing? As she spoke, she cruelly tore away her own visage, revealing a countenance both innocent and enchanting. Her hoarse laughter reverberated through the air. "Brother Feng, do you still remember Sanger?" A fierce blaze of wrath ignited within Lin Feng, as if the inferno sought to incinerate his very reason. Suddenly, Lin Baoer spoke softly. "Brother Feng, do you prefer Sister Sanger or me? Sister Sanger is not just anyone. She is the one for whom I wept with heartache while I laughed heartlessly." Bang! Lin Feng unleashed a punch infused with the dual energies of yin and yang. A ferocious predator lunging forward with fervor, his eyes blazed with the intensity of his rage and deep-seated enmity. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed, yet Lin Baoer stood resolute, akin to an immovable mountain. A pale smile danced upon her lips as she cruelly declared, Spare yourself the effort. No matter how many punches you throw, I shall remain unscathed. Lin Feng halted. His fists clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably, breath coming in ragged gasps, his complexion as pale as parchment. His wounds, inflicted during the relentless battle, had expanded, blood gushing forth like twin torrents from his injuries, gradually soaking his garments and dripping down his legs, merging with the mud beneath him. The blood spread through the mire, transforming the ground beneath him into a horrifying pool of crimson. In a fleeting moment, Lin Bao's claws nearly seized Lin Feng's heart. The violent impact sent them both reeling backward. As her claws withdrew from his chest, they left a spray of scarlet rain. Like blossoms falling to the earth, Lin Feng crashed heavily into the mud, the gaping wound in his chest gushing forth blood, instantly staining his torso and the ground beneath him. Pain had rendered his body numb. In that instant, death seemed less daunting. He trembled as he slowly rose from the muck, resembling a figure born of blood. The wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger backward, on the brink of collapse. Just as Lin Bao's claws were poised to pierce his chest once more, a flash of white light erupted, pulsating incessantly. Simultaneously, a pair of swords sliced through the air with ferocity, emanating from the hands of Bai Qingxue, who had arrived to shield Lin Feng. The atmosphere instantly thickened, the battle on the verge of erupting. At that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified, a tense aura enveloping the muddy expanse. Bai Qingxue, sword in hand, exuded an unwavering and cold determination, like an unyielding mountain standing guard over the battered Lin Feng behind her. Her garments fluttered gently in the breeze. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bao shrieked and lunged at Bai Qingxue, her voice dripping with venomous rage. "You truly are a heartless deceiver." "Who is she? Who is she?" Bai Qingxue, having anticipated this, struck out with her dual swords. Though the blades shimmered with a verdant glow, her strikes merely rebounded off Lin Bao, who remained utterly unharmed, sending Bai Qingxue hurtling backward. Lin Bao grinned wickedly, her figure expanding rapidly. Bai Qingxue, rising from the ground, gripped her swords tightly, launching a swift counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bao was struck multiple times. Though no wounds marred her flesh, she was forced to retreat, howling in protest. As she backed away, the surrounding demonic beings seemed to awaken, their puppet-like demeanor replaced with fervor as they charged toward Lin Feng. Bang! The first to fall was Lu Yin, who Lin Feng dispatched with a swift kick, though he struggled against Lin Bao. Now a formidable opponent at the 8th level of demonic energy, he easily dealt with these lesser foes. Perish! At that moment, Lin Danan approached, extending his claws menacingly toward Lin Feng's waist. Before the claws could reach him, Lin Feng seized Danan's wrist, twisting it with a sharp crack, breaking it cleanly. He then delivered a heavy slap to Danan's face, sending him sprawling. Danan's cries echoed like a slaughtered pig. Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary attacks were infused with the power of yin and yang liquid. His inability to breach Lin Bao's defenses stemmed from their vast difference in realms, compounded by her transformation into a demonic entity, which granted her a layer of protective scales. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, far off, began to swell with fury, her face contorting grotesquely as her limbs expanded. Muscles bulged, and her hair transformed into a mass of black spikes, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Feng's expression shifted, prompting him to take the initiative. With that, he channeled a drop of yin and yang liquid into his fists, his form blurring as he charged forward, delivering a thunderous blow to Lu Yin's chest. This punch unleashed the full force of yin and yang liquid. Lu Yin, a towering beast, was sent careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet he could perceive that her vitality remained tenacious, her aura now more ferocious than before. Lu Yin had evidently surpassed her previous state after the transformation. As Lin Feng evaded the attacks from the lower-level demonic beings, he simultaneously countered Lu Yin and Lin Danan, occasionally managing to pierce through the defenses of one or two of the lower-level foes. However, an unfortunate misstep led Lin Feng to be struck by the transformed Lin Danan, crashing heavily to the ground. After a series of rolls, he sprang back up, kicking Danan away. Yet, just then, Lu Yin lunged at him, delivering a punch that sent him flying once again. Pain surged through him as his blood rushed, but without hesitation, he flipped back onto his feet, advancing rather than retreating, channeling his strength into his fists once more. With a sinister laugh, Lu Yin unleashed her black spikes, which suddenly shot toward him like a barrage of lethal projectiles, enveloping him in a shadowy mass. Lin Feng hastily halted, spinning his body to evade, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Chapter 56. The Moonless Night, the Emergence of Malice. Puff, 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 long, sharp spikes descended like deadly projectiles, piercing the earth beside him with a chilling whistle. The relentless pursuit of those spikes mirrored a pack of ravenous beasts hunting their prey. A moment's hesitation would mean certain death, as they would penetrate his flesh like poisoned arrows. In that moment, the gentle breeze in the ravine could not dissipate the tension that hung thick in the air. Ancient trees swayed slightly, their leaves rustling as if mourning this battle of life and death. Nearby, a stream flowed gently, while Lin Feng gritted his teeth, rolling clumsily on the ground. Then, he summoned his inner strength. Slamming his palm against the earth, the powerful recoil propelled him upward, allowing him to dart back like a nimble leopard. However, the spikes relentlessly pursued, embedding themselves into the ground only after a few meters. Lin Feng gazed at the spikes lodged deep in the earth, a chill coursing through him. Slowly, he raised his gaze to behold Lu Yin, transformed twice, her body cloaked in those black tendrils, reminiscent of a terrifying creature emerging from the depths of hell. She radiated an overwhelming aura, her power having reached the 6th level of demonic energy. "You cannot escape, brat." Lu Yan's laughter echoed with malice, the demonic energy before her surging like a tumultuous tide. Exuding an oppressive force, Lin Feng was not one to remain idle. Awaiting her next move, he prepared to turn and flee, aiming to exhaust her demonic energy. Yet, at that moment, he was startled to see Lin Danan, whom he had kicked away, shakily rise to his feet, his face twisted with hatred, his gaze locked onto Lin Feng. "You forced my hand, brat. Why can't you just merge with us?" Lin Danan ground his teeth in fury, his garments suddenly tearing apart as if they were mere scraps of paper caught in a tempest. His entire form swelled dramatically, his arms rapidly contorting and transforming into 2 massive, obsidian claws. These claws glimmered with a chilling gleam in the dim light, as if capable of effortlessly rending anything asunder. His lips curled back, revealing 2 sharp fangs, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to devour Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng's heart raced, a sudden chill creeping upon him as he realized the precariousness of his situation. Another adversary at the 6th level of demon essence had emerged, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Just as Lin Feng strained to devise a strategy to counter this threat, the atmosphere within the mountain gorge shifted with alarming abruptness. The once luminous moon seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious veil. Its radiance extinguished in an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. From the ground, ominous waves of malevolent energy surged forth, roiling like grotesque hands emerging from the earth, relentlessly clawing their way upward. This sinister energy exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, invoking a profound sense of dread. In the blink of an eye, the temperature in the gorge plummeted sharply, an icy chill piercing through the skin of all present, prompting involuntary shudders as if touched by the frigid hand of death. The surrounding demons appeared to sense the imminent danger, hastily channeling their demon essence to repel the encroaching malevolence. Fortunately, while this dark energy was unsettling, it lacked lethality. As long as they maintained their focus, they could withstand it without dire consequences. Those at the opening vein level could endure it, let alone Lin Bayer and her companions, who had undergone transformations. However, should they linger here for too long, their demon essence would undoubtedly be depleted. After a brief moment, the entire gorge became shrouded in malevolent energy, resembling a cursed underworld. "This is bad," Bai Qingxue exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm as she swiftly retreated to Lin Feng's side, her beautiful visage marred by a grave expression. Just as she positioned herself beside him, ready to speak, the dense malevolence within the gorge began to stir ominously. From above, it resembled a cauldron of boiling water, the dark energy seemingly imbued with life, roiling and squirming within the valley in a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qingxue uttered gravely, "Move!" With a swift motion, she seized Lin Feng's arm, her wrist flicking with a force that propelled him away, all while he stood in bewilderment in a display of remarkable agility. She propelled herself backward, akin to a delicate swallow taking flight. "You cannot escape. You must merge with me," Lin Bayer shrieked, her voice piercingly shrill, reverberating painfully within the ears. With uncanny speed, she darted behind Lin Feng, her claw aimed menacingly at his back. Her strike was evidently intended to claim Lin Feng's life, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, Lin Feng's reflexes were equally sharp, though he had been unexpectedly thrown by Qingxue. He managed to pivot just before her claw could reach his heart. Summoning all his energy into his palm, he collided with Lin Bayer's deadly claws. In that fleeting moment, a shockwave erupted from the force of their clash. Radiating outward, utilizing the momentum from her attack, Lin Feng floated gracefully back to Qingxue's side. "Alas! It seems we cannot escape today. My sister has caused you great misfortune," Qingxue sighed, her gaze a mixture of resignation and concern. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words when she proclaimed, "The moon is void, the malevolence emerges." At that instant, a cacophony of chains being swung resonated through the pitch-black sky. Lin Feng, taken aback, quickly looked up to witness several chains, each several yards long and as dark as ink, floating in the air. These chains, forged entirely from the dense malevolence, exuded a bone-chilling aura that instilled terror. As the chains circled ominously above Lin Bayer and the other mindless demons, they suddenly seemed to come alive, lunging downward with ferocity. Anticipating this, Qingxue swiftly unleashed two beams of radiant energy, which sliced through the darkness like brilliant meteors. With this force, she yanked Lin Feng back, and they stumbled backwards several paces. Having evaded the encirclement of Lin Bayer and her ilk, Qingxue seized Lin Feng's hand, and they fled. Meanwhile, the chains of malevolence finally ensnared Lin Bayer and the other demons. With only a handful of chains available, Lin Bayer found herself ensnared by 4, while Lin Danan and Lu Yin were each caught by 2. The remaining chains wreaked havoc upon the remaining demons present, swiftly extinguishing the life of those of lesser strength. Why? What is happening? What did you and this wretched woman do? You treacherous man, Lin Bayer, now a colossal figure of wrath, screamed, her voice brimming with fury. Yet, no matter how they howled, it was futile. The chains, wrought from malevolence, clung tightly to them, as if they were shackles of fate, utterly unbreakable. Chapter 57. Healing, Part 1. As Qingxue led Lin Feng away in haste. The gorge appeared as though it had just weathered a ferocious tempest, chaos reigning supreme. Leaves danced wildly in the wind like frenzied performers, the rustling sound ceaseless in the distance. The mountains loomed beneath the heavy veil of night, revealing only vague, shadowy outlines, akin to a mysterious beast lurking in the darkness. The demons ensnared by the chains were thrown into a panic, utterly unprepared for the ethereal chains to vanish into their very beings. Those with weaker abilities met their demise instantaneously. Meanwhile, the higher-tier demons, such as Lin Bayer, Lin Danan, and Lu Yin, though fortunate to escape immediate death, felt their powers dissipate like a receding tide, their strength waning dramatically. Ultimately, they could not suppress a groan, spewing forth a jet of blood that shone like a blinding flash of lightning against the inky blackness. Moments later, they could no longer maintain their transformed state. Reverting to their human forms, their complexions paling to the shade of parchment as they vomited blood uncontrollably. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools, Lin Bayer raged, her fury palpable as she berated them for allowing their quarry to escape. Lin Danan and Lu Yin exchanged glances, a flicker of anger crossing their features, yet they restrained themselves. Lin Danan gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching slightly as he spoke. That brat is not faring any better. If we could catch up to them now, they would be mere lambs to the slaughter. Lu Yin nodded slightly, her expression darkening with malice. Indeed, we cannot let them slip away. Lin Bayer, unable to contain her impatience, urged, "What are we waiting for? Go and fetch them. They are a delectable prize." Lu Yin fixed her gaze on the distant lower-tier demons, her face grim. Go. Capture those two. Under Lu Yin's command, the lower-tier demons hastily pursued Lin Feng and Qingxue's fleeing figures. The malevolence had targeted only those within the gorge, leaving the demons further away and scathed. As Lin Feng and Qingxue sprinted away, he soon realized the dire state she was in, while his own injuries appeared severe. They were mostly superficial. Qingxue, however, bore grave internal wounds, her condition deteriorating rapidly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng guided her into a narrow crevice in the mountainside, seeking refuge to tend to her injuries. The crevice was so constricted that it could barely accommodate two people, making it exceedingly cramped. The walls were adorned with moss and vines, exuding a damp aroma. Lin Feng settled by Qingxue inside, positioning himself at the entrance, grateful for the cover provided by the underbrush. Their bodies pressed closely together, sharing warmth as they huddled in the tight space, though not speak. "Someone is pursuing us," Lin Feng whispered, wrapping an arm around Bai Qingxue protectively. Her complexion was ashen, yet she nodded slightly, focusing her breath and energy. Moments later, a few lower-tier demons passed by, their footsteps gradually fading as they ventured further away. They were merely a short distance apart, yet the pitch blackness, howling winds, and the dense malevolence in the valley concealed Lin Feng and Bai Qingxue perfectly. Once the demons had moved on, Bai Qingxue could no longer hold back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her garments crimson. The earlier confrontation with Lin Bayer had left her severely injured. Lin Feng, alarmed, asked, "How are you?" Bai Qingxue's voice was faint, and before she could respond, her body slumped weakly to the ground, devoid of the strength to even move a finger. The battle with Lin Bayer had not only inflicted severe internal injuries, but had also depleted her energy reserves to the brink. "Fetch me the healing herbs." After a pause, Bai Qingxue managed to utter this request with great effort. "Where are they?" Lin Feng inquired urgently. "Die in my possession," Bai Qingxue weakly responded, and Lin Feng hurriedly reached out his hand towards her chest. His fingers trembling slightly, however, in the next instant, he swiftly withdrew his hand, staring blankly at Bai Qingxue before him. She too gazed back at him, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as her body trembled slightly. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had gently brushed against her ample bosom, sending a jolt of electric sensation straight to her heart, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The air between them thick with awkwardness and shyness, as if shrouded in a delicate mist. Her heartbeat quickened, breaths came in short gasps, and an unprecedented feeling surged within her. At that moment, Bai Qingxue's heart was filled with a tumult of contradictions and chaos, her pulse racing as if it might leap from her throat. She could only lower her head to mask the turmoil within. Lin Feng, observing her, was equally bewildered. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he knew there was no time to delay, and softly urged Bai Qingxue, "Hang in there for a moment." Without hesitation, he reached once more into her clothing, beginning to search. Bai Qingxue was dressed lightly. Beneath her outer skirt, she wore only a snug undergarment. Once Lin Feng's hand ventured in, he immediately felt as though he had entered a realm of exquisite softness. The sensation was both full and tender, astonishingly elastic, leaving a deep impression, and her size was such that a single palm could hardly encompass it entirely. With each touch, Bai Qingxue's body would quiver slightly. In such intimate proximity, their body temperatures quickly melded, and soon, both their breaths became rapid, blood coursing through their veins as if a flame ignited within their hearts. Though Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, he endeavored to maintain an air of composure befitting a man. In contrast, Bai Qingxue's clear eyes seemed to harbor a pool of crystalline water, radiating a mix of shyness and indignation, each breath fragrant like musk, stirring thoughts unbidden. As he continued his search, Lin Feng softly reassured her. "Do not misunderstand." Yet, Bai Qingxue could no longer bear it, her breath barely above a whisper, indicating, "Over there." In that instant, Lin Feng suddenly understood. Reflecting inwardly, no wonder he had searched in vain for so long. The item was not located in this vicinity. A hint of embarrassment washed over him as he considered the situation. He then carefully reached to the other side, resuming his cautious exploration. Each slight movement seemed to cause Bai Qingxue's body to involuntarily tremble, and he could not fathom how many times she had shivered throughout this process. "Which vial?" Lin Feng inquired softly, urgency lacing his voice. "The red one in the middle," Bai Qingxue replied weakly, her eyes turning slightly to indicate the direction. Lin Feng swiftly grasped the vial in question, his fingers trembling slightly. He carefully twisted off the cap and gently poured some medicinal pills into Bai Qingxue's mouth. In that confined space, their breaths were distinctly audible. Several pills slid slowly into her abdomen, and Bai Qingxue gently closed her eyes, akin to a serene lotus, beginning to meditate and regulate her breathing. At that moment, she seemed to meld with her surroundings. Tranquil and harmonious. Beyond the mountain crevice, the night enveloped the world like thick, unyielding ink, casting everything into profound darkness. Silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the breeze, akin to gentle fingers softly caressing the leaves of the bushes, producing a faint rustling sound, as if nature itself were composing a delicate nocturne in the darkness. Lin Feng, like a vigilant sentinel, slowly turned his back, fully attentive to the sounds outside. His gaze was filled with determination and alertness, as if he were safeguarding the most precious treasure in existence. That focused expression conveyed the steadfastness and tenacity residing within him. About half an hour passed quietly, akin to a silent hourglass gradually releasing fine grains of time. Bai Qingxue gradually regained her composure, slowly opening her eyes. Within her gaze, shyness and complexity intermingled. Silently observing Lin Feng's silhouette, her thoughts a whirlwind. Recalling the events that had just transpired, her cheeks felt as though they were ablaze, the embarrassment threatening to engulf her entirely. Though she understood the necessity of the actions taken, she still longed to find a hole to hide in, the shame far too overwhelming, as if sensing her scrutiny. Lin Feng, who had been on high alert, suddenly turned to face her. Noticing that Bai Qingshue's complexion had improved, he instinctively let out a sigh of relief. "You're all right now, right?" A flicker of panic crossed Bai Qingshue's eyes, and she quickly averted her gaze, seemingly unable to meet his eyes, fearful of revealing her own embarrassment. "While I am no longer in danger of death, I cannot exert my energy for the time being." "That's a relief," Lin Feng replied, his previously anxious heart finally settling like a heavy stone. Determined not to dwell on those embarrassing moments, Bai Qingxue turned her head to survey the surroundings, asking, "How did you find this place?" Lin Feng grinned widely, a hint of pride in his smile. "Do not forget, I grew up nearby." "Indeed, we are fortunate," Bai Qingxue sighed softly, recognizing that in such a perilous mountain gorge, discovering a safe haven was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet, this fortune felt precariously fragile. "You should focus on your recovery. We will depart shortly." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Qingxue's expression darkened, slowly shaking her head. "We cannot leave. Things are within our control. How can we not depart?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly, clearly unconvinced that there was no way out. Due to the overwhelming malevolent energy, this gorge is now sealed. Before dawn, no one can escape. Bai Qingxue's voice carried a note of resignation. Lin Feng suddenly understood. "You mean the malevolent energy has sealed the area?" Bai Qingxue nodded slightly. "Yes, the malevolent energy has indeed sealed it." "What about those dark green chains we saw earlier?" Lin Feng recalled the breathtaking scene, filled with confusion, as the mysterious chains appeared to be shackles from the depths of hell. "They are the result of the malevolent energy sealing the area. Any living creature within will be drained completely." Bai Qingxue's explanation tightened Lin Feng's heart. Could they have already been killed? A glimmer of hope surged within Lin Feng's mind. If those malevolent beings were all dead, they might truly escape this dire situation. Bai Qingxue shook her head. "That's not possible. While the malevolent energy may seem daunting, it is too limited in scope. Your cousin and uncle are no weaklings. They cannot be exterminated. At worst, they can only eliminate some minor henchmen." "Well, that's something," Lin Feng thought to himself. Though it was a pity that they could not completely rid themselves of the enemy, any reduction in threat was still favorable. However, though they may not be slain, the malevolent energy will infiltrate their bodies, and they will likely lose a significant portion of their strength. Before dawn, they will not recover. I will see if I can regain some strength before dawn. Then we can escape together." Bai Qingxue's words brimmed with urgency. "Are you saying their strength will be sealed? How much?" A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng. Bai Qingxue pondered for a moment. "At least 30 to 40%. Your cousin's expert should be sealed at around 40%. Oh, they can't exert their full strength now?" Lin Feng's expression brightened, eager to take action. Bai Qingxue regarded him with concern. "What do you intend to do? Even if their strength is sealed, they are not something you can contend with. Do not act recklessly." Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with eagerness. "How will I know if I do not try? Do not forget, this is a place where malevolent energy converges. They are now sealed, and must also fend off the malevolent energy's intrusion. They are likely weaker than you anticipate, but there are so many of them." Bai Qingxue grasped Lin Feng's arm, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with concern. "Do not be impulsive." Lin Feng gently patted her hand, attempting to soothe her anxiety. "Do not worry, I know what I am doing. If we remain hidden here, we will eventually be discovered. Once we become trapped like fish in a barrel, we will be left with no options. If I take the initiative to strike, there may still be a chance." "No," Bai Qingxue shook her head vigorously. "If you go out now, not to mention that you will be unable to withstand those people. Even the malevolent energy in this gorge will deplete your energy. If we wish to survive, we must take this path. Otherwise, once they return to their peak condition, we will undoubtedly be unable to escape." Bai Qingxue trembled at his words, falling into silence. She understood that the situation was indeed perilous. Yet she was also deeply concerned for Lin Feng's safety. "Let me be. Do not stop me." Lin Feng resolutely broke free from Bai Qingxue's grasp. "If you insist on going out, take this with you." Bai Qingxue felt utterly powerless to dissuade him. Deep down, she understood that if Lin Feng truly wished to venture outside, there was nothing she could do to stop him in her current state. After a prolonged wait, time seemed to stretch interminably within the confines of their narrow surroundings. Bai Qingxue sat quietly, striving to restore her energy, her breath gradually stabilizing, and a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng attentively observed her condition, and upon noticing her partial recovery, he slowly rose to his feet. The subtle movement appeared to shatter some semblance of tranquility, infused with an air of determination. Lin Feng began to stride toward the exit, each step heavy yet resolute. After enduring such frustration and helplessness for so long, he finally found himself in a position to unleash his strength. However, just a few steps out, he abruptly halted. The air within the mountain crevice seemed to freeze along with him, an atmosphere of tension enveloping the silence. Lin Feng spoke softly, "Qingxue, if by dawn I have not returned, you must leave at once." A pang of anxiety gripped Bai Qingxue's heart, a wave of inexplicable pain washing over her. She opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat dry, unable to utter a single word. Lin Feng turned his head and smiled, that smile tinged with a hint of nonchalance and fearlessness. "If I manage to return, would you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" Bai Qingxue asked, suppressing the ache in her heart, her voice trembling slightly. "Let us speak of it when I return." Lin Feng chuckled lightly. He swiftly exited the mountain crevice and stepped into the night. The darkness remained profound, as if the endless blackness sought to engulf everything. Lin Feng took a moment to arrange his surroundings, ensuring the crevice was well concealed, before scanning the area and plunging into the shadows. His figure gradually faded into the night, leaving Bai Qingxue behind. Alone and desolate, she gazed towards the direction Lin Feng had departed, her eyes filled with unease. Chapter 59. The moment of hunt. 1. Dawn was still far off. Bai Qingxue required time to fully recover. And within this mountain gorge, the number of demons remained uncertain. Moreover, this location was under lockdown, and it would inevitably be searched meticulously inch by inch. The darkened forest resonated with the faint sounds of demons racing through the underbrush. The footsteps distinctly belonging to two of them. Lin Feng concealed himself behind a sturdy tree, quietly awaiting the approaching demons. At that moment, he was filled with trepidation and vigilance. He had no inkling of the strength these two demons possessed. Only by gathering intelligence could he devise his next course of action. Should these demons prove too formidable, Lin Feng would have no choice but to evade their might and seek out softer targets. As the footsteps grew closer, a figure suddenly emerged before him, seemingly crawling forth from the depths of darkness, exuding a chilling aura. With the appearance of this figure, another became discernible. The two demons, both at the opening vein stage, stood motionlessly, their movements rigid as they stared blankly ahead. The darkened forest now seemed even more sinister. The leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Lin Feng crouched behind the sturdy tree, anxiously observing the movements of the two demons through the gaps in the foliage. His heart raced with anxiety and caution. He was uncertain if other demons lurked nearby, and only by gathering intelligence could he plan his next move. The two demons remained stationary, as if awaiting some command. Their bodies emanated an eerie aura, their skin a strange gray, adorned with peculiar patterns. Their hollow eyes reflected no emotion, merely fixated ahead. Yet, in this atmosphere thick with malice, everything appeared blurred, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts and experience for judgment. Various scenarios flashed through his mind as he contemplated his strategies. Suddenly, a night bird soared overhead, emitting a piercing cry that shattered the silence. The two demons seemed startled by the sound, their bodies twitching slightly. This subtle movement stood out sharply in the stillness, akin to ripples on a tranquil lake. Lin Feng's heart raced, as if struck by a heavy blow. He focused intently on them, his gaze sharp and unyielding, missing no detail. Once he confirmed the presence of these two demons, a faint smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Aren't you two searching for me?" Lin Feng felt no fear toward demons of this caliber. His confidence stemmed not from arrogance, but from his own strength and experience. The demons continued to stare at Lin Feng with their mechanical gaze, devoid of any emotional response. They resembled soulless puppets, driven solely by some unknown force. "You seem unable to speak," Lin Feng remarked lightly, flexing his fingers, the joints cracking audibly. He clenched his fists, producing a series of sharp sounds, then gently rolled his neck before gradually advancing toward the two demons. With a guttural roar, one of the demons pivoted and lunged at Lin Feng like a ferocious beast, its movements rapid and frenzied, exuding a reckless abandon. Although the demon possessed only opening vein-level strength, Lin Feng was at the first layer of opening origin, granting him a clear advantage in terms of realm. As the demon's sharp claws were about to grasp Lin Feng's chest, he bellowed, his palms suddenly shimmering with a black and white flicker, as if ice and fire were igniting simultaneously. A wave of heat and cold surged forth, rushing toward the demon. This unique force elicited sensations of scorching heat and an icy abyss. The charging demon abruptly halted, as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendered immobile. The only sounds remaining were the mournful howls of the wind through the gorge, echoing with an eerie resonance. The slower demon, witnessing this, let out a cry and fled without hesitation, clearly sensing the threat Lin Feng posed, even if it could not articulate its fear. "Can you truly escape?" Lin Feng sneered, raising his palm and swiftly pursuing the fleeing demon. His figure darted like lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. The dense malevolence enveloping the gorge aided Lin Feng significantly, as the pervasive aura diminished the strength of all who were ensnared within it. However, Lin Feng, having cultivated the yin-yang technique, found his vital energy to be the bane of this malevolence, requiring only a slight expenditure of yin-yang energy to dispel its effects. Though the demon was merely at the opening vein stage, it would not be easily dispatched in a single blow. It was the malevolence that weakened its power. Lin Feng relentlessly pursued, and soon the distance between them dwindled to mere yards. This proximity was more than sufficient. As he ran, Lin Feng unleashed the accumulated yin-yang energy from his palm. Hearing the wind rushing behind it, the demon exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly dodging the incoming strike. However, that brief hesitation allowed the previously significant distance to collapse into nothingness. Realizing it could no longer flee, the demon decisively turned, raising its claws to confront Lin Feng. Yet, it was met with a flash of black and white light, and instinctively, it raised its claws to defend itself. With a sharp crack, its claws were severed as if they were mere tofu, cleaved in two. In the next moment, the demon felt a warmth at its throat, as if something had sliced through. Lin Feng halted, a delicate black and white blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming at his fingertips, a droplet of blood trickling down. The demon's throat convulsed as it stared blankly at Lin Feng, unable to utter a sound. Moments later, its head shot upward, a spray of blood erupting from its neck. After dispatching the two demons, Lin Feng let out a subtle sigh of relief. His chest rose and fell lightly, his gaze still vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Once assured that no other demons were nearby, he swiftly departed, his movements light and agile, akin to a watchful leopard. As he made his exit, Lin Feng began to contemplate his next actions. This battle had posed no challenge. It was so effortless that he scarcely employed any of his vital energy. This unexpected ease filled him with a sense of joy and prompted him to reassess his own strength. In previous confrontations, he had always struggled immensely, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet this time, he realized he possessed the ability to dispatch foes with a single strike, a significant breakthrough. Lin Feng felt it necessary to re-evaluate his capabilities and ponder the extent of his current strength. Suddenly, the sound of rustling fabric echoed from both sides. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and his body tensed instantly. He halted, warily eyeing the direction from which the sounds emerged. Chapter 60. The moment of hunt. 2. Emergencies unfolded on both the left and right flanks, signaling a clear encirclement. Evidently, it was the strange cries nearby that lured them here, approximately 100 paces away. Lin Feng initially intended to conceal his presence, but after careful contemplation, he resolutely decided to stealthily advance to the left. The rationale for selecting the left side over the right lay in the greater distance between the demon and Bai Qingshue's hiding place. Should he engage the right side first, any unforeseen developments could potentially attract the demons surrounding the area. Furthermore, Lin Feng wished to seize this opportunity to assess his own strength. An additional crucial factor was his realization that the demon on the right possessed formidable power, having reached the first tier of demonic energy. Engaging in combat with him would likely prove challenging. Thus, Lin Feng needed to first vanquish the other two adversaries at the aperture opening stage before he could focus entirely on this adept in the first tier of demonic energy. This battle would serve as a testament to his prowess as a practitioner at the first tier of the aperture opening stage, determining whether he could achieve victory in this confrontation. Lin Feng's heart surged with the fervor of battle, his blood boiling as if a raging inferno burned within him. As anticipated, the two demons advancing from the left were indeed at the aperture opening stage. Their strength was comparable to that of the previous two. Even if slightly enhanced, they posed little threat to Lin Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng's speed surged, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he lunged toward the two demons with ferocity. His figure traced a sharp arc through the air, generating a violent gust of wind. The surrounding leaves were stirred by Lin Feng's formidable aura, cascading down as if preparing the stage for the imminent battle. Sensing Lin Feng's murderous intent and hostility, the two demons reacted swiftly, extending their claws to launch an attack from either side. The claws sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet, in the throes of battle, Lin Feng remained undeterred, refusing to yield in the face of their assault. His form darted like lightning, as the yin-yang blades at his fingertips were released, hurtling toward one of the demons with great speed. The blades shimmered in the air with a mysterious dual-colored glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power. When the demon swung its claws in an attempt to block, it soon discovered that the blade, formed from yin-yang essence, far surpassed its expectations in terms of strength. A mere touch severed its claws with ease. Fortunately, the demon reacted swiftly, narrowly evading a fatal blow amidst the chaos. Allowing the blade to graze its ribs, with a sharp cry, the demon felt as if its side had been seared by a hot iron, as though a mysterious force was gnawing at it. Concurrently, the other demon let out a roar, instinctively tempering its aggression. A life-and-death struggle. Such a retreat was akin to exposing a weakness, and Lin Feng showed no mercy. With a deft flick of his hand, he deflected the opposing claws and then delivered a heavy palm strike, unleashing the violent power of yin-yang essence directly into the demon's heart. The demon's eyes bulged as its body collapsed, succumbing to silence after a brief spasm. The demise of this foe was even more rapid than that of the previous demon. With one palm's victory, Lin Feng had yet to withdraw his momentum when the remaining demon's attack surged forth once more. With no escape available, Lin Feng instinctively tensed his muscles to meet the impending assault. A claw tore through the air, instantly carving a gash into Lin Feng's abdomen. Pain radiated from the wound, blood oozing forth, yet Lin Feng remained steadfast, a wild and bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he turned to face the demon that had struck him. That moment, despite his injuries, Lin Feng exuded an indomitable spirit, radiating a powerful aura. He straightened his posture slightly, blood continuously seeping from his abdominal wound, staining his garments crimson, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. The demon, momentarily daunted by Lin Feng's presence, hesitated briefly before once again raising its claws, preparing for a renewed assault. Lin Feng took a deep breath, channeling the yin-yang essence within him. The demon, witnessing its companion fall before its eyes, was consumed by rage. Disregarding all else, with only the singular desire to slay Lin Feng surging within it, he charged forward, aiming directly for Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng raised his arm to block, the claws penetrating his arm to the bone, yet could go no deeper. Heh. Allowing blood to drip freely, Lin Feng grinned wickedly. In the darkness, two rows of gleaming white fangs emerged, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour. In that instant, Lin Feng was suffused with an aura of malevolence. madness, exhilaration, and bloodlust. That smile was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The surviving demon had never encountered such a person. Was it truly the demon or Lin Feng who was the real monster? Fear gripped its heart, prompting it to leap back in a battle for survival. Being intimidated by the opponent left little chance for survival. Lin Feng launched a kick, striking the demon squarely in the groin. The sound of something shattering echoed as the demon doubled over, kneeling on the ground, its face pale and ashen. Lin Feng swiftly drew his arm back, black and white light slicing through the air. Cleaving the demon in two after dispatching the two foes, Lin Feng took a moment to catch his breath, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. He scanned his surroundings, confirming that no other demons were approaching, and felt a slight sense of relief. However, he was acutely aware that this battle was far from over. The demon at the first tier of demonic energy on the right remained a significant threat. It was only at this moment that the demon from the right finally arrived, appearing like a ghost, its formidable presence palpable, upon seeing the lifeless form of its fallen companions on the ground. Fury consumed it, and it glared at Lin Feng, demanding, "Did you kill them?" Lin Feng turned to face it, his expression a mix of madness and calm. His eyes shone like a sharpened sword, piercing directly into the demon's soul. In this perilous moment, Lin Feng felt no fear. Instead, his conviction only strengthened. He slightly raised his chin, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The demon unleashed its speed, flashes of movement bringing it swiftly before Lin Feng. The claws swept horizontally toward Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng's expression hardened. Indeed, there was a distinct difference in power between a demon at the demonic energy level and one at the aperture opening stage. Even this single strike bore a weight beyond comparison. In a hurried response, Lin Feng leaned back, raising his palm to shield his throat, protecting his vital area. The demon let out a cold laugh, its 5 fingers suddenly shifting direction mid-strike, lunging downward. With a ripping sound, Lin Feng staggered back several steps, glancing down to find his chest torn open, 5 crimson claw marks etched into his flesh. Accompanied by a strange force invading his body, as the yin-yang technique activated, it swiftly dissipated the intrusive energy. Chapter 61. Moment of the Hunt. 3. Freedom. O freedom! Only by killing you can I be liberated and attain true freedom. With a successful strike, the demon's visage grew increasingly grotesque, resembling a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. Lin Feng resolutely tore open his tattered garments, revealing a lean yet remarkably robust physique. His skin glimmered with a bronze hue in the dim light. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips as he defiantly regarded the demon. The demon's expression darkened further. Realizing that its fierce attack had been thwarted by Lin Feng's flowery fists and embroidered legs, fighting like a woman scratching, Lin Feng continued to taunt, his tone dripping with disdain. The demon, unwilling to engage in debate, unleashed its claws once more, striking like lightning toward Lin Feng. The sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing howl. "Taste my fists!" Lin Feng bellowed, laughter resonating through the air, filled with bravado and fearlessness. He charged headlong into the demon's assault, his figure vanishing like a flash of lightning, reappearing firmly in front of the demon. "Overconfident!" the demon retorted with a cold sneer, deeming Lin Feng's actions a fool's errand. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Lin Feng's fists rained down upon the demon's massive frame like a tempest, but the demon's claws clutched him tightly. Within both of their bodies, demonic energy and essence erupted simultaneously, clashing violently. The tremendous force rippled through the surrounding air, sending leaves cascading to the ground. The demon was astonished to discover that Lin Feng's essence was extraordinarily domineering, proving difficult for even itself to withstand for long. "This is impossible." The demon's mind was in turmoil. It could not fathom why Lin Feng possessed such immense power. Yet it realized that if they continued to grapple, its claws might be scorched by Lin Feng's searing and chilling essence. In an instant, the demon abruptly retracted its claws, leaping back to evade the intense heat and cold energy that had invaded its body. Even more disconcerting was the realization that, during their previous clash, it had been unable to crush Lin Feng's fists. While claw marks had marred the surface, it was not the outcome it desired. "This kid's strength is indeed formidable. No wonder it has drawn the attention of that esteemed individual." Lin Feng shook out his fists, glancing down briefly before raising his gaze once more, madness glimmering in his eyes. Until now, he had remained restrained, allowing his blood to boil, acutely aware of the pain from his wounds and the pressure from his adversary. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Lin Feng no longer suppressed his formidable power. A torrent of chilling yet scorching energy surged forth from the depths of his dantian, akin to an unceasing river flowing relentlessly. As this energy coursed through him, Lin Feng sensed a profound transformation. As if his very sinews and flesh were being reshaped under the influence of this force. In the past, whenever he inadvertently triggered this mysterious power during his training, Lin Feng had been filled with confusion. However, the present circumstances were drastically different. He could distinctly perceive a vast energy rising within his dantian, flowing through his meridians and nourishing his every limb and bone, granting him an unprecedented leap in strength. Once more, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with a primal ferocity, resembling a fierce wolf lurking in the shadows of the forest, as he fixed his gaze firmly on the figure of the demon. Emitting a resounding roar, he then unleashed a straightforward punch, devoid of any flamboyant technique, yet it served as a test of his limits against this demon. Seeking death, the demon sneered, though astonished by Lin Feng's energy. He could not believe that Lin Feng could inflict harm upon him as long as he withdrew in time. That enigmatic energy could scarcely touch him, while he could repeatedly strike Lin Feng, eventually crushing his entire fist. It could be said that Lin Feng's choice of such reckless tactics played directly into the demon's hands. With a mocking smile, the demon lunged towards Lin Feng once more. In their second direct confrontation, the demon felt something amiss, for Lin Feng's punch harbored considerably more power than before, the energy erupting with increased ferocity, almost one-third stronger than the prior strike. But what of it? Such an increment posed no threat. Lin Feng was destined to be slain. With this exchange, the wounds on Lin Feng's fists grew increasingly severe, blood streaming down as he staggered backward, appearing utterly disheveled. The demon, relentless, pressed the attack, claws slicing through the darkness, leaving trails of devastation as he ferociously assaulted Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent, responding with tenacious counterattacks. As the demon's strikes approached, he retaliated with a punch here and a punch there, maintaining a clear rhythm. Although his hands were grievously injured, he successfully blocked the demon's assaults, preventing it from claiming his life in a single blow. In the depth of night, the sound of dull impacts echoed, each collision forcing Lin Feng to retreat several steps, his injuries worsening. Yet his gaze held no trace of panic. Rather, it brimmed with unwavering determination, a burgeoning belief in his inevitable victory, awaiting the moment of explosive release. How is this possible? The demon was taken aback. On the surface, it appeared he held absolute superiority given his significantly greater physique compared to Lin Feng. If he could not secure an advantage now, what use was his demonic form? Yet, the demon found himself at a loss, for his claws had been seared by Lin Feng's searing cold energy, a piercing pain radiating from his fingertips, causing him to gasp for breath. If that were all, the demon would not be so astonished. What truly shocked him was Lin Feng's escalating power. In their first clash, Lin Feng's strength had indeed been as he had observed, one-third more powerful. Yet not particularly alarming. In the second encounter, his might had surged another third. By the fourth exchange, the strength behind Lin Feng's punches had remarkably increased yet again by another third. The sixth time, it remained consistent. The 10th time, it was still the same. It was as if, with the continuation of the battle, Lin Feng's power blossomed like a flowering sesame plant, an utterly bizarre and unimaginable phenomenon. Furthermore, there were no signs of this ascension abating. The demon's expression turned to one of horror. He was oblivious to the extent of Lin Feng's potential. A wave of intense unease surged within him. Yet, as a formidable demon, he would not easily retreat. With a deafening roar, the demonic energy within him surged wildly, warping the air around him with its malevolent force. No matter how strong you become, your defeat is inevitable today, the demon bellowed, charging at Lin Feng once more. His claws swung with increased ferocity, each attack imbued with lethal menace. Lin Feng stood unyielding, his eyes ablaze with the fires of battle. The energy within him surged like a relentless torrent, crashing against his meridians. As the demon closed in with the swiftness of a tempest, Lin Feng nimbly evaded the lethal claw, then unleashed a punch with the velocity of lightning. striking the demon's shoulder with a resounding impact. This punch bore greater power than before, the force causing the demon to stagger, nearly losing his balance. The demon fought to regain his footing, his fury reaching a boiling point, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He opened his mouth wide, exhaling a stream of black, demonic flames, which surged forth like a clawed demon, threatening to engulf Lin Feng. Undeterred, Lin Feng boldly met the flames with a punch. Upon impact, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted, as if intending to shatter the very fabric of space. The power of the demonic flames was immense. Lin Feng's form was nearly repelled several times, yet he gritted his teeth, continuously unleashing potent energy from within. At the precipice of being flung away, Lin Feng suddenly erupted with an immeasurable force, akin to a raging tsunami. This power forcibly rebounded the demonic flames back towards the demon, who, unable to evade in time, was struck by his own flames, suffering multiple burns and letting out a pained howl. He charged at Lin Feng once more, and the next instant, a deafening crash resounded as the mountain gorge erupted with pure, overwhelming energy. Lin Feng's right fist shot forth like a cannonball, colliding with the demon's claw amidst howling winds. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the demon's piercing scream, its entire arm was pulverized inch by inch. The bones in its arm shattered, sending its body soaring like a paper kite, and upon landing, Lin Feng rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches. The scene abruptly fell silent, the brutal struggle culminating in a decisive outcome. Lin Feng panted lightly, while the demon lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, its face a gruesome mess, glaring at Lin Feng with malice. Seeing this, Lin Feng lost any desire to prolong the encounter, raising a foot and bringing it down with force, crushing the demon's heart. Moments later, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, in his mind. The words Kaiyuan Realm, Level 1. Progress, 30. Spiritual Power, 80. Demon Energy Realm, Level 3. Progress, 80 surfaced. Evidently, after slaying this demon, his previous absorption of the demon core had propelled him to 80 progress in the third level of the Demon Energy Realm, while also advancing 30 in the Kaiyuan Realm. Under these circumstances, could he not cultivate both realms simultaneously? What then was the significance of the spiritual power? These questions remained unanswered. Lin Feng stood resolute, immersed in the fervor of battle and an insatiable thirst for combat. Wild thoughts began to surface, and he let out a feral howl, his form akin to a bloodthirsty beast, his roar echoing through the mountains. Lingering in the gorge, "Come, let us fight." This was a signal of challenge, a blatant provocation. "I await your arrival." He was acutely aware that lingering here would invite trouble, though the gorge was expansive, spanning several dozen miles. The cries of the demons as they perished would undoubtedly have spread, drawing others towards him. At this moment, the wisest choice would be to flee. After 3 consecutive battles, having vanquished 5 demons, Lin Feng was utterly drained, his body marred with wounds, and how could he hope to confront more demons head-on? Not to mention the likes of Lin Bayer and Lu Yin, high-level demons. To depart and regain his strength before seeking another opportunity to strike would undoubtedly be the correct decision. Yet, Lin Feng found himself unable to leave, nor did he wish to, for his battle spirit had reached its zenith. To depart now would surely invoke thoughts of retreat, and such thoughts signified failure. He must harness the remaining courage to pursue his enemies. Lin Feng aimed to present the demons arriving here with a tremendous surprise in his peak state. Of course, all of this hinged upon by Qing Shui's deductions being accurate. The trio of Lin Bayer and the other demons were certainly not to be compared to the lesser foes he had previously faced. Under ordinary circumstances, demons of their caliber could effortlessly bring Lin Feng to his demise. Yet now, they were wounded by his malevolent energy, leaving their remaining strength uncertain. Just as Lin Feng's howl resonated, Bai Qing Shui suddenly opened her eyes wide. A sense of anxiety and regret began to ease within her. "He's still alive. He hasn't perished." Bai Qing Shui nearly burst into tears. She had been consumed with worry for Lin Feng's safety, fearing he would never return. With his limited strength and the overwhelming number of demons, how could he possibly withstand their onslaught? Since Lin Feng's departure, Bai Qing Shui has been consumed by guilt and regret, believing that she should have fought fiercely to keep him from leaving. However, the circumstances at that time were irrevocable, and her current state was far from ideal. If Lin Feng had made up his mind to leave, she would have been powerless to stop him. Furthermore, it was her suggestion to lure the demon here for resolution, which filled her heart with remorse. Yet at this moment, Bai Qingxue felt a great sense of relief. He was still safe, and his voice resonated with an indomitable fighting spirit, a most exhilarating signal. Although she was uncertain about the challenges he faced now, she felt her duty was to recover swiftly and then venture forth to rescue him. On the other side of the mountain gorge, Lin Bayer, Lu Yin, and Lin Danan, the three demons who were healing, distinctly heard Lin Feng's roar. The sound crashed through their hearts like a thunderclap. Lu Yin and Lin Danan were momentarily stunned, spewing fresh blood, while Lin Bayer's expression darkened ominously, her already fearsome visage transforming into something even more terrifying. Lu Yin and Lin Danan also wore vicious expressions, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Within the valley, Lin Feng stood resolutely in place, his posture straight as an arrow, exuding an unyielding aura. He stood there like a towering mountain, calm and steadfast. Suddenly, the sound of rustling garments broke the stillness of the gorge. A rapid whoosh growing nearer. At last, they have arrived. Lin Feng's countenance grew serious. He turned slightly to glance at Bai Qingxue's concealed position, pondering silently. I wonder if I will survive this battle. Surviving would mean a new beginning, a thought weighed down by a sense of obligation to the past. Since this turmoil arose because of him, it was only fitting that he should bring it to a close. Nevertheless, despite the trepidation in his heart, his gaze bore no trace of fear. 3 figures swiftly approached Lin Feng, followed closely by another demon. The first three were two demons at the first level of demonic essence and one at the second level, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. The final demon, possessing only the strength of an awakened state, was naturally slower. They surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, like a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. Chapter 63. The moment of the hunt. 4 demons united against him, while Lin Feng was merely a practitioner at the first level of the awakened state. In such a disparate situation, even with extraordinary abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to wield them freely, seemingly destined for capture. The 4 demons acted almost simultaneously, surrounding Lin Feng from all directions. Their ferocious attacks descended upon him like a tempest. Amidst the perilous predicament, Lin Feng remained undaunted, throwing back his head in laughter as he bellowed. A bunch of thoughtless trash. With that, Lin Feng roared, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped him with an oppressive heat. In the blink of an eye, he clashed with the foremost demon, the sound of impact echoing in the air. Lin Feng staggered back a few steps, while the demon let out a shriek, propelled backward by the force. This retreat placed Lin Feng right in the midst of the other 3 demons. As the claws of the demons threatened to grasp him, Lin Feng swiftly crouched to evade one demon's assault, exposing his back to the weakest among them. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a barrage of punches toward the strongest demon's chest. Among the 4, this demon held the highest power, and even with his capabilities sealed, he still possessed the strength of the second level of demonic essence. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to eliminate him first. Once this demon fell, the remaining 3 would pose little threat in the mere span of a breath. Lin Feng engaged each of the 4 demons in varied confrontations. The leading demon, seeing Lin Feng recklessly advancing, furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, an ominous premonition welled within him. These fists concealed remarkable secrets. Retreat. The demon, quick to act, doubted Lin Feng's ability to inflict harm but, out of caution, swiftly withdrew while attempting to test Lin Feng's strength with a claw. Yet, before the claw could strike, he noticed a chilling smile form at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. As unease surged within the demon, Lin Feng's fists suddenly erupted with tremendous force. This power was not merely energy. It harbored a mysterious fluctuation capable of penetrating all defenses. The demon's eyes widened in terror. But it was too late to evade. Lin Feng's fists struck his chest with a resounding thud, sending him hurtling backward, black blood spewing from his mouth. The other 3 demons were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how Lin Feng could inflict such a grievous wound on their strongest member under such unfavorable circumstances. After a brief shock, the trio roared in anger and charged at Lin Feng once more. Yet, undeterred, Lin Feng capitalized on their momentary disarray, swiftly turning to confront the second strongest demon. This demon, still rattled by Lin Feng's sudden eruption of power, was caught off guard. Lin Feng seized this opportunity to unleash a fierce series of punches, akin to a torrential storm, upon the demon. The demon, caught unprepared, gradually fell into a defensive position. Lin Feng's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each punch infused with immense power. The demon retreated, sustaining numerous injuries. Seeing their companion in distress, the other two demons rushed to assist. However, Lin Feng anticipated their move. He deftly dodged their attacks and once again launched a fierce assault on the second strongest demon. Under Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, this demon finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The remaining two demons, now consumed with rage, hurled themselves at Lin Feng without reservation. Lin Feng maintained his composure, skillfully evading their strikes as he sought an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At last, as the two demons missed their attack, Lin Feng capitalized on the moment. He surged forward to confront one demon, channeling all his energy into his fist, shouting, "Yin Yang Fist." He then struck forcefully at the demon's chest. The demon was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a gruesome hole punctured in his chest. The other demon, witnessing this, was engulfed by fear. He attempted to flee, but Lin Feng would not let him escape. Lin Feng swiftly pursued, delivering another punch that brought the demon to the ground. Thus, all four demons lay defeated at Lin Feng's feet. In his mind, the familiar characters reappeared. Awakening Realm, Level 1. Progress, 30. Mental Strength, 80. Demonic Essence Realm, Level 5. Progress, 20. Why has only the Demonic Essence Realm increased while the Awakening Realm remained stagnant? A flicker of doubt surged within Lin Feng's heart. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings with the sharpness of a keen hawk, missing not a single whisper of movement. Once he confirmed his safety, he concealed himself amidst the canopy of a tree, the dense foliage serving as a natural barrier, perfectly shrouding his figure in the pervasive aura of menace that enveloped the area. Lin Feng exerted every effort to suppress his presence, as if merging with the environment around him. His condition was far from optimal. After a fierce battle with the five demons, he bore wounds that were now exacerbated by the assault of the four remaining fiends. The claw that had pierced his abdomen had undoubtedly inflicted damage to his bones. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an excruciating pain, the sharp sensations crashing over him like relentless waves, his wounds seeping blood. To evade being tracked by the demons through his blood trail, he had cauterized all his injuries with the yang energy from the dual energies of yin and yang, sealing the flow of blood. The scalding yang energy burned at the wounds, bringing a searing sting but successfully halting the blood's escape. Although the blood bone had allowed Lin Feng to maintain his strength at its pinnacle, he remained merely a first-layer practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm. After consecutive battles, both his physical and mental resources were severely depleted. Without the blood bone's enhancement, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Reflecting on the perilous fight that had just transpired, Lin Feng could not help but break into a cold sweat. Merely slaying that demon of the second layer had cost him 7 drops of yin-yang liquid. Yet it was worth it, as his demonic essence realm had ascended to the 5th layer. Moreover, he had refrained from utilizing his full demonic essence power, treating it as a grand gift prepared for them. After Lin Feng concealed himself, 3 figures suddenly emerged at the site of the earlier skirmish, none other than Lin Bao and her companions. Their silhouettes appeared ominous in the dim light, as though they had risen from the depths of the underworld. Lin Bao's expression was as dark as water, her contorted features rife with rage and confusion. She scanned the vicinity, seeking any trace of Lin Feng, but found nothing. Chapter 64. The Moment of the Hunt. 6. Under the crucible of adversity, Lin Feng's mind became sharper and clearer than ever before. He understood well that failure would yield dire consequences. Not only would he lose his life and be unable to avenge Sangyu, but he could also plunge Bai Qingxue into despair. This weight bore down on him like a colossal burden, instilling a sense of urgency that forbade any hint of complacency. Among the remaining demons, Lin Bao was the most formidable. Alongside her were Lin Danan and Lu Yan. While their strengths were not the very pinnacle, Lin Feng was confident he could face them alone if he transitioned into the demonic essence realm, without fear. However, should they combine their efforts in an assault, the situation would grow exceedingly complex. Only by understanding one's adversaries can one achieve victory in every battle. Lin Feng recognized that comprehending the movements and attack patterns of these three demons was vital for devising an effective combat strategy. He resolved to remain hidden for a while longer, observing. After a passage of time, he moved stealthily, like a silent specter, brimming with confidence that he could evade detection in this atmosphere thick with malevolence. His steps were light, akin to falling leaves, each footfall carefully measured to avoid any sound that might betray his position. After traversing a distance, Lin Feng suddenly tensed, holding his breath. Before long, he spotted Lu Yin silently passing beneath him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, filled with questions about why he encountered only Lu Yin. He chose to wait a moment longer. Soon, another demon of the Kaimai realm hurriedly passed by. Lin Feng's gaze darkened, his confusion deepening. Frowning in puzzlement, he pondered the whereabouts of Lin Bao and Lin Danan, bewildered by their disappearance. Meanwhile, Lin Bao, infuriated by her inability to locate Lin Feng, behaved like a feral beast, commanding the demons to scatter throughout the ravine in search of his whereabouts. She could not tolerate the thought of a mere scholar escaping under her very nose. Such a notion was an immense disgrace to her. Had Lin Bao retained even a shred of rationality, she would never have allowed her subordinates to separate. Yet now, consumed by fury and madness, her thoughts had strayed far from humanity. Lin Feng found himself bewildered by the intricate situation. Yet events unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. Confirming that Lin Bao and Lin Danan were not nearby, he sprang from the treetop like a nimble leopard. Stealthily following Lu Yin's trail, Lu Yin, after her second transformation, originally possessed formidable strength at the sixth layer of the demonic essence realm. But now, due to the encroaching malevolence, her power had diminished, allowing her to only exert a typical fourth-layer strength. She was tracing Lin Feng's blood trail, but persistently failed to catch sight of him. The trees in the ravine were dense, resembling a verdant ocean with branches entwined, obscuring the sky. Searching for an individual in such an environment was indeed a Herculean task. Lu Yin spared no potential location, constantly glancing up at the treetops. However, the pervasive malevolence severely impaired her perception, making the search significantly more challenging. While she was searching, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached her ears from behind. Lu Yin's heart raced with tension as she whirled around, only to find the surroundings void of any presence. Her gaze darted warily, attempting to discern the source of her unease. Yet, apart from the howling wind, there was nothing to be found. She inwardly derided her own paranoia, attributing it to mere wind and her psychological state. Nonetheless, her heart remained uneasy. Ever since witnessing the tragic fate of those demons, she had been plagued with concerns. Her current strength could barely muster 4/10 of its potential, only slightly surpassing that of the second-layer demon. Moreover, that individual had managed to execute a fourfold kill amidst the assault of 4 demons of the demonic essence realm, and she understood that her current prowess would likely falter against these fiends. Just as she began to relax, she suddenly sensed a surge of energy above her head. Instantly, her skin tightened, as a chilling aura of death washed over her like a frigid tide. Looking up, her pupils dilated in shock and terror. She trembled, exclaiming, "It's you." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Feng descended from above like a deity, propelling himself with tremendous force, akin to a hawk swooping down on its prey. Launching a fierce punch towards her head, everything transpired too swiftly, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, rendering her defenseless. Lu Yin was incapable of mounting an effective counterattack, as Lin Feng's onslaught was as fierce as a tempest. In the chaos, Lu Yin adeptly turned her head, narrowly evading the fatal blow. However, Lin Feng's punch still struck her shoulder with tremendous force, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Her entire arm fell limply, now broken. The ethereal breath swiftly infiltrated her being, and Lu Yin emitted a piercing scream, a sound reminiscent of the wails of the damned from the depths of hell. In a frenzy, she extended her claws, thrashing wildly, imbued with despair and fury. Lin Feng executed an agile somersault in midair, his toes barely grazing the ground, narrowly escaping the grasp of her talons. Once he landed steadily, Lin Feng leapt lightly, rapidly closing the distance to Lu Yin. With sudden ferocity, he seized her and flung her down with tremendous force, sending her crashing to the earth. This sequence of movements was both swift and precise. Though it appeared chaotic at a glance, it had been honed through countless repetitions, rendering it strikingly fluid and natural. As Lu Yin collapsed, still reeling from the impact, Lin Feng's knee pressed firmly against her shoulder. His hands exerting force, with another sickening crack, her right arm shattered. She shrieked, the sound sharp enough to nearly tear through the night sky, yet such cries were fleeting. Soon, her hands lay utterly destroyed beneath Lin Feng's weight. As he stepped upon her as though she were merely a vanquished beast, Lin Feng regarded her coldly, his gaze a tumult of emotions, determination, cruelty, and even a hint of ineffable resignation. He raised his fist, imbued with primal energy, and struck down upon Lu Yan's chest with brutal force. In utter shock, blood gushed from her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Within her pupils reflected Lin Feng's figure, embodying profound despair and helplessness. Her heart swirled with a cacophony of shock and dread. Yet, before she could articulate the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, her eyes dulled, losing their luster. After slaying Lu Yan, Lin Feng found himself slightly breathless, his wounds beginning to reopen, blood flowing anew. He dared not linger, swiftly ascending a tree and darting off in another direction. Chapter 65. The Moment of the Hunt. 7. Under the pressing weight of time. Lin Feng yearned desperately for a sanctuary to mend his injuries. He moved with the swiftness of lightning against the night. His form nearly imperceptible, however, he did not run for long before abruptly halting. His acute senses detected the presence of a lurking demon nearby. The figure stood still, ominously silent. Lin Feng patiently waited, yet the demon remained utterly motionless. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from that spot. The malevolent energy from the mountain ravine seemed to be drawn towards it, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he resolved to approach stealthily to investigate further. Before long, Lin Feng had stealthily crept within 100 paces of the demon. Taking refuge behind a sprawling tree, he cautiously peered ahead to discern any movement. Approximately 100 paces away, a hazy silhouette stood unwavering, an immovable presence. In this shadowy valley, jagged stones were scattered artfully, cliffs rising vertically like the edge of a blade. Only the resilient wild grasses swayed defiantly against the gusts of wind. In the distance, a cluster of deep blue flames flickered, radiating a jewel-like, ethereal glow, shining like a brilliant gem amid darkness, strikingly conspicuous. These flames exuded a mysterious and alluring essence, irresistibly drawing one's gaze. Surrounding the fire, tendrils of cold air coiled like serpents, gracefully encircling the flames, slowly converging toward them. The thin frost on the ground glimmered faintly in the dim light, a resilient sheen reminiscent of the Earth's vigilant eyes, quietly observing all. Enveloped by this chill, the flames blazed fervently, akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding landscape. Yet, unlike ordinary flames, the heat they emanated was remarkably low. Even from 100 paces away, Lin Feng could feel the subtle chill, as if icy fingers were penetrating his very bones. Though small, no thicker than a thumb, the flames radiated a tranquil cold, a temperature so absolute it could freeze the soul, evoking an instinctive reverence upon its mere perception. At this moment, the flames spun rapidly, drawing in the malevolent energy that permeated the valley as if magnetically attracted, coalescing around it. Ice malevolent blue flames. Lin Feng recognized the flame almost instantaneously, although he had never witnessed it with his own eyes before. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain its nature. After all, the renown of this flame was exceedingly illustrious. It was said that there existed 10 principal source flames in the world, among which the ghostly glow flame and the candlelight flame were particularly renowned. The ice malevolence blue flame, however, was a mutated product born from the forced fusion of these two flames. It was rumored that this flame could only be nurtured in locations where malevolent energy gathered, with an exceedingly low probability. Now, upon beholding the true form of the ice malevolence blue flame, Lin Feng had initially anticipated it to be a destructive inferno, yet he was taken aback by its unique essence. The ethereal blue radiance and the extreme chill it emanated ignited within him an intense yearning. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, his gaze rife with vigilance and contemplation, silently assessing the current situation and continuously simulating various potential scenarios in his mind. At that moment, 100 paces away, the demon Lin Danan finally took action. Having failed to track Lin Feng, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the ice malevolent's blue flame in this location. He mused to himself that if he could absorb this flame, he would free himself from Lin Bayer's control and turn the tide in his favor. After observing quietly for a considerable time, he could no longer restrain himself and decided to strike. As he moved, Lin Feng instinctively sprang into action. At that moment, Lin Danan's entire focus was captivated by the ice malevolent's blue flame, presenting an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Little did he realize that Lin Feng was not far from him, and audacious enough to launch a counteroffensive. A glint of greed flickered across Lin Danan's face as he cautiously approached the ice malevolent's blue flame, his steps light yet imbued with an urgent eagerness. As he drew nearer, 20 paces, 10 paces, 9 paces, the ice malevolent's blue flame remained stationary, continuously absorbing the malevolent energy from the mountain gorge, stirring the surrounding air with ominous winds. The tendrils of chill seemed to warn those who dared to approach. When Lin Danan was merely 3 paces away from the flame, his amassed demonic energy surged like a leopard pouncing, his gaze fervent as he reached out toward the ice malevolent's blue flame with swift and decisive movements. As if it were already within his grasp, Lin Feng also sprang into action, his eyes fixed on Lin Danan, moving with the swiftness of the wind. A slender sword formed from the essence of yin and yang manifesting in his hand. He intended to deliver a powerful blow while Lin Danan remained unsuspecting. However, just as Lin Danan confidently believed he was about to seize the flame, the ice malevolent's blue flame abruptly ceased its absorption of malevolent energy, igniting a flicker of flame within. This flame, of an exceedingly low temperature and laden with icy energy, surged toward Lin Danan in an instant. The sudden change was so swift that Lin Danan could not halt his momentum in time. His expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and dread. He had previously observed the flame closely, convinced of its safety, only to discover that the ice malevolent's blue flame possessed sentience, capable of retaliating in moments of peril. Panic gripped Lin Danan as he felt the frigid energy emanating from the flame, his mind a tumult of confusion. He hastily summoned his demonic energy in defense, attempting to withstand this unforeseen assault. Just as he braced himself for the impending impact, the ice malevolent's blue flame vanished without a trace. In that fleeting instant, the surrounding light transformed, as if engulfed by darkness, plunging Lin Danan into an abyss where he could discern nothing. In this critical moment, Lin Feng acted decisively. Although his vision was hindered, his acute senses remained unimpeded. Wielding the slender sword forged from the yin and yang essence, he thrust it forth with remarkable speed. Lin Danan, fixated on the fiery flicker before him, remained blissfully unaware of the lethal threat approaching from the side. In the next heartbeat, Lin Danan staggered, violently struck by the flame, as if ensnared in an icy cavern. His internal demonic energy ignited instantaneously, the frigid temperature causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden, searing pain erupted in his abdomen, followed swiftly by an unbearable sensation of scorching and freezing at the site of the wound. Despite his wealth of combat experience, Lin Danan instinctively released a surge of demonic energy towards Lin Feng. Even with his vision obscured, a muffled groan escaped his lips as Lin Feng was struck and sent reeling backward. Their labored breaths echoed in the stillness of the valley, resonating with unsettling clarity. At this juncture, Lin Feng no longer needed to conceal his presence. As his vision gradually cleared, he met Lin Danan's venomous glare. The latter trembling involuntarily, his demonic energy surging to combat the burning sensation, his steps unsteadied to his waist. The slender sword forged from the yin and yang essence had dissipated, replaced by the searing dual energies that tormented him. Lin Feng's assault had nearly exhausted his strength, while Lin Danan, preoccupied with resisting the flames, could not effectively defend himself. The atmosphere in the valley grew palpably tense, as if time itself had frozen. Lin Feng and Lin Danan stood a short distance apart, their eyes brimming with wariness and animosity. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Lin Danan, contemplating his next course of action. He understood that despite Lin Danan's injuries, he remained exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, he too had been struck by demonic energy during the earlier ambush, with waves of pain coursing through his body. Coupled with the relentless battles, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion, his condition severely deteriorating with multiple injuries flaring. Lin Danan glared at Lin Feng with eyes full of hatred. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would appear at this moment, thwarting his plan to seize the ice malevolent's blue flame. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the pain in his waist, secretly channeling his demonic energy, preparing to launch an attack at any moment. Lin Feng, how dare you ambush me? Lin Danan roared. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, retorting, we have always been destined to be adversaries. There is no question of ambush, today. It shall be either your demise or mine. Lin Danan scoffed, you, dream on. Having spoken, Lin Danan's figure flickered, lunging once more at Lin Feng. The magical essence in his grasp surged forth, transforming into a streak of black light aimed directly at Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng conjured an ethereal sword of yin-yang essence, meeting Danan's assault head-on. In an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce clash, their forms intertwining as magical energy and yin-yang essence collided, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The bizarre stones in the valley shattered under the intensity of their battle. Dust swirling into the air, both Lin Feng and Lin Danan exerted their utmost strength, neither willing to yield an inch. Amidst the tumultuous struggle, Lin Feng suddenly discerned a flaw in Danan's defense. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity, thrusting his slender sword toward Danan's chest. Startled, Lin Danan swiftly sidestepped, yet Lin Feng's attack was too swift, leaving a deep gash upon his shoulder. Danan gasped in pain, his fury igniting even further. Ignoring the agony of his wound, he launched a more ferocious onslaught against Lin Feng. Sensing the peril, Lin Feng hastily retreated, aware that he could not afford to confront Danan directly and must instead seek another chance to strike. Just then, an unusual disturbance reverberated through the valley. Both Lin Feng and Lin Danan halted their movements, their gazes drawn toward the source of the anomaly. Before them, the vanished ice fiend blue flame re-emerged. Resembling a resplendent blue star, it hovered serenely in midair, emanating an enchanting and mysterious glow. Its ethereal azure hue seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, captivating all who beheld it. The surrounding malevolent energy appeared to be summoned by this phenomenon, drawn into a massive vortex. This vortex, akin to a roaring beast, spun wildly, engulfing everything in its vicinity, the very moment the ice fiend blue flame manifested. The magical essence within Lin Danan ignited. The flames surged through his body with reckless abandon. The ice fiend blue flame within him flickered chaotically, rapidly spreading from the inside out, in an instant. Lin Danan was enveloped, his entire being swiftly charred to black. Before long, he was reduced to a pile of ashes, scattering with the wind. This sixth-tier magician, now rendered to nothingness by the might of the ice fiend blue flame, had vanished in an instant. Chapter 66, The Moment of the Hunt, 8. Subsequently, the enigmatic ice fiend blue flame dissipated like a wraith, vanishing without a trace as if it had never graced this world. The air around seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, a stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. Witnessing this, Lin Feng was overcome by a profound unease. He understood that lingering here was perilous. His body was riddled with ghastly wounds, some deep, some shallow, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. His internal organs were severely displaced, each breath accompanied by waves of excruciating pain, as if countless knives were swirling within him. Moreover, his relied-upon yin-yang essence was nearly depleted, placing him in a dire predicament. Furthermore, dawn was approaching, and he needed to recover his strength swiftly to confront any imminent dangers. Additionally, the ice fiend blue flame had reappeared only to mysteriously vanish, leaving the vast ravine with no clear indication of its hiding place. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng decisively resolved to reunite with Bai Qing Snow. He proceeded cautiously, each step akin to treading upon thin ice. Exercising utmost vigilance, he remained alert to the sounds around him, his ears attuned to even the faintest rustle. Even the sound of a falling leaf could send his nerves into a frenzy. Yet, along the way, he encountered not a single trace of the magicians, as if they had dissolved into thin air. Lin Bayer's whereabouts were equally elusive. He had no inkling of where she might be concealed. Like a specter lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. After a time, Lin Feng drew closer to Bai Qingsnow's hiding place. He grew increasingly cautious, his focus sharpening as he listened intently to the ambient sounds. Even the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating starkly in the silence, a reminder that danger could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Bai Qing Snow anxiously recuperated in a crevice of the mountains. The fierce battle with Lin Bayer had left her severely wounded. Her vital essence greatly diminished. Pain throbbed at her wounds, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at her flesh. Although her injuries had improved slightly after some time, her healing elixirs were exhausted, and the pain remained unhealed. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, and her forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. At that moment, a slight disturbance broke the silence, sending Bai Qing Snow into a state of panic. Like a startled rabbit, she huddled tightly in the crevice, daring not to move. Yet, her eyes peeked outside, striving to discern who was approaching. Deep within her heart, she fervently wished for it to be Lin Feng. However, if it were indeed him, he would have entered at the first opportunity. The figure lingered outside for some time, yet failed to locate the entrance to the crevice. Clearly, this individual was not the Lin Feng she had hoped for. Bai Qing Snow's heart sank. She realized this person was likely an enemy. Yet, she was oblivious to the extent of their strength, heightening her anxiety. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. The stranger meticulously explored every nook and cranny outside, their footsteps light but exuding an unnerving sense of pressure. Ultimately, however, they found nothing and reluctantly prepared to depart. Bai Qing Snow breathed a silent sigh of relief, her tension easing slightly, yet, at that instant, a subtle rustle emerged from the thicket. Bai Qing Snow's heart leaped into her throat once more. A shadow suddenly sprang from the underbrush, hurtling directly toward her. Startled, she focused her gaze, only to be met with an unexpected sight. It was merely a small creature. Presumably, this little animal had sought refuge in the relatively sheltered crevice, having been unable to fend for itself against the malevolent energy of the ravine. Bai Qing Snow cautiously extended her hand, attempting to capture it. However, the creature was exceedingly wary, leaping away in an instant. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw materialized in midair, effortlessly seizing the small animal. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered everywhere. A chilling laugh echoed as the tavern owner, transformed into a towering magician, blocked the entrance to the crevice. His face lit up with delight as he fixed his gaze on Bai Qing Snow, malevolently declaring, "So, you were here all along." Bai Qing Snow's complexion turned a ghastly shade, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the tavern owner. "Finally found you." The tavern owner's expression was triumphant as he regarded Bai Qing Snow, declaring that finding her was a significant achievement, even if he had not located Lin Feng. Bai Qing Snow's heart tightened, but she felt a measure of reassurance. This indicated that Lin Feng was still safe. "If you dare approach, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death," Bai Qing Snow threatened coldly, though her tone lacked the conviction to intimidate. The tavern owner laughed heartily. "Do you even have the strength to fight? You are merely clinging to life now." Despite his own diminished strength, he still held the upper hand against Bai Qing Snow. Moreover, he had now blocked the sole exit from the crevice, leaving her with no means of escape. "Behave, and I promise you will not suffer. If you dare resist, do not blame me for my cruelty," the tavern owner menaced. Bai Qing Snow, gripping her sword tightly, felt her knuckles turn pale from the exertion. She silently gathered her essence, fully focused on waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. However, the tavern owner seemed to have seen through her intentions, refusing to approach, merely circling around her like a cunning fox toying with its prey. This left Bai Qing Snow feeling helpless, and her anxiety intensified. After a prolonged stalemate, the tavern owner began to lose patience. He calculated internally, weighing his fear of Bai Qing Snow's potential retaliation against the belief that he could manage the situation with caution. Thus, he decided to test the waters. If the situation truly becomes untenable, it would not be too late to retreat and summon one's companions. After all, remaining trapped here would render her powerless to escape. With this thought, the tavern owner approached Bai Qing Shui with a lewd grin, his laughter echoing harshly in the stillness of the mountain crevice. Bai Qing Shui's heart sank in despair. Although she had regained some vitality and could channel her precious artifacts, the exertion required was overwhelming. Should she unleash their power, she would once again be rendered utterly weak. Yet, if she refrained from using them, she harbored no confidence in her ability to vanquish the tavern owner. The terrain here was exceedingly disadvantageous, the confined space severely limiting her movements and preventing her from unleashing her full potential. She resolved to hold her ground for the time being, hoping for an opportunity to strike him down. Bai Qingxue had no intention of showing mercy. As the distance between them diminished, Bai Qingxue gradually rose to her feet, her posture as upright as a pine tree. Channeling her energy discreetly, she kept a vigilant eye on the advancing tavern owner. Her gaze filled with wariness as her sword trembled slightly in her grasp. Chapter 67. The Moment of Hunt. 9. In mere steps, she could reach Bai Qingxue. At that moment, the grin on the tavern owner's face vanished, replaced by an expression of gravity. With twin swords in hand, Bai Qingxue launched an unanticipated thrust, her movements as swift as lightning, leaving the tavern owner no time to react. Quickly harnessing her inner force, she gripped the sword hilts tightly, executing an elegant dance with her blades in an instant. A magnificent blossom of sword light, reminiscent of a lotus, unfurled, concealing lethal intent within. The twin blades darted forward like twin dragons, ferociously lunging at the tavern owner with an almost palpable edge. As the sword light flashed, it closed in on him, and the tavern owner's expression darkened, his astonishment at Bai Qingxue's formidable strength evident. The wind from her swords howled fiercely, and the tavern owner's eyes narrowed as he felt the surge of demonic energy within him. He extended his claw-like hands and struck forward with a fierce blow, simultaneously unleashing a furious roar. Demon Cloud Slash. This roar, infused with his inner demonic energy, surged forth like a tempest. The Demon Cloud Slash traced a breathtaking trajectory through the air, colliding violently with Bai Qingxue's sword wind. Erupting in a dazzling display of light, Bai Qingxue deftly pivoted on her toes, swiftly evading the onslaught. The tavern owner had intended to mock her in this moment, but before he could utter a word, he beheld the sword light from her twin blades suddenly detach and illuminate the entire narrow mountain crevice. Fiery anger surged within the tavern owner as he extended his hands, attempting to grasp the sword light as if capturing dust. However, just as he believed he had defused Bai Qingxue's assault, the sword light shattered in an instant, a powerful force rebounding upon him like a tidal wave. The tavern owner staggered back 2 steps, neither side gaining the upper hand in this exchange. Before he could catch his breath, the familiar whooshing sounds reached his ears once more. Bai Qingxue, wielding her swords with precision, unleashed another wave of fierce sword winds upon him, their speed rendering evasion nearly impossible. The tavern owner's expression darkened further as he channeled demonic energy, unleashing it like arrows. Yet, Bai Qingxue remained steadfast, unwavering in her resolve as she continued to brandish her twin swords. The two stood several paces apart, exchanging blows like 2 skilled opponents in a game of chess. The rocky walls of the mountain crevice sparkled with bursts of fire, remnants of their fierce exchanges illuminating the surroundings. After an intense struggle, the tavern owner finally sensed the tide turning against him. Weakened and beset by the encroaching malevolence, he felt an unsettling exhaustion wash over him, having expended vast amounts of demonic energy in his attacks. In contrast, Bai Qingxue remained composed, her demeanor unflustered, as if the power she wielded bore no toll upon her vitality. Frustration welled within the tavern owner, and in a fit of rage, he spat, "Vile woman! I shall summon reinforcements." Bai Qingxue glared fiercely at him, retorting, "Despicable!" The tavern owner, with a sinister gleam in his eye, replied, "When they arrive, I shall relish the opportunity to experience the beauty of your form through the body of a demon. If you submit to me now, I promise to spare you this fate. Otherwise, heh heh." Bai Qingxue scornfully shot back, "Shameless." The tavern owner's expression grew cold as he issued an ultimatum, slowly declaring, "One," within the mountain crevice. The two continued their fierce battle while exchanging words. Point 2. After executing another strike, the tavern owner deliberately elongated his tone. Suddenly, Bai Qingxue's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her smile radiated beauty. The tavern owner felt a pang of reluctance at the sight. Almost faltering, "3. Have you made your decision?" he asked, suspecting she had changed her mind. Bai Qingxue maintained her crescent-eyed smile, playfully retorting, "Do you think you are the only one who can summon help?" The tavern owner, puzzled, inquired. "What? I can summon help too," Bai Qingxue exclaimed, glancing behind him with a feigned sob. "Brother, you have finally arrived." The tavern owner, not turning around, sneered, "You humans are indeed cunning, attempting to deceive me with such trivial tricks. You are truly foolish." Suddenly, an icy voice pierced the air behind him, causing the tavern owner's expression to shift dramatically. As if struck by lightning, Aina hurried attempt to turn and confront the source. He found that Bai Qingxue had already seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous assault, leaving him in disarray. The narrowness of the crevice trapped him, half his body caught, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. Creating a most embarrassing predicament, with a sickening thud, the tavern owner felt a sharp pain in his back, as a weapon pierced through him. Looking down, he saw a shard of light flickering with black and white energy protruding from his chest. Almost immediately, a chilling and searing sensation enveloped him as he realized his heart was being scorched, vitality swiftly ebbing away. With great difficulty, he turned his head and glimpsed Lin Feng blocking his escape behind him. "Little beast!" The tavern owner's face contorted with a strange expression, filled with resentment and fury as he glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent, delivering another strike of the ethereal sword formed from yin and yang energy, which then dissipated into nothingness. Following that came a third sword, then a fourth, until, at last, the tavern owner's body went limp and he collapsed, prompting Lin Feng to cease his assault. Bai Qingxue looked at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Lin Feng regarded the fallen tavern owner with no trace of pity. In truth, he had arrived nearby long before the tavern owner discovered Bai Qingxue. However, he had refrained from immediate intervention, choosing instead to recuperate until the tavern owner had engaged Bai Qingxue in combat within the crevice, at which point he seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Though this tactic was somewhat underhanded, it was the most efficient means of dispatching the foe. "I am unharmed." "What about you?" Bai Qingxue began to inquire, but her words faltered as she beheld the ghastly wounds adorning Lin Feng's abdomen, which had been pierced through. His body bore numerous deep and shallow scratches, some of which exposed bone, with charred flesh visible in several areas. In that moment, drenched in blood, Lin Feng appeared larger than life in Bai Qingxue's eyes. He was no longer the frail scholar she had known. He stood bare-chested at the mouth of the crevice, his slender form unwavering, leaving a profound impact on Bai Qingxue. She took a few hesitant steps forward, her delicate hand trembling as she reached toward his wound, yet she hesitated, fearing to cause him pain. Tears welled in her eyes as she pondered the arduous battles he must have endured throughout the night, wondering how much blood he had lost to be reduced to such a state. Witnessing his suffering filled her with an overwhelming ache. Every young girl's heart harbors a dream of being rescued by a hero, and Bai Qingxue was no exception, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within her. "It is merely a minor injury," Lin Feng said nonchalantly, as if the gruesome wound were nothing more than a trivial scratch. Yet, beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lay an unmistakable exhaustion and fragility. Bai Qingxue did not respond. Instead, she gently urged, "Please sit down." Lin Feng, his face a mask of confusion, complied slowly despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Bai Qingxue lowered her gaze slightly, her silky hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring half of her face. With a gentle bite of her lip, she contemplated for a moment before gracefully kneeling before Lin Feng. With a rip, she tore a long strip of fabric from her dress, which appeared exceptionally white in the dim light. Next, she retrieved a small vial, carefully unscrewing the cap, as a faint medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Instantly refreshing and invigorating, she sprinkled some medicinal powder onto the fabric, then her hands tenderly encircled Lin Feng's torso, her movements gentle and cautious as she began to bandage his abdominal wound. Lin Feng remained still, allowing her to tend to him, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within him. "Let us wait here until dawn," Bai Qingxue softly suggested as she continued to dress his wounds. "Once morning arrives, the malevolent energy will dissipate on its own, and we shall be able to leave this place." Chapter 68. The moment of hunt. 10. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly deepened, a gravity settling over him as he fixed his eyes upon Bai Qingxue. His voice low and deliberate as he stated, "I fear we may not escape today." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Qingxue was taken aback. Raising her head in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She parted her lips slightly and inquired, "What is it?" Just at that moment, a wisp of black smoke drifted silently through the mountain crevice. The smoke slithered like a ghost, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Outside the crevice stood a young girl clad in crimson, silently observing the two, Her blood-red garment was reminiscent of spilled blood, with droplets falling ominously, clearly tainted with the blood of others. The girl's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her gaze hollow and devoid of life, as if her soul had been forsaken. Brother Feng, why are you so heartless, abandoning Bauer? Bauer does not blame you, truly. She does not. Bauer has already slain everyone here, solely to demonstrate her determination to change for you. Her gentle yet sorrowful voice echoed through the crevice, each word imbued with boundless longing and pain. After a moment, that trembling voice resonated once more. Brother Feng, you once promised Bauer that you would take her as your wife. That was Bauer's only light in this dark world. Yet now, do you not intend to marry her, do you? Brother Feng, if you come out now, I promise to spare you and the girl before you. Bauer does not wish to harm anyone further, as long as you are willing to return to her side. Brother Feng, I assure you, I will never again wield this terrifying power. If you marry Bauer, I will remain by your side, as your devoted wife. Even if the world forsakes us, Bauer will cling to you tightly. Lin Feng stepped out slowly, his expression calm yet his eyes revealed a tumult of emotions. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Bauer gradually lifted her head, her gaze soft, as she looked at Lin Feng and gently asked, Brother Feng, have you come to your senses and decided to return with Bauer to wed her? Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, Lin Bauer continued to plead, Will you return with me, Brother Feng? Lin Feng regarded her with a complex expression and replied coolly, Given the circumstances, why must you say more? Lin Bauer trembled slightly. Her voice choked as she raised her head to ask, Brother Feng, do you not wish to leave with Bauer? If I do not go with you, do you intend to kill me? Lin Feng's expression shifted from complexity to tranquility, his gaze gradually turning frigid. A chilling wind swept through, plunging the scene into an oppressive silence. The wind, sharp as a cold blade, grazed their faces, causing nearby leaves to rustle. After a long pause, Lin Bauer spoke softly, Brother Feng, all I desire is to marry you. Why do you refuse? Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Lin Feng coldly regarded her, stating, I will not marry you. My affections lie with Sanger, and I will only wed her. I have never harbored feelings for you. So how could I marry you? Lin Bauer's lips quivered. If you love her, why are you with this woman? Bauer no longer seeks your heart. I only wish for you to accept me. Bauer loves you, and if you allow me to serve you, I will ensure your happiness. Day and night, I will provide you with pleasures beyond your imagination. Brother Feng, come, cherish Bauer, love her dearly, will you not? As she spoke, Lin Bauer slowly shed her garments, the cloth slipping from her chest, revealing her alluring, snowy skin. Clad only in a pair of undergarments, her eyes glistening with tears, she implored, Brother Feng, do you find Bauer's body beautiful? Lin Feng remained silent, gradually channeling his inner strength. Lin Bauer sighed softly, her tempting demeanor fading, and said, Brother Feng, you truly do not wish to be with me. Then, with a sorrowful smile, she added, Liars, all liars. Brother Feng previously claimed Bauer was beautiful, yet it seems it was all a deception. Ha ha ha, now do not blame Bauer. With that, her enticing form suddenly expanded, her mouth splitting open, her aura rising ominously, producing a hoarse voice. Why? Why do you never love Bauer? I long to possess you. Oh, how I long for you. Brother Feng. Her power surged rapidly, akin to a tidal wave, dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy considerably. Soon, she reached the pinnacle of her demonic power, yet that force continued to amplify. Lin Feng also summoned his inner strength, with his fingertips gleaming with a black and white sword radiance, flickering ominously. Before Lin Bauer could fully succumb to her demonic transformation, he struck first. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, decisively swinging his sword with great force. Before Lin Bauer could completely succumb to her transformation, she stood still, feeling the strengthening power, motionless. Suddenly, Lin Feng's sword grazed her shoulder, instantly splitting it open and causing blood to spray. Brother Feng, it hurts. Bauer is in so much pain. Tears of blood streamed down Lin Bauer's face, trickling along her pallid cheeks. She sobbed. It is not the pain of the body, but of the heart. Bauer's heart aches terribly. Her voice grew hoarse. As if worn by sandpaper, her expression twisted with resentment and fury. Why? Why do you force me? What have I done to you? Why will you not yield your body to me? I hate you. She screamed angrily towards the heavens. Afterward, Lin Bauer slowly raised her head, a mocking smile appearing on her face. As her words settled, her entire being surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, launching towards Lin Feng. Her claws glimmered with a cold light, akin to two sharp swords, aimed directly at Lin Feng's vitals. The sharp claws sparkled ominously in the dim light. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging, his sword emitting a flash as he unleashed another strike imbued with the essence of yin and yang. However, due to the disparity in strength, this strike posed little obstacle for Lin Bauer. Her claw easily tore through the sword energy, and with a swift change of direction, she charged towards Lin Feng's heart like lightning. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest, twisting gracefully in midair to evade the lethal blow. Yet, her sharp claws effortlessly pierced through the skin before him, penetrating his muscle and body. A wave of intense pain surged over him like a tide, and he nearly cried out in agony. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his resistance, instantly gathering all his inner energy. Raising his sword, and without hesitation, he slashed towards Lin Bauer's face. The sword light flickered, using the momentum to spin in the air. Rolling quickly to the side in the briefest of moments, they had exchanged several blows. Blood gushed from Lin Feng once more, akin to a fountain, and the intense pain coupled with excessive blood loss rendered his vision black. He stumbled, on the verge of fainting in the distance. Bai Qingxue appeared equally anxious. Despite feeling unwell and nearly losing consciousness, Lin Feng resolutely took that crucial step forward. At this moment, the yin and yang energy within him surged like a tidal wave. His blood boiling like magma, and his fighting spirit seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Just as Lin Feng prepared to strike at Lin Bauer, he suddenly heard a figure darting towards him like lightning. Charging directly at Lin Bauer, it was Bai Qingxue who had taken the initiative. She gripped her sword tightly, its tip aimed directly at Lin Bauer. Clearly, she intended to buy Lin Feng precious time for recovery, even resorting to a secret technique to elevate her power to its zenith. Her form danced gracefully, the sword radiating brilliantly, a powerful force shooting towards Lin Bauer. Lin Bauer laughed menacingly, taunting, such a futile effort. As soon as her words fell, she soared like a shadow, deftly evading Bai Qingxue's attack. Bai Qingxue's objective was clear, to stall for time and allow Lin Feng to recover. However, Lin Bauer seemed to be influenced by some force. Descending into a frenzy, her demeanor becoming wildly erratic, she abruptly slashed with her claws, unleashing a barrage of demonic energy, akin to a tempest, upon Bai Qingxue. Bai Qingxue dared not show any signs of complacency, skillfully evading the onslaught with her agile movements. Lin Bauer adopted a cat-and-mouse demeanor, her gaze flashing with disdain and scorn. Bai Qingxue catalyzed her secret technique, her power surging dramatically, now reaching the pinnacle of the true essence sixth layer. She dashed like the wind, lunging fiercely towards Lin Bauer, both swords drawn, attempting to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, Lin Bauer's massive form effortlessly shifted to another position, easily evading Bai Qingxue's attack. Humph! Is this the woman you cherish? She is truly weak. Soon, I shall extract her heart before your very eyes. Lin Bauer's words dripped with venom as she continued her taunts. Too slow, far too slow. Why are you so sluggish? You are so weak. Her relentless mockery pierced the air like sharp daggers, striking deep into the heart. Brother Feng, I can hardly wait to see your expression of despair and fear. Do you know what I plan to do next? I wish to showcase her before you. How will you respond? Lin Bauer spoke provocatively, her tone imbued with a palpable delight in the verbal insult. It was evident that Lin Bauer possessed a remarkable talent for inciting others. At this moment, Lin Feng had already regained considerable stamina. Before Bai Qingxue could launch another assault, he swiftly dashed into the fray between Lin Bauer and Bai Qingxue. His fists were charged with the dual energies of yin and yang, and seizing the opportunity when Lin Bauer was unguarded, he struck her from behind with a sudden blow. Witnessing this scene, Bai Qingxue immediately seized the chance to apply pressure on Lin Bauer. She wielded her twin swords with a flicker of light, each blade cutting through the air like lightning, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows that lunged at Lin Bauer. Despite Lin Bauer being at the pinnacle of her demonic power, she found herself in a state of utter disarray, appearing exceedingly flustered under the combined assault of the two. Had she chosen to unleash her full might, she would undoubtedly have been capable of overpowering them both, potentially landing a fatal strike in an instant. However, doing so would mean relinquishing the opportunity to absorb their negative emotions, a vital source of sustenance. Particularly for Lin Feng in the heat of battle, Lin Feng finally found his moment. As Lin Bayer and Bai Qingxue clashed, he delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen. This punch carried immense force, eliciting a muffled groan from Lin Bayer. Even though Lin Feng understood that his attack would not inflict substantial harm, he struck resolutely. He followed up with another punch, this time seizing the moment to release several drops of the accumulated yin-yang essence. A formidable power surged within his fist, as if it could obliterate any obstacle in its path. Lin Bayer grunted again, her figure retreating rapidly. For the first time, she felt genuine pain from Lin Feng's previous blow. Realizing that his strength surpassed that of Bai Qingxue, Lin Feng's expression grew serious. He recognized that he had grossly underestimated Lin Bayer. The potency of the yin-yang essence had merely managed to force her back. The defensive power at the peak of the demonic realm was indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng, be careful, Bai Qingxue suddenly screamed. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a frenzied killing intent flash in Lin Bayer's eyes as she charged aggressively towards him. Lin Bayer had been thoroughly provoked, seemingly intent on attacking him at all costs. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He understood that once he employed the yin-yang essence, he would undoubtedly become Lin Bayer's primary target. Although his cultivation was inferior to Bai Qingxue's, his strength surpassed hers. Were he in Lin Bayer's position, he would make the same choice. Everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. In the face of Lin Bayer's onslaught, Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced to meet her head-on. No, Bai Qingxue cried out, but their speeds were too great for her to intervene in time. Whoosh! Lin Bayer's claws, sharp as blades, lunged at him with a terrifying ferocity. In an instant, Lin Feng felt several wounds open across his body, his abdomen and back struck by her attack. By the time Bai Qingxue arrived, Lin Feng's clothes were already soaked in blood, the crimson liquid flowing continuously down his legs, merging with the earth below. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, standing motionless, his breathing ragged, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Blood meandered through the muddy ground, transforming the area into a sea of crimson. A Feng, brother! A vision of a girl in a red dress appeared before him, her hand waving and her voice ringing clear. Just as Sanger prepared to taunt Lin Feng further following Lin Bayer's defeat of Bai Qingxue, an unforeseen event erupted. A burst of inky black light emanating from the surrounding malevolent energy. Upon closer inspection, a layer of dark flames encircled Lin Feng, intertwining black and red, as the malevolent energy in the ravine recoiled as if facing a natural enemy. His fists were a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, with wounds still oozing crimson, his eyes glowed a fierce red, reflecting boundless madness and bloodlust, a sinister aura spreading around him. Bai Qingxue, witnessing this, screamed in terror, Lin Feng, wake up! She mistakenly believed that he had lost control of his energy. His consciousness consumed, thus succumbing to madness. Lin Feng turned to glance at her, his gaze akin to that of a stranger. His eyes had lost their humanity, yet only Lin Feng himself understood that he was fine. This was merely a facade to conceal his secret. With a step forward, Lin Feng closed the distance between himself and Lin Bayer. Startled by his speed, Lin Bayer retreated hastily, instinctively raising her claws to defend herself. However, Lin Feng did not pursue her. Instead, he maneuvered behind Bai Qingxue and struck at the nape of her neck. In an instant, Bai Qingxue felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, collapsing into Lin Feng's embrace. After ensuring her safety, he turned his attention back to Lin Bayer. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Bai Qingxue no time to react. Lin Feng now felt invigorated. He was aware that transitioning into the demonic realm would enhance his strength, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming surge of power. Chapter 70. The Sword Unleashed, Part 1. As Lin Feng gradually adapted to the mysterious and formidable physique of the demonic realm, Lin Bayer discreetly reached the zenith of her own power. The demonic transformation realm for demon practitioners was akin to the true essence realm for human martial artists. Although both possessed similar levels of power classification, they exhibited significant differences. The true essence realm is a pivotal stage in which the martial artist's internal energy undergoes a profound transformation. During this phase, the energy within the practitioner evolves remarkably. gradually ascending from ordinary power to a state infused with far greater energy, resulting in a substantial enhancement of strength. It is akin to an ordinary iron being forged through countless trials, ultimately transforming into a razor-sharp sword. Conversely, the demonic transformation realm represents a crucial stage in the flourishing birth of demonic energy within demon practitioners. In this realm, the demonic energy within the practitioner's body surges like a spring tide, steadily yet resolutely filling up. This demonic energy resembles a torrential undercurrent, endowing the practitioner with unparalleled strength. Each demon practitioner in the demonic transformation realm is akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, poised to unleash a terrifying force at any moment. The fundamental distinction between the two lies in the fact that the transformation in the true essence realm stems from the continuous evolution of the martial artist's internal energy, a gradual, intrinsic process of ascension, much like a seed taking root and sprouting in a nurturing environment, growing robustly. In contrast, the demonic transformation realm signifies the gestation and growth of the demon's energy, heralding the birth and rise of a new power. The demonic energy within the demon practitioner's body is akin to the emergence of a new life. Typically, a demon practitioner in the demonic realm, lacking the support of demonic energy within, would predominantly rely on their formidable physique in combat. Demonic technique. Ghostly slash. Lin Feng let out a low growl, tightly gripping the ghostly saber, and in an instant, he appeared before Lin Bauer. At that moment, Lin Bauer's massive form seemed clumsy, and before she could react, two streaks of ink-black light struck her abdomen with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, blood sprayed everywhere, the vivid crimson liquid splattering onto the ground, releasing a pungent metallic scent. Startled by the attack, Lin Bauer snapped back to reality, her eyes ablaze with fury. Just as she raised her claws, gathering her demonic essence to retaliate, another sword light, like a specter, sliced across her back, leaving a trail of glistening blood droplets. The moment her gathered demonic essence finally unleashed, a thunderous sound erupted, and a massive pit appeared in the ground. By then, Lin Feng had already retreated to a safe distance, his gaze icy, his grip on the ghostly saber unwavering as he launched another assault. Several streaks of darkness, akin to arrows, pierced through Lin Bauer's enormous frame, causing more black blood to spill forth. In just a single confrontation, Lin Feng had inflicted severe damage upon Lin Bauer. The astonishing power of the ghostly saber left Lin Feng himself in a state of shock. He looked down at the sword in his hand, which emanated a faint black light, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. Filled with indignation after being ambushed and wounded by Lin Feng, Lin Bauer felt blood gushing from her wounds. Without hesitation, she unleashed waves of demonic essence, relentlessly attacking Lin Feng again and again. In the initial ambush, Lin Feng had caught her off guard, forcing her to retaliate purely on instinct, rendering her attacks less formidable. In that brief moment, Lin Bauer appeared caught off guard, her hasty reactions somewhat frantic. However, at this juncture, her speed and destructive power surged dramatically. Each of her attacks struck the ground with the force of a hammer, leaving deep craters in its wake, the surrounding soil exploding outward, sending countless fragments flying. These stones whizzed through the air like bullets, an unending barrage that was nearly impossible to evade. Though each piece of debris was small, they were as large as a fist and incredibly hard. Being struck by one would undoubtedly result in injury. Lin Bauer's frenzied onslaught placed immense pressure even on warriors of equal rank. Under such violent attacks, Lin Feng found himself constantly retreating. Amidst this tempest of aggression, he struggled to find an opportunity to counterattack while simultaneously dodging the incoming fragments. The stones rained down from all directions like hidden weapons, overwhelming him. The pace of their duel was breathtakingly swift, so fast that an ordinary person would struggle to withstand even a single blow, each clash leaving spectators dazzled. After evading for several breaths, Lin Feng still could not discern Lin Bauer's weaknesses. Having entered the demonic transformation realm, Lin Bauer was rejuvenated, her internal demonic essence abundant and inexhaustible. In just a few exchanges, Lin Feng felt as though he had been engaged in a protracted battle. He clutched the ghostly saber, which seemed to possess a life of its own in his grasp, emanating a chilling aura. Amidst Lin Bauer's torrential attacks, he not only successfully fended off wave after wave of strikes, but also seized moments to counterattack. inflicting tangible harm upon her. Wounds inflicted by the blade of the ghostly saber resembled curses. No matter how desperately Lin Bauer tried, she could not heal them. The edges of her wounds emitted an eerie black light, tendrils of deathly energy slowly infiltrating her body. While this energy was not immediately lethal, it acted as a slow-acting poison, gradually sapping Lin Bauer's vitality without her noticing. If not for the extraordinary combat prowess granted by the ghostly saber, Lin Feng would likely have succumbed under Lin Bauer's overwhelming offensive purely from her demonic essence. Yet, in the heat of battle, Lin Feng wielded the ghostly saber with fervor, its blade carving graceful and perilous arcs through the air, releasing waves of haunting energy. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he executed the ghostly slash. A dark sword beam pierced through the openings in Lin Bauer's assault, striking her directly. The counterforce rebounded, and Lin Feng felt a tremendous impact coursing through his arm, radiating throughout his body. He staggered back 3 steps, each leaving a deep footprint in the earth, barely managing to regain his footing. Lin Bauer, however, only paused momentarily from the strike. That brief moment of rigidity exposed a flaw. Lin Feng's gaze instantly sharpened to a razor's edge, and he seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into his right hand. Gripping the hilt, he thrust the blade forward, unleashing a storm of attacks upon Lin Bauer. The ghostly blade struck her waist with tremendous force, sending a violent tremor through her body. The wounds already eroded by the deathly energy expanded further from this blow, causing her to unleash a piercing scream of agony. In the throes of pain, Lin Bauer fell into a frenzied rage, her eyes glowing red. With a swift motion, she conjured 2 great swords from thin air. These swords radiated a chilling light, their blades inscribed with mysterious runes, an innate ability and weapon unique to those of the demonic transformation realm. If Lin Bauer had been a formidable opponent unarmed, now, wielding dual blades, she became exponentially more dangerous. The addition of weapons imbued her techniques with even greater power. In her hands, the swords seemed to come alive, each swing producing a sharp, whistling sound. Moreover, the manner of attack from these 2 blades was unpredictable. Sometimes they struck like a tempest, and at other times, they would stealthily approach like phantoms, making them almost impossible to defend against. Their speed was so rapid that it was difficult to follow. Lin Feng had just evaded one strike when, before he could regain his composure, the second blade lunged at him. He had no choice but to hurriedly raise the ghostly saber to defend. At the moment their weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the immense force hit him like a crashing wave, sending Lin Feng hurtling backward. Yet, before he had even landed, Lin Bauer leapt high, her dual blades raised, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm, an intense sense of danger flooding his mind. He quickly raised the ghostly saber once more, putting forth all his strength to block. With a resounding crash, the shockwave rippled outward, and while the ghostly saber barely held back the dual blades, Lin Feng plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing down with a cloud of dust. Lying at the bottom of the pit, pain etched across his face, his garments were tattered by the overwhelming force. Just as he thought Lin Bauer's assault had concluded, she seized the momentum to descend, her blades darting toward his chest like lightning. At that moment, Lin Feng, still reeling from the previous blow, found himself unable to move, helplessly watching the 2 lethal blades approach ever closer, with no way to evade them. In that critical instant, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with resolve. He quickly focused his mind, summoning the Phantom Shadow Clone technique. A mysterious light flickered, and a clone appeared silently on the ground nearby. Mirroring Lin Feng perfectly. In the blink of an eye, the clone replaced the original with astonishing speed. Just as Lin Bauer's dual blades struck, they pierced the clone, which immediately disintegrated into a shower of stardust. However, in her moment of triumph, she remained blissfully unaware of the danger silently closing in on her. Lin Feng had silently materialized behind her, the ghostly saber shimmering with a faint, black light. Executing the technique, Phantom 9 swords, 9 spectral blades of the ghostly saber materialized in midair, trembling slightly as they circled around Lin Feng. Although he could not fully control these 9 swords, they were more than sufficient for unleashing ordinary attacks at this crucial moment. The sword lights flickered brilliantly. The 9 ghostly sabers danced in the air, resembling 9 agile dragons, mercilessly piercing through Lin Bauer's figure time and again. With each strike, clouds of blood mist erupted, Scattering into the AIR.AT this moment, Lin Bauer was ensnared within the sword shadows, her face contorted in pain, her body trembling slightly. Just then, Lin Feng noticed that she was on the verge of breaking free from the Phantom Nine Swords binding. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. He knew he could not afford to give her any chance to retaliate, lest the consequences be dire. Executing the technique, 100 Ghosts binding with a low growl, Lin Feng summoned forth a colorless barrier that materialized within a mere foot of Lin Bauer. This barrier resembled a transparent cocoon, ensnaring Lin Bauer tightly within its confines. The world within the barrier lost all hue, rendering Lin Bauer immobile, regardless of her desperate struggles. She writhed with all her might, attempting to break free from this binding, while 9 ethereal shadows of the ghostly sabers relentlessly assailed her, their gleaming edges flickering ominously in the air. As those spectral blades struck, minute wounds began to appear upon Lin Bauer's body, their shallowness belied by their rapid proliferation, resembling a delicate web that gradually spread across her skin, blood seeping forth slowly. The agony compelled Lin Bauer to roar in fury, plunging her into a state of unbridled rage. Her already considerable size swelled further, and with a surge of ferocious power, the colorless barrier shattered instantaneously, scattering into a myriad of starlit fragments. Having just freed herself, Lin Bauer's gaze turned sharp as a blade, locking onto Lin Feng with deadly precision. She keenly sensed his precarious situation, a smirk of derision creeping across her face. Filled with scorn and triumph in an instant, she gripped the hilt of her blades tightly and unleashed 2 powerful strikes toward Lin Feng, the speed of her attack akin to that of a speeding arrow. Reaching him in the blink of an eye in a moment of dire urgency, Lin Feng bellowed and executed the ghostly shadow clone technique. His figure became a blur, a shadow detaching from his form. Dispersing in all directions, at that critical juncture, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the deadly double strike from Lin Bauer, his form retreating several dozen paces, leaving faint impressions upon the ground as he gasped for breath. Witnessing the seemingly certain demise of Lin Feng averted, Lin Bauer let out a furious roar, her powerful legs crashing down upon the ground as she charged toward him. Having escaped the attack, Lin Feng felt an icy chill creep up his spine. The distance of several dozen paces vanished in the blink of an eye under Lin Bauer's relentless advance. With her eyes wide in fury, Lin Bauer raised her twin blades high, swinging them down with ferocious intent, the air itself seeming to split beneath their arc. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed a slight shift, allowing the blades to graze past his cheek. That moment felt as if the scythe of death had merely caressed his visage, narrowly sparing his life. After evading that perilous strike, Lin Feng's heart raced, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Bauer lifted her blades once more, preparing to unleash another ferocious blow, the force of which seemed capable of cleaving the very air in twain in that critical instant. Lin Feng thrust his ghostly saber upward with great force, shouting, "Martial technique, ghostly shadow slash." A surge of black sword energy shot forth like lightning, colliding with Lin Bauer's dual blades. The tremendous impact sent a jolt through Lin Feng's arm, yet he harnessed that momentum to retreat several dozen paces, evading the next blow just as he regained his footing, his heart pounding with alarm.